Act 1. The Call of the Gods. 1. A Rookie Adventurer. Glenn. In just one more day, the gods would choose Glenn Redwood to become an adventurer, and the idea of finally choosing his class and resuming Luxterra's climb had him grinning like a besotted fool. He'd been stuck at level 5 for 3 months now. His experience would remain capped until he turned 16 tomorrow, and despite the fact that he bore no responsibility for his current circumstances, 3 months without gaining a single point of experience felt like a waste. Still, the gods must have good reasons for imposing a level cap before one turns 16, even if Glenn didn't understand them. To be fair, what mortal could truly understand the gods? As he strode from the gates of Wolfpine, the small village he'd called home for almost 16 years, waist-high stalks of bright green grass stretched away to the horizon. It was for this natural feature that his starter zone of Gracia was named, though the zone had more than just grass, of course. There was a large forest and an arid plain as well, and every bit of it had been handcrafted by the gods. Still, there were no mountains. Glenn hoped to see mountains one day. The brilliant orange sun that shone down upon Luxterra, a whole world made by the gods, hung halfway through its journey across a clear blue sky. Gracia's cool wind ruffled the tall grass like affectionate fingers through a child's hair. The air smelled like damp earth and fresh bark, yet as pleasant as his zone was, Glenn couldn't wait to leave. He'd felt the call to adventure from a young age, from the first time he'd read a story about such famed adventurers as Mammoth Cloudcrusher and Glory Heartseeker and Benjamin Ravendust. Their epic quests against the minions of the Challenger gods were known across Luxterra, and the glory they'd earned for the Pantheon had made them both heroes and legends. Tomorrow, Glenn would turn 16 and enter the ranks of those trial age 16 to 17. His experience would no longer be capped at 21,999 of 22,000. He could finally level to 5 and choose his class, Duelist. Yet even so close to his dream, it wouldn't do to falter before the gods. So today, as he had so many days since he turned 14, Glenn hunted. A twig snapped from somewhere further into the deep-scorn woods. Glenn's grin grew eager. Once again, the gods were challenging him to test himself against the monsters, demons, and de-souled of Luxterra, though he hoped never to face the latter two until he was much older. Even the low-level monsters of Gracia could still pose a challenge. While some in Luxterra chafed at the gauntlet thrown down by the gods, the divine decree that mortals must risk death in combat against monsters, Glenn was not among those who complained. It wasn't just that he relished the challenge of facing dire threats and growing stronger. It was that the stronger he became, the better he could protect those he cared about, his parents, his friends. With the prospect of a battle ahead, Glenn summoned his status sheet out of habit. His divine status sheet floated before him, large, transparent, and visible to no one else, and listed off the attributes gifted to him by the gods. Name, Glenn Redwood. Age 15, level 4, class unassigned, HP 110 of 110, blood 60 of 60, experience 21,999 of 22,000, capped, strength 13, divinity 8, vitality 11, wisdom 6, prowess 8, luck 7. Gear, uncommon, ringmail armor, uncommon, bronze training sword, uncommon, hiking boots, common, light healing potion, common, light healing potion. Slotted skills, uncommon, phantom slice, duelist, fox. Slotted blessings, unassigned, known skills, none, known blessings, none. Glenn closed his status sheet and stalked further into the woods on light feet, confident he could find and defeat whatever monster had snapped that twig. He was proud of the 4 points of strength and vitality he'd gained over the past 2 years. The gods of Luxterra did not automatically increase one's attributes when one leveled, only those attributes a mortal pushed to their limit. So the fact that they'd granted him strength and vitality each time he leveled was an encouraging sign. Better yet, Glenn's attribute increases over the past few years suited his role as a shield, one who protected his allies quite well. Each point of strength allowed him to lift more and hit harder, while vitality both increased his health points and how long he could perform strenuous activities. That meant he could weather a monster's strikes far better than someone focused on raw damage or stealth. It didn't take him long to find the source of the single snap twig. A trio of grass sprites danced shakily around a small shamanic mound, going about their mysterious monster business as enigmatic monsters often did. Glenn had been hoping to stumble across a lone gloam wolf, or if he was really lucky, a moss beast. He pushed down his disappointment. Grass sprites were level 1 monsters, earth elementals formed of sticks and leaves that stood no taller than a child. They offered little challenge even to an unclassed, inexperienced person. While the Pantheon awarded bonus experience for anyone who defeated a monster above their own level, they awarded none for defeating monsters 3 or more levels below. Glenn had slain hundreds of grass sprites as he leveled from 1 to 4. He'd come tramping home day after day with his clothes, sword, and boots covered in mud and muck. His mother, Tanya, had never asked him to stop, and he knew she was proud of how hard he worked. As Glenn crouched and observed his latest challenge, he realized the appearance of these 3 level 1 monsters might be a god-blessing in disguise. He couldn't gain any more experience until he turned 16 tomorrow, so it didn't matter that defeating these grass sprites would award no experience. What 3 grass sprites did offer was the perfect opportunity to test Phantom Slice, the divine skill Glenn had accepted from the gods in Wolfpine's Chapel of Celis this very morning. He brought up his status sheet again and read the skill's description one more time. Phantom Slice, Blade, Duelist, Vox, Goddess of the Bold, Uncommon. Inflict any wound inflicted upon an enemy with an uncommon weapon upon 2 additional enemies within 15 paces. 2-minute cooldown. All God-given skills either had a cooldown or consumed blood, a magical resource pool that grew along with the mortal's wisdom attribute. Using skills was always the same. One simply focused on one's target and shouted the skill inside one's head. Glenn whistled loudly to anger the grass sprites. The nearest sprite spun, chittered like an overgrown cricket, and danced toward him on dainty stick legs. The other 2 grass sprites belatedly charged after the first, toward him. Glenn readied his bronze training sword and tightened both hands on the grip. As the first grass sprite arrived, he focused on the leading grass sprite and loosed a powerful horizontal strike. Even as he struck, he yelled the skill's name inside his head. Phantom Slice! The simple-minded sprite didn't attempt to dodge the blow. Even with only a bronze training sword as his weapon, Glenn's impressive strength ensured he chopped the sprite in 2. His prowess, the attribute that helped adventurers perform difficult tasks, ensured his blow struck home. The sprite's slim red health bar appeared for a moment before it charred black. At that same moment, the 2 grass sprites charging behind the first split in the same exact way as their leader. Their health bars appeared, charred black, and then all 3 bars faded away at the same time. In perfect synchronization, all 3 grass sprites tumbled to the ground before disappearing in a puff of purplish smoke. Tiny purple crystals appeared in their place, and Glenn could no longer contain his excitement. Gods be good, that was awesome! His childish words echoed through the woods. He cringed, belatedly, until he was certain no one was around to hear. He would allow himself this small celebration. Vox might even approve. Many adventurers shouted their skills aloud when they used them, both to announce their intention to their party members and for intimidation value. But high-level adventurers considered shouting one's skills when alone a mark of the inexperienced or unrefined. Still, Glenn had just wielded the power of the gods for the first time in his whole life. It felt incredible. Glenn saw evidence of the gods' power every day, of course, as they enforced their rules and adventurers and townfolk wielded their power, but using that power felt different. This wasn't the gods enforcing their rules, this was the gods acting through him. Glenn wiped fresh sap off his sword, stowed it in the sheath on his back, and walked over to the shaman mound. It was now nothing more than unremarkable dirt. He knelt at each pile of dust and lifted a tiny purple life crystal from each. He tucked the purple crystals into his hip pocket. These minuscule life crystals were worth almost nothing, selling for a single crescent each. 3 crescents would buy half a loaf of bread or a mug of cheap ale. Yet Glenn had never been one to let resources go to waste, no matter how insignificant. Also, though Card's Manual of Monsters assured him grass sprites had the intelligence of insects, he still honored these monsters in this small way. Risking one's life to defeat monsters and become stronger was the charge of the Pantheon, known to all as Luxterra's Climb. But that didn't mean Glenn had to take pleasure in killing his foes. To abandon the life crystals left behind by the falling sprites felt disrespectful to everyone involved. Glenn would never blaspheme against the Pantheon in words or deeds. He opened his status sheet and read the numbers ticking away inside his only slotted skill. Phantom Slice, 000132. In Card's Guide for Adventurers, Glenn had read that the first number represented hours, the second minutes, and the third seconds. It was gratifying to see his reading confirmed. 6 numbers was a strange way to represent time. How would that even work on the face of Wolfpine's clock tower? But the ways of the Pantheon were beyond mortal comprehension. Glenn closed his status sheet and looked around for another challenge, yet nothing presented itself. There was plenty of time left in the day for him to find and cull a few more gloam wolves or a moss beast, if he could find one. Yet the deep Scorn Woods felt far too empty today. Gracia's nurturing fields had reached their limit during Dinah's hunt, when a horde of young adventurers from across Luxera flooded Woodpine and its surroundings to compete in a god-blessed zone-wide contest to kill the largest number of monsters. These adventurers had also, fortunately, blessed Wolfpine's townsfolk with massive amounts of coin. After the culling the horde of adventurers had delivered to Gracia, the zone felt barren. Though Glenn ranged far and wide, even venturing well into the deep Scorn Woods, he found no monster that could give him a challenge. Only grass sprites. He left those alone. Adventurers younger than he was needed to defeat those monsters to level, and he'd never steal their kills. Eventually, regretfully, Glenn sighed and turned toward home. The sun was now a red, melted stain on the horizon. As much as he longed to detour through the entirety of the deep Scorn Woods in hopes of finding a gloam wolf, Glenn knew he didn't have the time. His parents expected him home. He'd done as the gods demanded today. He'd hunted monsters. Now he was ready to kick his feet up in the mead beast and toss back mugs of mead with Zach Silverstone, his best friend. Zach was already 16, an adventurer, and no longer experience-capped. Zach would likely have yet another thrilling story of stalking crackpaw miners at the old mine. That thought gave Glenn pause. He'd done absolutely nothing of note today, other than use Phantom Slice for the first time, on some grass sprites. Perhaps he should keep hunting for a bit longer. Perhaps he should challenge himself a bit more. Yet that was ego talking, and allowing one's ego to guide one's decisions would even get a seasoned adventurer killed. It would be dark as pitch soon enough, and he didn't have a torch. So Glenn instead headed straight for the well-worn safe road leading to Wolfpine. Even with only moonlight to guide him home, he knew the safe road would get him there alive. He wouldn't dawdle. As he passed 2 intact stone columns carved with the faint visage of Kaya, goddess of duty, what were known as safe stones, Glenn reflexively bowed his head. Thanks to Kaya's protection, no monsters could attack him while he walked this safe road, not even demons. Horrors he likely wouldn't even see coming thanks to his low divinity attribute, could attack him near these stones. In 2 years and 4 levels, Glenn's divinity attribute had never improved at all, but he didn't blame the gods for that. He simply didn't fight with daggers or cast magic skills, deeds that stressed one's divinity attribute. Even so, a point or 2 in divinity would have been nice. He remained quite vulnerable to both mental and magical attacks. Still, he'd have plenty of time to increase his divinity attribute once he became an adventurer. Duelists use skills involving offensive magic, so that might help. He'd also increase his prowess and perhaps even his luck as well, so why was he worrying? All he could do was grow stronger. That thought cheered him immensely. He even whistled softly in the dark as he walked home. He'd just come in sight of Wolfpine's open gates when he spotted the glow of an upraised torch bobbing ahead. A short, busty figure jogged toward him, holding that torch high as she approached. Who would be rushing out of town this late toward him? His mother? Had Tanya really set out to rescue him? Yet the gods forbid mortals chosen as townfolk from leaving the town walls after nightfall. As the young woman in her flowing blue top, brown corset, and dark cotton dress came close enough for Glenn to see her pale and perfect face, he smiled in recognition. It was Becca, and he'd missed her quite a lot today. Still, what was Becca doing on the safe road out of Wolf Pine this late at night, holding a smoldering torch above her head like a life staff? Becca was 15 years of age and unclassed like Glenn, so she could venture outside Wolf Pine's walls after nightfall. Yet, why would she be venturing outside Wolf Pine? Becca's eyes widened when she spotted Glenn, at which point she redoubled her already rapid pace. Glenn watched, bemused, as Becca sprinted toward him. Ever since he and Becca had promised themselves to each other 6 months ago, they'd been together whenever they could. Was she really this happy to see him safely home? His excitement at seeing his girlfriend and adventuring partner fled when he recognized the abject fear in Becca's brown eyes. Glenn instinctively rushed forward to meet her and caught her upper arms. He supported her weight effortlessly as she caught her breath. "What's happened?" he demanded. Becca gulped air, chest heaving as she gasped for air. She kept her midnight black hair long past her shoulders, and those long silky locks now glistened with sweat. She carried a full-sized traveler's pack on her shoulders and looked ready to keel over from its weight. Sprinting had never been her strong suit, as Becca wasn't built like most of the other girls in Wolf Pine. She was short, curvy, and, in Glenn's opinion, absolutely gorgeous. When she smiled, she lit up an entire room. But Rebecca Coldbreaker wasn't smiling right now. She brushed off his hands, smoothed her hair back from her face, and straightened. "It's Azalea Whitetalon. She snuck off out of town again, and there's no adventure in town to save her." As if summoned by Becca's words, the nighttime howls of gloam wolves that had eluded Glenn rose. A shudder crept up his spine. He would not be joining Zack in Wolf Pine's tavern, not yet, and neither would Becca. Because if they didn't do something, gloam wolves would devour a 9-year-old girl. 2. A Blacksmith's Daughter. Glenn would never rescue Azalea if he let himself become overwhelmed by fear or paralyzed by indecision. The little girl was not lost, not yet. He pushed past his horror and went right to what he needed to know right now. How do we know Azalea's outside the walls? What if she's playing Fade and Seek again, like she did the night we all thought she'd snuck onto that wagon to Lakebrook? "She's out," Becca said grimly. "The town guard confirmed Azalea skipped right out of the gate a little under an hour before sundown. She wandered south along the safe road in her little red dress with a yellow flower in her hair, and she hasn't returned." And the guard hadn't stopped her because the gods didn't allow town guards to interfere in the comings and goings of travelers, even to save their lives. That poor town guard must feel horrible about letting Azalea slip away. Even so, someone must have seen something. "Did anyone else see her leave?" Glenn asked. "Has anyone seen her since?" "No one," Becca said. "All poor Logain could do was shout after Azalea until she skipped out of sight, then notify the first traveler to return home through the gates. That was Ziva Willowbraid." Of course Becca would know the name of the town guard who'd witnessed Azalea's flight from town. Becca had always had an all-but-perfect memory, and, moreover, she cared about people. Many found the town guards intimidating, given they literally wore god armor and carried around weapons that could crack open carriages, but Glenn didn't feel that way. Town guards made him feel safe. "When did Ziva get back?" Glenn asked. 20 minutes ago, just before sunset." Becca looked past him as if staring at something he couldn't see. "Azalea's been gone for more than an hour. I just volunteered to find her." Becca left unsaid why it was up to her and Glenn to find Azalea. The gods did not allow townsfolk to venture beyond the walls of their town after nightfall. To do so meant being turned to salt, and though Deborah Whitetalon, Azalea's mother, might be desperate enough to risk that fate, others in town would keep her alive. The people of Wolf Pine looked out for one another. Yet unclassed mortals like he and Becca, having been chosen neither as adventurer nor townsfolk, could come and go freely at all times of day and night. Glenn focused on math and possibility. He kept a mental map of Brassia in his head at all times, one he developed over 2 years of wandering its rolling hills and forests dispatching grass sprites and gloam wolves. That map was vast and open, and he didn't like their odds of finding Azalea in time. Yet they must try. He could never forgive himself if he didn't at least try. Azalea could be anywhere by now, but the safe road's her likeliest path. I didn't run into her on my way home, so she may be heading toward Evelyn. I can track her, Becca said firmly. So you just follow me and watch my rear. She smirked, which I seem to recall you doing anyway. Glenn glanced down at his feet in boots, her feet in soft shoes, and the safe road, which was absolutely covered in muddy footprints. What are you talking about? You're no ranger. Guess again. Becca revealed her status sheet for Glenn to see. Glenn blushed despite the gravity of the situation. Revealing one's status sheet was something one only did with a dear friend or lover, and Becca was already quite dear to him. Though she revealed her full status sheet to him before, it never stopped feeling forbidden. Glenn focused on the status sheet before him. Name Rebecca Coldbreaker, age 15, level 4, class unassigned, HP 60 of 60, blood 110 of 110, experience 20,146 of 22,000, strength 4, divinity 11, vitality 6, wisdom 11, prowess 6, luck 6, gear, common, seamstress dress, common, cloth shoes, common, commoner's dagger, common, traveler's backpack, common, smokeless torch, slotted skills, uncommon, tracker's vision, ranger, Dinah, slotted blessings none, known skills none, known blessings none, quests, level 6 group, rescue Azalea Whitetalon, uncertified. Glenn could scarcely believe it. Becca had finally chosen her first skill. He focused on the skill and opened it to be sure he remembered exactly how it worked. Tracker's vision, none, ranger, Dinah, goddess of the hunt, uncommon. You may track any target your level or lower for 1 hour with unerring accuracy, 12-hour cooldown. Becca closed her status sheet and beamed at him. See? Becca's selection of her first skill wasn't the only surprise her status sheet revealed. What are you even doing with an uncertified group quest? Deborah Whitetalon gave it to me, of course. Becca winked cheerfully before she pushed past him and jogged off at an easy pace. Now, are you going to let your comely adventuring partner run off and rescue this lost child alone, or will you help me save her? Before him, words like those on parchment burned themselves into the very air. Glenn immediately recognized the language of the gods. There were only a few quests available to his level, killing grass sprites or gloam wolves in Gracia, and each one could only be completed once. So in all Glenn's life, he'd only seen 2 quests from the gods. This would make the third. Rebecca Coldbreaker wishes to share the level 6 group quest. Rescue Azalea Whitetalon, uncertified with you. Do you accept? Yes, Glenn said, followed by, and of course I'm going to help you. A small tingle on the back of his neck assured him he'd now acquired this new quest. Glenn easily caught up with Becca, and this time Becca kept their synchronized pace to a steady jog. Yet Glenn knew the big pack was taxing her low strength attribute. Give me your pack, he suggested. I'm stronger. Becca shrugged off her pack and handed it over, but kept the torch. That would free Glenn to use his sword. Glenn strapped on the pack with one strap only to ensure it wouldn't block access to the sheath on his back. Becca's pack barely weighed anything at all. Glenn considered its weight as he jogged beside her. What's in here anyway? 3 more smokeless torches, Becca said. 2 light healing potions, and Azalea's stuffed trivet, Mr. Squeaky. Just in case she needs something to hug on her way back. Gods, Becca was so thoughtful. How did you afford all this? Borrowed it all from Father's shop. While the gods might not let him leave the walls after nightfall, they have no laws preventing him from giving me everything I might need. Glenn nodded at Becca's foresight. They would save Azalea tonight. For a while the Pantheon freely resurrected all mortals under 14 if they died before they could level. Such resurrections were not without cost. The cost of such resurrections was not one Glenn would wish upon anyone. Children, as defined by the Pantheon, were blessed by the gods in Luxterra. Any mortal less than 14 years of age could not die, not permanently, or so the Church of Celis claimed. Even if Azalea somehow died tonight, the gods would bring her back. Yet Azalea had died before. 3 years ago, Volpor, Gracia's elite gloam wolf, somehow broke through the safe stones protecting the safe road from monsters. As Jack White-Talon returned home from collecting crafting resources, Vulpor attacked and devoured him, his horses, and Azalea, Jack's then 6-year-old daughter. While Jack White-Talon was gone forever, there had been no body to resurrect. The Pantheon, in their wisdom, brought Azalea back 3 days later. She emerged from the Chapel of Celis unharmed. Though it took months for Deborah White-Talon to accept the reincarnated Azalea as her daughter, she did, eventually, with the help of the entire town. Even so, the cost of Azalea's resurrection had been steep. She lost all memory of Jack White-Talon, her own father, forever. The Church of Celis and Wolfspine's spiritualist, Richard Deepscar, preached that memory loss was one cost of resurrections so costly they taxed the gods. So if Azalea died again tonight, when she emerged from the Chapel of Celis 3 days from now, Azalea might not remember her mother. Glenn doubted Deborah White-Talon could survive another tragedy like that. So he and Becca would find Azalea no matter the risk, and he would keep Becca alive no matter the cost. That was what adventurers did, but more importantly, that was what a good person would do. Glenn's father, Hal, always said that proof of one's goodness came in deeds, not words. The howls of the Gloam Wolves continued as Becca led the way with her determined jog and a high-held torch. The mournful sound sent chills up Glenn's spine. Despite Becca's earlier caution, he needed to fill the silence with words. "So you've decided to become a ranger?" Glenn asked. Becca scoffed as they jogged. "Hardly. But you have a ranger skill now." If Becca chose any class other than ranger, she'd never be able to use Tracker's vision again. Only unclassed could use skills outside their class, and once one reached level 6, one had to choose a class before one could gain further experience. "I'll have plenty of skills to select as I level." Becca measured her words as the two of them jogged. "I'll simply level Harmcaster to 6 with my dagger." Glenn couldn't help but gasp at how inefficient that sounded. "But you won't have any offensive spells. You could lose out on 2 whole points of divinity and wisdom by doing it that way." Becca ruefully shook her head. "Always theory crafting. I'm not sure what makes me more thirsty, your keen intelligence or those broad shoulders. It's going to be a long 3 months." It took Glenn a moment to catch up mentally. In 3 months, it would be Becca's birthday, and then she'd be 16 just like him, which meant the laws of Levos would no longer apply, and Oh. "Becca," Glenn said. It was obvious what she was implying, and now was hardly the time. Becca's smirk grew. "Turning 16 is going to be so much fun. You're not the only one who chafes at the laws of Levos. I have a lot of pent-up energy." Glenn shook off his rapidly heating cheeks and other things, and focused on the path ahead. Was Becca trying to make him fall on his face? A dark night when they were off to rescue a young girl hardly seemed the time for saucy talk that scrambled his brain. Yet he knew Becca had an ulterior motive for heating his blood. She didn't want him pining over the skill point she'd forever sacrificed because she wanted him focusing on rescuing Azalea. As excited as he was to finally be with her as they both wished 3 months from now, he focused. "I'm sorry you had to give up your skill point like that." Glenn jogged easily alongside her. "But we'll make your sacrifice mean something. We'll bring Azalea home safe, I promise." Becca glanced sidelong at him. "I know that." Her smile softened. "But it's nice to hear you say it. And we can get you an enchanted dagger once you reach level 5. I'm certain my mother would do it for us, and we'll be able to afford it with what we'll be making in life crystals." Becca shushed him and looked ahead. "Worry about that later. Worry about Azalea now. What's done is done, and Fox's tits." Becca stumbled to a stop. Glenn stumbled to a stop beside her, clutching the straps of her pack tightly to make sure nothing inside clattered. "Don't blaspheme." Becca glanced at Glenn and pointed almost due west into the menacing trees. Her pale face looked as grim as he'd ever seen it. "Azalea diverted here. That idiotic little girl just traipsed off the safe road into the 6 cursed woods. She skipped off to die no less than 20 minutes ago." Glenn might also have cursed. He almost did. Instead, he tightened the strap of Becca's pack so it was almost painful, to minimize the chance that the pack would bounce and make noise as he walked, and turned his eyes to the woods. "Lead the way." He didn't tell Becca to go back to Wolfpine. Becca would never listen anyway, and they needed her ranger skill to find Azalea. Even in 20 minutes, a little girl could skip a very long way. Stepping off the safe road and into the deep Scorn woods, especially at night, did not come without risk. They would almost certainly encounter monsters, and if he and Becca died in the woods tonight, it was doubtful anyone from Wolfpine would find their ensouled bodies before 12 hours elapsed. No one would even know where they'd fallen. For adventurers, death in Luxterra was not always the end. For 12 hours after dying, allies of a fallen adventurer could deliver their ensouled corpse to a spiritualist in a chapel of Celis and pay a hefty fee for a resurrect. Yet if 12 hours elapsed without resurrection, one's soul left one's body for all time, and one met what was known across Luxterra as the Forever Death. Becca strode off the safe road with her dagger out and her torch raised, passing right by a safe stone. Glenn followed her without hesitation. She walked into the shallow grassy hill leading down to the deep Scorn woods. As he tried and failed to pierce the darkness clinging to the woods, Glenn clutched the grip of his bronze training sword tight enough to hurt his palm. Faced with the threats in the woods, even his ringmail armor felt so impossibly thin. He focused beyond his worries. They were moving west. He set his internal compass. In the dark, in the night, the natural beauty of the deep Scorn woods felt very far away. Trees that looked strong and warm during the daytime seemed foreign and angry in the night, and their thick interlaced leaves stole the last of the moonlight. The only light they now had came from the smokeless torch Becca held high. Ominous black sought to consume sputtering red. Yet Becca kept walking with the same confidence she'd shown since she emerged from Wolfpine, ducking or diverting from her path only to avoid a low-hanging branch or a particular troublesome root. She moved unerringly in a single direction, west. The woods were dark enough and the leaves thick enough that they had no moon or stars to guide them. While it was easy to get lost in the woods without sky or trail signs, Glenn knew Becca had other signs to draw upon. He could only imagine what she was seeing right now. He'd read descriptions of every skill in Card's book of classes and skills, and Tracker's vision was described as creating ghostly, frozen copies in the path that the targeted subject had passed. Becca must be seeing frozen copy after frozen copy of Azalea Whitetalon skipping through these woods. That must look creepy. Even so, Becca never slowed and never faltered, and Glenn smiled at her determination. He really had chosen the right partner, both to defeat monsters and to keep him warm during cold nights on the road. Still, Glenn's eyes failed to pierce the darkness. He followed Becca with no idea where they were, and eventually he could no longer contain his worry. "How close?" he all but whispered. 5 minutes, Becca whispered back. "We're catching up." So, she's still alive. Becca raised her torch higher. Well, she certainly was 5 minutes ago. 3. A Ritual in Green. Glenn followed Becca west through the flickering woods until a new sound, a low, rhythmic wailing that slowly rose and fell in pitch, joined the gentle whistle of wind and the rustle of leaves. Becca immediately produced a damp cloth from her dress pocket and wrapped it around the head of her torch. The extinguished flame dropped them into utter blackness. But not entirely. A strange and foreign light now lit in the woods. It was faint, green, and barely visible to his torch-narrowed eyes. As they crouched in silence and let their eyes adjust to the darkness, Glenn knew he wasn't imagining it. The green light glowed in the distance. That was where all the wailing was coming from. Glenn numbly tucked the extinguished torch in Becca's traveler's pack and took deep breaths. Becca gripped his arm and pulled him down so she could whisper in his ear. It was difficult to ignore the proximity of her soft lips, which tingled, but Glenn focused. He listened. "Azalea went toward the light," Becca whispered. "We're only a few minutes behind her. We haven't failed the quest, so we know she's not dead. Yet what if we stumbled across a group of monsters? We can't just blunder in there." Glenn kept his eyes on the strange glow ahead. "What in the 6 hells is that light?" "Doesn't matter. What's our plan?" He clutched Becca's hand in both of his, squeezed, and met her gaze. "Scout first, then rescue Azalea." What lay ahead was creepy and possibly very dangerous, but they'd been hunting monsters together for over 6 months. I'll lead. You follow close behind and be ready with that dagger. Agreed? Agreed, Becca whispered. Let's go complete our first quest together. Despite their grim situation, Glenn smiled. If all went well, this would be their life in 3 months, as soon as Becca turned 16 and the gods chose her to be an adventurer. He and Becca would travel across Luxterra together, defeating monsters, gaining levels, saving people, and making their names known, and, of course, hopping in bed together every night. Despite her below-average strength and unremarkable prowess, Becca was no slouch when it came to combat, because she was crafty. Somehow, she always knew exactly when and where to strike, which made her an excellent knife. Party members who focused on damaging monsters while shields like Glenn kept their attention and menders kept the party alive. Staying low, Glenn led the way through the woods toward the green light, using its faint and almost sickening glow to avoid missteps. He'd spent enough time walking in the wilds of the deep-scorn woods that he avoided tripping on roots and noisy twigs, and Becca followed so close as to remain practically in his footsteps. He was grateful his hiking boots made little noise. Glenn soon spotted a rise in the distance and diverted southeast. Using this modest detour would take them to higher ground. From there, they could then circle back and observe whatever was going on with that light from a safer vantage point. Wandering face first into an unknown group of monsters seemed like a poor idea. Finally, they had the high ground. The wailing and green light was now to their left or northeast. Glenn remained confident his internal compass hadn't faltered, despite the darkness and the long trek. He had Becca's choice to select Tracker's vision to thank for that. Moving quietly, they soon reached a sight Glenn had difficulty wrapping his head around. Behind him, Becca gasped the faintest of gasps. She silently moved up beside him and crouched low. They were now on a jut of rising earth that put them higher than a man above the clearing below. And it was a clearing, perfectly so, a flat circle as wide as Wolf Pine's town square. Trees bordered the circle on all sides, but their limbs stretched away. Inside the earthen circle, dozens of grass sprites danced their eerie dance, a curved line of earth elementals rotating around its center. A circle of glowing green energy filled the clearing, strange and wrong. A single moss beast, a hulking giant formed of leaves, rock, and mud, danced in the center of the circle. It was as terrifying as moss beasts always were, especially in this eerie green light. A moss beast stood half a man taller than the tallest person in Wolfpine, with arms and legs thick as tree trunks and swollen feet the size of boulders. A bush of vibrant leaves covered the center of its body. That might almost have been cute if not for the mess of rotting sharp teeth peeking out from inside those green leaves. It had no head and no eyes, just colorful flowers atop terrifying teeth. Yet the moss beast scarcely mattered, for it and the grass sprites were not alone in the circle of green magic. Azalea Whitetalon, in her nice red dress with her blonde hair bound up in a tiny bun, was clearly visible in the center of the circle as well, floating a man's height above the ground. The moss beast had obviously trapped her with a monster skill. Glenn glanced at Becca to find her already staring at him, wide-eyed. By unspoken agreement, they retreated just far enough from the terrifying sight that they trusted they could speak without being seen or heard by the dancing monsters. Glenn had never seen so many earth elementals in one place. "It's a ritual of some sort," Becca whispered immediately once they'd crept out of sight behind a tree. "Are they planning to sacrifice her?" Glenn checked his memory of the countless books he'd read in Wolfpine's library, skimming over unnecessary information. "I hope not, but I do think you're right. It's a ritual. Azalea doesn't seem to be any immediate danger, so we should plan before we attack. I've read about a ritual like this one in Card's Manual of Monsters, though I didn't remember until I saw it with my own eyes." Becca offered a faint smile. "You read so much. I still don't understand why the gods have never deigned to grant you more divinity. I suppose I've been too busy getting hit by and hitting things. No one could truly understand the gods. Anyway, what I read about is a moss beast birthing ritual." Becca's brown eyes widened. "A what now?" Moss beasts, just like grass sprites and other earth elementals, live in harmony with nature. There are never too many moss beasts or grass sprites. Like people, they slow their own reproduction when they grow too numerous. They never consume more resources than available, but they can be thrown out of balance the other way. As in all but exterminated, Becca said softly. Like they were during Dinah's hunt. I imagine we haven't lost that many earth elementals in decades. She was absolutely right. The gods often sponsored dynamic events in which zones, or sometimes the entirety of Luxtera, could participate for experience, rare items, and favor. Dinah's hunt was one such event, held in a different zone every 2 years. The hunt had been held in Gracia recently for the first time in 20 years, which meant this was the first time in his or Becca's life where this many monsters had died. So what does the moss beast plan to do? Becca asked. Feed Azalea to its babies? The way Becca asked that question about Azalea's possible fate sounded more curious than horrified. Still, Glenn knew she meant well, and she wanted to save Azalea as much as he did. Becca was simply more comfortable with rituals and death than most. It doesn't want to eat her, Glenn said grimly. If this is the ritual I read about in the book, it wants to change her instead. It wants to turn her into a moss beast. Becca gasped quietly. That 6-cursed moss beast wants to adopt her? More or less. The ritual takes hours, though it looks to have just started. Obviously, we can't let the beast finish. Azalea may be protected from a forever death, but the Pantheon's protection doesn't extend to stopping her from turning into a moss beast. Becca finished evenly. There's no question. We're tackling a moss beast and 10 grass sprites, just the two of us, tonight. I suppose that is a challenge worthy of the gods. Glenn pondered their slim chances and decided to adjust those in their favor. All we need to do is get Azalea. Then we run. We can't kill a level 8 monster or that many grass sprites, but we can flee together with Azalea. That's our goal. That's our goal, Becca agreed evenly. Other than, of course, don't die. Becca smiled to reassure her. We're not dying. Not while we're together. So far as I'm concerned, no force in Luxtera can stand against the two of us. Becca hopped forward, kissed him, then squeezed his knee before she withdrew. That's my party leader, always inspiring such confidence. Glenn found himself grinning. Fortunately for us, Becca added, neither of us is dying, because I, being me, already have a plan. She stood, gripped her dress and knife, and cut the fabric rapidly, all the way up to her hip. Despite the exciting flash of pale bare leg, Glenn only managed to groan. Your plan isn't to strip down to your small clothes and run past them all shrieking, is it? Becca rolled her eyes. Honestly, Redwood, one simple prank to ensure I had your attention and I've been branded for life. How is that fair? She pointed at Glenn. Now pull 2 torches out of that pack and give them to me. Glenn pulled out the torches. As he looked between them and her, he got an inkling of her actual plan. It was extremely Becca, fighting smart, not hard. Despite the danger, he loved this idea. You realize they're not going to stop chasing us after. Becca snatched both torches and smirked anew. Why do you think I slit my dress? Glenn dug through Becca's pack until he found her flint and steel. Becca held out one torch. He struck the pieces against each other until a spark lit the torch. She held out the other, which Glenn lit as well. He tucked the flint and steel into his shirt pocket and took a single torch from Becca. Glowing together, the torches produced enough light that they might soon alarm the monsters. Heroics, Becca whispered. Shall we? Glenn wanted to kiss her one last time before they moved, but they had no time for that. Besides, while holding the torches, one of them might accidentally catch fire. Heroics, he agreed. Together, he and Becca jogged back toward the edge of the earthen jut. They emerged in full sight of the dancing grass sprites and moss beast. Azalea hovered in the middle of the circle, her blonde hair and red dress swaying as if caught in a gentle wind. Not a monster looked up. 1, Becca whispered. 2, 3. Glenn tossed his burning torch into the left portion of the clearing at almost the same moment Becca tossed her torch into the right. Tracers cut through the air as each torch spun and fell in an easy arc, yet neither went out. It took more than a strong wind to extinguish wolf-pine torches. When the torches landed on either side of the circle, all the tinder and leaves the grass sprites had gathered in the clearing caught fire. The reaction was far more dramatic than Glenn had expected. The entirety of both nature circles erupted in flames. Two well-placed torches turned what had been a ritual of earth into what was almost certainly a ritual of fire. And the grass sprites, as they shrieked and caught fire, were obviously enraged. Yet instead of all charging the jet of earth, as Glenn had feared they might, the grass sprites scattered in all directions like a horde of chickens startled by a fox. The moss beast roared and spun about, gnashing its huge sharp teeth, but it didn't charge them on the earthen jut. None of the monsters had been paying attention. None of them even knew where the attack had come from. They wouldn't get a better chance to rescue Azalea than this chaos. Glenn leapt down off the jut and sprinted toward the flame circles. A thump and huff assured him Becca was right behind him. He hurtled the ring of flame, it was waist-high at best, and winced as Becca cried out behind him. Becca must have run straight through the first ring of fire, yet a few flames wouldn't stop her. Becca was tough. Glenn hurdled the second ring. He reached the center of the circle and snatched Azalea's dangling feet. Whatever mysterious skill the moss beast had used to suspend her in midair resisted. Even as he tugged, the monster ceased its blind thrashing and focused on Glenn. It threw its whole body forward, its arms out, and roared. A roar from a moss beast was a tumult in the trees, one filled with flies and dirt. Glenn gagged and spit as dirt and bugs battered his unprotected face, but he didn't let go of Azalea. She felt stuck, but Glenn pulled, and 13 strength, even to a moss beast, was no trifle. An invisible resistance clinging to Azalea increased and then broke. Like a branch tugged so far past its breaking point it finally snapped. Azalea tumbled into Glenn's arms without a sound. He spun and sprinted from the circle as the enraged moss beast trampled after him, and the flames in the clearing began to spread to the forest at large. Glenn hoped the fire wouldn't spread far. Conditions were damp this time of year, but there had been no other way to save Azalea. As he hurtled the first flame line, he spotted no less than 4 piles of monster ash, each containing a tiny purple crystal. Becca stood waiting, breathing hard, with her slit of pale leg visibly bloodied. Another shallow cut crossed her forearm. Yet Becca still stood. The 4 grass sprites she just defeated weren't so lucky. She'd slain all 4 with nothing more than her commoner's dagger, but she'd always been a very talented knife. Glenn had grabbed the girl and Becca had cleared a path just as they'd planned. Becca fell in beside him as they cleared the circle, with Azalea bouncing in Glenn's arms and Becca's pack bouncing against his back. He couldn't fight holding a 9-year-old girl, but Becca could. Better yet, Becca snatched up a still-burning torch as they reached the edge. Smart. Glenn should have retrieved his own torch, but he was too busy not being chewed up by a moss beast. A single grass sprite, this one still on fire, chittered angrily as it attempted to block their path. Glenn punted the little elemental into the tree line. He might not be able to swing his sword right now, but he could still kick a puny monster a good ways with his impressive strength. Relying on his internal compass, Glenn turned what he judged was due east as soon as they entered the forest proper. Grass sprites chittered furiously behind them, and a groaning rumble like dozens of branches bending in the wind told him the moss beast was also on their trail. Moss beasts might seem ponderous, but they could move frighteningly fast when angered. And moss beasts got real angry when someone set their forest on fire. Air whistled as a horde of tiny needles peppered them from behind. When more than 3 grass sprites gathered together, they could even launch ranged attacks. The tiny needles bounced off Glenn's ringmail armor and traveler's pack, but Becca yelped as the needles ripped right through her thin seamstress dress and into her back. Becca didn't slow. If she did, Glenn would drop the pack and carry Becca instead. Glenn risked a glance at the green health bar temporarily floating over Becca's head, which flashed into existence thanks to the damage she'd received. Over half of her bar was already charred black. Devil spit. Against these monsters, Becca might as well be naked. A townsfolk dress like that which Becca wore, common gear, wasn't intended to protect against monster attacks. But Glenn knew Becca likely hadn't been able to acquire anything heavier before she left. That left her woefully unprotected against these monsters, and left Glenn all the more determined to protect her. She was his knife. He was her shield, and he needed to do a better job of shielding her from harm. He slowed just enough to run between her and the pursuing sprites. Clutching a still unconscious Azalea tight, Glenn kept his eyes focused just ahead of Becca as they ran. She glanced back several times to check on their pursuers, and Glenn prayed she wouldn't trip. If she did, he would set down Azalea, unsheath his sword, and cut grass sprites in twain until she found her feet again. "It's catching up," Becca huffed as they both ran. "It's too fast." She was referring to the moss beast. Could they fight it and slow it down? Yet once they committed to battle with an enraged monster that might actually be level 8, the thing looked ancient. Glenn doubted they could run, especially once the grass sprites encircled them. Anson, Luxterra's god of beasts, might not have made his monsters intelligent, but he had made them crafty enough to fight as a team. "Get Azalea to the safe road," Becca shouted over her shoulder. "Get her home." Glenn only then realized what she might be about to do. "Gods, no! I'll be fine." Ahead, Becca veered to the side. "Save that child, Glenn!" As Becca sprinted almost perpendicular to Glenn's path, she wildly waved her flaming torch. "Come on, you boneheads! Let's see how mad you get when I set the rest of your forest aflame." Glenn almost averted after Becca, yet he couldn't, because his adventuring partner was absolutely right. If they couldn't outrun the moss beast, and they couldn't defeat it, there was only one option remaining if they wanted to save Azalea Whitetalon. One of them had to lead the monsters away, while the other got Azalea to the safe road. Glenn only wished it was he who thought to be the distraction, but he'd come back for Becca as soon as he got Azalea to safety. He'd never abandon his partner, but saving this child came first. He'd get Azalea to the safe road and come back for Becca as soon as Azalea was safe. He'd just have to trust her to stay alive until then, or, if she died, retrieve her ensouled corpse. 4. A charm broken. Silently cursing the moss beast with every loping step, Glenn ran unerringly in a direction he was almost certain was east, toward the safe road. He'd always been good at finding his way around, even in the dark. His mother, who'd wanted to become a ranger before the gods chose her as townsfolk, often boasted Glenn had inherited her sense of direction. As the sound of tramping grass sprites and the flickering red light of Becca's torch vanished entirely, Glenn slowed to a jog and took care with his steps. He couldn't fall or trip now. As light as Azalea and the traveler's pack had seemed when he first picked them up, he'd been running for some time now. Both pack and child were growing heavy. Sinister doubts twisted inside Glenn's mind as he jogged in near dark. He was going the wrong direction. That moss beast was even now ripping off Becca's limbs one by one. She would scream and suffer and die as Glenn wandered for hours, failing them both. Yet he couldn't doubt himself. He couldn't doubt Becca. The two of them might only be level 4, but if any unclassed Wolfpine could save this child, it was Glenn Redwood and Rebecca Coldbreaker. Then, just when Glenn despaired of ever seeing moonlight again, the endless lines of trees broke. That was moonlight ahead. Glenn threw himself into one last sprint. He almost fell as he kicked a stubborn root and kept his feet through determination alone. Soon he was running once more through waist-high green stalks, and then the reassuring blue glow of a safe stone appeared ahead. He'd made it. No monster could follow them onto the safe road, not so long as the safe stones glowed along its borders. Becca remained alone in the deep Scorn woods, possibly being savaged by a moss beast's sharpened teeth. He had to get back to her soon. Glenn huffed and glanced down at Azalea's small, still form. Despite the fires, the shouting, and the running, Azalea hadn't even stirred. Her small chest rose and fell evenly, and her nostrils expanded with each breath. She was alive, still, just asleep. Had that moss beast charmed her, like a guildcaster used charm to temporarily force a foe to fight for them? That had to be it. Glenn no longer believed Azalea had simply wandered all the way out here on her own, let alone into a circle of grass sprites. The moss beast, or one of its servants, had charmed Azalea somehow. An adventurer who deigned to talk with Glenn a few months ago had claimed some monsters could charm mortals of sufficiently lower level, and Azalea was level 1. So the question was, why hadn't the moss beast's charm broken when he and Becca rescued Azalea? Glenn dropped to his knees, set Azalea gently on her back, and opened Becca's pack. He dug through it until he found Azalea's stuffed trivet, pink and warm, and pulled it out. He shook Azalea mightily, worried he might hurt her, but more worried she'd never wake up. "Wake up!" Glenn shouted. "Azalea, please, you have to wake up." She didn't stir. Her breaths remained even. As Glenn considered what freeing her might take, he knew he had no time to waste in futile attempts. He slapped Azalea on the cheek, hard. Her eyes shot open. Her cheek turned a fierce red, and the way she flinched tore at Glenn's heart. Azalea confusedly blinked up at him, eyes as wide as a startled bramble deer. Tears flooded her little blue eyes. Then little Azalea White Talon sobbed her eyes out. Glenn felt like a beast for slapping her so hard, but at least he'd woken her, finally. That was another bit about charm he'd learned from the adventurer. A strong enough shock could break the victim's mental connection to the caster. Had this shock been enough? Glenn shoved Azalea's stuffed pink trivet into her hands. "You're safe. It's okay." Azalea gasped. "Mr. Squeaky!" She clutched her trivet tightly and blinked through her tears, staring as if seeing him for the first time. "And Glenn?" Azalea remembered him. She didn't seem charmed any longer. He had broken the connection. "I was dreaming about flutterflies," Azalea whispered. "Is this still a dream?" "It's real, Azzy." Glenn hoped her mother's pet name for her would reassure her she was safe and with a friend. "And I'm sorry, but no matter how scared you are right now, I need you to focus and listen to me. Can you listen? Can you do that for me, honey?" Sniffling and trembling, Azalea nodded. She'd always been a remarkably tough girl, especially for a girl with 9 years to her name, or 9 years and 3 days, counting her resurrection. "Becca's lost in the woods," Glenn said. "She's in danger. Monsters might be trying to hurt her right now. I have to go save her, but first I need you to promise me you'll go right home." Azalea glanced fearfully behind her, then down, as if realizing for the first time she was standing on the safe road. "Home?" "Straight north," Glenn said, and pointed behind her. "You take Mr. Squeaky north as fast as your legs will carry you, and you stay on this safe road no matter what." So long as Azalea remained on the safe road, Glenn knew, no monster could harm her. "Go to Wolf Pine, Azzy. Go home." She clutched her trivet tight, tears pouring down her cheeks. "But Becca—" "I'll save her," Glenn said. "I swear it." He forced a smile. "I'm an adventurer now." A smile broke through Azalea's tears. "North to town." Glenn squeezed her tiny shoulder. "Promise you won't leave the safe road." As much as he worried for Becca, leaving Azalea alone, even on the safe road, remained a concern. Azalea straightened. "I can get there on my own." Her renewed confidence was a relief. "You're certain?" "I am. I promise I won't leave the road." Azalea clutched Mr. Squeaky tight and stared up at him with fresh determination. "But you have to promise me you'll save Becca." Glenn forced a cocksure grin. "I promise. Now run, Azzy. Go." Azalea took off running. Good. Glenn yanked another torch from Becca's pack. He pulled the flint and steel from his pocket, struck sparks until the torch caught fire, and then shouldered Becca's pack. With the raised torch in one hand and his sword in the other, he rushed back into the woods. Glenn didn't know if he could even find Becca any longer. He didn't have Tracker's vision to call upon, but even if the moss beast had killed Becca, he could still retrieve her ensouled body. So long as he got Becca's ensouled body back to Wolfpine and to Richard Deepscar, before 12 hours elapsed and Becca's soul forcefully released, Richard could use Resurrect. Becca might lose some experience as punishment for dying, but she could easily gain that back in a few months, especially now that she and Glenn were leveling partners. Even if she fell behind, losing a level was better than losing one's life. Becca could regain experience. No one could undo the forever death. Whether Becca remained among the living or was now one of the ensouled dead, Glenn wasn't going to leave this forest until he found her or her body. He'd search the entire night if necessary. He'd slaughter every monster in these 6 cursed woods to bring Becca safely home. Soon the absolute darkness of the deep scorn swallowed him once again. Glenn knew better than to let himself give in to self-doubt. Doubting himself and his ability to save Becca would only put them both in danger, and Becca was tough, brave, and wickedly smart. If anyone could successfully evade a moss beast and its horde of grass sprites in nothing but a seamstress dress, it was her. He went straight west once more, following the same path he'd followed when Becca led him using Tracker's vision. He had followed almost the reverse of that path as he fled, and reversing again was the best way to return to the point where they split up. If he was lucky, the passage of a moss beast and a dozen grass sprites minutes ago had left an obvious path. If it hadn't, well, he still had almost 12 hours to find Becca's ensouled body. Glenn's faith in himself and his adventuring partner was soon rewarded. The moss beast and its minions had torn up a trail during their passage, snapping tree limbs like toothpicks all the way from what Glenn assumed was their still-burning ritual circle. Glenn followed the blindingly obvious trail leading deeper into the woods. The monsters had gone straight north, chasing after Becca. Glenn kept his pace to a jog despite his fear. As when they first set out to rescue Azalea, he couldn't exhaust himself before he even caught up with the monster horde. He'd been born with a decent amount of vitality and improved it with every level, but he'd already run very hard tonight. He was no mammoth cloud crusher. Glenn knew his limits. He set a bearable pace. He jogged for less than a minute before the sound of chittering grass sprites and the menacing creak of branches on the wind announced he'd almost caught up to the moss beast and its minions. Glenn slowed only enough to not make as much noise as a stumbling bear. He couldn't creep up in stealth this time, not with Becca in so much danger. He rounded a winding turn in the torn-up path, and immediately spotted a bizarre scene ahead. The moss beast battered a rock with both hands. No, not a rock, a cliff. One of the many shallow cliffs that cut through the rockier portions of deep-scorn woods. Most rose scarcely higher than a tall man's head. As Glenn moved closer, he caught a glimpse of a small fire burning ahead of the moss beast in a split in the rock. Glenn grinned wide in relief. That split led into what he and other adventurers had named a donut hole, one of the many small circular depressions torrential grassy rains carved into the soft rock that made up these meandering cliffs. As the moss beast reared back, Glenn was certain the fire burning in the split was a torch. He was also certain he saw a hint of blue beyond the split, in the donut. Becca's top was that shade of blue. Becca had squished herself through the split in the cliffs and then dropped the torch behind her, balking both the moss beast and the grass sprites. The moss beast was too big to fit through the split, and the grass sprites were too afraid of the torch fire to skitter over it. God, she was brilliant. Yet was Becca now trapped? Given the blasphemous curses she was shouting and the fact that she hadn't left her pursuers behind, she must be trapped. She had no reason to antagonize these monsters any longer, not with Glenn gone as long as he had been. Yet that torch wouldn't burn forever, and thanks to the fact that Glenn now carried Becca's traveler's pack, she had no other torches. Becca also had no light healing potions to salve her wounds. Besides, even if she did, he'd never abandon her in the woods like this. So what to do? Still holding the torch, Glenn crouched low and approached. Now that it was clear Becca was out of immediate danger, he didn't want to anger the monsters before he was ready. The fact that neither the moss beast or its grass sprites had come at Glenn despite him running up behind them with a torch suggested all their anger was focused on Becca. While terrifying, most monsters were easy to manipulate. The more one gained their anger, the more they focused on one alone. Anger a monster enough, and it would ignore 6 different attackers to take a swipe at the party's shield. Glenn planted his torch in the wet ground, then found a sturdy rock and took aim. He tossed that rock at the nearest grass sprite. And missed. Devil spit. His prowess wasn't yet high enough to easily hit a small monster with unerring accuracy. He picked up another rock, tossed it, missed, and picked up a third. That whacked the distant grass sprite right in its stickhead. That sprite turned on him and charged. None of the others charged with it, which confirmed Glenn's assumption. The moss beast was directing these grass sprites, which left them focused on the target the moss beast wanted to defeat, Becca. Individual grass sprites could be taunted away, allowing him to safely thin the herd. The single grass sprite skipped over, chittering. Glenn calmly lopped it in half with his sword, then dropped back to a knee and fumbled around for another rock. He threw it, and this time he hit the next grass sprite on the first try. Unfortunately, when it chittered, 5 others came with it. That hadn't been the plan. The moss beast began to turn as well. It knew something was wrong. Should he start running so he could lead it away from Becca now? Becca shouted from inside the donut hole against the cliff. "Hey, ugly! Your breath smells like cow farts! Eat this!" She snatched up the torch and poked it out from her hole. The moss beast emitted the sound of bending branches. It snatched angrily at the torch with one gnarled hand. Becca yanked the torch back inside the split as the moss beast battered the cliff. Meanwhile, 6 angry grass sprites danced toward Glenn. Not a problem. He set his feet, raised his bronze training sword, and waited, gauging their progress by torchlight. He swung at the lead sprite after a quick glance at the others closest behind it. Phantom Slice. The closest grass sprite popped in half with the force of his strike. The 2 behind it did exactly the same. While that put Glenn's only skill on cooldown, that left only 3 in this wave to deal with, not 6. Between 2 more slices and 1 precise stomp, all 3 remaining sprites died. Becca shouted at him from inside the donut hole. "Get back to town and get help, you idiot! I'm fine!" "You're trapped," Glenn shouted back. "I'm fine being trapped." "Well, I'm not. Just hold on." The moss beast turned toward Glenn again. It had noticed him at last. There were only 6 more grass sprites left, yet the moss beast did look ancient. Glenn had no way to know what level it actually was, but that problem went both ways. Becca once more grabbed her torch and waved it through the crack. "Stop that! Look at me, you rancid pile of cabbage!" The moss beast ignored her. It stomped away from the split in the rock at a slow and ponderous pace, then raised one gnarled hand. The last 6 grass sprites stampeded toward Glenn on their tiny branched legs. Glenn popped up his status sheet for a quick look at his cooldown. Phantom Slice, 1 minute 32 seconds. This fight would be long over before his skill came off cooldown. Troublesome. Yet instead of running, as the moss beast might expect, Glenn decided to bluff. He charged both beast and sprites with the loudest, most feral roar he could muster. Not knowing what levels one opponent was, cut both ways in battle. The moss beast, while having only the simplest of intelligence, did have the ability to evaluate the difficulty of any foe it came across. It could conceivably flee from an opponent it genuinely believed was too powerful to defeat, so Glenn would just have to convince it he was a high-level adventurer. He'd start by slicing its last 6 grass sprites minions limb from limb. One great swing parted 2 sprites at the same time. The others rushed him. Glenn kicked one sprite off into the woods, which chittered as it hurled away. The last 3 slashed at the thick cloth on his legs as one dropped to chew on his boots. The teeth of the closest grass sprite cut cloth and skin. Glenn slammed his sword straight down, skewering one sprite down the middle. He lifted his hiking boot, with the grass sprite clinging to it, and let gravity tug the sprite beneath his boot. He stomped down hard. The satisfying crunch the sprite made as he crushed it flat was worth the pain. Finally, Glenn sheathed his sword in full view of the moss beast as the last grass sprite clung to his forearm. The monster chewed its way up viciously, gnashing flesh in its sharp wooden teeth. That stung, but Glenn had spent 2 years and 4 levels learning to endure pain. He simply watched the sprite dismissively for a few seconds, eyes locked with the moss beast. He then snatched the grass sprite's head with one hand, careful not to grip anywhere near its mouth. He lifted the chittering grass sprite by its head, leaving its spindly limbs flailing. He grabbed one leg, he raised the sprite to his chest, bared his teeth in a grin, and pulled. The grass sprite's chittering turned desperate as Glenn used all of his 13 strength to pull both one way and the other. The mournful little chirp the grass sprite made just before Glenn literally ripped it in half with his bare hands actually made him feel guilty about killing it. He just inflicted a painful, torturous death. Under other circumstances, Glenn would have never done something so cruel, yet his life and Becca's were at stake, and this was just a sprite. Both halves of the now dead grass sprite burst into ash in Glenn's hands. He brushed his palms together, like cleaning them after rolling some dough and flour, and then casually, haughtily, picked up his torch. He then drew his sword again, holding his weapon in one hand and his fire in the other. "Well?" Glenn glared at the moss beast. "How would you like to die, beast?" The moss beast roared, flexed, and charged him like an enraged bear. "Run!" Becca shouted from behind the moss beast. Glenn did, but not away. He charged the moss beast instead, howling with all the rage he could muster at the fact that it had tried to steal a little girl. He might have imagined it, but it did seem as though the moss beast's pace had slowed. It might not like that Glenn had called its bluff. Glenn increased his pace and waved his sword as he ran, howling like an enraged brutalist. The moss beast drew both hands together to protect its body, bracing itself to absorb Glenn's absolutely brutal strike. It really did look afraid. Glenn reached it and swung his bronze training sword down with all his 13 strength. Sticks snapped, but only a little. The blade lodged itself in the first bark layer of the moss beast's defensively raised hands and stuck there. He and the beast stared at each other for a brief moment as each wrapped their mind around what had just happened, or rather, what hadn't. The monster ripped its hands apart and straightened to its full height, then roared. Glenn dashed right around it, straight for the split in the rock. He caught a single glimpse of Becca's wide brown eyes before he reached the split and threw himself into the narrow space between cliffs. He got stuck immediately. Slick, smelly cliffs crushed in on him from both sides. With the traveler's pack still strapped tightly to his back, there was no way Glenn could fit. Devil spit, Glenn swore. He wriggled on as best he could, heedless of the way the rocks scraped his skin bloody. Becca reached into the gap with both hands. She gripped his nearest arm and pulled. Below his feet, he felt the heat of her still-burning torch. "Push!" Becca shouted. "Push, Glenn!" Yet between Glenn's large frame and the bulk of the traveler's pack, he had wedged himself tightly in the split. That made him a human blockade, but as much as he cared about Becca, he didn't really care to be a human blockade. He liked his arms and legs where they were. Behind Glenn, branches creaked and swayed as the moss beast moved. Thunderous steps announced its return to the split. It would pull him from the rocks and rip him apart with both ends, just like Glenn had destroyed the grass sprite. He couldn't move. Becca drew her commoner's knife. "Hold still!" Glenn's eyes widened. She wasn't going to. Oh, she was. 5. A love delayed. Becca dragged her knife right across Glenn's ringmail armor, which, fortunately, protected him from the blade. She sawed desperately at the single strap of the traveler's pack around his shoulder. Just then, Glenn lurched. The moss beast had wrapped its big hand around the pack. It pulled. Becca sawed away with her knife, her white teeth bared in desperation. Just as hot, rancid breath blew past his back, the strap broke. Glenn popped out of the split in the rocks, freed from the pack. He tumbled onto Becca as Becca tumbled to the ground. While she huffed and swore, she made for a remarkably soft landing. Outside the donut hole that sheltered Glenn and Becca from its rage, the moss beast savaged her stolen traveler's pack. Bottles audibly shattered inside as the moss beast crushed the pack and then tossed it away. There went all their light healing potions. Branches scraped rock as one of the moss beast's big hands pawed at the split, coming ever closer. Glenn stared back at it in stupefaction while Becca, now trapped beneath him, pushed and wriggled without success. "Later, Glenn! This part happens later!" Glenn belatedly realized he'd pinned Becca to the ground with his weight. After he rolled off her, Becca dived for the split. She once more snatched her torch and stabbed it like a sword at the moss beast's flailing wooden hand. Embers caught as the beast withdrew, huffing angrily. Glenn pushed to his feet, trembling and covered in scrapes and bruises. He was alive. Gods, he was alive. Also, he was missing his bronze training sword. He dropped it outside the donut when he crushed himself through the split. "Devil spit," he whispered again. Breathing heavily, Becca backed away from the split with the smokeless torch held out defensively before her. Her once pristine blue top was now ripped, hanging off one bare shoulder by little more than threads and blood. Despite the alluring sight, Glenn forced his eyes to the threat. He could gawk at Becca later. Now, he really needed to focus on not getting his arms ripped off by a moss beast. Becca dropped the torch in the split. She rushed to Glenn and gripped his arms hard enough he felt the pinch. "Is she safe?" Glenn measured each breath as he stared at Becca, struck once again by just how gorgeous she was in the moment. No longer charmed, and running home. Becca glanced over her shoulder at the moss beast. "Azalea was charmed?" "Pretty sure," Glenn pointed. "Pretty sure it was that thing." Becca dropped her arms and spun on the moss beast outside the split. "I hope you catch fire and a wolf eats you." Glenn focused on catching his breath. "Gloam wolves can't take down a moss beast." Becca reached back with one bloody shaking hand to slap his arm. You know what I mean. Her whole body was shaking, and Glenn now realized she was trembling like a leaf. Fresh worry clutched his chest. He touched her shoulder. Are you hurt? She stayed as she was, trembling. Her gaze remained locked on the moss beast. Becca, are you hurt? Becca turned to him once more. I'm fine. Her words came in sharp contrast to the obvious tremble in her legs. She looked to be barely keeping her feet. The moss beast stood behind her and beyond the split, firelight flickering off its jagged, nasty-looking teeth. It wasn't pawing the hole in the split any longer, but it didn't look to be going anywhere. Glenn stared out at the beast before Becca collapsed into his arms. He caught her weight gladly, holding her close and providing all the support she needed. We're safe. Azalea's safe. All you need to do now is breathe. Gods. Becca pushed the side of her head firmly against his chest. When you got yourself caught up in that split, I thought I was going to lose you. You'll never lose me. He rubbed his hands up and down her back, marveling as always at her firm muscles and soft skin. If you keep taking actions as idiotic as those you just completed, I fear I might. Glenn grinned as his scraped-up, bruised-up body bitterly complained. I'm not the one who called a moss beast a rancid pile of cabbage. That's cruel. No one likes being called a cabbage. Becca pushed back just enough to stare up at him. Also, this outfit is absolutely destroyed. A trace of her sometimes amused smile returned. So you're welcome. As much as Glenn wanted to focus on the inviting view, he didn't miss that Becca's skin looked paler than normal, an obvious contrast to how much of her body and tattered dress were covered in blood. What was he missing? Show me your health bar. Becca's lips pouted as she stared up at him. Now, Becca, please. I need to know how badly you're hurt. A green health bar appeared above her head right where she sat. Glenn gasped. Becca's health bar was charred down to a fifth of its length, and worse yet, it was slowly shrinking. A flat square abutted her health bar's blackened right end, a tiny skull and crossbones. It poisoned you? Glenn shouted. Let's sit, Becca suggested quietly. Glenn released his grip just enough that they could settle side by side on the hard rock. Becca scooted a tiny bit away, folded her legs beneath her, and faced away. She tugged down her tattered shirt to reveal her upper back. Glenn barely noticed her lovely shoulders. He was more focused on the tiny green bumps all across her pale skin. He remembered when they'd first fled from the ritual circle, when the horde of grass-bright needles peppered them from behind. Poison needles. He'd been protected by his ringmail armor and her big pack, but Becca, she'd had no protection at all. Nothing but her thin and now quite tattered dress. Since when can grass sprites poison people? Glenn demanded, possibly of the gods themselves. Becca tugged her tattered blouse back up her shoulder. It's fine. It is not fine. Glenn stood and glared past Becca at the moss beast. I'll burn you to cinders, you rancid cabbage. He'd never wanted to kill a monster quite this bad. Becca giggled drunkenly. Rude. The moss beast reacted not one bit. It simply stood in the split, forbidding any escape, baring its mouthless teeth in a terrifying grin. It didn't even look angry any longer. It had gone completely still. Glenn realized that this monster might not be so dumb as it seemed. Technically, the moss beast didn't need to kill them to avenge its fallen brethren and interrupted ritual. It could simply keep them from leaving this donut hole. And moss beasts rarely ate. This moss beast could trap them in this small space the entire night. It could remain where it was for hours, days, weeks, and unlike moss beasts, mortals needed food, they needed water, and what Becca needed was a light healing potion. Her pack might be beyond their reach on the other side of the split with Glenn's sword, but Glenn had carried 2 potions into the woods. Belatedly, he shoved his hands in his hip pockets. This rewarded him with stings. He'd cut his left hand on glass vial shards, yet his right pocket produced what he remembered and prayed for, a single glass vial of glowing red liquid, a single light healing potion. The moss beast no longer looked interested in fitting through that split. It couldn't, and it didn't need to right now. Still, Glenn had to focus on what he could do right now, and that was saving Becca. The smokeless torch still burned, but it was obvious to Glenn it would not burn for long. He had to save Becca while they still had light. He walked around to kneel before her front, trusting her to alert him if the moss beast made a move behind him. He offered the intact potion. "Drink this." Becca blinked tiredly. Her eyes looked unfocused, and Glenn realized that she might be more far gone than he'd feared. Her health bar appeared once more, charred down to a sliver of green, with the tiny menacing skull and crossbones square clinging to its right end. Glenn popped the cork with one hand and offered the vial with the other. "Drink." For a moment, Glenn feared Becca might try and be heroic to insist he drink the potion in her stead. Yet though she was absolutely heroic, she was practical first. She took the potion. She sipped, and the effect was immediate. Her health bar appeared again, yet this time it ticked up. It remained blackened horrifically, and the skull and crossbones icon remained, but she'd healed. Then, belatedly, her health bar ticked back down to where it had been before. 6 cursed poison. "Keep sipping," Glenn ordered. "Take it slow. Let's simply ride out the poison." "Are we suggesting possible techniques now?" Becca whispered drunkenly. "Because I have a few ideas about those." "Focus." Glenn gripped her hand. "Sip." Becca sipped. Her health bar ticked up. It ticked down. She sipped again as Glenn shifted to keep one eye on the moss beast and one on Becca. How long would this poison last? Grass sprites were level 1. They should never have poison this strong. Finally, Becca's health bar ticked up and didn't tick down again. Glenn gasped in exhausted relief. The skull and crossbones icon faded. "Drink the rest," he ordered. Becca's gaze focused on him. "You need it." Glenn most certainly did not. "You're still under a fifth of a bar. A knight who can't run or use her dagger isn't any good to either of us. Drink the whole potion, get yourself back into fighting shape, and maybe I'll let you try one of your new techniques." "Tease," Becca whispered. She drank the rest of the potion like she'd down a mug of mead in Wolf Pine's tavern. Glenn smiled as Becca's health bar ticked up noticeably. When the growth stopped, more than half of Becca's bar was full. Several of her most visible wounds had vanished. Her bar faded, finally, which assured him she was done taking damage and healing. "Wait." Becca's eyes narrowed. "Show me your bar." Glenn revealed his health bar. She saw it as he did. Just over half Glenn's health bar was charred black, but he still had more HP than Becca. It wasn't as bad as it looked. Becca slapped his arm. "You're down half." "I'm your shield," he reminded her. "I also have double your HP." "Doesn't mean you need to get so beat up," Becca said quietly. "Now move." Glenn frowned. "Move?" "Face the moss beast. Put your back against the rock." "Oh," Glenn said. "Right." He moved around her, walked to the edge of the donut hole furthest from the split, and sat with his back against it. Becca crawled over and then scooted up against him, back to his front. "Arms around me. Don't let me keel over. I'm still feeling quite weak." Glenn grinned as he pressed her back against his chest, and he slipped his arms around her waist. Even battered as she was, Becca remained warm and invitingly soft. She tucked her hands over his, locking his hands against her. Everything tingled. "Oh," Becca said suddenly, like she'd been surprised. "What?" Glenn asked. Becca giggled tiredly. "Check your status sheet lever." What could she mean? Glenn opened his and gave it a look. When he came to the section of his status sheet showing his current quests, he couldn't help but chuckle with relief. Quests? Level 6, group, rescue Azalea Whitetalon. Complete. "Azalea's safe," Glenn whispered. He kissed the top of Becca's head. "She reached town." She sighed contentedly. "Gods, Glenn. Did I really just do that? Save a little girl from a monster ritual, start a forest fire, slay a horde of grass sprites, and call a moss beast a rancid pile of cabbage? Did I really chug an entire health potion?" Glenn chuckled quietly. "Light healing potion, 50 HP, no more. That's a lot. For you, maybe. That's your entire bar." He gave her another gentle squeeze. She snuggled against his chest. "Do that again. Harder, please." "Do the bumps from the poison hurt?" "Not nearly enough." Becca leaned forward, brushed her midnight black hair away from her skin, and once again tugged down the collar of her badly torn blouse. That revealed one bare shoulder and a good portion of her pale back. "Still there?" Glenn was all too glad to take a look. The flickering light of the torch was nearly gone, but the pale skin of Becca's back looked unblemished, save for dirt and a few small puckered holes from the needles. Her shoulder bones were exquisite. "They're gone." "Check the front?" Becca asked. Glenn laughed. Despite the fact that the gods forbid him from seeing Becca without her blouse on, he certainly enjoyed thinking about it. "I'm rather sure that would violate the laws of Levos." "Try anyway," Becca said huskily. Glenn took a moment. "Are you serious?" She twisted in his arms, so he had a wonderful view of her from the side. "Do I sound like I'm joking, Redwood? This is important. We need to be sure all the poison needles are gone." Glenn couldn't believe she would ask that at a time like this. Talk about ensnarement. Becca turned her body in his arms, pressed her shoulder into his chest, and gripped the back of his head with both hands. She tugged him toward her. Glenn leaned in, utterly lost in her needful brown eyes. He kissed her eagerly, and she kissed hungrily right back. Eventually, Glenn needed breath. As their kiss broke, his heart raced and his skin felt like it was catching fire. He'd never wanted to be with Becca as badly as he did now, yet the laws of Levos forbid that. He and Becca could not have each other until both turned 16, by decree of the gods. While lovemaking in Luxtera was both safe and wonderful, Levos, god of the hearth, imposed strict restrictions on when mortals could engage in such activities. Mortals of common age, 14 or 15 years of age, could kiss and chastely embrace. Mortals of trial age, 16 or 17, could be together but only with mortals who were also of trial age, and adults, mortals 18 years of age or older, could only be with adults. As for having children, adults requested those from the church. When two adults met all the requirements, marriage and a home, they could petition the Church of Celis for a child. When Luxtera's population once again found itself in need of another mortal, the gods would create a child. "We just completed a level 6 group quest together," Becca whispered. "We faced the forever death and the largest swarm of monsters we've ever seen, and we survived it all and saved a little girl besides. I have never in all my life felt this alive, and I want you. Tonight. I consent." Glenn grinned drunkenly as the flickering world spun around them. For mortals in Luxtera, exchanging those words were all the gods required before two who wanted each other could do all they wished. "Oh gods, me too. I consent." Becca's hand gripped Glenn's tightly as she pulled his palm toward her now heaving chest. For one moment, Glenn dared believe it might be different this time. He was soon to be 16 after all, so why couldn't he finally be with Becca? Just before the bare flesh of his scratched-up palm met the curves beneath Becca's tattered shirt, their hands stopped as if gripped by some invisible force. Even with 13 strength, Glenn couldn't move. A force both invisible and divine seized his muscles and locked his arm. It was just as it had been every time the two of them had tried to do anything other than kiss or embrace since they'd promised themselves to each other. The will of the gods was absolute in all things. They forbid mortals from sleeping together until both turned 16. No matter how much she and Becca wanted each other right now, the gods wouldn't allow it. As in all aspects of life, from birth to death to leveling, mortals remained bound by the will of the pantheon. It wasn't fair, but the gods weren't often fair. Glenn sighed. "Devil spit." As Becca dropped his hand, the invisible grip eased. "I really hate Levos right now." Glenn chuckled as she turned back around to lean into him chastely, without his hands touching anything they shouldn't. "Don't blaspheme." Becca settled back into his grip. "I don't care what the church says. This is downright sanctimonious. As soon as I reached common age, the gods decreed I could have my face eaten by a wolf, my body sliced to ribbons, and my back riddled with poison needles. Yet gods forbid my boyfriend bone me before I turned 16. You ask me? They're all a bunch of divine prudes. Glenn held her tighter. 3 months. It's just 3 months. He glanced past her. And besides, did you really want our first time to be in front of an angry moss beast? I don't see why not, Becca said crossly. I see no way we could show ourselves to be more unconcerned. Glenn hugged her tight. The wait will be worth it. I'll make it worth it, she assured him, and gave his leg one tingling squeeze. Gods, we are going to have so much sex. Glenn kissed her ear and held her close. That was enough for now, because it had to be. Their last torch soon went out, dropping them into utter darkness. There was no sound from beyond the split in the cliff, but Glenn knew the moss beast was still out there. He would have heard the monster move away. Moss beasts were difficult to spot before they moved, but when they did, they moved loudly. He heard no creaking of the trees. As hot as his blood might be right now, and with no relief in sight, Glenn wasn't entirely upset Levels had stopped them. It wasn't just that he'd wanted his first time with Becca to be in a softly lit room, in a warm bed, one he'd rented for them both. It was because getting naked and eagerly boning in front of an aggressive monster would bring a whole new level of risk. Though he suspected, knowing Becca, that was part of the reason she found the idea so hot. They sat in silence for an indeterminate time, with Glenn's back pressed against the cliff and Becca's back pressed against his front. Becca was so still now, and her breathing so even, that he suspected she'd fallen asleep. Soon, however, she gently pulled at his hands. Glenn heard rather than saw her turn to face him front to front, kneeling close. There wasn't even enough light in these woods to make out her outline. He would recognize the smell of her hair and the warmth of her closeness with his eyes closed. "How are we getting out of here?" Becca whispered. Should they whisper? It wasn't like moss beasts understood human language, or did they? The beast had seemed pretty annoyed after Becca called it a rancid garbage. Glenn decided to trust her instincts. You didn't have a plan for escape? Don't be difficult, Becca said crossly. It's not like I had a lot of time to plan what with that thing and its horde of minions literally stomping on my heels. First goal was finding somewhere not to die. Going out comes after that. It's after now, so... help? Despite the danger, Glenn couldn't resist teasing her a little. How is this my responsibility? You're the one who got us in here. Becca huffed. And I in no way implied you should join me. Glenn almost laughed, but as he considered, again, just how close she'd come to dying, it didn't seem so funny anymore. He'd been so thrilled by their success in saving Azalea that he let the peril of their situation slip away from him. They were still in grave danger themselves. Is there any rush? Glenn whispered. Becca thumped his chest. Be serious. Levels made his disapproval quite clear. That's not what I mean, Glenn whispered back patiently. Do we even need to move before daylight? It's black as pitch out there. We have no potions or torches, and the only weapon we have is your dagger. If that moss beast could reach us in here, it would have already, and it's now completely blocking the split. That means nothing else can get at us while we're in here either. A slight intake of breath suggested Becca had opened her mouth to argue. Finally she huffed. Are you still thinking about boning me? Only every minute of every day. Then you're much better at thinking clearly, while thirsty, than I am. She breathed. You're right. Even if we got out of this hole, traipsing off into the woods in total darkness would likely just get us eaten by a gloam wolf. It'd take more than a gloam wolf. Fine, 2 gloam wolves. 4. She cuddled up against his chest once more. Close, please. He contentedly closed his arms around her waist once more. We can't sleep, she murmured into his chest. What if the beast is waiting for that? It could send a bunch of grass sprites in to stomp on our necks in our sleep. I'll keep an ear out, Glenn promised. You sleep. You just survived losing almost your entire health bar and a poison I've never seen sprites use before. You need rest more than me. You'll doze off, Becca murmured. She was already slumping in his arms. I'll be fine, Glenn assured her. I'd never let anything in this world hurt you. She kissed his chest before snuggling deep into his arms. "I actually believe that." She stirred again, and he sensed her staring up at him. "You can't take watch the entire night. Wake me in a few hours so we can trade off. Promise you'll wake me, Glenn." He really didn't want to promise that, but Becca wasn't just a woman he adored. She was also his adventuring partner, and he'd never survive as an adventurer if he didn't trust his party members to carry their weight. "I promise." Becca nuzzled her way deep into his embrace. All in all, this night risking forever death in the deep Scorn woods could have ended much, much worse. Soon there was no sound but Becca's quiet breathing and the gentle whisper of wind through the trees. Glenn couldn't see no matter how deeply his eyes adjusted, so he focused on his ears instead. Leaves rustled, and the odd insect occasionally chirped, but he was fairly confident none of that was the sound of sticks scraping on rock as the moss beast wriggled through the split in the cliff. He was growing more and more confident the beast couldn't reach them at all. He'd memorized every entry in Card's Manual of Monsters, at least the abridged copy in Wolfpine, and moss beasts were said to be both dense and thick. They couldn't compress their bodies like a toothworm, and they certainly couldn't get in anywhere like a sewer slime. Just like him in the Traveler's Pack, the big beast's bulk limited where it could go. Still, he wouldn't sleep, not until Becca took over the watch. So Glenn listened to the forest instead, keeping his mind stimulated by focusing on the sounds. A tree branch creaked. From which direction? An insect chirped. Could he identify it by sound alone? A gloam wolf howled. How far away? Glenn's best efforts only delayed the inevitable. He'd gotten up before dawn today. He felt his eyelids growing heavy more than once. Every time he worried he might nod off, he angrily shook his head or gave himself a good hard slap. It also helped, in some sense, that Becca slept so soundly. She might remain warm and quite soft, but she'd also pinned him in a slightly uncomfortable position against the rock. He was starting to get an annoying tinge in his thigh from her weight. He could move her, of course, and disturb her slumber, but what kind of a monster would do that? Still, it wasn't long before he realized he was losing the battle with sleep. How much further could he push himself? How long had he sat in this donut hole with Becca wrapped up in his arms? Not long enough. She wasn't ready to take watch just yet. He gently removed Becca from his chest. He settled her to the rocky earth while eliciting nothing more than a tiny murmur, then stood. Gods, his body ached even worse now. Before he'd shifted Becca off him and stood, her soft warmth had kept the pain at bay. Yet Glenn was now quite aware of how badly he'd pushed himself tonight, as well as the battering he'd taken. His forearm, and the tear the grass sprite had gnawed down it while he'd stared down the moss beast, ached. He hurt in places he didn't know he could hurt. He briefly opened his health bar. More than half of it was charred black. Still, he could move and fight. He would recover health points gradually as the night wore on. He had a bit of space to walk around in here. Standing would make it easier to fight against sleep. He breathed deeply and took a few steps, pleased his hiking boots remained as quiet as ever against the rock. These were good boots. His mother had purchased them for him. Glenn couldn't move more than a step or two in any direction, not without running into a wall, a moss beast, or Becca, so he decided to focus on body exercises instead. Anything to keep his heart pumping and his muscles awake. He fell into a well-practiced routine of quiet but rigorous shadowboxing, followed by stretching, followed by a few squats. It didn't work. He only felt more exhausted afterward. He'd already pushed himself quite far, so he'd keep at it until he absolutely couldn't anymore. It was only when the sensation of falling jerked him awake in time to catch himself on a knee that he realized he had, quite literally, fallen asleep on his feet. A bad sign. He wanted to let Becca sleep another hour, but that simply wasn't safe, not if they wanted to survive the night. Giving up felt like he was letting her down, but he'd promised. He'd agreed to wake her for the watch once he couldn't stay awake any longer. Becca knew her limits just like he knew his. He had to trust her like she trusted him. He padded back to where Becca slept, knelt at her side, and reached out to touch her shoulder in utter darkness. He gripped it firmly, yet he didn't remember her shoulder feeling quite so soft. As he moved to shake her gently, her shoulder felt more like a pillow. It was also bigger? Thunder crackled as divinity manifested. Invisible force ripped his hand off Becca's body and slammed him into the cliffs. As he gasped for breath, his whole arm tingled. My, Becca whispered from the darkness. He's more powerful than Levos. Glenn only belatedly realized what part of Becca's body he had actually grabbed. Oh, gods, I'm sorry. Becca chortled as cloth rustled against rock, a sound that suggested she was sitting up. A bit clumsier than I'd like for our first time, but I appreciated the vigor. It was an accident. Becca giggled. I wish I could see her face. It must be crimson. I'd be much gentler if I'd intended it. Gods, I hope not, Becca said huskily. Shoes brushed rock. Why'd you stop? Levos made me. Glenn's whole body tingled now, and not in a good way. Didn't you see me fly? He only then realized, given it was completely dark, she hadn't seen Levos toss him into the cliff. Did he now? Not in time. Rock scuffed as Becca crept closer. I hope you enjoyed your first handful. I certainly did. Now, you're obviously more in need of sleep than me, so cuddle with those rocks and let me listen for threats. Glenn breathed. He'd had absolutely no intention of grabbing Becca's breast, but he was absurdly tired. He was very careful of where he moved his hands as he felt his way past her to the edge of the donut hole. He settled down with his back pressed against the rock. So lecherous, Becca teased from the darkness. I should report this to the church. Please don't, Glenn said. And I am sorry. I'd never do that unless you said it was okay. I did say it was okay, you big goof. But I appreciate the sentiment. Good. Now sleep, you thirsty monster. Becca really wasn't going to stop teasing him about this, but he couldn't really complain. Zach Silverstone, Glenn's best friend in Wolfpine, did more than enough teasing whenever they all met for drinks in Wolfpine. Unlike Glenn, Zach had turned 16 months ago, chosen his class, and been with plenty of women, a fact he was far too eager to share over drinks. Still, Glenn wouldn't mind having Zach out here with them now. With a level 5 shadower added to their party, it was possible the three of them could actually defeat a moss beast. That would show the monster a thing or two. That would show the gods what kind of challenge they could face. Thinking of Wolfpine reminded Glenn of what his parents must be feeling right now. Their worry, their fear. Glenn hated being the cause of that. Hated that both his parents and Becca's father might even now be worried they had died in the Deepscorn woods. Yet Azalea would tell everyone in Wolfpine that Glenn Redwood and Rebecca Coldbreaker were safe, just delayed. Wouldn't she? Wouldn't she? Glenn fell asleep before he could decide. 6. A Shadower's Hunt. Zach. As the second of 2 crack-paw warriors clutched its spurting throat and fell to its knees, a tingle of pleasure flowed through Zach Silverstone. 10 more fresh experience, his alone. Before him, the second crack-paw warrior burst into a pile of purple dust, leaving behind a glowing life crystal. Zach flicked fresh blood off his iron daggers and then tucked the life crystal into his hip pouch. No point in allowing its soft purple glow to grow more monsters before he was ready. His side stung from where one of the monsters had grazed him with its sharpened pickaxe, drawing blood, and sweat dampened his thick dreadlocks. He also had plenty of painful scrapes and bruises from the slide he'd taken down an old mine shaft to avoid the 6 crackpaws trying to avenge those he'd already slaughtered. That had started the encounter with the 2 he'd just killed at the bottom of the mine shaft. Even now, he heard a horde of enemies scrambling about in the tunnel above him, yet Zach was confident he had a few minutes before they reached the lower tunnel. He wasn't worried about being discovered before he could hide himself again. Even so, getting wounded wasn't fun. Zach truly missed having Glenn along to soak up the blows while he and Becca stabbed things from behind, but the experience alone was better. Zach was alive, despite his chance encounter with a level 6 crackpaw warrior, because he knew his limits and picked his battles. That was the way of a shadower, to strike whenever the enemy was weakest and fade into the night before they could retaliate in force. It was also, in Zach's experience, a great way to nick a few extra crescents, though he never stole from anyone who lived in his home village of Wolfpine. He mostly nicked extra crescents from passing adventurers too foolish to watch their loose coins. Unlike many of the adventurers who braved Crackpaw Mine in a party, Zach carried no torch and no glowing enchanted item to give himself away. He trusted his vision instead to night sight, the shadower blessing he'd earned at level 5. It allowed him to see the utter darkness as an odd, flat green. He still struggled to make out fine detail, but he had no trouble finding exposed necks and tendons. Adventurers were allowed to choose a new skill every 2 levels, starting at level 4, and a new blessing every 5 levels. At level 5, Zach had but 1 skill and 1 blessing, yet these were enough to brave the depths of the Crackpaw Mine. Better still, his shunning of torches and clumsy party members allowed him to catch Crackpaw warriors unaware, even without the use of Shadow Walk. Counting the 2 Crackpaws he just downed, 8 of the dogmen had died beneath his blades today, netting him 80 experience. Leveling without a party was far more dangerous than doing so with one, but so far as gaining experience rapidly went, this was the way to go. Zach brushed fresh sweat off his dark skin and flicked it to the floor of the tunnel, then idly scratched between the braided cornrows upon his scalp. Zach truly missed his banter with Glenn and the chance to admire Becca's lovely assets as the 3 of them traipsed about Gracia killing monsters, yet he'd also tripled his experience gain today. Tomorrow, Glenn would turn 16. The gods would then choose him as an adventurer, assuming they weren't morons. Becca would be right behind Glenn 3 months later, so dissolving their little party before that happened had made sense. Zach had done his friends a favor by striking out on his own before they could ask. They didn't need a third wheel tagging along, and Zach was about ready to find a buxom little partner of his own to adventure with, and, of course, to settle down with on the cold nights. With combat ended, Zach could finally hide himself once more. Shadow Walk? At the activation of his shadower skill, then false green darkness of the Crackpaw Mine grew even more shadowed, dull and gray. Zach became nothing more than a shape in the dark. He'd explored the whole first level of Crackpaw Mine in the first week by the false green light of his night sight blessing, and he suspected he knew this level almost as well as the Crackpaws. Losing a bit of visibility to the gray was a small price to pay for becoming completely invisible to the other Crackpaw warriors still hunting him. No matter how good he was with his knives, a single level 5 adventurer couldn't take multiple level 6 Crackpaw warriors alone. In the corner of Zach's vision, the timer that measured his survival appeared and began ticking down anew. Shadow Walk, active, 4 minutes 59 seconds. As a level 5 shadower, one chosen as an adventurer by the gods, Zach now had 5 minutes to find a place to staunch his wounds before he was forced to show himself again. He couldn't waste another moment standing around. He crept away from the small piles of ash, trusting his padded shoes to make no noise on the packed dirt floor of the mine. Judging from the sting in his side and the aching bruises covering his body, he'd overtaxed himself today. But how was he to increase his attributes without pushing himself to his limits? From the moment he decided to become an adventurer, even before his father died in that plague from the Madlands, Zach had been determined to become a shadower, but not one of many. He, Zach Silverstone, would become one of the best shadowers in Gracia, and then all of Luxterra. For now, for today, he simply had to escape Crackpaw Mine without getting himself killed. If he died down here in this mine, no one would find him before 12 hours elapsed and he met the forever death. Few fledgling adventurers in Gracia leveled solo for that very reason, but their fear of going it alone was what held them back. That fear was also why Zach would level faster than they did. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remained on Shadow Walk when Zach found a suitable dark alcove in an abandoned mining tunnel. He squeezed himself into it and back against the firm dirt wall. Having now found natural concealment that was not dependent on his skills, he canceled Shadow Walk and made himself visible again. He'd trade the small chance of discovery for the chance to burn off the 3-minute cooldown before he could activate his class's primary skill again. Eyes locked on the false green light of the completely dark tunnel ahead, Zach opened his status sheet to verify the progress he'd made today. Name, Zach Silverstone. Age 16, level 5, class Shadower, HP 72 of 80, blood 40 of 40, experience 26,122 of 29,000, strength 6, divinity 7, vitality 8, wisdom 4, prowess 13, luck 11. Gear: uncommon cloth armor, uncommon iron dagger, uncommon padded shoes, common hip pouch, common light healing potion. Slotted skills: uncommon shadow walk, shadower, Xiva, 2 minutes 49 seconds. Slotted blessings: uncommon night sight, shadower, Xiva. Known skills none, known blessings none. Zack grinned in utter darkness. Thanks to his good work today, he'd gained as much experience as he would have after days of hunting with Glenn and Becca. As much as he'd enjoyed hunting with his childhood friends, splitting kills on monsters had only offered 3 to 4 measly experience per kill. Worse, he, Glenn, and Becca were far from the only fledgling adventurers hunting monsters in Gracia. It was often hard to find any monsters to defeat. In addition to the experience he'd gained today down in this mine, alone, he'd also acquired 8 crackpaw life crystals. That fresh hoard of leaf-sized treasure would net him 40 crescents from Wolfpine's merchants. He wouldn't be splitting those coins with the party today either. By choosing Shadow Walk and Night Sight, Zack had chosen the ideal first skill and blessing to turn Crackpaw Mine into his personal hunting ground. He had no significant competition in these dark tunnels. Typically, only parties descended into Crackpaw Mine, and almost everyone preferred to stick to the weaker crackpaws on the surface. In Zack's opinion, too many of Luxterra's fledgling adventurers had grown overly cautious. Access to the books in Wolfpine's library and advice from adventurers of higher levels made Lobies wary of risk. Few dared to push the limits of what they could accomplish. Adventuring in Luxterra was not meant to be safe, it was not meant to be easy, and if his next few weeks of hunting went as well as today's had gone, Zack could gain his next level and next skill in only a few months. If he kept going at this rate, he might even reach level 8 before he turned 17, an accomplishment few managed without high-level adventurers to watch their backs. Better yet, if he continued to gather this many life crystals a day on his own, he could soon afford a full set of dusk leather. That would not only enhance his primary shadower attributes, prowess and vitality, but would also prevent glancing cuts like the lucky slash he'd taken from that last crackpaw. Without Glenn around, Zack's flimsy cloth armor simply wasn't up to protecting him against monsters. His wound stung worse by the moment. Despite the growing pain of the wound, Zack's slightly charred green health bar showed no icon suggesting disease. Getting one's side cut open by a sharpened pickaxe simply hurt. Glenn had never complained when he took blows for Becca and Zack, but Glenn rarely complained about anything. Working quietly in the dark, Zack wrapped his last cloth bandage around his chest and staunched the shallow wound as best as he could. He only had 1 light healing potion left, and he intended to save that for more serious injuries. Rocks clattered in the tunnel ahead. Zack crouched low and pulled both iron daggers with a whisper of steel against leather. Had the crackpaws found him already? He opened his status sheet and glanced at the cooldown for Shadow Walk. 28 seconds. Almost 30 seconds until he could vanish again. He'd have to trust this small alcove to conceal him from whatever crackpaw warriors came searching for the person who'd killed their friends. If he was quiet enough, he might not even need to use Shadow Walk. The familiar flicker of torchlight assured him the people approaching were adventurers, not crackpaws. Crackpaws didn't use torches, as their beady little eyes had long ago adjusted to see as well as Zack in the dark. While these adventurers spoke in low tones, they made no effort to hide their footsteps. Zack couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in them both. The first voice, a woman, whispered from just beyond visual range of the alcove. "You sure the exit's this way? It looks like another dead end." "The exit is right up this tunnel," a man's confident voice said, just before the owner walked into view. "I'm certain of it." Zack sized the man up in a moment. Level 6 or higher, but not by much. He was pale-skinned with short blonde hair and stood a bit taller than Zack. While he had muscles, he wasn't a walking shield like Glenn. This man was slimmer than that. His class was obvious. The man wore scuffed chain-link armor that had seen recent combat with a wooden shield on his back. An iron mace bounced on his belt. This man was a brutalist, no question. A party shield. The brutalist didn't so much as glance in Zack's alcove as he walked past. He simply held his torch high, completely unprepared for an ambush. The woman stepped right on his toes, glancing back fearfully as they walked. Zack became a lot more interested when he got a look at her. Her skin was the same pale shade as her companion's, and she kept her blonde hair in bouncy curls that flattered her pretty face. She wore a dark blue cotton robe cut low in front, with slits up the sides of her legs. Flashy but typical for caster armor. Her cotton robe was a step above his own cloth armor, which suggested she was level 6 or a bit higher. "Devil spit," the man cursed softly. "Dead end." "Again?" the woman all but whispered. "How are we going to get out of here?" She looked and sounded absolutely exhausted. This was his moment. Zack stepped from his alcove in silence and placed himself mere footsteps behind the woman. He quietly cleared his throat. The blonde-haired woman spun with a small cry and defensively raised a beaten healer staff. The man did the same, but he spun and dropped to one knee with his shield raised behind his caster, not in front of her. Zack wasn't all that impressed. Glenn would have barreled to the front to protect his party with his sword ready to swing, but not everyone in the world could be Glenn Redwood, and apparently not everyone in this mine could navigate it as well as Zack Silverstone. Both adventurers stood lit by the light from the man's smokeless torch. The man tossed it to the ground as he drew his iron mace. Zack spread his hands and fixed them both with his most cheerful smile. "Lost?" Zack kept his eyes on the blonde woman, amused to see her blinking with disbelief. With the torchlight cast from behind her, it was difficult to make out her features clearly. She had a decent figure, one Zack would absolutely love to see in better light if he had the opportunity. "Who are you?" the woman asked. "Zack Silverstone, level 5 shadower," Zack said easily. "You two need a guide?" Scowling from behind the woman, the brutalist finally remembered his place as the party's shield. He stepped past the woman, shield and mace raised. "I know exactly where I'm going." Zack smirked. "Uh-huh. Is that why you just led your partner to a drop shaft?" The man showed, then hid, an obvious flash of annoyance. "The monsters in this part of the tunnel are ours. You're welcome to hunt the level above or below, but we've already claimed this level. It would be best for you to keep moving before you draw their attention to us." That's a cute notion, but that's not actually how any of this works. The man had refused to introduce himself or his partner, as was the custom when meeting another adventurer in the field. "Also, I was here first." If the man forgetting to defend his caster hadn't already annoyed Zack, the way he casually claimed an entire level of Crackpaw Mine definitely would have. These two must be new to Gracia if they thought anyone could just claim a hunting ground. The man was a lost cause, but the woman... The woman grimaced at her partner's obvious rudeness. "I apologize for my brother's blunt words. I'm Anna Ironstar, level 6 Harmcaster, and this is Alan, my brother, a level 6 Brutalist. You know the way out of this mine." So Alan was her brother. That simplified things. Zack slipped past Alan the Brutalist with 3 easy steps. He found himself a single pace from Anna. While she initially jumped in alarm, she actually looked intrigued when she saw Zack's raised hands remained empty. "I'd be happy to lead you both out of here, gorgeous, provided you let me buy you dinner afterward." Zack leaned closer to Anna, grinning wide. "Just you. I mean, if your brother wants to join us, he'll have to pay his own way." The frustrated male gasp from behind Zack was followed by another deeper in the tunnel, though this was closer to a snarl. That wasn't a sound humans made. Zack spun and pulled both iron daggers. "Hold that thought, beautiful." 4 furious-looking crackpaw miners emerged from the darkness beyond Alan Ironstar's fallen torch. That light had drawn them to these 2 adventurers as easily as if they'd been shouting down the halls. This was why Zack didn't stumble around in here carrying a brightly glowing flame. "They're ours, Shadower," Alan growled. "Step aside." Was Alan serious? He seemed to be. "Have it your way," Zack agreed. Shadow Walk. As he silently activated his class's signature skill, he became just another shadow cast by the torchlight. The 4 crackpaws charged together, but the narrow tunnel ensured only 2 could come at the Brutalist at a time. Zack slipped past the two crackpaws in the front and the two in the back, then watched with genuine curiosity to see how Alan and Anna Ironstar would handle them. It wasn't that Zack was scared of taking on 4 crackpaws, or that he would refuse to help fellow adventurers survive a fight just because one of them was impolite. He simply saw no need to jump into a fight that wasn't his unless these two got in real trouble. Alan at least had made it clear he expected Jack to let him and his sister handle these crackpaws alone. "Target the left one," Alan ordered. "We'll split them up and take them one by one." "There weren't 4 of them before," Anna said grimly. She slammed down her healer's staff and twisted it, resulting in a dull golden glow that only crawled a third of the way up the staff. "I tell you, the torch is what keeps drawing them." "Well, we can't very well find our way out without a torch, can we?" Alan asked sardonically. "Now let's show these monsters they've made a horrible mistake." Alan dashed forward at the same time the lead crackpaw charged. He pushed into its strike with his shield, and actually drove the crackpaw back with his wooden shield. Now off balance, the crackpaw's futile strikes were ineffective and haphazard. Alan bashed it brutally with his iron mace. Meanwhile, small fires ignited in Anna's open palms, then merged into a single ball of flame as her palms joined. Summoned winds caused both her robes and hair to flutter as she focused her ire on the crackpaws ahead. Anna unleashed a crackling fireball on the second crackpaw at the front of the line. She spoke no words, but Zack heard the skill's name in his head. Burn. The lead crackpaw stumbled into the one behind it as the one beside Alan went up in flames. The two in the back recoiled at the sight of their fellow crackpaw burning alive. That gave Alan the opening he needed to hammer the lead crackpaw with his iron mace. Each hit cracked bone. 4 strikes later, the second crackpaw burst into ash, soundly defeated. A glittering life crystal clattered to the tunnel floor where the crackpaw had once stood, spilling purple light across the dark tunnel. 2 down, 2 to go. As a brutalist and a harmcaster, the Ironstar siblings didn't make a bad team. They certainly weren't as hopeless as Zack had thought at first sight. Still, Zack wouldn't slip away until he knew they'd successfully downed the other 2 crackpaws. He might not be as soft-hearted as Glenn, but he didn't want to leave fellow adventurers in trouble. And besides, once all the crackpaws were dead, he could ask Anna Ironstar to dinner again. Unfortunately, the second 2 crackpaws learned from the death of the first pair. They fell into a single-file line and went for Alan, which put his big body between them and his sister. Anna couldn't cast burn through her brother, yet Alan Ironstar seemingly had no idea he was in the way. He traded ineffective blows with the lead crackpaw as he weathered repeated strikes with his shield. Rather than shouting at him, which could draw more enemies, Anna dashed fearlessly forward. She was risking an attack to get an angle on the second crackpaw. Unfortunately, that led her to take an arrow directly below her left breast. It punched straight through her thin cotton robe. A green health bar appeared above Anna's head, then charred itself more than half black. A crackpaw archer had joined the fight from the shadows, and Alan was in no position to stop it. It seemed Zack was going to get involved after all. As Anna dropped to her knees in wide-eyed shock, clutching the bloody arrow shaft, Zack moved silently in shadow walk, for the archer crouched at the head of the tunnel. This one held a worn wooden bow. It had already knocked a second wooden arrow. Behind Zack, Alan called out in genuine fear, "Anna!" The crackpaw was just about to feather Anna again, when Zack's knives crossed the dogman's exposed neck from each side. Blood spurted as the archer gurgled and dropped, its arrow hopping from its falling bow. 2 quick backstabs finished the job, and then the crackpaw was a pile of ash and a glowing purple life crystal. Experience tingled. Zack reflexively tucked its life crystal into his pouch before its faint purple light could draw more enemies. His impetuous desire to save his fellow adventurers had put Shadow Walk on cooldown for a good 3 minutes, which would spell disaster if the other crackpaws heard this idiot brutalist cursing louder than he should. Still, Zack couldn't just let that crackpaw archer put a second arrow in a fellow adventurer. Alan looked to be purely on defensive now, mentally and physically limited by his need to keep the surviving crackpaws from finishing off his wounded sister. He looked to be fading fast. Zack jogged back to the battle, pleased to see neither crackpaw react to his all-but-silent approach. Alan had all their anger now, as a good shield should. Anna collapsed against the wall and weakly moved her palms. No flames appeared, and it was obvious she lacked the blood to cast again. That blood was currently spurting down the arrow shaft. Why hadn't her healer staff cast a flash heal charge on her? Zack realized then that in dashing to the front of the battle, she had slipped out of the staff's limited range. Careless, perhaps, but understandable when one's partner blocked one's line of sight while getting attacked by crackpaws. Zack slipped in behind one crackpaw. 3 precise strikes left the crackpaw howling and downed with a severed calf muscle. That allowed Alan to brain it in the face with his iron mace. The crackpaw popped onto its back before bursting in purple ash. Yet, in his focus on the wounded crackpaw, Alan dropped his shield a hair too much. The other crackpaw's mining axe swept in above Alan's shield and caught him just above his temple. The axe's edge sheared straight through hair and skin to smash bone. Alan dropped like a puppet with its string cut, knocked completely senseless by the blow. Alan's own green health bar appeared as he fell. It was charred well past 2/3, far more than it should have from a single strike. In a mine like this, one mistake was all it took to turn victory into defeat. Anna gasped and fell atop her downed brother, hands raised in a silent plea. The last crackpaw raised its mining axe in snorting, homicidal rage. That would have likely been the end of them both, had Zack not casually slipped both blades into the crackpaw warrior's kidneys from either side. The creature gasped and went stiff. "Sorry," Zack told Anna, just before he kicked the monster to the ground. "I got bored." Zack dropped atop the crackpaw and stabbed. 3 more cuts put an end to the monster, which burst into ash beneath him. With that, the threat to the Iron Star siblings was dealt with. Now he had to make sure they didn't bleed to death. 7. A casual rescue. Zack scooped up the new life crystal and glanced Anna's way, checking her injuries in the light of Alan's still-burning torch. Fresh blood coursed down Anna's blue cotton robes and across her pale hands. More dotted the nasty wound on her brother's forehead. She gaped wide-eyed in the light of her brother's smokeless torch, staring up at him. "How did you... Thank you." Zack tossed her the cocksure grin that had won many a heart in Wolf Pine's tavern, or so he liked to think. "Let's walk you back to your healing staff, shall we?" He offered a hand. "Unless you want me to carry you, which I am, by the way, all too happy to do." Anna offered one bloody hand. Zack pulled her to her feet and led her, limping, toward the still-planted healer staff. 5 stumbling paces later, the staff flashed. The stored flash heel visibly washed over Anna in a glow of golden glowing sparks. She audibly gasped in relief. Most of the char on her health bar faded, yet she stumbled back before a second charge could fire. Zack released her hand as she waved both hands, wobbling on her feet. Anna clutched the arrowhead still lodged in her ribcage, but wisely didn't rip it out. Almost all of her earlier bleeding had stopped, suggesting flesh had sealed around the wound. Pulling the arrowhead out later wouldn't be fun, and it would hurt until she did so, but she wouldn't bleed out. "Alan needs the rest of those heals," Anna said quietly. Zack frowned. "Isn't your shield used to taking blows to the head?" "He was wounded in our last fight as well, but powered through it. He wanted to conserve flash heals in case we got in real trouble." That explained why the crackpaw's single glancing blow had put Alan down. He'd already been wounded, though his health bar hadn't appeared for Zack until he was struck again. Despite their earlier conversation, Zack's respect for Anna's shields increased a notch. "I'll see to Alan's wounds," Zack assured her. "You mind putting out that torch before it draws more crackpaws down on us?" Anna stumbled to the torch. "Right, of course. Sorry." Zack waited only long enough to ensure she was serious about wrapping the torch in a damp cloth before he wrenched the healing staff from the ground. All went dark. Zack took a moment to let his eyes adjust to the darkness, which, thanks to night sight, was a muted green. Zack walked to the motionless body of Alan Ironstar, keeping an eye on the tunnel further up for more enemies. The moment he got within 10 paces of Alan, the staff flared with golden light. Alan sucked in his breath as some of the charring on his health bar faded, but more than 50% remained charred. Worse, Zack saw no change in his bloodied head. He really did have multiple wounds hidden by his armor. Zack waited 10 seconds. It took the healing staff to flare again, then watched as the last golden flash heal discharged. It washed over Alan, who groaned as his health bar rose to 2/3. That would be it for healing today, at least from this healing staff. A life caster would need to imbue it with more stored flash heals before it would work again. Alan stirred, then raised one bloodied hand to his still bloodied head. "Anna?" Alan asked quietly. "Where are you? I can't see." Zack glanced behind to see Anna stumbling forward with both hands out, completely blind. "I put out the torch, but we're fine," Anna said. "Stay still until I can check on you." "Why'd you put out the torch?" Alan demanded. "We need the torch." Zack rolled his eyes in the dark. "Your torch keeps drawing the crackpaws. Let's take a moment to refocus before we summon 4 more of them, shall we?" Alan glared in the dark. "I thought I told you to stay out of our affairs." "You didn't tell me to let crackpaws fill your sister with arrows, so I ignored your advice." Zack walked back to Anna, then spoke quietly. "I'm going to take your hand now, if that's all right with you. I can see in the dark." Anna eagerly thrust out one hand. "That's fine. Please do, and ignore my brother. He may be too proud to say it, but you just saved our lives." "Anna!" Alan protested. Zack grinned as his hand found hers, even though he knew she couldn't see that. "Don't mention it, gorgeous. Rescuing beautiful adventurers is the highlight of my day." He handed her the healing staff, and he was fairly sure he saw her blushing as she strapped it across her back. "You can't be taking this man seriously," Alan griped. Zack gripped Anna's hand tightly and walked her toward her brother. "Easy steps." Anna followed without question. Zack was pleased by the way her warm hand firmly gripped his. The fact that she was new to Gracia suggested she might not already be seeing anyone in Wolfpine, which was another point in Zack's favor. Assuming she was still hoping to find the best local hunting spots, Anna could always use someone to show her the sights, or lack thereof. Once Zack had Anna back to her brother, he released her hand. Anna crouched beside Alan and checked the wound on Alan's head by feel alone. He battered at her hand. "I'm fine," he insisted. "How's your wound? The arrow?" "I don't think it's bleeding any longer. Flash Heal handled it." "You need to be more careful," Alan said, and the genuine worry in his voice made Zack feel just a bit more sympathetic toward him. Alan's next words, however, did much to push all that away. "Shadower, you still there?" Zack silently suppressed his annoyance. "It's Zack?" "Right. Zack." Alan had the decency to look chagrined. "Can you lead us out of this mine?" Zack had already assured them both he could, so Alan's repeated questioning annoyed him further. Still, he suspected telling Alan Ironstar he was an idiot wouldn't make it easier for him to land dinner with Anna, so he settled for, "Yes, if you'll keep that torch extinguished and follow me." "All right," Alan said, "but you'd best prove as good as your word." Zack shook his head ruefully in the darkness. It was amusing that he couldn't completely kick his old habits. Despite his earnest desire to finally go out and solo on his own, he'd yet again found himself saddled with party members. Glenn would be so proud of him for being helpful. Still, Anna was staring in his general direction with warm eyes and a warmer smile. Being a hero had its perks. If Zack helped these two reach the surface, he might get more than dinner. That thought cheered him enough. He didn't mind abandoning today's leveling a few hours early. Zack stood and kept his voice low. "We'll have to go back the way you came and avoid the main tunnels. That's the best way to not run into more groups of crackpaws." "How can you even see without a torch?" Alan asked. "Shadower blessing," Zack said. "I can see well enough for all of us." He took Anna's hand before she could suggest otherwise. "Anna, if you'll hold your brother's hand, I'll lead you both out." "I should be in front," Alan protested. He flailed about in the dark for Zack. "It's fine," Anna said with a quiet huff. She snatched her brother's hand without releasing Zack's. "It's better to put me between you two anyway. Your armor is heavier, and I don't fancy getting shot again. I've got the healing staff, so you'll both have your hands free." "Are you sure you can carry that staff with your wound?" Alan asked worriedly. "I'm fine," Anna chided him, and gave Zack's hand a squeeze. "Lead on, Zack. Since we're going to be hunting together for a bit, would you like a party invite?" Joining their party and splitting any experience wouldn't have been Zack's first choice, but it would make it easier to solve any division of life crystals if they ran into more crackpaws. Sure. Zack Silverstone, join our party? A small glowing prompt from the gods, one only Zack could see, appeared ahead. Anna Ironstar wishes you to join her party. Do you accept? Yes, Zack said quietly. Now let's play a game. It's called Who Can Be the Most Quiet? Alan harumphed. You don't have to be an ass about it. Oh no, Zack whispered. Alan already lost. Zack led the siblings slowly up the tunnel, both to ensure Alan made less noise as he tromped around and to keep them from tripping on the uneven ground. Anna still had an arrow shaft embedded in her ribcage, and while the skin might be sealed, her labored breathing assured Zack the arrowhead hurt. If Anna fell, the shaft or arrowhead could rip her open all over again. Zack led them through several junctions and turns in utter darkness as easily as if he were guiding them through the mead beast, Wolfpine's modest tavern. They exited the first tunnel without incident, then took a set of rough stairs up a level. Zack kept his ears open for the sound of crackpaws grunting to each other or moving about, but the only sounds he detected were Alan's occasional frustrated huffs and Anna's increasingly labored breathing. That arrow must be horribly painful, yet they were completely out of healing staff charges. They couldn't risk stopping to rest if they wanted to escape more crackpaws, so Zack appreciated Anna toughing it out. He'd never been feathered by an arrow before, but he imagined it wasn't fun. They were still in one of the smaller tunnels when the scuffing of multiple sandaled feet alerted Zack to enemies ahead. He stopped. He gave Anna's hand a warning squeeze. Monsters ahead, he whispered. Hold your position and burn one if I call out. Anna didn't answer, but he saw her nod in the darkness. Zack dropped her hand and crept forward, then silently pulled both iron daggers. Shadow Walk was already off cooldown, but he didn't want to burn his skill if he could sneak up on the crackpaws without it. Beady green eyes glittered in the darkness as Zack rounded a curve in the tunnel. 2 crackpaw miners walked toward him with worn mining axes resting against their shoulders. They looked entirely unalarmed. Miners were only level 4, and Zack suspected these 2 must be returning from a day mining for easy minerals on the surface. Zack slipped around the 2 without issue, then grabbed the first crackpaw from behind with one arm. He sliced its neck with the iron dagger in his other. Its health bar briefly appeared before charring green to black, and then it burst into purple ash. A glowing life crystal clattered to the floor of the mine. The second crackpaw had only just begun to howl before Zack embedded his second dagger in its windpipe. It fell to its knees, clutching its neck. A fatal wound. It then exploded into ash. It left behind another softly glowing life crystal. The purple light from the 2 life crystals lit the tunnel, a beacon to more enemies he could not allow. Zack snatched both crystals and tucked them away, then returned to the Ironstar siblings. Anna was breathing heavily when he returned. Her eyes had a bit of a glaze to them, and she looked a bit unsteady on her feet. Zack heard them quietly arguing as he approached. Damn it, give me the torch, Alan said. We can get out of here now. He'll be back, Anna panted. He's just clearing the way. You felt the experience, didn't you? I'm back, Zack said quietly, causing both of them to jump. 2 miners down. Let's go. He stared at Alan. No, torches. Anne offered her brother a satisfied smirk he almost certainly couldn't see, then offered her hand once more. Zack took it gently, gave a reassuring squeeze, and led them off. He could tell Anna's gait wasn't as steady as it had been, but the appearance of the miners reminded him that they weren't far from the exit to the mine. Zack led them on and, fortunately, encountered no further enemies. In the distance, a faint red gleam of sunset split the darkness. Anna sighed with relief and quickened her pace, then politely freed her hand from Zack's. Alan, who could now see, immediately took the lead. He readied his wooden shield and iron mace. Zack couldn't have the man angering a bunch of crackpaws when he blundered blindly out of the mine. He effortlessly slipped past Alan and raised a hand as he backed up. Give me a second to scout ahead, Zack said, and activated his signature skill. Shadow Walk. Alan's annoyed frown turned to surprise as Zack vanished before his eyes. The red-tinted world went gray as Zack reached the 2 closed wooden doors of Crackpaw Mine. He pushed one door open, winced at the creak the ancient hinges made, and left it open as he slipped outside. As he'd feared, a single crackpaw miner approached to investigate the noise. Zack left that one for Alan and moved ahead. Behind him, Zack heard a crackpaw grunt, then the sound of a mace cracking bone. 2 more cracks sounded, followed by the sound of a monster body bursting into ash. A faint tingle of experience announced Zack's share of the kill. Since they were now a trio, each of them only got between 3 to 4 experience for a kill of even or lower level. This was why Zack leveled solo. There were a few more groups of crackpaw miners still hammering away for minerals, as they did every day of their strange monster lives. None looked to be within anger radius of the mine entrance. Zack returned to the mine entrance and canceled Shadow Walk, eliciting a satisfying jump from Alan and a faint smile from Anna. In the sunlight, her blonde hair was even more fetching. "We're clear," Zack said, "but we should get a distance from the mine before we stop." "The sooner, the better," Alan said calmly. "Lead the way." Anna elbowed him mirthfully. "And?" Alan grimaced at her, but his combative posture faded as he recognized what he'd likely wanted to avoid. He bowed his head. "And thank you, Zack, for leading us out of the mine." Zack very casually returned the nod. The first order of business would be to avoid any more crackpaw encounters. He led the Iron Star siblings out of the immediate danger area, walking slower than normal so Alan could help Anna walk. The arrowhead must even now be cutting up her insides. He'd heard that internal wounds could be as bad as those on the surface if enough bits of a mortal got sliced. He would have been more comfortable with some more distance before stopping, but it was obvious Anna's wounds couldn't wait. The moment he found a shallow rocky hillock that would provide cover, he motioned for everyone to pause. "Why are we stopping?" Anna asked. "We need to get that arrow out of you," Alan said before Zack could offer. "I still have a light healing potion. There's no better time to use it." "Oh," Anna agreed. "All right." She gingerly placed her back against the hillock. "Go ahead." Alan knelt beside her and gripped the arrow shaft. "This will hurt. Count of 3. Anna huffed. "Just do it, she yelped as Alan wrenched the arrow out of her chest with all the strength a brutalist could muster. Fresh blood spurted all over her nice blue dress as her green health bar appeared again with a 4th still charred. Zack winced as Anna doubled over coughing. Alan had a potion out of his pack and pressed it to his sister's lips a moment later. His expression looked almost as pained as hers. "Drink it all. We're out of the woods now. Just drink." As Anna straightened and forced down the clear red liquid, her trembling eased. As her wound healed, blood that had previously pumped eased off like a spigot being closed. Her health bar went full green before vanishing. Finally, Anna sighed heavily and leaned against the hillock. "Are you all right?" Alan asked worriedly. Anna laughed lightly. "What a perfect end to a perfect day." Alan gently rubbed her arm, then rose to look at Zack. With visible effort, he offered a reasonable smile. "Thank you again, Zack, for your help today. Safe journey." That was obviously an invitation to go away, yet Zack wasn't offended by this casual dismissal. He had no desire to stay in a party any longer than he had to. He reached into his pack and flipped a single life crystal toward the 2 of them. "Took this off one of the miners." "Keep it," Alan said. "It's the least we can offer you in return for your help. It's yours. Party rules." Zack cocked an eyebrow at Anna and smiled her way. "But if you're feeling grateful and generous, Miss Ironstar, offer me a meal instead. You can find me at the Mead Beast any time past 8. "Anna," she reminded him. She quite obviously smiled back, much to the visible annoyance of her brother. "I might just take you up on that, Zack Silverstone." While Zack was absolutely pleased he'd made an impression, he kept his face impassive. "You two have a good day." He turned and sauntered off, then activated Shadow Walk just to be flashy. No harm in a little flourish on the way out. He took his time getting back to Wolfpine, even soloing a lone Gloam Wolf on his way back. Once he finished off the wolf, he checked his experience. 26,148 of 29,000. If he kept up his death-dealing in Crackpaw Mine and made sure not to get horribly injured, he could reach level 6 and get his next skill in a few months or less. Soloing was, without question, the way to go. Glenn was going to be so jealous when Zack filled him in on today's exploits. Zack had a spring in his step when he returned to Wolf Pine. Yet when he arrived, a number of people had joined the 2 armored town guards who always watched the gate. Other than the town guards, who were impossible to identify in their armor, Zack recognized Ziva Willowbraid, Erica Willowbraid, Carl Coldbreaker, and Hal and Tanya Redwood, Glenn's parents. Deborah Whitetalon was there as well, staring mournfully at the safe road while she wrung her hands. All 6 of them were townfolk, and none could leave town after the sun went down lest the gods turn them all to salt. So why were they all clustered at the gate like this? Once he reached the gate, Zack waved casually. "Problem?" "Zack," Tanya said, as he hurried over. "Have you seen Glenn today?" So Glenn had gotten himself in trouble again. Should I have? Zack kept any obvious worry from his face. Tanya Redwood was a tough woman who didn't worry easily, so if she was worried about Glenn, this matter must be serious. Zack didn't want to make her feel even more nervous by acting like he was worried too. Beside Tanya, Hal Redwood looked around ready to gnaw off his own fingernails. He looked a lot like Glenn, just older. His constant worrying about his only son had lent lines to his face. "Glenn never returned from hunting today," Tanya said grimly. "Becca just left as well, off to look for Azalea Whitetalon. Azalea went missing late this afternoon. No one's seen her since." So Azalea Whitetalon was missing again? That girl simply couldn't stay out of trouble. Zack glanced over his shoulder at the empty safe road, then back at Tanya. She looked lost. Zack clapped a hand on Tanya's shoulder. "Glenn's fine." Tanya stared at him, obviously conflicted. "He and Becca will find Azalea," Zack assured her confidently. "Don't forget, I hunted with those 2 for over a year. They can handle any monster out there with ease, so you don't have to worry about a thing, Miss Redwood. If they're together, they'll have Deborah's little darling back before nightfall." Tanya didn't look entirely convinced, but she had the decency to look reassured. She looked at the gate. "You're right. They'll be fine. Of course they'll be fine." "I wish I had your confidence," Hal Redwood muttered. His gaze remained locked on the empty safe road beyond the gates. "Hey, it's hard to have my confidence." Zack slapped Hal on the arm. "Yet I know Glenn. He'll be back. Count on him, Mr. Redwood." Tanya managed the barest of grins. "Thank you, Zack. Tell your mother I said hello." Zack offered her a knowing wink. "Will do." Even at his mother's age, Tanya Redwood was still easy on the eyes. She was almost as curvy as Becca. From behind him, someone shouted. It was Carl Coldbreaker. Zack would recognize his booming voice anywhere. "It's Azalea," Carl shouted, as both excitement and worry tinted his tone. "She's coming back. She's alive." Tanya rushed past him but stopped at the gates, as did every other adult standing before them. Zack glanced past them curiously to see a tiny blonde-haired girl in a dirty red dress running for the gates as fast as her little legs could carry her, clutching a stuffed trivet tight. He saw no sign of Glenn or Becca, but that didn't worry him. If Azalea Whitetalon was alive, Glenn and Becca were too. Even if they were in trouble, there was nothing he could do to help them tonight. His friends could take care of themselves. They'd more than proven that in over a year of adventuring together. He strode away from the now crowded gate to get cleaned up. He remained covered in dirt and was still a bit wounded, but he wasn't about to walk into the mead beast smelling like Crackpaw Mine. There might be girls there. If he was lucky, there might even be an Anna. 8. A still morning. Glenn. Glenn's eyes opened again in the dim glow of first light. The rock felt wet. Morning dew? He was awake, and he wasn't dead, but Becca? Becca! He sat up quickly, world spinning, and spotted her crouched low at the edge of the split. She had her commoner's dagger in one hand, and her eyes focused beyond the split, which was empty. "Becca," he whispered. She waved her hand at him and shushed him. Glenn had no idea what was happening, but there was the barest light to see now, which meant the sun must be above the horizon. Even the thick overgrowth of the deep-scorn woods couldn't block out the sun forever. He looked around for his bronze training sword, remembered it was still outside the split, and regretfully moved over to join Becca entirely unarmed. He said nothing and remained still. Finally, she glanced at him. "I don't hear anything," she whispered. Glenn took a very careful look through the now entirely open split in the rocks. Just outside, a few leafy green plants gently swayed in the morning wind. Dew glistened on their leaves. "Did the moss beast leave in the night?" he whispered back. "Or it moved out of sight to make us think it had left to lure us out, and it's waiting to snatch us up and eat us as soon as we emerge." Glenn considered all he knew about monsters. Could a moss beast be that smart? The more he considered the danger, the more he believed they couldn't take the risk it was. They had a very narrow view of their surroundings, and moss beasts were sometimes classified as ambush monsters. They would bury their big feet and legs in the dirt and tuck their arms into their leaves. Yet even if the beast was waiting, he and Becca couldn't stay here and starve. Glenn glanced upward. The cliffs were even more slippery with the arrival of the morning dew. They rose as tall as he was and half more. He had no pitons to jam into the stone, and Becca's knife wouldn't do. Neither of them could climb out of here, yet there might be a way to get Becca out. "I have an idea," Glenn said. "I'm going to lift you up and out of here." She frowned his way. "The cliffs are too high for that." Glenn snorted. "No, like—" He held out his hands, pointed toward the heavens, and mimed pushing up with both palms. "If you hop on my hands with your feet, I can lift you high enough to climb up on the cliffs and see if the beast is anywhere about." Becca bit her lip and looked away. "Do you think it's a good idea or not?" After a moment, Becca nodded. "We can try. Also, I have new thoughts about what happened last night, but let's wait to speak until we're out of here." What did she mean by that? Was this about his accidental groping? "I did say I was sorry." Becca touched his arm again. "It's not about that. You can grope me any time Levos lets us get away with it." She glanced at the split, then at him. "Let's get out first, then we'll talk." What had gotten into her this morning? On the surface, Becca still seemed as flirtatious as always, yet her attempts this morning almost felt forced. Something new was bothering her this morning. Glenn knew it. He also knew Becca wouldn't tell him until she was ready, and they did have to see if this idea would even work first. He knelt and held out both hands, palms up. "Step up, 1 foot at a time. I can hold you." An adult man who trained with weights all his life but never leveled might obtain 9, even 10 strength through natural means. With 13 strength, Glenn was already stronger than the strongest of strong men, at least most who'd been chosen as townsfolk. So he could easily lift Becca's weight as high as his shoulders. The question would be if she could keep her balance. Becca hesitantly placed a shoe on his palm. The sole was wet and muddy, yet that didn't bother Glenn. He'd been far dirtier than this after a day of hunting in the woods. Becca then stepped her other foot up to rest on his other palm. He lifted. With a quiet yelp, she dropped to place both hands on his shoulders. That put her cleavage directly in his face, which should have been the best part of his morning, but it also made it rather hard to see the cliff. He had no trouble with her weight. "Stop!" Becca shouted. "Just wait. Give me a moment to get my balance." Glenn grimaced. "I may be strong, but I can't do this all day." "Oh, just shut up and enjoy the view." Becca gave his shoulders a tighter than necessary squeeze. "Okay, I'm ready. Lift me." Glenn had almost forgotten that Becca was absolutely deathly afraid of heights. Yet how was this a height? She wouldn't even be beyond the 2nd story of the tavern yet. He lifted further. Becca's fingers flexed before leaving his shoulders. He lifted at the same steady pace, and then Becca gasped. He felt her weight tilting away from him and compensated by taking 2 steps forward. Her hands dropped to his shoulders again as she thumped against his face. "I'm going to fall." "Just climb out," Glenn managed, voice muffled. "No, this won't work. This won't work. Put me down, please." Glenn sighed and lowered her back down carefully. Becca hopped off, shuddered, took a deep breath, then turned to face the cliffside. She placed both palms against the cliff, fingers out, then glanced back at him over her shoulder. All right, do it again. This way. Glenn blinked. Lift? She offered, the cutest little grimace. Yes, lift. I didn't have my balance before because we were doing this the stupid way. I can balance my weight against the cliffside. Just let me step backward into your palms, then I can walk my way up the cliff with my hands. That's much simpler. Oh, Glenn said and got it. Yes, that makes sense. She arched one eyebrow at him, then adjusted her stance to be a bit wider. She smirked over her shoulder at him. Am I somehow distracting you? Everything about you distracts me. Glenn knelt behind her and again held out his palms. Now get up there, you flirtatious little wench. Becca stepped back into his palms with one foot, then both. Please don't sweet-talk me this early in the morning. That makes it impossible to concentrate. This time Becca had no trouble walking herself up the side of the cliff with her hands, especially with Glenn's steady push into her feet from below. It got a tiny bit precarious once he lifted her all the way above his head. Then she leapt with a tiny cry. Glenn jumped back and stared up, ready to catch her if she fell. He grinned as he caught the edge of her dress and one foot sliding before slipping up over the cliff edge. She'd made it up. Soft shoes scuffed rock as Glenn mirrored the sounds toward the split. He waited, listening for updates. Finally, Becca spoke loud enough to be heard. I think it's gone. You could squeeze out. I even see your sword down there. That was great news. Glenn eagerly pushed his way through the split. His lack of a traveler's pack and the slickness caused by the morning dew made it far easier than it had been last night. He found his sword easily and picked it up. He had no rag to clean it, and it felt wrong to put it away without doing that, yet he slipped it into his back sheath regardless. He could clean it later. He glanced up. Becca crouched atop the cliff, staring down at him mournfully. Had something happened up there? What is it? What's wrong? Becca now looked absolutely miserable. How am I going to get down? Glenn barely held back a grin that he knew would only make her more annoyed. He then walked to the cliffs, arms out. Just drop. I'll catch you. But what if you fumble the catch? It's not even that far. You could jump down on your own and be just fine. Becca bit her lip and then rose into a crouch. All right. Her eyes widened and she dropped into a crouch again. Behind you! Glenn spun just in time to see a moss beast literally growing anew out of leaves and dirt. Just as he'd feared, it had burrowed into the earth during the night and covered its sleeping place with leaves and sticks. He looked everywhere for it and not seen a thing. He didn't blame Becca for not seeing it. He hadn't spotted the motionless beast either. He turned to squeeze back into the split just as glistening branches burst from the earth, growing impossibly fast as they rose. Those branches intertwined in front of the split, blocking it away. A root barrier? The six-cursed beast had just created a root barrier? That meant this moss beast had to be a minimum of level 10. A moss beast that high shouldn't even exist in Gracia. The level cap for the zone, where Glenn had spent his whole life, was 8. Glenn immediately hacked away at the branches and sticks with his sword, but new wood grew across any he managed to hack away. A real adventurer's sword would have chopped right through it, and if Beckon had chosen burn as her first skill, she could also incinerate the blockage with little effort. Yet he only had a bronze training sword, and she wasn't a harmcaster yet. Run! Becca shouted. Find another donut hole! That was when Glenn had a very desperate and very painful idea. The moss beast had just given him the escape he needed, possibly without realizing it. Instead of hacking away at the intertwined branches and sticks, he instead shoved his sword in the sheath across his back. He then jammed both bare hands into the root barrier. Thorns poked as his palms bled. His health bar appeared before his eyes, ticking down by slivers as living thorns and savage bark tore into his hands. He'd trained to handle pain like this. It wasn't much worse than the jaws of a gloam wolf snapping down upon his arm, a pain he'd endured more than once. He could handle it. Using a combination of his impressive strength, balance, and his pure, unreasoning fear, Glenn used the newly created root barrier as a ladder of sorts, a ladder that was primarily made of vertical sticks, not horizontal ones, and one that tore at his hands and wrists with every step. Behind him, the sound of groaning, bending sticks told him the moss beast lumbered forward. Glenn kept climbing, scrambling up as the root barrier continued to grow. The moss beast was stupidly raising its barrier in hopes of stopping him from hopping over it and into the split, but also, at the same time, creating a climbable surface that reached to the top of the cliffs. Glenn reached the top of the barrier just as it burst into a mass of thorny vines. He cried out as they savaged his palms and almost lost his grip, thanks to the slipperiness of blood. He couldn't hop over the barrier without getting impaled on those thorns, but he had never intended to do so. He leapt sideways off the root barrier toward the cliffs abutting it. He landed hard, rock slamming into his chest as his legs dangled. The tips of his boots slid on slick rock. Becca snatched the loop of his sheath against his back. She grunted as she pulled with every last point of her 4 strength. That small bit of extra purchase provided all the aid Glenn needed. He scrambled up onto the cliff top. Becca fell backward as he fell forward. He landed, once again, directly on top of her. Their faces were now incredibly close, her eyes a breath from his. She gripped his arms and laughed with frightened relief. "You are insane!" Glenn smiled down at her, doing all he could to ignore the stinging holes all over his palms. "I just appreciate the soft landings." Below them, the moss beast unleashed another branch-bending roar. It stomped about in obvious fury as Glenn rolled off Becca, careful not to lose his footing on the narrow cliff top. He glanced over the edge. The beast milled about below, gnashing its bare teeth as they gleamed in the faint light. It obviously couldn't reach them up here. "Cabbage," Glenn taunted quietly. The beast more than deserved that. The stinging was growing worse. He glanced down at his hands and belatedly grimaced in pain. The flesh of his palms had quite literally been torn to ribbons. Blood oozed. Becca hissed from behind him. "God, that looks painful." He forced a smile and glanced at her, checking his health bar once more. It was charred down to almost 2/5, but still enough to keep him alive through a fight or two. Still, gripping his sword with his palms cut up like this would be extremely painful. He could easily lose his grip. Becca grabbed the collar of her shirt and pulled as if to rip it, then grimaced when nothing ripped. "Fine, Levos." She shifted to stick out both legs instead, then leaned down. She began methodically ripping strips off the hem of her already savage dress. Glenn was simultaneously confused and intrigued. "What's going on?" "We need to bandage your hands." Becca ripped in calm determination as more and more dress tore away. "We can't have you bleeding all over me." Glenn swallowed and nodded. In the light of day, he could see a whole lot more of Becca's bare legs than he was supposed to. Last night, Becca's seamstress dress had fallen past her shins, but after all the gnawing, ripping, and shredding it had received, much of its tattered hem fell above her knees. Glenn glanced down at his battered, bloodied, and muddied ringmail armor. He couldn't easily tear it apart, and it would never serve as a bandage. He also still needed its protection if he wanted to survive a fight with 2/5 of a health bar. Still, Becca's dress was having the worst day of its life. Levos might be a stickler when it came to actually touching each other before 16, but he evidently made exceptions for dress ripping, so long as the small clothes below were sufficient to avoid impropriety. And Becca's small clothes were quite nice. Glenn forced his eyes to the moss beast below, which now paced angrily back and forth around the cliffs below. He soon felt Becca's front pressed against his back. "Give me your hands," she said. He kept his eyes on the beast and submitted his savaged, upturned palms. Becca rapped. The pinch of very tight cloth only made the stinging worse, but Glenn clenched his teeth and watched the beast to make sure it didn't have any more tricks. Becca tied off the new wrappings. "Does it hurt?" she asked quietly. He shook his head, eyes still on the moss beast. "Liar," she said, and sighed. "Still, this should stop the bleeding for a time." She leaned against his back, rested her chin on one of his shoulders, and looked over the cliff edge with him. "That 6-cursed monster really doesn't want to let us go." "I suppose we stole its child?" Glenn asked. "I mean, we did run off with her." "That rancid cabbage stole her first." Glenn reached up with one dress-wrapped hand to grip her arm. "I know that. I'm just trying to see things the way the monster sees it, to understand its reasoning. Card wrote that the best way to defeat a monster in any case where one can't simply overpower it is to understand how it thinks. So if this moss beast believes we stole its child, it explains why it won't simply leave us alone." Becca kissed his ear. It's nice to have a partner I can trust to know how monsters work. That way, I can come up with all of our brilliant plans. Thanks. I mean, all I do is read, but I try to absorb what lessons I can find and use them when I can. That habit is going to make you an absolute delight when I start teaching you what I like most. Becca gave him a squeeze. So, I guess we follow the cliffs? Glenn nodded and stood. He offered his arm. Hold on to my arm in case you stumble. We'll walk slow. I won't let you tumble off. I promise. Becca slid her arm through the crook of his. You really are something, Redwood. 9. A level gained. As he and Becca moved away from the rocky donut hole in which they'd spent the night, Glenn noticed the flat surface atop the winding cliff looked quite precarious from this high up. They had nothing but sheer rock to one side and a long drop to the forest below. No wonder Becca had been troubled. Glenn had never been afraid of heights, but he couldn't deny that only a thin, flat, slippery strip of rock separated him from the angry moss beast snapping its dirty jaws below. He looked up toward the thick overgrowth, then looked down at the forest. It was a relief to be able to see both plants and trees once more. A bright blue day existed above this thick canopy, and while he couldn't see the sun, he could see the moss. Glenn offered Becca a glance. Stick with me. We'll follow the cliffs as long as we can. She nodded. I'm with you. Glenn set their direction and an easy, relatively sedate pace along the meandering cliffs. As they continued, he opened the map of Gracia he kept in his head and verified everything just to be safe. The deep scorn woods nestled against the impassable cliffs that bordered the western edge of Gracia, with Wolf Pine to the northeast corner of the wood's top, and the safe road running south from Wolf Pine to the border of Evelan. Glenn's mental map placed him and Becca west of the road. The cliff tops ran north-northeast, which wasn't directly where they wanted to go, but once he'd followed them long enough, they might reach a higher level of the deep scorn woods. The important thing was the moss beast, still silently shadowing them along the cliffs below, couldn't follow. The safe road leading out of Wolf Pine meandered for some time on its way to the massive set of cliffs separating Gracia from Evelan, the neighboring province of wide fields, tall cliffs, and gorgeous blue streams. Lakebrook, a town abutting the sea, resided in Evelan, placed atop the wide-open mouths of 3 different streams. Glenn had seen drawings. Sadly, he'd never seen Lakebrook in person as much as he had often wanted to. Evelan's monsters were level 8 to 16, meaning they could challenge even Wolfpine's town guards. Such monsters would be absolute murder on an unclassed level 4, and Glenn lacked the funds to hire a high-level adventurer to escort him to Lakebrook and back. While he could theoretically travel alone and trust the safe roads to protect him from monsters, safe stones wouldn't stop him from being accosted by high-level bandits. Mortals, even those with ill intent, were unaffected by safe stones. The bandits couldn't harm him directly. The Pantheon's law of consent prevented one mortal from harming another. But the bandits could still detain him indefinitely until he paid them all he had, or even shove him off the safe road and into the jaws of a hungry monster. No, traveling the safe road into Evelan was no task for a level 4 unclassed. Glenn would want to be at least level 8 before he ventured beyond Gracia's borders, though if he and Becca found 2 more adventurers of their same age to form a full party, he might just consider it. That, of course, assumed the gods chose him as an adventurer, because if they chose him as townsfolk, he'd be... No, he had to stop thinking this way. He wouldn't be stuck leveling blacksmith or enchanter in Wolfpine for the rest of his life because the gods would choose him as an adventurer as soon as tomorrow, or rather, today, which was actually his birthday. Glenn belatedly remembered to open his status sheet. His eyes widened and then he whooped aloud. Of all times, this was absolutely the right time for an outburst. Name, Glenn Redwood, age 16, level 4, class unassigned, HP 38 of 110, blood 60 of 60, experience 21,999 of 22,000. He proudly displayed his status sheet for Becca to see. Look, my cap is gone. The word capped had indeed disappeared from his status sheet. Glenn could gain experience again after spending 3 months stuck at 21,999 of 22,000. He could finally reach level 5. Becca smiled. Congratulations. Turning in this quest will gain you a load of experience. It might even cap me too if we're lucky. He sighed and squeezed her arm. I have to level. Becca ruefully shook her head. You're beat up worse than a training dummy. Do you really want to take on a Gloam Wolf right now? If I level, everything heals. Then we'll definitely make it back to Wolf Pine alive. Becca cocked one eyebrow at him. I suppose there is that. She glanced past him. That cursed beast is still down there. I wish we could just kill it, but it's safer to find a Gloam Wolf. Glenn gave the lumbering moss beast below another glance. It can go jump in a lake. There's no way up these cliffs for 500 paces in any direction. And no way off them, Becca added. Glenn incrementally quickened his pace. If we keep going, we might find a spot further ahead where we can clamber up, if we're careful. Becca clutched his arm tightly as they crept their way along the narrow cliff. There's no way I'm letting you lift me off this cliff. Sheer rock walls rose to their left, while a drop waited to their right. I'll just clamber up first, then reach down and pull you up. With your hands as they are, you will not be dangling me over a sheer drop with only your shredded hands to keep me from dropping to my doom. She did make a good point. Still, Glenn kept them moving. We'll figure it out. The Pantheon provides. Let's see if we can even find a place to climb up first. They kept moving, together, though the ledge quickly narrowed. Soon they had no choice but to separate. Glenn led the way, pressing his back flat against the wall and holding both hands out. He gripped Becca's outstretched hand with his own. She knew she remained terrified of heights. Back and heels against the rock, he instructed. Don't look down, and don't worry about taking big steps. Slide your leading foot left, then hold, then move your other to join it. Slow and steady. We're not in any rush this morning. Becca's hand trembled in his own, but she kept with him, slowly. He was constantly impressed by how she pushed onward no matter the problem. She must be utterly terrified right now. Don't look down, he heard her whisper quietly to herself. Don't look down, don't look down. Fortunately for them both, the narrow stretch of cliff only meandered on for another few minutes before it widened once more. It stretched out to form an almost flat ledge as big as a tavern balcony. As Glenn stepped onto it, he spotted the darkened hole dug into the cliff. He knew why this outgrowing cliff ledge was so flat. A bone-grinding chill crept up Glenn's spine. He unconsciously grabbed the grip of his sword, then winced as his palm screamed. Cliff spider hole, he whispered. I hate those things. Becca scurried onto the wider ledge beside him, then smiled with relief. Why? They're no worse than grass sprites. Those little crawlies are only level 3. But they're spiders. A reflexive shudder shook Glenn's body. Don't they creep you out, even a little? Those glistening dark brown bodies, all those legs? And you make fun of me for heights. I've never made fun. Becca sighed dramatically and knelt between him and the darkened hole. She fearlessly leaned in to peer inside more closely, making Glenn's heart pound in his chest. What if a cliff spider jumped out at her? Their poison might be weak, but it was still poison. The hole's empty, Becca declared confidently. There's also white gunk inside. Bird poop. Seems to me a flyer of some sort swooped in and helped itself to whatever was in this hole. Glenn smiled with relief. Must have been a grasshawk. They do tend to nest on cliffs this time of year. Cliff spiders are one of their favorite treats. Becca rose and faced him. You're cute when you're scared senseless. I just don't like getting poisoned. Becca opened both arms. Need a hug? A hug sounded pretty good, actually, but he needed to focus on climbing up these cliffs. As Glenn's eyes traveled past Becca to the sheer cliff above the hole, he realized that it actually wasn't much more than the height of a man and a half from here. The hole the cliff spiders had dug out had a trace of a ledge all around, possibly enough for a boot toe to find purchase. Glenn stepped right past Becca. I think I can climb up that. Becca lowered her arms. I see how it is. The morning he turns trial age, he's already moving on to a woman he can bone. He blinked at her. I'd never. It's just, this might be our best chance to get up there. She snickered and patted his chest. I know. You really want to level. I'm sure having your experience capped has been almost as much of a tease as I am. That felt unfair to her. Hey, it's not like you do it on purpose. You're absolutely worth the wait, and the gods can't keep us apart forever. Becca's smile faltered again. So long as they choose us both as adventurers. Once more, Glenn remembered something was still wrong. Whatever he'd sensed this morning was still there, but she obviously wasn't ready to tell him yet. Becca smiled again. If you think you can get up there, go for it. Just don't expect me to climb after you. I expect a strong vine or a really thick branch lowered my way. Glenn walked past her to the hole and tentatively raised his boot. He planted the tip upon the ledge atop the hole. It didn't break beneath his tentative push. Be with you in a moment, he assured her. Glenn focused his mind on what he would soon do. As treacherous as this climb might be, it gave him comfort that there was a sizable ledge below the spider hole. If he fell, at least he wouldn't fall all the way to the forest below. He'd just drop embarrassingly back onto the ledge. What if I give you a push? Becca asked. Glenn nodded. That might help, actually. Even with Becca's low strength, a little extra support could give him just the extra oomph he needed to make the climb. Let me see if I can balance up with both feet on the ledge first. Then I'll step up in your palm. I was actually going to shove you in the ass. Glenn laughed and shook his head. Like you could reach it once I climb. She huffed. Now that's just cruel. You can try all you want later, he assured her, then stepped up onto the ledge. Glenn almost slipped off immediately, but caught himself. He balanced precariously against the steep limestone rise, toes tingling inside his boot. He placed his other boot just beside it, on top of the spider hole ledge. He waited for the rocky outcropping to break, yet it held firm. Cliff spiders could actually remake rock itself, digging straight into it with their legs, fangs, and magic. They also spun rock, not silk, and it took a good swing of a blade to sever their thin but rocky webs. The beady little monsters had obviously spent a great deal of time reinforcing this tiny ledge before the grasshawk arrived and ate them. Glenn silently thanked the majestic beast. He carefully slid his hands along the rock, raising his arms as far as they could go. Perfect. With the added height of the ledge around the abandoned spider hole, his fingertips actually looked to be less than an arm's head from the cliff ledge. I think I've got it. Just need a little more height. Dress rustled below him. Shoes scuffed rock. A gentle shove arrived beneath one of his heels. All right, ready here? Though, gods, the bottom of your boots are disgusting. Sorry, Glenn said. Just lock your arms as straight as you can. Actually, use both arms and put your palms together. All I need is one ledge. Right, Becca said. Shoes brushed rock, and the push beneath his heel grew. You aren't budging. Lifting my foot now? Glenn slid his boot up the cliff, now balanced precariously on only the tip of the other boot on the thin ledge. Okay, palms up, arms locked, now. They're up. Before Glenn could think of all the ways this could go wrong, he pushed down with the boot atop Becca's raised and joined palms, while simultaneously pushing up with the toes of his boot atop the ledge. He jumped. Barely. His dress-wrapped hands cleared the ledge just enough to grip it. Pain, like fresh thorns, ripped through his savaged palms as he grabbed the corner of the rocky ledge above. He ground his teeth and held on. Using all his considerable strength, he pulled himself upward, just like doing a pull-up on the high cross pole stretching across the inside of the Comwarden barn. His boot tips scrambled for purchase on the rock. Even so, his burning arms and aching hands refused to betray him. Almost before he was aware of it, he reached waist level with the cliff ledge. He was rewarded with the sight of gently rising earth and trees beyond. He let his weight fall forward, rolled, and scrambled onto damp earth. He'd done it. He'd reached the second level of the deep Scorn Woods, but only with Becca's help. Did you make it? She shouted up from below. Glenn! I made it, he shouted happily. He stood, turned back toward the cliff edge, and belatedly tried to brush his palms against each other. Pain lanced through his hands. He really shouldn't be doing that right now. A low growl from behind made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Glenn clenched the grip of his bronze training sword and unsheathed it as he'd practiced countless times over the past few years. He gripped the blade's hilt with both aching hands. He spun just in time to see a single gloam wolf charging down the rising hill. It intended to knock him clean off the cliff. Yet Glenn had been charged by gloam wolves many times before. It took only an eye blink for his experience and instincts to plot out this battle for him. He couldn't stab into the wolf without the momentum from its forthcoming leap sending them both off the ledge. He also couldn't dodge to the side. It would simply turn and match him. So instead, he dropped to one knee and brought his sword point directly between them. As they always did, the Glome Wolf used Pounce the moment it was in range. Glenn stabbed forward and up, trusting to the prowess he'd gained over 5 levels. His sword impacted the Glome Wolf in the lower center of its chest, and then Glenn pushed up with his impressive strength. The wolf's health bar appeared and dropped by half, yet it lived. Snarling all the while, the Glome Wolf rose higher than it intended. Glenn literally flung it directly over his head. One flailing paw and the claws attached tore into his face as it passed. It tumbled over the cliff's edge. The Glome Wolf yelped once before an audible crack silenced it forever. A perceptible jolt of current entered through Glenn's toes and trickled up his spine. The fall had finished it off. "Glenn!" Becca shouted indignantly from below. "Did you just drop a Glome Wolf on me?" Ecstasy flooded Glenn's body, starting at his toes and coursing up his legs, and into everything else. The torrent of pleasure was almost blasphemously intense. The sting on his face, the pulsing pains in his hands, and all the other aches and pains faded away. Levels came quickly to a fledgling adventurer. It wasn't uncommon for a mortal who just reached 14 to gain 2 or even 3 levels in a single year, yet those early levels were just the start of Luxterra's climb. Monsters became more dangerous and more difficult to find the higher one climbed. Even the most dedicated of adventurers who'd chosen a class usually only gained a level a few times a year. Yet such gains came with incredible rewards. The gods cured all poisons, ailments, debilitating injuries, and even unbreakable curses when a mortal gained a level. Once a mortal tasted the divine pleasure of a level up, few in Luxterra hesitated to chase the next one. When the ecstasy faded, Glenn could move again. Better yet, he now felt like he'd slept a full 8 hours in a warm bed. When he stood, sword in hand, he felt like a new man entirely. Heart pounding anew, Glenn willed his status sheet to open. Name, Glenn Redwood, age 16, level 5. Class unassigned, HP 120 of 120, blood 60 of 60, experience 22,004 of 29,000, strength 14, divinity 8, vitality 12, wisdom 6, prowess 9, luck 7. Glenn whooped again. He didn't need to evaluate his skills and blessings, which remained unchanged, to know that he'd finally broken the level cap that had thwarted him for almost 3 months. He'd split the experience from killing the Glome Wolf with Becca, of course, since they were still in a party, but even 5 experience had been enough to finally raise him to level 5. Better yet, the gods seemed to approve of his exploits during his climb. They blessed him with 1 attribute point in strength, vitality, and even prowess, the attribute he'd found the most difficult to improve. This matched the best attribute gains the gods had awarded him since age 14. "I'm level 5 now," Glenn shouted happily over the cliff. "I did it! We did it!" "Grats!" Becca shouted from below. That was how the adventurers of Luxterra typically congratulated each other for reaching a new level. "Now can you please lower a stick? Before it burst into ash, the Glome Wolf soiled itself. The smell down here is thick." Glenn felt a bit guilty about that. He did need to get Becca up here, too. "Be right back." 10. A Partner's Accord. As Glenn strode up the shallow cliff leading into the upper portion of the Deepscorn Woods, he felt all but invincible. He willed another Glome Wolf to appear and challenge him, just so he could test himself against an opponent now that he was at level 5 and completely refreshed. Sadly, none showed. He found an appropriate low-hanging tree branch rather quickly. Its many forked branches looked sturdy and thick. It would have been difficult for a normal man to drag this branch without effort, but Glenn now had 14 strength. Instead of hacking through the branch and risking more damage to his sword's edge, he instead grabbed the thick branch in both hands. Grunting with welcome effort, he bent the whole branch up and down, up and down. Wood creaked and splintered audibly. Finally, he wrenched almost a man's length of multi-forked branch free. He offered a muttered apology to the now wounded tree. It hadn't done anything to deserve having its branch ripped off, and then dragged the whole branch behind him toward the cliff. He arrived soon enough. "I've got a big branch. I'm going to lower it down now." "It better not be a flimsy little stick," Becca shouted back. "I can't hold a flimsy stick." Glenn grinned wide. "And when have you ever accused me of having a flimsy little stick?" Silence for a moment, and then a welcome and reassuring laugh. I blundered right into that one. Well played. Glenn walked to the edge of the cliff and peered over. He soon spotted Becca staring up at him from below. While nothing but monster ash remained on the ledge beside her, a waft of what had occurred before the glowwolf's corpse vanished reached him even atop the cliff. He wrinkled his nose. That reeks. As I told you, Becca shouted. Now get your stick down here. It's more of a branch. He slid the hefty and multi-forked branch over the edge. And I got you a big one. Oh, Becca said. Well, you do know me. Glenn lowered the thick forked branch as far as he dared. Weight shifted what he assumed was Becca sliding her hands and feet into the many obvious handholds. Even with only 4 strength, he was confident she wouldn't lose her grip. You on? He shouted. I am? Hold on. I am. Glenn pulled the branch up, slowly and cautiously. Soon Becca's pale face came into view, followed by the rest of her. Her eyes were tightly closed. Glenn lowered the branch and dragged her safely onto the cliff edge, then set it down. Becca clutched the branch like she might drown. Glenn waited a moment, then chuckled. You can let go now. You're on level ground and far from the cliff. You're safe. Her brown eyes opened, one after the other. She looked around, sighed with relief, and wobbled as she stood. She stepped off the branch and shuddered before turning to beam at him. That was well done. He grinned back. And look! He displayed his status sheet for her to see. Becca's smile turned into a smirk. You're so proud. It's infuriating. You'll hit level 5 soon enough, Glenn assured her, and you'll easily make to 6 and choose your first offensive spell. I'll fight beside you every step of the climb. Becca's smile faded. Don't make promises you can't keep. I always keep my promises. And what if the Blazers Guild claims you? Glenn hadn't even considered that. Well, I mean, I'd refuse. Her eyes widened as she stepped closer. You would not. Glenn knew what he just said sounded like career suicide, but he meant it. Becca had given up her first skill so they could save Azalea Whitetalon. She had significantly handicapped both her permanent attribute growth and her ability to level efficiently by taking a ranger skill she'd never use. Glenn would never leave her to level alone after she'd sacrificed all that. I'd politely turn down their invitation, he said again. Besides, we'll have no trouble finding work once we both reach level 6, and then we'll advance easily enough. Who needs the backing of the Blazers when you completed a big group quest at level 4? We'll be famous in Gracia. Which is exactly why the Blazers might come claim you. Becca took another step forward, now only a pace away. If they ask you to join them, you have to accept. That type of opportunity is one you only get once in your career. It opens a path all the way to the top. She was right, but that wasn't the point. If I took an invitation and departed Gracia to train, I'd leave you stuck leveling to 6 with nothing but a dagger. I'd never abandon my partner like that. Becca sighed dramatically, likely for his benefit. I will be quite fine on my own, and even if I find it difficult to solo, I can find another adventuring party to help me reach level 6. Glenn hid his grimace. Becca was dancing around a fact they both knew. Harmcaster was a very popular class, which made it highly competitive. Given that each party member in a party took an equal share of experience and life crystals, all were expected to pull their weight. No party would recruit a Harmcaster who couldn't cast offensive skills. There were plenty of other adventurers who would contribute so much more to a party. Reminding Becca of that fact would only drive home what she'd given up, a whole skill point forever, simply to save Azalea. Once again, Glenn was struck by how selfless Becca had been last night. Whether the gods decreed her adventurer or townsfolk, Becca had given up the skill point she would have used to learn burn or freeze or vault to save a 9-year-old girl. Would leveling alone be her reward? It wouldn't. Glenn didn't care if he had to refuse one of the rare and valuable invitations from the Blazers Guild to help Becca reach level 6. Once she did that, she'd choose a second skill that would allow her to level as a Harmcaster. Glenn offered his arm again. We'll talk about it later. It's already mid-morning. We need to get home and make sure Azalea made it back safe. Our quest might insist she did so, but I need to see it for myself. Becca patted his arm before walking past alone. Certainly. But If you get an invitation from the Blazers, you're taking it. If you refuse, I'll never party with you again. Glenn stared wide-eyed as she walked past him and due east. Could she really mean that? How could she say that after all they'd been through together? As he hurried after her, he deciphered the true intent behind her words. Becca wanted all the success in the world for him, no matter what it cost her personally. Glenn understood how she must feel about ensuring he succeeded in life, because he felt the same way about her. He caught up, grabbed her hand, and squeezed. She glanced at him, face still clouded. No matter what happens, Glenn said, we make any decision together. Promise. After a moment of staring into his eyes, Becca smiled and squeezed his hand. It might be dangerous walking through the deep Scorn woods hand in hand like a pair of besotted kids, especially with gloam wolves on the prowl, but Glenn didn't care. He was level 5 now. He could take on anything. Given how taxing last night had been, Glenn almost expected a dozen gloam wolves to come after them, but the Challenger gods finally seemed to be done with them, for now. Nothing attacked as they made their way east toward the safe road. Soon enough, they emerged into bright daylight. Glenn paused and breathed in the welcome smell of clean grass and wet stone. After so long stuck in the gloom of the deep Scorn woods, the bright light, fragrant smells, and gentle breeze felt heavenly. Belatedly, he glanced at Becca, and was once again struck by the tattered state of her clothing. The only reason her tattered dress hadn't fallen off was likely the will of Levos. She also, Glenn had to admit, looked absurdly hot with her clothes practically torn to shreds. He didn't say that aloud. We can't walk you into town like that. Becca sauntered toward the road. No worse than that prank during the festival of Isdan? As Glenn walked after her, he admitted she did have a point. Savaged adventurers had come limping into Wolfpine wearing less than Becca was wearing now, and a good deal more wounded besides. Even the best armor could easily get torn apart, and every adventurer wore armor. The gods made no distinctions between sex when assigning and granting attributes, so men and women who undertook Luxterra's climb were equal in all respects. Only prowess, will, and drive separated legends from the dead. It wasn't uncommon to see an adventurer who'd survived a particularly difficult fight limp into town with all sorts of bits exposed for the world to see, even if they were a woman. Becca paused and looked around when she'd reached the first safe stone. She didn't walk toward town. Glenn joined her beside it, more certain now that something remained on her mind. That something that vexed her greatly. They needed to mind their surroundings in the woods, but they were on a safe road now. Would she finally tell him what was bothering her? Becca stared at the safe stone for a moment. Why? She then turned her brown eyes his way, and for the first time in a long time, she looked visibly uncertain. I'm going to ask you something now, and I need you to answer honestly. Of course I'll answer honestly, Glenn said. You might not. Not about this. So I want you to think very hard before you commit yourself to anything you might regret saying aloud. She opened her mouth, hesitated, then lowered her voice and pushed on. Is it truly possible to defy the will of the gods? Because, after last night, I think they might not be omnipotent. Glenn had been prepared for almost any question, but not this one. It was a question that felt quite dangerous. There was really one answer he could give if he didn't want to blaspheme, yet Becca obviously expected a different one. Answering any other way than that which the church expected of him was far more serious a blasphemy than simply invoking an image of Vox's lady parts in casual conversation. Among more seasoned adventurers, saucy language like the latter was commonplace, the former was rare. To answer Becca's question with no would challenge the nature of both gods and church. Glenn would accuse Celis herself of being a liar. That was true blasphemy, or could be if the gods labeled it as such, and last night when Levos willfully thwarted his and Becca's heated attempt to be together, had assured him the gods paid very close attention. Why would you even ask that? Glenn whispered. I've been unable to banish that question since last night. Becca glanced up at the wide clear sky as if waiting to be turned to salt. Glenn almost feared she might be. He couldn't bear to see that. Yet Becca remained whole. Finally, Becca shuddered and relaxed. I'm still here. One sign in my favor, I suppose. If the gods will allow me to freely suggest they're not omnipotent, perhaps I'm right. Glenn now felt hopelessly confused. Where's this even coming from? He trusted Becca with everything, including his life. Yet what she asked now was beyond even his life, and, moreover, made absolutely no sense. Everything they just endured, the monsters, the quest, their inability to sleep together, proved the gods' laws worked exactly as the church said. You grabbed my boob while I was still asleep, Becca said. Glenn's mind lurched before his thoughts righted themselves. Sorry? How did that relate to anything this morning? It really was an accident. She gripped his hands in hers. Focus, Glenn. Look at what your action suggests. No less than a few hours earlier, you couldn't touch me, despite how much I wanted you to touch me. Gods, after we both lived, I wanted you to completely wear me out. Glenn's cheeks heated even as his sense of danger bloomed. An insidious doubt now tugged at the edge of his mind, a small crack in the wall that armored his once unshakable faith. That doubt was forcing that crack open bit by bit, widening it. She couldn't mean. Levos forbid us from having each other no more than a few hours earlier, Becca reminded him. No matter how much I wanted you to put your hands all over me, he wouldn't allow it. Glenn's mind lurched again. But, wait, those common age cannot touch each other like we wished. I'm common age, you are common age until first light, and if we proved nothing else last night, we proved we could not defy the laws of Levos. Until you did. Just before I woke up. She was absolutely right. Glenn had read too many books about the laws of the Pantheon and done too much speculating about possible loopholes within those laws to dismiss what Becca was saying. Last night he had, somehow, unintentionally, found a loophole in the laws of the gods. Discovering and learning to exploit loopholes was what separated normal adventurers from legendary ones. The most successful adventurers knew how to bend the rules of the gods without breaking them, and they guarded such secrets jealously. Once too many knew about a particular loophole, it lost its value. So what loophole had allowed them to defy the will of Levos? Glenn had spent much of his early life assuming it was impossible to defy the will of the gods. Even after he learned of the existence of loopholes from a drunk adventurer, he'd still doubted the veracity of such claims. Now that he knew he and Becca had found a loophole last night, his keen mind couldn't rest until he'd figured it out. He started by focusing on what he'd been taught. In the world of Luxtera, the gods controlled all aspects of mortal life. First, the Pantheon determined if one was given the path of townsfolk or adventurer at age 16. Second, the Pantheon called on one to gain experience and level, even if that meant risking one's life to do so. While the Church did not officially preach such at rest day service, many adventurers believed the 10 gods of Luxtera had created this world, its mortals and its monsters, for their divine entertainment. They watched mortals fight monsters while cheering for the champions and saluting those who fell. That was what most believed, anyway. That was what most hoped. If nothing else, the existence of the Pantheon's law of consent proved that gods wished mortals to battle monsters, not each other. Adventurers could attack any monsters they wished, and monsters, of course, could attack anyone. Without such rules, it would be impossible for the challenger gods who created monsters, demons, and desouled to challenge mortals with such creatures. Yet the Pantheon treated conflicts between mortals far differently. One mortal could not assault another mortal unless both gave consent. One mortal could not make love with another unless both gave consent. Such laws could not, as far as Glenn understood, be defied. Until he had. Until Glenn Redwood had, quite literally, defied the power of a god. You see it, don't you? Becca said. I've not been deluding myself. Glenn nodded. He just opened his mouth to speak when Becca placed her finger on his lips. Say nothing one way or the other. You understand why this question vexes me now, and there's no need for you to risk the wrath of the gods by joining me in this blasphemy. Just listen to me and consider my thoughts, and then, if you're willing, let me know if I'm anywhere close. That sounded reasonable. Becca smiled just a bit and removed her fingers. To start, Let's consider Azalea. Her being charmed led to our quest, yet remember, it's not the first time that child has been attacked by monsters outside town. Haven't you always wondered how it was Volpor devoured Azalea and her father 3 years ago? He had. Everyone had. Glenn had been only 12 when the news of their horrific deaths hit town. A safe stone on the safe road had failed, allowing Volpor to enter the safe road and consume a father and his child. Even 3 years later, Glenn didn't understand why the gods would let that happen. Physically, safe stones were created and placed by builders, a townsfolk class. Their power came from Kaya, goddess of duty, and the rest of the pantheon. Even the most powerful monsters in all Luxterra could not bypass or destroy a safe stone. Not even builders could destroy them. Volpor's attack on the safe road had been so unprecedented that Wolfpine's former mayor, Mayor Featherhallow, actually resigned in shame, yet not before taking the rare step of giving the town guards permission to depart the walls. The guards escorted a pair of builders to the portion of the safe road where the stone fell, with orders to find and repair it. The builders repaired the fallen safe stone. No safe stone had failed on the road to Wolfpine since. Yet before Jack and Azalea Whitetalon died, Glenn had assumed safe stones could never fail. His inability to understand why was probably why he buried his doubts about it. "Do you know how it happened?" he whispered. "All I heard was it was a fluke." "I couldn't get it out of my head at the time," Becca said quietly. "It just seemed so impossible a safe stone could fail. No one in town would speak of the possible reasons, and I dared not ask the church. So I set out by myself to investigate where the stone had fallen." "At 12? That's insanely dangerous. You should have taken me." Becca offered a small smile. "We didn't even level together back then. You were still that redwood boy, the one who loved carrying packs for adventurers and wrestling pigs on Grant Comwarden's farm. You wouldn't know a girl was making eyes at you even if she asked you to pin her on the ground." Glenn smiled as he thought back on his early years of training. So that was why Erica was always asking to give her wrestling lessons. Becca poked his stomach. "Fortunately for me, your cluelessness was legendary, and I managed to snag you before Erica got her knitting needles into you. Now back to our loophole." Glenn nodded. "I came out to where the broken safe stone had been and investigated," Becca continued. "The builders had made it good as new. Due to their fine work, it took me some time to discover the cause. Yet I do believe I discovered it. The road washed out." Both Glenn's excitement and nervous worry grew. "The road?" "Because of the rains," Becca clarified. "That particular safe stone was sturdy as ever, but its builder placed it too close to the slope leading into the grass, or perhaps the slope itself simply grew deeper and more pronounced over the next 100 years. That sounded plausible. Gracia's storms were no joke. No matter how sturdy an earth fortification might be, water eventually eroded anything. Becca continued. "So as far as I could tell from my investigation, the safe stone failed because Gracia's torrential rains washed out enough of the earth below its foundation. It simply tipped over after it became unbalanced. It was no legendary monster, just natural erosion over time." For the first time, Glenn considered why the church hired adventurers to walk the safe roads every 5 years or so with builders from nearby towns. He'd never understood that, because he never thought a safe stone could fail, even though one had in his lifetime. If safe stones could be washed out by erosion, then of course builders would need to check on them every few years. Even so, how was any of this connected with him accidentally grabbing Becca's breast? "Given what happened back then, and what happened last night, I mulled over what could cause such events all night and this morning," Becca said. "And the only possibility I can't dismiss is that you were able to touch me last night because of our mutual lack of intent." Glenn immediately knew there was something there. She was onto something. The truth of this new loophole was wriggling now just beneath the surface of his thoughts, thrashing about. "Last night I wanted you to touch me, you wanted to touch me, we both gave consent. Yet Levos absolutely forbid us from having each other because the laws of the gods trump intent wherever they have one of their sanctimonious little peaks." Glenn willed the lines of his own thought to find a way to follow hers. "Yet when I actually did touch you, you were asleep." Becca frowned as if disappointed. And that truly makes sense to you? Glenn wanted to say it did, but already the possibility had lost its sheen. Levos did not care whether one was awake, asleep, or even unconscious. No person could touch another in any way the Pantheon did not allow. Levos physically prevented such actions with his divine power, as he had when he locked their joined hands last night. Yet Levos had allowed him to grab Becca's breast when she was asleep, when Glenn had no intention to do so. Or rather, and far more dangerously to Glenn's once strong faith, Levos hadn't stopped him, which implied that, even with all his divine power, Levos couldn't. Our intent, Glenn whispered. It felt like a volt spell crackled in his head. And erosion has no intent, which is why the gods didn't stop that safe stone from tipping over, which means... Becca slapped her palm to his mouth. Careful. Glenn stared into her eyes calmly, and then, just as calmly, removed her hand. You risked being turned to salt to bring this loophole to my attention, like you risked everything to help me save Azalea last night. I won't let you risk again alone. You're my partner. Glenn kept holding her hand. He lowered it between them. I did not intend to grab your breast, yet I did so because I believed I had reached for your shoulder. Glenn spoke of the loophole aloud despite the fact that the gods might be listening. And you could not have intended for me to grab your breast because you were asleep. Utterly comatose, Becca agreed. I couldn't have tricked you into touching me even if I was awake, and if I'd tried, the very fact that I intended you to touch me would likely have stopped us. As soon as I woke up and realized what you were doing, Levos reacted. Glenn all but whispered. He pushed me away, but not until you woke up, not until one of us finally realized what I was doing. Becca nodded. A storm has no intent, Glenn continued softly, nor does eroding earth. No monster or mortal could destroy a safe stone, but it could just fall over. As we know it did, Becca agreed. So, the loophole we've discovered is that if no active intent is involved in an action, one can actually defy the law of consent? The gods can't stop actions without intent behind them? As Becca tilted her head, her dark hair brushed across her still quite bare shoulder. Do you see now why even thinking this made me feel like I was going insane? Fox's tits, Glenn whispered. Becca smiled gently. I'd warn you not to blaspheme, but we're both a bit past that now. 11. A Homecoming. We're leagues past blasphemy now, Glenn agreed quietly. His keen mind was already looking for ways this loophole changed the world. Gods, what can we do with this? Think of all the dark tales of the Shadowers Guild, Becca said. We've always dismissed the rumors they can actually assassinate people. That would defy the law of consent, wouldn't it? But what if they found a way to murder someone without intending to do so? How do you murder someone without intending to do so? By accident? If I place a poisoned bear trap on your front porch when you're out, and you blunder into it when you step out your door the next morning, did I intend for that to happen? Will the gods actually stop me since you weren't home when I placed the trap? What if I didn't intend for you specifically to trigger it, but you still did? Glenn felt a deepening chill. He'd always assumed the law of consent would keep him safe from harm, at least from other mortals, but perhaps it wouldn't. Not if one knew a way to harm someone without intending to do so, like poison, randomly poured into a cup yet to be served to anyone. Are we really the first to discover this loophole? Becca asked. The gods and their laws have existed for as long as time. How back do your histories go? You read more than me. Glenn considered all he'd read. The oldest validated histories in the chapel date back to... He mentally counted. 500 years, give or take. Of course, there's the legends of creation and balance and law, but those simply take place in eons past, which could mean anything. But even in 500 years, there's no way some other pair of thirsty underage lovers haven't already figured this out. We can't be the first, Glenn agreed. Yet I've never heard anyone mention this loophole before, and I've eavesdropped on a lot of adventurers. Perhaps adventurers clever enough to discover the loophole reserve it for themselves or their guilds? I think they do. We'll certainly keep it quiet after all, just as with all the others who have discovered this loophole needs to stay between us. That felt wrong, though Glenn understood Becca's reasoning. We don't even tell Zack? Becca raised one elegant eyebrow. He's been talking about joining the Shadowers Guild for months. He seems so excited. Around in the tavern says he's known about this loophole forever and hasn't told us. Glenn snorted. Zack was a good friend and a good person, but he guarded his secrets jealously. Zack likely did know about this loophole, and if he didn't, he'd soon figure it out. Becca crossed her arms and tapped one foot. I have no intention of murdering anyone, and I don't know of an immediate use for this loophole. So, how do we use it? Glenn pondered. The most important thing is that we know now it exists. We can protect ourselves. No drinking from strange cups, no stepping outside without checking for bear traps. True, Becca agreed. Though I wonder if we could find a way to unintentionally have sex. Glenn almost choked on his unexpected chuckle. If we figure that out, we'll write a book and sell it across Luxterra. We'll be so rich we'll be able to retire by age 20. Common-age lovers the world over will make statues of us. I would like a statue, preferably one giving a finger to the gods. Glenn considered all they'd accomplished. We really do work well together, don't we? Becca tipped herself incrementally forward. And? Glenn grabbed and kissed her hungrily. She laughed merrily against his lips, then eagerly kissed him back. Only when he was fully satisfied did he relent, though she looked to be ready for more. Glenn hugged her, rubbed her back, and set off toward town with his arm wrapped around her. Time to go home. Becca leaned against them as they walked side by side. Yes, let's do that. She glanced down at her now tattered clothing. As much as I enjoy your thirsty gaze, I am getting a bit chilly. Glenn and Becca walked at a brisk pace up the safe road, together toward home, safety, and breakfast. Glenn's stomach rumbled after they'd walked a bit, and Becca teased him mercilessly until hers did the same. Glenn, of course, then relentlessly teased her back, which led to no shortage of mock anger and pouting glances. Becca did, as she happily reminded him, now know how to poison him. The moment they came in sight of the town gates, walking north along the safe road, Glenn's relief all but overwhelmed him. They'd made it back to town without being eaten by Volpor or turned to salt by the gods. If they had indeed uncovered a loophole as powerful as it seemed to be, they wouldn't be punished for it. If they were lucky, not many others had figured it out. Glenn felt confident that someone could go their whole life without ever figuring out what Becca and then he had reasoned out this morning. One would need multiple examples, like the collapse of a safe stone and a thirsty night in the woods, just to begin to make the connection, and even then, Glenn would not have made it without Becca. As they walked toward town at a sedate pace, both town guards visibly straightened. One even stepped forward before his partner waved him off. Glenn glanced at Becca. They seem to be waiting for us. Should we jog? Those two can wait, Becca said grumpily. I've run enough for a month. Glenn laughed and casually put some space between them. Technically, there were no rules saying that a common-age couple couldn't demonstrate the affections permitted by Levos in public, but the public themselves generally discouraged it, at least in plain sight. Also, Carl Coldbreaker was a very big man, and he was even stronger than Glenn. The last thing Glenn wanted was the old blacksmith to see, as he stared out the town gate in search of his beloved missing daughter, was Becca returning, wrapped around Glenn, with the vast majority of her clothes ripped off. As soon as they got within shouting distance of the gates, a guard raised his hand. Redwood, Coldbreaker, we have already sent word to town of your return, and Azalea Whitetalon is safe. Glenn pumped a fist. Thank you. And there's more, the guard continued. He sounded almost happy. 1 hour after the news of your brave deed was reported to the Quest Archive, we received phantom correspondence from Lakebrook. There's a representative of the Blazers Guild down in Everland right now, and they're coming up tomorrow to interview you both. They'll arrive tomorrow morning. Glenn gripped Becca's arm in sudden excitement. She yelped, "Stop that!" He belatedly released her. Sorry. She smirked and rubbed her upper arm. 14 strength, huh? You were right, Glenn all but shouted. The guild's coming here. Becca tisked and patted his shoulder. I heard. Let's go. I don't want to upset Father. Glenn looked back to the town gates just in time to see a towering shadow standing within them. The sun gleamed off his bald head and wide, hard muscles. Glenn Redwood considered himself strong, with a frame like a small bear, but Carl Coldbreaker had a frame like a great oak. He was massive, and just as Glenn had feared, Carl did not look at all happy to see his daughter returning in the state she was after a whole night alone with a boy in the woods. Glenn saw no choice but to explain last night's events plainly and clearly. Carl would understand why Becca's clothes were in such disarray. Wouldn't he? The monsters had ripped up her clothes like that, not Glenn. The big blacksmith simply stared from his place at the gates. Glenn dared not slow his pace, and Becca quickened hers. As they approached the town, Carl stepped out and walked toward them. His eyes passed across his daughter and focused on Glenn. "Redwood!" he shouted. Glenn finally faltered in his steps, yet Carl strode straight toward him. Becca grimaced and stepped between them. "Father, please, this isn't what it looks like." Carl snatched Becca off her feet and into his arms. He squeezed his eyes shut. What looked to be tears slipped out of the man's closed eyes. Becca gulped and belatedly hugged him back. "I can't breathe." Carl breathed, beamed, and set his daughter down. "Thank the Pantheon you're alive. When Azalea told us what Glenn said about monsters chasing you in the deep scorn, I feared the worst." Carl then turned to Glenn and stomped over. Glenn raised both hands. "Mr. Coldbreaker, I only—" The big blacksmith pulled Glenn into a crushing grip. Glenn found himself as helpless as a grass sprite in the grip of the bear. Yet, although Carl hugged him painfully, it didn't seem like the big man intended to crush him. In fact, it felt almost warm. "Thank you," Carl whispered in Glenn's ear. Glenn blinked. What was happening? After a long minute of all but crushing him, Carl set Glenn down and stepped back. "Azalea told me what you did. You ran back into those woods to aid Becca. Seeing you both here, now, in the state that you're in, tells me you kept your word to everyone." Carl thumped Glenn's arm hard enough to send him stumbling. "You saved her, boy. You saved my girl." As Glenn caught his feet, he realized that Carl wasn't mad at him. The man was actually grateful. He grinned in relief and rubbed the back of his head. "I mean, she saved me too." Carl scoffed. "Of course she did. She's a Coldbreaker. Still, I imagine neither of you would be walking back in here if you hadn't protected each other through 6 kinds of hell." Glenn glanced at Becca, who was staring wide-eyed at them both, and then nodded to Carl. "No, sir, I'd never have made it through the night without Becca, and we'd never have found Azalea at all if she hadn't chosen that ranger skill and used it to track her down." Carl beamed at his daughter. "I don't know how I could be more proud of you. You terrified the ghost out of me, girl. The gods, you saved Azalea. You and Glenn both." Becca blushed and winced. "I lost your pack, and everything else." "Burn everything else," Carl said proudly. "I have you, and Deborah has her daughter, and Hal and Tanya have their son. That's all the cause for celebration this town needs." Becca wiped at one eye and looked away. "Gods, not now." Carl chuckled at his daughter. "I hate to say this, but you look like you just crawled out of Crackpaw Mine. Come home right now. I'll heat a bath so you can get washed up and changed. If you're going to meet the mayor, you need to dress in your feast day best." Becca blinked. "The mayor?" "To turn in your quest." Carl turned to Glenn. "You too, Redwood. Your armor's held up rather well, but it's still scuffed and muddy. You should change into some better clothes. And you're also—" "Wait." Carl leaned close. "That's old blood. There's not a mark on you, boy." Glenn winced at the possible implication that Becca had done all the work while he cowered behind her. "I just leveled. I'm level 5 now." Carl's eyes widened. He grabbed Glenn's shoulders and thumped them hard enough that Glenn desperately wished he'd stop. And a level to boot! What a fine day! Once you officially turn in the quest to rescue Azalea to Mayor Coleman, you'll have a nice strong start on reaching level 6. Becca moved closer and stared. The mayor certified Deborah's quest? Carl nodded proudly. Soon as he could be rousted out of bed and payment was delivered, with a little coin gathered from everyone in town. At first we only attached your name, but as soon as Azalea returned and we learned what Glenn had gotten up to, we added his name as well. The quest has already been sent to the quest archive by phantom correspondence. Glenn paled. That's too much money. Carl laughed. And he says he wants to be an adventurer. What adventurer turns down a reward? It's money well earned, boy, for all you've both risked in service of Wolfpine and her people. Becca grinned at him. You've been saving for some chain-link armor, haven't you? Isn't that why you've been doing all those odd jobs since you hit your experience cap? Ha, Carl said. And I'll be buying it at a mighty discount, too. I'll even throw in a weighted iron sword for your trouble. Consider it my own contribution to the quest reward. Glenn shook his head in growing disbelief. Sir, I don't know what to say. Carl chuckled and crossed his beefy arms. Just say you'll join us for supper tonight, after you get done with the mayor. Now that Becca's only 3 months from trial age, I think it's past time I had a drink with the young man who's ensnared my daughter's heart. Becca immediately blushed bright red. Did you really have to phrase it like that? Glenn could not believe this was all happening at once. If this was a dream, it was one of his better ones. He nodded and gave Carl's arm a good solid thump, using all his strength. The big man actually took a step sideways, then grinned even wider. He couldn't look more pleased to be sent sideways. Glenn might not be as strong as Carl, but he was getting there. It'd be my honor to dine with you and your daughter, sir, Glenn said formally. Thank you for the invitation. Just let me know when you wish me to arrive, and I'll be there. I'll have dinner ready just past 7, Carl said. He turned to Becca. Now move, girl. Mayor Coleman's not one to be kept waiting. We've got maybe an hour, if that. He glanced over his shoulder. And Redwood, your parents are expecting you. Might want to check in. Glenn hurried up the main road into town. I'll do just that, sir. Thank you. Once he was through the gates, he diverted almost immediately into Wolfpine proper. The town's wide cobblestones stood mostly empty save for those townfolk chosen to deliver rumors. Everyone else was hard at work in their shops or on their trades, leveling slowly but steadily. This wasn't unusual, even today. While Glenn had halfway hoped for a bigger group waiting to meet them at Wolfpine's gates, it was almost midday. Townsfolk, just like town guards, all had responsibilities they needed to fulfill to comply with the decrees of the Pantheon. Adventurers could arrive at any time, and serving the needs of adventurers was why the gods called upon townsfolk to become townsfolk. During the day, all day, enchanters had to be in their enchanting shops and blacksmiths in their blacksmith shops, though Carl must have found someone to cover for him today, and culinarians and cultivators and others working at their respective trades. No one had the freedom or time in the middle of a workday to idle at the town gates waiting for a pair of unclassed common-age mortals to return. When it came down to it, the only people who experienced true freedom in Luxterra were those the gods chose to become adventurers. Only they could go anywhere they wished, whenever they wished. Only they were charged by the gods to seek out the monsters and demons and desold and destroy them, or die trying. And the Blazers Guild, the oldest and most respected group of adventurers in all Luxterra, was sending a representative out to Wolfpine to speak with them, with Glenn Redwood and Becca Coldbreaker. The only reason that happened, usually, was if an invitation was on the table. Glenn slowed as he remembered his conversation with Becca in the woods. Her earlier prophecy could now come true. What if, by some strange twist of fate or duty, the gods chose not to make Becca an adventurer? What if they made her townsfolk? Glenn vigorously shook his head and redoubled his pace toward home. Nothing like that could possibly happen, not now. He and Becca had proven themselves to the gods as they leveled, and most especially last night. They had faced a challenge that might have toppled even a full party of level 6s. In the face of that, in the face of two brave people who embodied literally every aspect of the adventurer's code, how could the Pantheon deny both their place as adventurers? To do so would put a lie to everything the Church of Celis preached and taught. Based on his mother's advice, Glenn had been cautious never to even attempt any townsfolk profession. That ensured any aptitude he had for townsfolk classes remained hidden. Tanya Redwood had never explicitly made the connection for Glenn, but he'd long since made it himself. There was a reason the gods chose his mother, one of the best archers Wolfpine had ever seen, as townsfolk. When she was still leveling to 5, Tanya had done quite a bit of enchanting to boost her experience. She'd created both large and small crystals and successfully imbued a steel sword with bolt while still level 4. In addition to being an incredible shot with her bow, Tanya had manifested an uncommon talent for enchanting from common age. She'd been considered a prodigy in Wolfpine. This was the only reason it made even the smallest amount of sense for the gods to choose Tanya Redwood as townsfolk. His mother would have made an incredible ranger, but she'd made an even better enchanter. Or so the gods had decreed when they chose Tanya as townsfolk at age 16. That was the reason Tanya ensured her son never touched a crafting table while growing up. She wouldn't let Glenn repeat the same mistakes she felt she'd made. His parents' mutual support of his choice of life was one of the many reasons he loved them both so much. Both his mother and father had sacrificed much to give him the best chance to become an adventurer. Tanya had sacrificed 6 months of savings to hire an adventurer to escort her all the way out to Lakebrook, a 3-day journey into the neighboring zone of Evelan. There she'd purchased Glenn's uncommon hiking boots, which were unavailable to most in Wolfpine. As for Hal, he'd burned a hole in his own savings to front the expensive fee necessary for Glenn to register his intent with the Wolfpine Town Hall. Glenn had committed to choose a melee class if chosen as an adventurer. Without signing that expensive contract, Glenn would never have been able to wear his ring mail armor or carry his bronze training sword. Such gear was reserved for adventurers in all cases, save those when a common age unclassed could pay the exorbitant fee. Without the efforts of his parents, Glenn would have spent the past 2 years leveling in simple unarmored clothes like Becca's seamstress dress. He'd have fought grass sprites and gloam wolves with a commoner's bludgeon or even a pitchfork. He still could have leveled, certainly, but not as fast and safely as he had with his improved gear. His parents had so much faith in him. Today, he'd rewarded their faith. He was also going to make sure they knew exactly how much he appreciated their help. Glenn reached his home, which doubled as Tanya's enchanting shop, and crept to the window before trying the door. If Tanya had an adventurer inside, he wasn't supposed to enter until they left. Once he peeked in, he saw only his mother, standing behind the counter of her shop with her arms folded up atop the counter. His father anxiously paced inside. Glenn opened the door, strode inside, and waved casually. "I'm home." Tanya straightened behind the counter. "Welcome home." Glenn's mother wasn't as short as Becca, but she was shorter than Glenn or Hal, Glenn's father. Tanya Redwood had short brown hair, bright blue eyes, a kind face, and a curvy build. She wore a green cloth dress cinched up over her corset and small quartz earrings. She was dressed to sell crystals. Glenn's father, by comparison, looked like he hadn't slept at all. He had closely cut dark hair, a round face, and a square jaw. Dark bags showed under Hal Redwood's blue eyes as his tall, muscular, and now slightly pudgy frame hopped up from behind the table and rushed over. "Are you hurt?" Hal demanded. "We just purchased 2 light healing potions. They're upstairs. How bad are your injuries?" Hal stopped just short of hugging Glenn. His father had always been a warrior, and he'd obviously been very worried last night. Glenn opened his arms. Looking relieved, his father gave him a good thumping hug in thanks. "I'm fine, Dad," Glenn said as he thumped his father's back. "I'm level 5 now." Hal stepped back and nodded proudly. "Of course you are. You turned 16 today. Naturally, you just couldn't wait to pop your adventurer cherry, even after the night you had." Tanya sighed heavily. "Hal," Glenn's father grinned and glanced at her. "I'm just speaking the lingo, dear. It's not like we have to shield his ears any longer. Glenn's trial age now. That's straight from the gods." "I really am fine," Glenn said. "I'm sorry if I worried you." "I wasn't worried," Tanya said, though the cast of her features suggested different. Yet she, just like Hal, looked quite proud. "So, today is the day we learn if you're to be an adventurer." "Not if," Hal said firmly, with a shake of his head. "When? Glenn just saved Azalea Whitetalon and Rebecca Coldbreaker. He's already completed a fully approved quest, and the Blazers Guild just sent someone to interview him. How could the gods ignore all that?" Tanya said nothing, but Glenn saw her lips tighten. His father might not harbor any doubts, but Tanya had been among the most impressive prospective adventurers in Wolfpine 18 years ago. The gods still chose her as townfolk. Hal, of course, had wanted to choose scribes since birth, so for him, being chosen as townsfolk had been a blessing, not a disappointment. Glenn didn't blame his mother for being worried. He wasn't worried, he couldn't be, but he absolutely understood why his mother looked less than certain of his fate. He walked to the counter. "Just to let you both know, Carl Coldbreaker asked me to eat over there tonight, if that's okay?" Tanya's face widened into a genuine smile. "Did he? Just so he could get to know me better, since, you've been spending an awful lot of time with his daughter, who will also be trial age in 3 months?" Tanya arched an elegant eyebrow. "And just how were you two last night? Alone, in the woods, after saving each other? Were you able to stay warm?" Glenn ignored her teasing tone. "Nothing happened." "How could it? The gods were watching." Hal thumped Glenn's shoulder and snorted. "Gods, woman. The boy's already beat red. He's had a rough night. Let's not torment him further." Tanya rested her folded arms on the counter and grinned wide. "Fine. But you and Becca are going to have dinner over here too with us, and very soon. I won't have Carl upstaging our hospitality, and your father will cook his finest meal." "That's right," Hal said. "I'll cook you both a feast." Glenn hid his discomfort with a firm grin. Had his mother ever figured out the loophole regarding intent? Would she tell him if she had? He focused on what he still had to do later today. "I need clothes," he informed everyone. "For the mayor," Tanya agreed. She glanced pointedly at Hal. She couldn't leave the counter until nightfall, and an adventurer could come into the shop at any time. Hal nodded to Glenn. "I've already got your finest laid out upstairs. Now go get cleaned up and changed before Coleman decides you've taken too long and demands a free enchant." Tanya sighed. "He is a leech, isn't he?" Glenn snickered as he hurried up the stairs. Everyone had liked Mayor Featherhallow, the mayor who'd resigned his position after the safe stone broke and Volpar ate Jack and Azalea Whitetalon. Absolutely no one liked Mayor Coleman, who they correctly judged as a level climber. Still, a mayor was a mayor, and this would be the first time Glenn had ever spoken to one. 12. A mayor's meeting. Dressed in his feast day best, Glenn entered Wolfpine's town square alone, a large flat area of weathered yellow cobblestones without a tuft of visible grass. It was scarcely bigger than the weird ritual circle of earth and leaves treated by the moss beast that abducted Azalea Whitetalon. Thinking about the similarities bothered Glenn, so he put the sizing from his mind. He was the only one here. The mayor must still be in his mansion. He also saw no sign of Becca, so perhaps she hadn't arrived yet. He checked the hands on the old clock tower to the southeast of the mayor's residence and verified he was, in fact, a few minutes early. Mayor Coleman had requested to meet the saviors of Azalea Whitetalon at mid-afternoon, which meant he'd turn in his quest before nightfall. Glenn would have liked to have his parents present to see this, but the mayor likely had a busy schedule. It wasn't like his parents didn't want to see him turn in his quest. The gods simply demanded Tanya wait behind her counter to sell enchantment crystals, and Hal remained at his table to scribe any official quests. Adventurers or fellow townsfolk might need either service at any time during the day. The town square sat in front of the mayor's residence to its north, a 2-story structure of columns, windows, and wood that was the largest in town by far. It was bordered by Wolfpine's only tavern, the Mead Beast, to the east, with the guard barracks to the west of the town square. When things got rowdy in Wolfpine's tavern, as they had during the Dinah's hunt, it was handy to have the guard barracks right across the square. The Chapel of Celis stood south on the square, its single weathered stone steeple challenging the sky. The chapel wasn't nearly as spacious inside as the mayor's residence, but its steeple stretched almost twice as tall, and the narrow pole at the top made it taller still. Atop that pole, a single crescent moon, the symbol of Ceres, goddess of resurrection, glistened in the midday light. Glenn wanted nothing more than to stride into the chapel, place his hands on the pedestal below Celis's statue, and ask the gods to bless him as an adventurer. Yet that could wait until tonight, after nightfall. Unlike turning in this quest, which Mayor Coleman had demanded be done during the day, Glenn wanted his parents with him when he finally undertook the ceremony of the path. Glenn paused when he entered the square, turned to face the temple, and bowed to thank Celis. It was only Celis's protection that kept her husband, Raylan, god of endings, from ending the world. One day, of course, Raylan would do that anyway, but hopefully not for millennia yet. Raylan was not like the Nurturer gods, who offered their power to help humanity grow old, or the Challenger gods, who helped humanity to grow stronger, and he certainly wasn't like Celis, who protected their souls. Raylan wanted only to end the world so Celis could remake it anew. Yet what if Celis couldn't stop him? Glenn had just learned the gods weren't infallible after all. What if Raylan somehow found a way to end the world without intending to do so? What if he... Someone slapped Glenn on the back, so abruptly he almost jumped out of his skin. Yet rather than drawing the sword sheath on his back, he spun, glared, and sighed. "I hate you." Zack laughed and poked Glenn's belly. "Why hate me? You left yourself wide open. What kind of duelist does that?" Glenn Redwood and Zack Silverstone had been good friends since both of them were boys. Zack was as tall as Glenn, but far thinner, a man of wiry rather than thick muscles. He had dark hair and fine cornrows, umber skin that gleamed in the mid-afternoon sun, gray eyes, a rakish jaw, and a disarming grin that made him quite popular with all of Wolf Pine's women. Yet Jack was no pushover. As they leveled together, Glenn had watched Zack take down gloam wolves and even crackpaws using his twin blades and ruthless, efficient cuts. Zack held himself with dangerous grace, a sign of the fragile yet deadly class he'd chosen, Shadower. Glenn could knock Zack across the square in a fair fight, but that was only if he saw the man coming, which, thanks to Zack's use of his Shadow Walk skill just now, Glenn had not. Shadowers used their skills to kill monsters before the monster even knew they were there. Glenn resisted the urge to shove his friend back. Zack's main attributes were strength and prowess. Glenn might accidentally knock Zack off his feet. Also, Zack was a good friend teasing another good friend, so Glenn didn't want to hurt him. He just didn't like being snuck up on. Unlike Glenn, who'd had a harrowing night, Zack had likely spent his night drinking mead and attempting to charm women into his bed. Since he was trial age, Zack could actually have sex. Though, Glenn reminded himself, in a moment of blinking clarity, he was trial age now as well. "So, you and Becca spent a night together in the woods?" Zack reminded Glenn, one eyebrow hopping up and down in a manner that was somehow lewd. "What's she promised you so far?" Glenn just grunted. "After last night, I bet she's promised a whole lot of things, but now that you're 16, you might want to hone your skills lest you somehow disappoint her. I know a lovely entertainer at the Scarlet Rose who could break you in. She'll be trial age for another 6 months, and gods, she's brilliant." Glenn had never even considered betting an entertainer, though there was no shame in doing so. Entertainers were a townsfolk class like any other, with a well-respected and necessary role in society. The thought of getting some practice before Becca was tempting, but Glenn would wait. Becca was absolutely worth the wait. Glenn walked past Zack and waved him off. "Becca's fine, by the way. We both are." Zack easily fell into step beside Glenn. "Don't be like that. I know you're already both recovered. I looked into it, though I will say I absolutely love what you did with her clothes. Grass sprites did that, and a hungry moss beast. So maybe spend less time thinking about her curves and thinking about all the monsters she took down with just a dagger." Zack tapped him lightly on the back. "No worries there, my friend. I'd never think of picking the lock on Becca's heart. That's one treasure you've quite secured." Glenn glanced Zack's way. They were halfway across the square now, but he hadn't expected that comment. "Did she say something to you?" "Oh, so now he's interested." Glenn huffed and looked away. He knew enough about his relationship with Becca to know he didn't need Zack's advice about it. "Why are you here, anyway?" "Why, to see my brave friend turn in his first quest," Zack said. "And speaking of, oh, wow." Glenn turned at the same time as Zack to see Becca, striding hurriedly into the square. Every last bit of grime and blood from last night was completely washed away, allowing her pale and perfect skin to gleam in the mid-afternoon light. This time she wasn't wearing a seamstress dress. Glenn didn't know what type of dress this one was, but he did know it was expensive, formed of a sheer red fabric that looked expensive. With a plunging bust and the hemline dancing around Becca's calves, the dress hugged Becca's curves so tightly it almost seemed as if the cloth was fused to her. That was likely why Glenn's jaw dropped enough to part his lips. The dress wasn't all. Becca also wore glittering earrings with dark gems and a necklace with another gem that drew the eye to everything her dress's low cut showed off. Did all wealthy women dress like this? Lakebrook must be a vision. Zack elbowed Glenn appreciatively. Pantheon be praised, she's too hot for you. Glenn elbowed him back. Keep your voice down. Glenn swallowed as Becca approached at a somewhat unsteady pace. He realized for the first time she was taller than he remembered. How? He then spotted the strange sandals she wore. These sandals sported jewels as well, and they were red like her dress. They also tilted forward. What looked to be platforms stretched from the lower back portion of each sandal, and those platforms clicked loudly on the cobblestone as Becca hobbled over. Why would anyone wear shoes like those? It looked like Becca could barely walk in them, let alone run. Did all rich townsfolk wear shoes like this? How could they get through their day? Becca looked more than a little flustered by the time she reached them, and Glenn immediately noticed her skin gleamed with sweat, which, oddly enough, only made him want to kiss her more. You look amazing. He couldn't think of anything else to say. At his words, Becca's visible frustration softened just a bit. Thank you. I'm glad someone appreciates the effort I took to get here. I can barely walk in these abominable shoes. Someone needs more prowess, Zack said knowingly. Though if I may say so, Miss Coldbreaker, you won't have to walk anywhere if you let some rich nobles sweep you off your... Zack coughed and doubled over from Glenn's unexpected elbow into his gut, then wheezed. Not fair. Not fair. I wasn't ready. Glenn sighed and steadied Zack. I don't know how to get rid of him. A positively delighted grin spread across Becca's face. Ooh, let me try. Zack stood and backed away, hands raised. I yield. A wise decision, Becca said ruefully before she glanced at Glenn. So he has still not emerged from his mansion? She was, of course, referring to Mayor Coleman. Glenn nodded. He got here in plenty of time. That's simply wonderful. He's taking his time while I near broke my neck jogging over here in these ridiculous shoes. I assumed our good mayor would be waiting snippily for me and tapping his foot, then glare at me the whole time I walked across the square. Mayor Coleman is a busy man, Glenn said doubtfully. He hated making excuses for a snobbish level climber, yet Mayor Coleman was in charge of Wolfpine. Glenn didn't dare anger him. The mayor had eyes and ears everywhere. He was even rumored to employ shadowers to spy on those he believed might be talking poorly about him behind his back. Mayor Coleman couldn't banish anyone from Wolfpine, of course, but he could lose paperwork they needed to order new supplies, or conveniently forget to add their name to the town's ledger of services. Now, however, Glenn couldn't worry about any of that. He was too busy staring at Becca. Becca glanced between him and Zack, hopelessly amused, and then brushed her long dark hair over one shoulder. You'd think you'd never seen a noblewoman's dress before. Not while it was still on her, Zack agreed. Glenn made to shove Zack again, but this time Zack avoided his shove as casually as if he'd brushed off a falling leaf. Too slow, my friend. You've never had a noblewoman, Glenn said, though honestly, he wasn't completely sure. Where would you even find one? They don't work at the Scarlet Rose. Zack's charming grin widened. A gentle soul never tells. Though, my dear Becca, I say this now without an ounce of dishonesty. You rival the finest noblewoman I've ever seen. I'm so glad you're impressed, Becca said dryly. Now, can you go be somewhere less annoying? Behind them all, twin doors rumbled open. Glenn turned as Becca took 2 halting steps to stand beside him, and Zack, having not been invited to meet the mayor, casually slipped off to the side. The first person to emerge from the mansion wasn't the mayor, as Glenn had expected. It was a tall, wide, menacing figure in dark armor. God armor. Glenn blinked as he stared up in surprise at a town guard. What was one of those doing coming out of the mayor's mansion? As the town guard descended the stairs from the mansion, Mayor Coleman emerged behind him. The mayor wore a fine shirt, waistcoat, and trousers that looked every bit as expensive as Becca's dress, though these were primarily white with blue trim. Coleman was even taller than Glenn, though his slim form and somewhat sinuous walk had always reminded Glenn of a snake. No one liked the mayor, really, which made it a mystery as to how he kept getting re-elected. All Glenn could imagine was the people of Wolfpine were eager for Mayor Coleman to reach level 16 and leave for greener pastures. Yet Coleman had only progressed to level 12 in his 3 years as a mayor of Wolfpine. It was difficult to level politician in a zone as low as Gracia, so it wasn't like Coleman was doing anything incorrectly. Leveling in a town this small was simply slow going. It was the town guard leading the way who held Glenn's attention. The mayor must have called the man off the gate to escort him to this quest turn-in, probably to make himself look more impressive. Glenn knew Mayor Coleman didn't walk around with the town guard in tow most of the time. The dark-colored metal of the guard's god armor, forged from rare ore found only in the realm of the gods, drank the mid-afternoon light in a way that was both menacing and powerful. Glenn had seen adventurers wearing all sorts of armor in his time, flashy and gaudy and colored. Yet while god armor seemed plain by comparison, it also looked like it meant business. No frills here. The oversized guardian mace dangling off the guard's hip sported mashing squares that looked like they could crush a wagon. While guards used that mace as a one-handed weapon, it was almost as big as a two-hander, a sign of a town guard's unusually high strength. One swing from that mace could crush any monster foolish enough to approach Wolfpine's walls. Even more impressive, a faint blue light flashed with each step of the town guard's armored sabatons. Glenn knew the guard to be wearing fleet boots, a god-blessed item available only to the town guards that protected Luxterra's many small settlements. A man or woman wearing those boots could cover 4 paces for each step they took, easily chasing down the fastest of monsters. And that shield! Gods, the town guard's guardian shield was something to see. It was round and wider than Glenn's chest, also made of the same light-eating metal as the armor. A golden spiral sun represented Celis, goddess of resurrection, was painted upon it. It looked indestructible. Glenn remembered to fall to one knee and lower his head as Coleman and his town guard approached. He heard a dress rustle as Becca did the same. Glenn almost risked a glance around for Zack, but he knew Zack had made himself scarce by now, perhaps even using Shadow Walk to traipse off without a sound. They'd spoken long enough ago that its cooldown had refreshed. "Rise," Coleman said, with just a hint of light boredom. "Thank you both for coming. Your deeds last night were truly spectacular." The words were nice, but the tone was all wrong. Coleman recited them like a child forced to apologize to a merchant for stealing sweet rolls from his stall. Coleman didn't sound like he meant any of what he said, and that made Glenn sad. He'd hoped his first audience with the mayor would be more impressive, or at least mutually respectful. His mother, his father, and every adult he'd ever spoken to about Mayor Coleman had all offered the same poor opinion of the man. So why had Glenn entertained that his own interaction would be any different? To the town of Wolfpine, he and Becca were now heroes, but to Mayor Coleman they were simply another annoying task on a busy day. Glenn rose at the same time as Becca, who didn't even wobble in her difficult sandals. He met Coleman's eyes and found boredom and a hint of disdain. Mayor Coleman stepped forward and unfurled a brown parchment. Despite the mayor's obvious disinterest, that parchment drew Glenn's interest like a gleam of light in the water. The paper was fine and thick, and the inked words were penned in an elegant hand. Glenn allowed himself a small smile as he recognized his father's fine penmanship. As a high-level scribe, Hal Redwood was a master of the quill. Knowing his own father had written the text of this official quest made the fact that he and Becca had completed it together even more special. One privilege townsfolk had that adventurers did not, was that they were the only mortals who could create quests. Since the Pantheon forbid townsfolk to leave the walls of the town where they lived after nightfall, and denied them the combat skills necessary to defeat monsters, it was only fair to allow townsfolk to contract others to gather the crafting materials they needed from monsters. One paid a significant fee to the town coffers and also contracted a scribe, another townsfolk class, to officially record the goal of the quest, its reward, and what type of adventurers could undertake it. Even in Wolfpine, quests were rare and valued. At higher levels, Glenn knew the experience gained from simply killing monsters all day grew so trivial that it would take years to gain a single level. High-level quests were the solution. High-level townsfolk and towns beyond Gracia paid fortunes and crescents to create them, and completing quests offered experience equal to thousands of monster kills. And this quest, one Deborah White Talon had officially commissioned with the aid of others in town who donated on her behalf, was his and Becca's quest, theirs alone. Glenn would have rescued Azalea for nothing, of course, but this remained a spectacular reward. Of course, his father hadn't mentioned his part in officially writing up Azalea White Talon's rescue quest. Hal Redwood had wanted it to be a surprise, perhaps to counterbalance the disappointment that was Mayor Coleman. Glenn's father was a wise man. Coleman spoke in his bored, placid tone. Last night, one Deborah White Talon officially submitted a quest that any able-bodied person venture forth from Wolfpine, locate her daughter Azalea, and return Azalea safely to Wolfpine. This quest was then accepted by one Rebecca Coldbreaker, with one Glenn Redwood subsequently added as her adventuring partner. Glenn stared at the parchment in wonder. He'd never seen an official quest parchment before. The Pantheon forbid anyone who was not an adventurer, politician, or scribe to view the actual parchment. Even the townsfolk who submitted the quest never saw the final product. But Glenn was seeing it now. The purplish ink almost glowed in the mid-afternoon light. Azalea White Talon returned safely last night, Mayor Coleman announced to practically no one, since the only people in this square were Glenn, Becca, the town guard, and himself. Therefore, as the appointed leader of the town of Wolfpine, I judge this quest properly completed in the eyes of both the Pantheon and myself. Were they alone? Zack might be here somewhere as well. Zack was quite good at finding places to conceal himself. He'd had that skill even before he selected Shadower as his class. Mayor Coleman offered the parchment. Rebecca Coldbreaker, Glenn Redwood, you claim to be responsible for returning Azalea White Talon safely to Wolfpine. Do you now swear in full sight of the gods that you completed this quest, understanding you will be smote for dishonesty? As Wolfpine's mayor, only Mayor Coleman could officially mark a quest as complete. It was one of his official duties as a politician. It even accorded him a small bit of experience. I so swear, Becca said, practically in time with Glenn. He smiled sideways at her. She smiled back. For a moment, they both forgot the mayor. Sign here, Coleman said flatly. He handed the parchment and a feathered quill to Becca first. Glenn was delighted when the tip of Becca's tongue emerged from her mouth, lightly tapping the side of her open lips as she signed her name with the quill. She was gorgeous when she did that, and also completely unaware it happened. The moment she finished signing, a quiet moan escaped her lips. She must be absorbing the experience the gods offered for completing the quest. Glenn ignored the incredibly distracting sound and focused on what was expected of him. He was here to complete a quest, not gawk at Becca. After taking a moment to gather herself, Becca handed him the parchment and quill. Though her face remained flushed, she winked impishly. Glenn took the quill, took a breath, and opened his status sheet so only he could see. He wanted to see this with his own eyes. He wanted to see and feel his first completed quest as an adventurer. Once he was ready, he signed his name. 13. A new quest. As he officially turned in the completed quest, a rush of pleasure flooded Glenn, similar to gaining his level earlier today. This was the nectar of the gods flowing into his body and soul. The thrilling sensation wasn't on par with reaching level 5, a recent experience Glenn still considered the most pleasurable he'd ever had, but it was still quite incredible, and this was just a low-level quest. What did it feel like to complete an uncommon quest, or a rare? As Glenn watched his already open status sheet with wide eyes, numbers were ticking madly. His gasp came from far more than the pleasure flooding his body. He'd never seen numbers rise so fast. When the flow ended, Glenn clutched the parchment and quill tightly. He now sat at 24,004 out of 29,000. Gods! He'd gained 2,000 experience simply from completing one quest. That was equivalent to 200 monster kills, while solo. Incredible. It also meant Becca had gained the same amount of experience, which explained her quiet moan earlier. If you remember correctly, she'd been less than 2,000 from capping last night, so she just reached 21,999 of 22,000 as well. Did all quests award experience this impressive? They might. Even as Glenn considered this blessing, he understood why it might only be impressive due to his low level. A quest like that he and Becca had undertaken had been more appropriate for a full party of level 6s, 4 people. He and Becca had completed this quest at level 4 while unclassed and with only 2 people. All adventurers who signed onto a quest shared the experience from completing it, just as everyone in a group shared the experience from killing a monster. Quests were what often brought high-level adventurers back to low-level zones. They would solo quests that required a full party of low-level adventurers to gain the whole quest's experience for themselves. So, had a party of 4 level 6s rescued Azalea White-Talon, a task that would have been far easier for them than it had been for Glenn and Becca, each of those 4 adventurers would have received 1,000 experience. Still an impressive amount, certainly, but not this impressive. Did the gods award more experience for completing quests that were far above the adventurer's level? Zack certainly seemed to think so. Zack had always been one to take the risky and quick road to success, while Glenn preferred a steady, reliable approach. Mayor Coleman waited a moment after Glenn handed back the parchment, staring bemusedly at the sky. Glenn realized Coleman was waiting for the gods to smite either him or Becca for dishonesty. Coleman almost seemed disappointed when that didn't happen. What a colossal jerk. Coleman lowered his gaze and nodded. Congratulations. Both Wolf Pine's people and I, her mayor, thank you for your brave actions on our behalf. A portion of the proceeds used to commission the quest will be delivered to each of you, though as both of you are yet unclassed, the coin will be delivered to your parents in your stead. He effortlessly rolled up the quest parchment and tucked it into his waistcoat pocket. Coldbreaker, you can go. Redwood, a moment. Glenn bristled at Mayor Coleman's casual dismissal of Becca. She deserved better than a brush-off after all she'd sacrificed and risked. Did this level-climbing jerk care for any of Wolfine's people? Becca squeezed Glenn's arm before he could embarrass himself. You coming tonight? It took a moment for Glenn to remember what she was asking about. To supper, at your house. Unless some other blacksmith has invited you over? Glenn smiled wide. Of course I am. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Then just be aware it's possible you might end the night quite drunk, so be ready for that. Glenn felt a trace of unease. Is that really your father's plan? Oh no, Redwood. That's my plan. She smirked as she released his arm, but not before tracing her fingertips down his side. The way her finger touched his skin made him absolutely tingle. She then turned back to the mayor, inclined her head gracefully, and walked off. Slowly. It was obvious she was still having a devil of a time keeping her balance in those strange boots, but gods, the way her backside swayed as she walked distracted him beyond the ability for rational thought. Redwood, Coleman snapped. Your attention, please. Glenn pivoted back to face the mayor. Yes, sir? As you may already know, we have received phantom correspondence stating a representative from the Blazers Guild will arrive in Wolf Pine tomorrow. Since the quest you and Miss Coldbreaker both completed is the reason why they've taken an interest in my town, I trust you see how it's in everyone's best interest for you to delay your plans to enter the chapel and choose your class. Glenn blinked. Sir? The mayor's request made absolutely no sense. You and Miss Coldbreaker have completed a rare feat, Coleman said patiently, as if he were explaining a difficult concept to a small child. You completing what the quest archive judged a level 6 quest with a duo at level 4, and moreover, you personally have the distinction of turning 16 and reaching level 5 the day after you did so. And now, a representative from the Blazers Guild itself will be present tomorrow to interview you. Right. Glenn considered the fact that Blazers were likely very busy people. And why shouldn't I gain my class tonight? Coleman rubbed his face and unleashed a very put-upon sigh. Because of ceremony, Redwood. Being blessed as an adventurer by the gods and choosing one's class for the first time is an event that is blessed by Celis. You should do it in front of the town and the Blazers Guild representative. Ah. Glenn finally understood. Mayor Coleman wanted political experience. Coleman wanted to rub some of the sheen of Becca and Glenn's accomplishment off on himself in sight of a representative of the vaunted Blazers Guild. He'd likely praise Glenn and Becca in whatever speech he chose to give to commemorate the visit, and also likely claim some credit for their bravery and success. Functionally, Glenn understood the reasons behind Coleman's plan. Completing a political event with the attendance of the entire town and a high-level representative of the Blazers Guild would net Coleman quite a bit of politician experience, far more than he'd get by allowing Glenn to select his class among family and friends. It made sense from a leveling perspective. It was also so cynical that made Glenn certain he'd never become a politician. Despite the danger, Glenn couldn't help but push his luck. And I assume this request is a request? As Coleman's eyes narrowed, Glenn immediately knew he'd made a mistake. What small disinterest the mayor had once offered had instantly been replaced with a directed, callous cold. "I cannot force you to wait if that's what you think to imply," Coleman said quietly. "Yet I would think long and hard about how you want to be remembered in my town before you choose to squander this opportunity to be recognized by your family and friends. It would be a shame if your actions reflected poorly on your parents, who, I remind you, will still live here even if you depart." Glenn wanted nothing more than to punch Mayor Coleman so hard he tumbled into the town guard, but that would be unwise, given the town guard was standing right there. Not that Glenn could actually hit the mayor. The law of consent wouldn't allow him to assault Coleman without Coleman's permission. Even so, Glenn wanted to. Yet letting Coleman see his rage at having his parents threatened would only dig his entire family in deeper. His parents had mentioned that Coleman was a bore and a level climber, but never that he was a snake. Even so, Glenn knew what to do when one angered a snake. Back off slowly and avoid getting poisoned. "Of course, sir." Glenn bowed low at the waist. "I'm honored you decided I'd be worthy of such an event. I will claim my blessing as an adventurer and choose my class tomorrow, in the chapel, in sight of Wolf Pine's good people and the representative of the Blazers Guild." "I'd expected as much," Coleman said dismissively. "Rise, Redwood, there's no need for that." Glenn rose, keeping his face as calm as he could. His gambit seemed to have worked. The cold anger Glenn had witnessed across Mayor Coleman's face had faded once more to bored indifference. The snake had retreated under its rock. "Tomorrow, after nightfall," Coleman reminded him. "I'll be there, sir." "And once more, congratulations." Coleman turned to the town guard. "You are dismissed. Return to your post." After the swish of fine boots announced Coleman's departure, the town guard remained. He now observed Glenn calmly. Only his gray eyes were visible through the eye slits in his dark, full-face helmet. Yet this man's eyes looked almost apologetic. With Coleman gone, the town guard should have been dismissed as well. Instead, the other man nodded his helmet in what looked to be sincere respect. Glenn smiled warmly. He recognized the gesture as what it was, and given the faith the gods had placed in this man, Glenn was honored by the acknowledgement. This man, at least, was no politician. Glenn offered his hand. "Glenn Redwood." The town guard shook his hand firmly. "Logain Cliffbreeze." Logain had a strong grip. "You may not know this, but I actually leveled in a small party with your mother." Glenn stared a moment as he caught up. "I never knew that. She knew you as Logain?" "I've never changed it." "Right. That had been a stupid question. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you officially, Mr. Cliffbreeze." "I'm actually a captain." "Oh, right, Captain Cliffbreeze. It's odd that we've never, met? Or spoken?" Logain paused. "Don't let it bother you. When I'm wearing this armor and this helmet, most everyone either treats me as part of the scenery or skulks by, fearing for their lives. And when I'm not wearing it, few dare speak to me for fear that they'll offend me or run afoul of the mayor. Yet when we speak, Glenn, I'd be pleased if you'd call me Logain." "Logain, then." Glenn immediately felt a bit bad for the man. "And if I've ever been guilty of treating you like you're not there, I apologize. I certainly won't do it after today." "I'll hold you to that. Also, don't let the mayor's machinations take the shine off your accomplishments. You and Miss Coldbreaker did good work last night. I couldn't speak out of turn to Becca while the mayor was standing next to her, but please, pass on my compliments. I will, Glenn said, touched anew by the man's generosity. Then he gasped. Wait, you were the town guard who alerted Ziva Willowbrae that Azalea had gone out of the town gate. Logain chuckled. So, you're just now putting that together. Interesting. Glenn reflexively rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, Becca only mentioned your name once, and, well, it was a rather exciting night. That is one word for it. But, needless to say, that's only one reason I'm as pleased as anyone you two got her safely home. I only wish I could have stopped Azalea. After a moment, Glenn thumped the man's arm in arm as he would any good friends. No one blames you for that. You did all the gods required of you. You did your duty, and if you hadn't flagged down Ziva last night, Becca and I would have never known to go save her. Logain's helmet tilted. I did my duty. True. The way he said that sounded almost sad. Glenn considered. He imagined the fact that the gods had forced Logain to watch Azalea skip out to her possible doom might still bother him, so he made certain not to mention it. He summoned his easy smile again and inclined his head. Thanks for everything you do, Glenn said. I feel like we don't say that enough. No need to thank me. Logain glanced once more toward the mayor's residence. It's my duty to protect this town, one given to me by the gods themselves, and one I take quite seriously. Now I better get back to the walls before Kaya decides I'm shirking my duty. Good day, Glenn. Glenn stared in bemusement as the big gleaming guard walked away. Good day, Logain. It was odd to look at a town guard, a hulking mass of god-blessed armor and strength, and see a friend. Glenn felt that now. He was absolutely dying to ask Tanya about her old adventuring party, Logain, and whatever adventures they'd gotten up to in their youth. Yet wait, Glenn had a date tonight, didn't he? A supper date. He had to hurry home and change right now. It was tempting to wear his feast day best for his supper with Becca and her father, but Glenn felt that wouldn't set quite the right tone. He didn't want to seem too formal with Becca's father, and in his family, everyone dressed casually at supper. Once he and Becca officially registered themselves as a party and went off to adventure together, Carl Coldbreaker would become his family. Glenn felt it best to begin their first supper by treating Carl as such. Also, he hated having to tuck in his shirt, and the trousers he wore on feast days were so stiff as to be uncomfortable. Given that Becca had suggested they be quite drunk tonight, he also didn't need his only set of fine clothes stained by mead. Though, God, if he showed up at her house and Becca was still wearing that red dress. Glenn willfully forced his mind back to his current task. He needed to jog home and get changed, and then find some way to manage his nerves for the next few hours until he arrived at Carl Coldbreaker's house and announced himself for supper. It was strange to be so nervous. Glenn had been with Becca over 6 months. They'd done literally everything together that Levos would let those who were common age do. Glenn felt impossibly comfortable with Becca, like he could tell or ask her anything, and being with her felt as natural as being with his family, though obviously in an entirely different way. He'd never been nervous around her. Carl Coldbreaker was a different challenge entirely. The man had seemed both thrilled and grateful Glenn helped Becca escape the deep Scorn woods, but how would he react if he heard about the accidental groping that occurred in the night? Did he know how much they'd done together? Gods, what if Becca flirted with him in front of Carl? Should he invite it? Return it? Act oblivious? He suddenly had no doubt that Becca would be doing absolutely everything to trip him up tonight, for the thrill of it, if nothing else. He would need to plan very carefully, if he wanted to survive. That realization actually helped his nerves. A quiet supper filled with awkward small talk was something he might worry about, but one where Becca was trying everything to trip him up actually sounded fun. It certainly wouldn't be boring, and Glenn felt he could give as good as he got. Though he definitely wasn't going to mention anything about Becca's apparently extensive collection of corsets. Glenn was almost certain Carl knew nothing about that, though. He did wonder where Becca had found that incredible dress. Her mother's, perhaps? Glenn had been too young to fully appreciate Anna Coldbreaker's beauty when he was little, but he knew Anna's daughter took after her. By the time he got home, assured his parents the quest turn-in had gone well, and loudly vented about the absolute ass that was Mayor Coleman, Both his parents seemed amused and proud. Tanya ordered him upstairs to change, as she wouldn't have it said a redwood showed up for supper late. Also, she approved of his choice to dress nice but casual, which made him feel better. Glenn actually tried on all 3 of his shirts before he picked the one that was the best balance between a shirt he liked and a shirt he wouldn't mind getting absolutely stained with mead. It was a deep red, a color only available in Lakebrook. Any mead that stained it might not even show up. Also, this tailor-made shirt was comfortable and loose while still flattering his frame, which Becca would certainly appreciate. She often told him how much she enjoyed gazing at his muscles. Thanks to the fact that a tailor had crafted it using their skills, he was also fairly certain the shirt was tough enough she couldn't rip it, even if she got rambunctious. Glenn picked a comfortable pair of pants that he also wouldn't mind getting stained with mead, though the liquid would show up against the gray fabric, and one of his 2 pairs of nicer shoes. As he presented himself to the full-length mirror in his room and ran his fingers through his rowdy brown hair, he approved. He did cut a dashing figure when he chose to do so. He tromped downstairs and walked for the door. Tanya was still behind the counter, but she was busy stocking new and colorful enchanting orbs rather than watching him leave. He kept his steps light, hoping to exit without an awkward scene with either of his parents. "Did you already grab a gift?" Tanya called from her shelves. Glenn froze in mid-step. "A what?" Tanya rose from behind her counter, turned on him, and offered a thoroughly amused smile. "You aren't telling me you plan to turn up at Carl Coldbreaker's house for a sumptuous dinner invited there by Wolf Pine's best blacksmith to woo his lovely daughter without bringing a gift?" Glenn hadn't even considered bringing a gift, nor had he known it was required. Now, absolutely, he felt a gift was required. His mother wouldn't tease him about something like this. "What should I bring?" Glenn asked. Hal Redwood emerged from the room in the back of Tanya's enchanting shop, which doubled as his office for his scribe duties. "Definitely not wine. Carl Coldbreaker only has one love in this world, alchemically, and that's mead. He'll probably politely take your bottle and toss it out the back." "And don't bring flowers," Tanya said. "I always hated flowers. They're pretty for a moment, sure, but the whole time you look at them, you know they're simply going to die." Glenn had actually been considering flowers, but in retrospect his mother's reasoning seemed sound. "What does a blacksmith like Carl need?" "It should be something rather unique," Tanya said. "If you truly wish to gain his blessing to level with his daughter, you don't want to show up with a gift anyone would provide." "Yet nothing too expensive," Hal added, tapping his chin. "You don't want him to think you're attempting to bribe him for his daughter's hand. It's the thought that matters, not the monetary cost." Glenn was growing exasperated with all these rules. "Can one of you just suggest something?" "And rob my son of a chance to learn and grow?" Hal said dramatically. "What kind of a father would I be if I did that?" "Mom?" Glenn asked hopefully. "Try the Mertens, dear," Tanya said, still smiling. "I'm sure you'll find something lovely." Glenn ran a hand down his face. "That was exceedingly not helpful." Tanya shooed him with a raised hand. "Go, my son. Complete this new quest. I've no doubt you'll tackle it with the same vigor you tackle everything else." She smirked. "Like Becca?" Glenn groaned and grabbed the door handle. "I'm leaving now. Goodbye." "Good luck tonight," Hal shouted. "Make sure you eat everything, even if it's green." Glenn shut the door to his childhood home and walked off toward the center of Wolfpine, silently shaking his head. His parents were the worst sometimes. Yet at least they reminded him about the gift. He knew there was love in their constant teasing, and he'd never have it said. Glenn Redwood couldn't complete a quest. Wolfpine Central Market actually ran along the street by the western town wall, with the town square kept clear for assemblies. Market Street, in Wolfpine, was a series of stalls owned by Wolfpine's various merchants, one of the more competitive townsfolk classes. 3 merchants currently lived in Wolfpine full-time, and 1 or 2 are always visiting from other zones. While merchants couldn't craft anything on their own, their early skills involved transmutation, especially of monster life crystals. In service to Isdan, god of commerce, merchants transmuted life crystals to Isdan in exchange for key materials, rare ingredients based on the rarity of the crystal. Crafters, in turn, paid merchants in coin for the key materials required to create new items. Coin merchants then paid to adventurers for more life crystals. Besides the passive experience merchants gained from transmuting life crystals, merchants also gained experience by making a profit upon completing any deal. The best and most successful merchants made a profit both when buying life crystals off adventurers and when selling transmuted key materials to other townsfolk, leveling their class and becoming rich. Yet for every successful merchant, 5 slaved away in their shadow. Glenn knew no townsfolk class that was more competitive. All in all, he'd rather fight monsters than compete with a talented merchant for customers. Several merchants called out greetings and offers as Glenn passed, yet their greetings were half-hearted. Every merchant here knew him by sight, even the 2 from out of town, and it wasn't that they doubted he had life crystals from his night in the woods. They simply knew Glenn had already decided which merchant he'd haggle with today. He walked straight for her colorful stall. Beth Silverstone, Zach's mother, smiled at him and leaned against her counter at his approach. She had a slim build, dark brown skin, curly hair bound in silver and gold ringlets, and warm brown eyes. Beth was a level 16 merchant, high enough to move to Evelyn and level there if she wished, but Glenn knew she'd never leave Wolfpine so long as Zach remained in Gracia. She'd never abandon her only son. Glenn had always loved working with Beth, and it wasn't just because with Zach's father dead, Beth was her family's sole support. Glenn genuinely enjoyed Beth's keen wit and ability to intuit his needs. She often cut him generous deals in exchange for watching out for her son. If anyone could suggest a suitable gift for Carl Coldbreaker, it was Beth Silverstone. If he was lucky, she might even sell it at a discount. Beth whistled quietly once Glenn reached her stall. "Looking mighty fine there, Redwood. Have you gotten taller? Level 5 suits you, I believe." Glenn smiled back and leaned close. "Thank you." "What have you got for me today?" Glenn removed the 3 meager life crystals he'd gathered before he spent a night alone in the woods, then slid them onto her counter. "Just these, I'm afraid." Beth's lips quirked. "And this is why you're my favorite customer. Could I pay you these 3 life crystals for advice?" Beth slipped the crystals off her counter and vanished them into her hip pouch. "Oh, that's intriguing. If you'd asked me that when you'd arrived, I might have offered it for free." He should have considered that. "Can I have my crystals back, then?" "No." Glenn couldn't fault her for taking advantage of an offer he'd made. "I actually need to buy a gift for someone, but I'm not sure what to buy." "Not flowers," Beth said calmly. "I've always disliked flowers." "Actually, this isn't for Becca, it's for her father." "Oh?" Beth's eyes widened with fresh excitement. "It's finally time for dinner." "Yes," Glenn said. "I have just the thing. Stay right there." Beth knelt, rummaged around a bit before, and then stood. She thumped a small, misshapen lump of metal on her counter. It was lumpy, dull, brown, and unexciting. Glenn tilted his head. "Ore?" "Orichalcum ore, or specifically 1 ingot," Beth said. "I actually purchased this off an adventurer 2 weeks ago. Blacksmiths use it as a key material for high-level weapons, but it can't be transmuted from life crystals. It can only be harvested from rare veins in the wild." Glenn remembered his father's caution about giving Carl the impression he was trying to buy Becca. "That sounds rather expensive." "Oh, it is," Beth agreed. "If one can find a buyer. Sadly, Carl remains the only blacksmith in Wolfpine, and he hasn't visited in weeks. I hate holding on to anything this long, but given no one but a blacksmith will buy it, I now regret the deal. I worry Carl's all but forgotten about me." "No one could forget about you," Glenn assured her. Beth smiled warmly. "You've grown so much more charming, too." "Does that mean I get a discount?" "No." "How much?" This ingot did seem like a rather nice gift. 3 half-moons, Beth said firmly. Glenn sighed. "Any other suggestions?" "Or, if you're willing, you could convince Zach to join me for supper." Glenn completely failed to understand. "What?" "You see Zach every night, don't you? I don't. He's been too busy for weeks. Getting him to join me for supper is worth an ingot of orichalcum." "Zach hasn't been home for that long?" Glenn couldn't imagine leaving his own parents unattended for 2 days, let alone multiple weeks. "He's been home, but only early in the morning when I'm asleep. He's always gone when I wake up too, though his bed's been slept in. I imagine he's spending all his time with his new girlfriend." That was news to Glenn. "Zach has a new girlfriend?" Beth pushed the ingot across the counter. That's my offer. The ingot for one supper with my wandering son. You can take the ingot on good faith, but I'll expect Zack for supper within the week. Beth was being impossibly generous. Glenn wouldn't put it past her to be making all this up just so she'd have a face-saving way for a savvy merchant to give him a valuable item for free. He didn't know how to thank her, but one thing he wouldn't do was throw her kind offer in her face. "Deal," he said, and took the ingot. "He'll be home for supper, even if I have to drag him there myself by his arm while he's trying to activate Shadow Walk." "Try dragging him by his ear," Beth said. "I found that's far more effective." Glenn glanced down at his pouch, placed the ingot inside, and looked up. "What now?" "Dinner?" Beth reminded him. "Right," Glenn said, and smiled. "And now I have a gift." Beth leaned across her stall. "And, Glenn, please know I'm very happy for you both." Glenn felt a small lump in his throat as he realized this might be the last day he traded with Beth. She'd been good to him over the years, and if the Blazers chose him to join them, he'd be leaving Wolf Pine and everyone who lived here behind for at least 3 years. "Thank you again. Just keep me in mind when you're a big and powerful adventurer in need of a merchant to purchase your hoard of life crystals. You'll always be my first stop," Glenn assured her. "Take care." Beth waved. "You as well." Glenn took that as permission to leave. He'd have to find some other way to repay Beth in the future for this orichalcum to balance the scales, but for now, he felt satisfied. If Carl asked about the price, Glenn could honestly say he'd acquired the ingot for free. Now he just had to make it through one dinner without spilling meat all over himself. 14. A Pact Made. Zack. It was well past 10 at night, and Zack was well buzzed on mead, when Anna Ironstar and her annoying brother finally walked into the mostly empty interior of the mead beast. There were still no other adventurers present, as most everyone who was going to visit Gracia had visited a week ago during Dinah's hunt. Zack was actually embarrassed by how dead the place felt. More adventurers would come in the next few weeks, but for now the tavern was empty, save for a few townsfolk nursing their mugs. Glenn and Becca's safe return this morning had offered so much excitement and celebration the town was all drunk out. Sadie Wintershade, the innkeeper, looked quite pleased to see people who might actually buy food in her establishment. Adventurers offered good coin. "You two just take a seat anywhere," Sadie called warmly from her space behind the worn bar. "We've got warm bread, warm soup, and several other meals for a weary adventurer at the end of the day. Just relax, and I'll send my girl to get your order." Sitting across the table from Zack, Erica Willowbraid offered him an absolutely gorgeous smile. She wore a silken blue dress that was more low-cut than it needed to be, which Zack always appreciated. She had her blonde hair tied back in the most fascinating ponytail. "Look over there," Erica said quietly. "Your date's finally arrived, and only a day late." Zack grinned across his mug. "I thought we'd agreed you were my date." Erica pushed her empty mug across the table to him. "And I agreed I'd only stay so long as you paid for my drinks." She glanced toward the rookie adventurers. Anna and Alan Ironstar surveyed the sparsely populated tavern with the expressions of people who worried they'd missed all the fun. "Hey, you can't leave yet," Zack whispered. "You're supposed to make her jealous, remember?" "Did I promise that?" After a moment of staring at Zack's hopeful face, Erica laughed. "Oh, fine." She leaned in, offering him a delightful view of the cleavage revealed by her V-cut dress. "Good luck, you irredeemable rapscallion." She kissed him on the cheek, then rose. Zack grinned and watched Erica's backside as she strode confidently out of the tavern. Erica was even nice enough to offer Anna what might be a warning glance on her way out. Anna cocked an eyebrow at her, but otherwise seemed merely amused by the attention. Erica remained a good friend. Sadly, she seemed entirely uninterested in mutual fun, likely due to the torch she still carried for Glenn, so the two of them had settled on becoming drinking buddies. Zack didn't know what Erica was waiting on, as she could have any man in Wolfpine, including him. Besides, Becca had Glenn entirely wrapped up. Still, there were always plenty of other women to charm, including the one who just walked into the tavern after he saved her life one day ago. That had to count for something, didn't it? As he eased his eyes off Erica, Zack glanced lazily in Anna and Alan's direction. Anna met his eyes at once and beckoned him over. Zack gave it a beat. He then pushed up, taking a moment to steady himself. The tavern was spinning just a little bit. Still, no one would ever accuse Zack Silverstone of lacking in footwork. He sauntered past tables, then sat himself down on the unoccupied third bench between Anna and her brother. Zack smirked at Alan. "Worried you got lost again." "We had business," Alan said. "But you came. A day late. There's no other place to eat that's open after dark." "And we owed you a meal," Anna said with a glance at her brother. "Don't we, Alan?" He rolled his eyes. "Just don't expect anything expensive." "Hello there, adventurers," Randy Calidus bellowed from behind Zack, loud enough that I actually winced at her enthusiasm. "Welcome to the Mead Beast, where we have the best meat soup in Gracia. Can I get you all a mug of our finest apple mead?" Even as she spoke, Randy slapped down 3 simple menu sheets with the skill of a barmaid twice her age. Zack offered the slim redhead girl a glance. Randy wasn't yet 14, but was about 6 months away. Randy couldn't level until she turned 14 and began Luxterra's climb, but Zack already suspected the gods would choose her as townsfolk. Randy seemed to love her job as a barmaid, and unlike Zack, Randy had shown no desire to explore the wilds of Gracia in her youth. "Apple mead is fine, thank you," Alan said calmly. 3 mugs, if you please." He produced a small silver coin, a whole quarter moon, and tossed it to Randy, who caught it easily. "That should cover both our meals tonight and the trouble of late service." Randy beamed at both of them, then bowed as she pocketed a coin worth 25 crescents. "Thank you, kind sir. I'll be back with your mead in just a moment. Please look over the menus." Zack immediately disliked Alan a little less. The man had just tipped Randy generously and without hesitation, which worked out well for everyone. If Alan had been rude and condescending to Randy as well, Zack might have gone through with his plan to slip special powder into Alan's mead. It was the kind of powder that made a person go to the privy. A lot. The powder wasn't considered an attack, since it had medicinal value when aiding in constipation, so it could be slipped into someone's drink without running afoul of the Pantheon's law of consent. Such loopholes were among the many Zack knew the Shadowers Guild offered those who joined it, which he had not. Yet, that powder would be one way for Zack to get himself some time alone with Anna, yet by being such a gentleman to Randy, Alan had spared himself a night on the privy. Zack supposed that just because the man was rude while adventuring didn't mean he was a jerk in other respects. "What's good here?" Anna asked. "The soup." "The soup's fine," Zack agreed, "but the chipwrecks are what you're looking for." Alan frowned. "What are those?" "Seared potato wedges covered in salt and pepper. Mouth-wateringly good." "Aren't those rather fatty?" Alan asked. Zack pulled up his shirt to reveal his taut abdominals, then glanced down at his bare stomach, as if surprised by how muscular it looked. "I eat them all the time. See any fat here?" Anna's gaze dropped and rose appreciatively. Alan simply rolled his eyes. Zack dropped his shirt and grinned at the man across the table. "Meat roll and chipwrecks. That's my recommendation. But if you're in the mood for soup, you can't do better than Sadie's." Randy was already returning, balancing 3 mugs of sloshing mead in 2 hands without spilling a single drop. She expertly dropped each mug of mead exactly where it needed to be. "Ready to order, or would you like some more time to consider?" "You know my weakness," Zack said. "Get it out here." "And you're paying for it? How?" Zack pointed across the table at Alan. "He already paid you." Randy beamed at Alan again. "You truly are a generous man." "I try," Alan agreed evenly. "I'll try the meat roll," Anna said, eyes on her limited menu. "And those chipwrecks." "Great choice," Randy said. "The soup, please," Alan added, "but with chopped vegetables, if you have any available." Randy's smile faded. "I'm afraid those cost extra. We've had the rations since Dinah's hunt." "I'm willing to pay a little extra, and I completely understand." Alan smiled gently at Randy. It wasn't a lecherous smile at all, but more of a genuinely pleasant one. "Meat and vegetable soup would be lovely, if you can spare the extra ingredients for the extra coin." "Coming right up," Randy promised. She snatched their menus off the table as quickly as a gambler snatching up a deck of cards. "Oh, and miss?" Anna glanced at her. "Yes?" Watch out for this one. There's not a woman in town he hasn't tried to seduce. Anna, eyes not remotely on Zack, nonetheless smirked at her menu. For his part, Zack stuck his tongue out at Randy. Don't you have a job to do, Squirt? Get that thing away from me. No one knows where it's been. And with that, Randy Calidust sauntered off with her head held high. Ouch, Alan said appreciatively. I see someone else knows exactly where to stick a knife. Zack merely grumbled quietly to himself. She's quite the character, Alan continued. Adopted? Newly intrigued, Zack eyed Alan. How you figure that? Her mother, Alan said, referring to Sadie. Dark hair, Randy has red. What's that got to do with anything? Never mind. Alan returned his gaze to Zack. After yesterday's adventure in the mine, I've decided we're going to continue hunting in Gracia for a few days. Yet that mine was a little crowded for my taste. You're a local, aren't you? Can you recommend any good hunting spots? Absolutely, Zack said. The silence held between them for a second. Will you? Alan added, visibly attempting not to be exasperated. If you'll tell me where you're from, Zack said. A man like me gets curious. Why does it matter where we're from? You're not from Gracia, obviously, Zack continued easily. The style of that healing staff is unlike any I've seen here before, and, moreover, what kind of a self-respecting adventurer has never heard of chipwrecks? The way you two act? I wonder if you even grew up in Landers. We're from Aquarine, Anna said calmly. Lindo Village. Anna! Alan looked visibly annoyed with her. What does it matter if he knows that much? Anna asked. It's not like we're at war. We barely know this man, Alan reminded her crossly. And he saved our lives yesterday, Anna countered. What reason did he have to do that? Alan huffed. I should think his reasoning is rather obvious. At that, Anna glanced Zack's way. She quirked her lips. Do you mean to say our young server wasn't merely impugning your good name? Zack leaned toward her and lowered his voice. You're absolutely my type, but I'd have helped anyone in that situation. Anna smiled triumphantly at Alan. See? He was just being helpful. I also knew you two didn't belong here, Zack added, pleased that he correctly decided they were from another province. So what kind of trouble did you run into in Lindo Village? No trouble, Alan said evenly. Zack rolled his eyes. No pair of level 6 adventurers is going to pay to cross the open sea to level in Gracia unless their own starter zone isn't available. So, who are you running from? Our business here is our business, Alan said evenly. You asked for a meal. We've offered it. Do you intend to make our meal uncomfortable by insisting on answers you haven't earned? Anna sighed. In this point, I'm afraid, I must agree with my brother. You seem a nice man, Zack, but despite yesterday's heroism in the mine, we've just met. You can't expect us to spill all our secrets. That's fine. That's fair, Zack agreed, and eased back. Do you intend to keep your part of the bargain? Alan asked. We answered your question. They had. You two should try the Dewdrop Hills east of the safe road. Grass boars wander out there, and with Anna's range skills, you could even tackle a grasshawk or two. The woods, by comparison, are lousy with gloam wolves and grass sprites. The little ones won't give you experience, and the wolves travel in packs. Not a good match for two people. Anna's resulting smile made Zack surprisingly warm. Thank you. Zack's expression darkened as he considered other dangers. Just watch out for Volpor. That's why I recommend the hills for newcomers like you. Unlike in the woods, you can see that old wolf from a long ways off. Elite, Alan asked. Big as a horse, black as ash, and mean, Zack agreed. Takes a full party of 8s to drop him if they're good. But he strolls about like an old man. He won't chase you if you give him a wide berth. Randy chose that moment to return with their food. The smell of freshly seared chipwrecks made Zack's mouth water. The meat roll smelled great too, as it always did. Sadie offered a limited menu late at night, but Zack never had any complaints about the options. Anna picked up a chipwreck, holding it gingerly between 2 fingertips. She stared at it like an alchemist might stare at a rare plant. She looked to have no idea what to do with it. Just pop the whole thing in your mouth, Zack said. Nothing more to it. Anna took the daintiest bite of the tip of the chipwreck, then chewed. Her eyes widened, after which she shoved the whole seared potato wedge into her mouth. The delighted little moan she offered made Zack a whole different type of worm. Anna glanced his way as she reached for another chipwreck. "That's good." "You aren't kidding," Zack said, staring at Anna. Alan audibly slurped his soup, probably to get Zack's attention. Zack ignored him and kept his eyes on Anna, who just as obviously knew he was still watching her. She didn't seem to mind. He grabbed his mug and took a long sip of apple mead. "Hey, Zack," Alan asked. "One more question?" Zack forced his eyes to Alan's. He didn't want Anna to think he was desperate. He set down his mug and looked to Alan, then popped another chipwreck in his mouth. "Yeah?" "Are you a member of the Shadowers Guild?" Zack almost choked on his chipwreck, which had likely been Alan's intent. Had this idiot really asked that out loud? Alan really had no idea how things worked in Landers. Anna slapped her brother's arm. "Alan!" "It's a fair question," Alan said, "and it's not like he'd tell us the truth." Zack thumped his suddenly aching chest, took a deep drink of his mead, and set the mug aside. "Here's some free advice, Alan Ironstar. You want to avoid getting tossed out of town? Don't ever ask that question anywhere anyone else can hear you, especially in an open tavern." "Yet you haven't answered it," Alan said evenly. Zack would very well have liked to answer Alan's question in the affirmative, but no one from the Shadowers Guild had made contact with him yet. He wanted them to. He desperately wanted a member of the elusive Shadowers Guild to invite him to join them so he could enjoy the dangerous and exciting life he'd craved from when he was little, but he'd need to impress them first. The first step was reaching level 8 before he turned 17. Few adventurers his age managed that, and those that did often caught the attention of the Blazers. Zack had no intention of joining the Blazers Guild. They remained bound by too many pesky morals and province law. But the Shadowers Guild, they might notice him as well, and they offered a journey unlike any even a Blazer could find. "You said your reasons for being here aren't my business," Zack said evenly. "The answer to that question isn't yours, unless you intend to make our meal uncomfortable." "Not at all," Alan said easily, with a bit of a triumphant smirk at his sister. "I was simply curious." He looked like he'd already drawn his own conclusions, and Zack wasn't about to disabuse him. Anna sighed and rubbed her temples with both hands, and then looked to Zack. "Please forgive my brother, yet again, for making this awkward. He's overly protective." "And you're far too trusting," Alan reminded her. "But you've heard that before." The doors to the tavern burst open with a loud crash, loud enough that Anna jumped in her seat. She was halfway off her bench before she saw who'd burst in. Barry Dewcrest, one of Wolfpine's 2 alchemists. He wasted no time in heading for the bar. Someone, it seemed, needed a drink. Sadie glared daggers at Barry from behind the bar. "You disrespect my doors like that again, Dewcrest. You'll be selling your potions from inside the guard barracks." Barry visibly blanched. "Whoa, sorry there, Sadie. Got so excited for your cooking I forgot to knock." "Sit down," Sadie ordered, "and you better eat." Zack also didn't miss how Alan had instinctively reached for his iron mace when the tavern door burst open. He was expecting trouble. So who exactly were they running from? Alan and Anna were obviously worried about someone, and given the Pantheon's law of consent protected most everyone from assault, that was odd. The only people who could be assaulted freely were those who broke laws in town, who could be assaulted by the town guards, or those who broke the laws of the Church of Celis, like Deathcasters. They could be assaulted by anyone working for the church. Anna finished another chipwreck and glanced Zack's way. "Sadie has a way with people." "Her husband's a town guard," Zack said. "Oh?" Alan offered Sadie a freshly cautious glance. "No wonder." Zack's realization that Alan was wary of authority allowed him to feel a brief hint of kinship with the man. Not a lot, and not enough to make up for all the condescension in the mine, but a little. He chewed his meat roll, then tried another tack. "Forget history, it's boring. What kept you two last night?" "Hunting," Anna said evenly. though I hear we both missed some excitement. This was a chance to boast about Glenn and Becca, his good friends, and Zack never missed an opportunity to boast about his friends. Not much, he agreed. Just a 9-year-old girl who almost got eaten by a moss beast. My friends took care of it, though one lost most of her clothes. Was that the highlight? Alan asked. They got the girl back from a high-level moss beast and a swarm of grass sprites, all without choosing a class. You stay in this town long enough, you'll hear about Glenn Redwood and Rebecca Coldbreaker. Even the Blazers heard, which is why one of them is headed here. Zack didn't miss how both Anna's and Alan's postures visibly changed. Both tried to hide it, and Anna almost did, but Alan was a dead giveaway. Neither liked the news Zack just delivered. Zack leaned close and lowered his voice. You two got some problem with the Blazers? Anna ignored her chipwrecks. That's simply terrible to hear. About the moss beast. Zack had a moment to make his decision, and made it. His loyalties weren't with the Blazers. His loyalties were somewhere else entirely. The Blazer rep arrives tomorrow morning, he said evenly. They'll be coming in from the south gate, which is the only gate. Chances are Mayor Tight-Ass will give them the tour for at least the morning, a fate I wouldn't wish on anyone. Best time to slip out without running into the Blazer would be mid-morning, I think. Little chance of running into the Blazer then. What gave you the impression we needed advice? Alan asked. Anna gripped Alan's arm, and Zack didn't miss how white his skin turned as she squeezed. A moment later she turned to Zack and smiled. You're proving to be quite useful. You have no idea, Zack said evenly. Anna reached out to clasp his hand with hers. Her grip wasn't gentle this time. It was a strong, firm grip, and she felt like she meant it. Zack took a moment to enjoy the contact. He'd earned it. He relaxed, patted her hand with his other one, and pulled his hand away. It wasn't like Anna was inviting him to bed. She was simply thanking him, quite genuinely, for the advice. For information like this, you wouldn't expect anything more. Sometimes those who thought the laws of Landers were a bit too strict needed to watch out for each other. Soup's getting cold, Alan announced. I'm eating it. After that, further conversation felt awkward, so Zack attacked his food with gusto. Anna did the same, surprisingly enough. Alan insisted on spooning up his soup instead of slurping it. So Anna and Alan were crosswise with the Blazers. Zack was almost jealous of them. He hadn't done anything nearly dangerous enough to warrant that. Would you like to go hunting with me tomorrow? Anna asked. Zack shrugged. Normally I'd take you up on that, but I had a party. Great folks, but they only slowed me down. I work better alone. Then could I trouble you for a tour? Zack cocked an eyebrow at her. Of what? I'll tell you tomorrow, she said. Meet me outside town about the time you discussed. Zack glanced at Alan. What's the tour? Alan shrugged. Don't ask me. This is an Anna thing. I'll do it, Zack said immediately once he realized it was going to be just him and Anna. Provided you can spare some coin. I don't work for free. Another meal or two should do it, Anna agreed. On me? She offered Alan a glance, and instead of looking annoyed, her brother just sighed. What was going on between them? Yet when Anna looked at Zack again, her smile held real meaning. I'll buy you supper the night after you provide my tour, she said, and drinks. And since Alan's going to be busy tomorrow night, I'll handle both. I suppose I'll be doing something, Alan agreed grumpily. This was sounding better by the moment. You've got yourself a guide, gorgeous. But you'll call me Anna, she added. And I'll call you Anna, Zack agreed. Alan lifted his soup and finally slurped the last. He thumped it down, then tossed more coins on the table, enough to pay for both their meals and mead. Good soup, Alan said. I'm ready for bed. As am I, Anna agreed. We had a long day. So, tomorrow, Zack? Zack nodded. Tomorrow it is. Anna rose. Alan did too. As the man tried to walk away, Zack rose as well and offered his hand to Alan. Alan eyed it as if he thought it was some sort of trick. Thank you for the meal, Zack said. If you need more advice, I'm here. For both of you. After a moment, Alan took Zach's hand and shook it firmly. "I'll hold you to that." Anna smiled Zach's way before walking off with her brother. It was obvious they were done for the night, but still, the meal had been pleasant, and Anna seemed genuinely interested in spending more time together. A private tour of Gracia was sounding better and better. For now, Zach had best get home. Sleep would do him good. He just started toward the door of the tavern when a gorgeous, dark-haired woman in gloam-shroud leather appeared before his eyes. 15. A Shadower's Invitation. Zach didn't jump when the dark-haired woman appeared out of thin air in front of him, but he came very close. Popping out of nowhere to surprise people was his trick. The woman's age, late 20s possibly, and high-level armor told him she was absolutely an evolved class. Gloam Shroud armor had a minimum level of 25 and could only be worn by Shadowers, Time Striders, or Void Striders. The other thing Zach immediately noticed, of course, was that this woman was absolutely stunning. She had light brown skin, dark hair to her shoulders, and a head-turning figure. Her brown eyes looked hopelessly amused. Still, Zach had seen plenty of attractive women in his time, though they didn't always flash into existence before his eyes without warning. "What brings you to the tavern tonight, gorgeous?" He had no idea what an adventurer this high level would be doing in Gracia, but he saw no harm in asking. "You?" she said softly. Zach's heart suddenly pounded in his chest. He wasn't sure if he was aroused or frightened by the fact that this woman was eyeing him like he'd eyed Anna Ironstar, likely a bit of both. He settled back on his seat and raised his mug. "So why not sit down and join me?" Zach cast a casual glance at the bar, at Sadie, and then a much longer glance. Sadie wasn't moving. She stood frozen with one hand and one rag in a mug. Randy stood paces from their table, frozen in mid-step with a big smile on her face. The only other two people in the tavern were motionless as well. Zach looked back at his own body, still moving, still breathing, and then at the woman, who settled herself at the bench across the table with the sinuous grace of a high-level assassin. So this woman had frozen time. Could Time Striders do that? Zach knew they had multiple skills that could slow or speed up time for them or others, but he hadn't known they could simply stop time like this. Glenn would know. Glenn knew everything about classes, but Glenn wasn't here. And as stupidly attractive as this woman was, Zach wasn't sure he wanted to be alone with any adventurer powerful enough to freeze time. What did a woman this powerful want with him? "You look nervous," the woman said. "It would be rude not to be impressed," Zach said as calmly as he could manage. "I didn't know Time Striders could freeze a whole tavern like this. Can I ask your name?" The woman didn't offer it. "What makes you think I'm a Time Strider?" Zach gestured at everything. "Oh, nothing really." The woman raised one elegant eyebrow and leaned over the table. "It's a fair conclusion to draw, I suppose. Yet after seeing all I can do, I'd hoped you have more imagination, Zach." Pulling his name out of nowhere was a good try at rattling him, but the fact that she knew who he was wasn't impressive in and of itself. People had said his name plenty of times in the tavern tonight, and an evolved shadower could remain invisible to others for a long period of time. Still, this woman had come here specifically for him, and expended a powerful skill to speak with him in private. Why? Zach leaned across the table toward her. "I've a very active imagination, but most of that right now involves imagining what we'd do if I convinced you to head up to a room with me. I could definitely make it memorable. So if you've got something else in mind, I'm listening." "That's much better," the woman said. "That's the confidence I've come to expect from you, even if it is off an affront. As to why I'm here, it's to offer you a job." Zach's pounding heart pounded even harder. His mind had just caught up to the idea that a powerful, evolved shadower might, in fact, be a member of the Shadowers Guild. This woman might be their representative, making contact with him at last. What question should he ask first? What kind of job? Why me? Zack mentally considered and settled on the question he hoped would sound the most confident. How much can you pay? The woman reached below the table, likely into the unfilled bag he'd spotted on her leather belt before she sat down. Instead of producing a small pouch of crescents, as Zack had hoped, she produced a single crystal, about the size of a strawberry. She set it on the table. It looked almost like a life crystal, one that would drop from a monster of level 6 or higher, but this crystal glowed white, not purple. Zack had never seen anything like it, but there were hundreds of trinkets and artifacts in high-level zones he'd never encountered in Gracia. How much is that worth? Zack asked. More coin than you could earn in 2 lifetimes, the woman said. Yet the crystal is not your payment. It's the job. I'd like you to carry it in your pack for a few days, then covertly deliver it to the first person who approaches you and says the words, "The desert is lovely this time of year." That's cute, Zack agreed. Anything else? Tell no one we've spoken. Tell no one of the crystal. Break either rule, and our deal's off. That's it? Zack asked. A low-level delivery quest was a little underwhelming for his first job with the Shadowers Guild, even if he was delivering a powerful artifact he'd never seen before. That's all I'm willing to tell you about this job, the woman said. If you truly hope to have the life you dream of, you'll need to learn to accept jobs without asking a bunch of pointless questions. This sounded exactly like the type of job the Shadowers Guild would offer someone they were evaluating for membership. They might even have other high-level Shadowers watching him right now to make sure he didn't try to fence their crystal or make off with it himself. Rather than being creeped out by the idea of being watched, Zack could barely contain his excitement. This would be his chance to become part of the Shadowers Guild. This could fulfill his dream. Even so, he kept his face calm. It wouldn't do to reveal how eager he was to succeed. I understand the job and the secrecy it entails, Zack agreed. You still haven't offered me any reason I should work for you. Other than this? The woman dropped a small pouch on the table with a noticeable thump. The coins inside clinked loudly. As Zack reached for the coin purse, she snatched it away. After you complete the job. No deal, Zack said. Half up front, half after. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? No, Zack said. You're attempting to negotiate with me. The woman laughed again, a genuinely amused laugh Zack hoped was a good sign. She produced the coin purse once more, undid the drawstring, and counted out 5 silver coins, half moons, each worth 50 crescents apiece. Half up front, she agreed. Half after. That's 5 moons, Zack said, working hard to keep his voice even. For a delivery quest. That was enough money to buy a full suit of dusk leather. I'm glad to know you can do math as well as stab crackpaws. The woman's gorgeous lips grew into a new, more dangerous smile. Now, do we have a deal? Only if you tell me your name, Zack said. It doesn't have to be your real name, but I'd like something to call you, other than my perfect woman. You make a fair request, the woman said. You can call me Xiva. Zack took a beat. As in Xiva, goddess of the unseen? The very same, though I've no need of my title in casual conversation. Any woman that would willingly steal the name of the goddess of shadowers, guilecasters, and other wielders of illusion magic had to be both absurdly confident and eager to be smote. The woman's jaw-dropping blasphemy only made Zack respect her more. She showed no fear. The Pantheon passively enforced their laws upon Luxterra's people, both in how people gained experience and the threats of turning to salt if they disobeyed the gods. unlike so many others, Zack had always wondered if the gods truly had time to observe everyone's day-to-day activities. There were hundreds of thousands of people across Luxtera, and only 10 gods. The fact that the woman could claim Xiva's name and not immediately turn to salt suggested that either Xiva herself was no longer paying close attention, or that she was so amused by this woman's bravado that she wanted to see what she'd do next. Either way, Zack was impressed. He brushed his hands across the 5 silver coins on the table. He slipped them into his own coin purse with the silence he'd practiced from slipping coins of countless tables occupied by half-drunk adventurers. He now had more money at one time than he'd had since he turned 14. He brushed his hands together and leaned forward again. "I'll take your job. Still, one more question before you leave." "I thought we'd agreed to dispense with pointless questions." "Oh, this question isn't pointless. Now that we've concluded the financial part of our pleasant conversation, can I buy you a drink?" Xiva rose and smiled wide. "Ask me again when you're 18. I might actually consider it." Zack grinned back. "I'll do that, 'cause She vanished like a candle flame snuffed in a moment of strong wind. The sounds that Zack had only been vaguely aware were missing all began again at once. The rustle of Sadie's rag cleaning a mug, the little thumps of Randy's steps on the wooden floor of the meat beast, and the quiet murmured conversation of the 2 men still nursing drinks at the bar. Randy walked by the table, glanced his way, and frowned as if she'd noticed a spilled bowl of soup. "You sit on a pin? What's got you spooked?" Xiva was now gone, and that hadn't looked like Shadow Walk. When a shadower vanished into Shadow Walk, they left a burst of ash behind. Xiva had vanished without sound or sign, and no one in the tavern seemed aware that she'd visited him at all. Had Xiva used an artifact of some sort? Zack knew adventurers sometimes uncovered rare artifacts in high-level zones, magical items that could accomplish things most adventurers could only dream about. Given how utterly surreal his interaction with that woman had been, Zack was half worried that Anna or Alan had slipped something into his drink. A moment's inspection of his coin pouch confirmed the 5 silver coins he'd received were quite real. He slipped his hand into the travel pouch at his waist and felt the bulk of the small white crystal inside. He hadn't accepted the crystal from Xiva, but now it was in his pouch all the same. He opened his status sheet and checked for quests. Level 6. Deliver the mysterious crystal. Certified. He had not accepted the quest. It was simply on his status sheet now. Did members of the Shadowers Guild even certify their quest through the quest archive? "Zack?" Randy asked. "What's wrong with you?" Xiva had frozen the entire tavern to such a degree that neither Sadie or Randy were aware anything unusual had occurred. What type of skill could do something like that? How much prowess did that woman have? The important thing was he knew he hadn't imagined her. Zack's first instinct was to find Glenn and ask him to relay everything he knew about time striders, yet part of this job was keeping his interaction with Xiva and the crystal secret. So, as distasteful as the idea was, if he wanted his questions about time striders answered, he might actually have to go to Wolfpine's library and read. "Nothing's wrong," Zack said calmly. He dug into his pouch, pulled out 5 crescents, and slid them across the table. "That's your tip. My part of it." Randy swept the coins away as easy as she had Alan's, yet she looked unsure of herself for the first time that night. "That's no tip. What's this really for?" "Your silence." "About what?" "If anyone else comes in here asking about the Iron Star siblings, you tell them you don't know anyone by that name. Definitely don't mention they're staying here." Randy tilted her head, trying to appear casual, yet all signs showed she was now indescribably intrigued. "What's this all about?" "I think they might be in trouble with someone, and I think they may not be experienced enough to stay ahead of them." "Really?" "Can't be sure without knowing more, but all the same, think twice about answering any questions from visiting strangers about those 2. You're not a snitch, and they're our guests. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen to our guests, would we?" Randy eyed him warily. "I'll do as you ask, but I'm surprised at you. Since when do you care about 2 strangers?" Zack slapped his chest. That hurts, Randy. Arrow to my bleeding heart. And what if they ask about you? If Alan asks, tell him I'm busy. If Anna asks, feel free to direct her to my home. Randy snorted quietly. That poor woman has no idea what she's in for. If you mean an unforgettable night gasping my name, you're right about that. Gross. Randy waved him off. Go be drunk somewhere else. Zack rose and headed for the front door. Way ahead of you. 16. A Game with Drinks. Glenn. Carl Coldbreaker's house stood in the corner of Wolf Pine, tucked against the northern and western walls. It was a modest, cozy-looking house with a second story that was mostly attic, or, at the moment, Becca's bedroom. Carl's blacksmith shop and smithy was attached to the west side, though no smoke currently rose from the chimney. It was just past nightfall, so business was closed. Despite the bravado Glenn had felt in his room in his parents' house, he could no longer ignore the pangs in his stomach. He crossed the winding stone path that curved through Carl's small but immaculate front yard as carefully as he'd sneak by Volpor out in the hills. He stood before the heavy oak door, the weight of Beth's orichalcum ingot tugging at the coin pouch wrapped around his belt. He readied himself, as if for battle. Would Carl like this gift? Would this be a simple supper or a real interview? Would Carl be asking about Glenn's future plans? What would he say if Carl did ask? The possibility that Glenn could become an adventurer and Becca could not seemed impossibly remote now, yet the specter hadn't vanished. Everyone in Wolf Pine knew someone who had wanted to be an adventurer and had been chosen as townfolk, or had experienced that disappointment themselves. Therefore, most common age and even trial-age relationships were considered fleeting, no matter how torrid they might be. The simple fact was that unless both parties in a relationship were given the same role by the gods, any relationship they had would change drastically once they completed their ceremony of the path. Townsfolk would choose a townsfolk class and be trapped within the walls of the town to which they'd been born until they successfully leveled a townsfolk class to 8. Almost all settled down with someone local, and many requested a child from the church as well. Adventurers, by comparison, always left the low-level zone where they'd been born soon after becoming an adult. Every monster across Gracia would eventually become trivial to an adventurer, even Volpor, meaning the adventurer could no longer level within its borders. The only path for an adventurer who hoped to continue Luxterra's climb was to travel to a high-level zone like Evolan, and then beyond. For these reasons, an adventurer and a townsfolk simply had no long-term prospects. Even if a townsfolk wanted to join an adventurer in another zone once they reached its minimum level cap, that was an impossible time for a person on either side of that relationship to wait, and despite the difficulty of the climb, adventurers leveled faster than townsfolk when they lived. That was why the level cap for townsfolk was 20, not 40 like it was for adventurers. Glenn had already committed to stay in Wolf Pine and help Becca level to 6 before leaving, so she could choose her first Harmcaster skill. Yet with the Blazers Guild on the way, Glenn's promise might be tested, especially if the guild offered only Glenn or Becca an invitation. There was also no reason to assume the Blazers Guild representative was coming to visit Glenn other than his own hubris. It was Becca who had taken the quest to rescue Azalea, not him, and Becca who had selflessly sacrificed her level 4 skill point to ensure they succeeded. Finally, it was Becca who risked the forever death by willingly leading the monster horde away. Glenn was worrying endlessly about what-ifs and unknowns. His and Becca's future lay in the hands of the gods, and having now reached trial age, 16, there was nothing further he could do to influence his chances. What he could do was enjoy a fine supper with a gorgeous woman he adored, and get to know her father better. Carl Coldbreaker had always struck him as a fair and generous man, and thanks to Beth Silverstone, he actually did have a fine gift. Glenn clenched his fist, took a breath, and knocked heavily at the big oak door. He was pleased his knock reverberated beyond and through the house. It was a good, strong knock. Carl would approve. He waited longer than he expected for someone to open the door. Should he knock again? Before he could decide, the heavy lock clicked. The door swung open. Glenn involuntarily stood taller, expecting to find Carl standing inside. Yet it was Becca who opened the door, and to his Mild disappointment she no longer wore the stunning red dress she'd worn to the square, or the sandals that made her walk so hypnotizing. Even so, the white commoner's tunic that fell off both her bare, elegant shoulders made her look quite lovely. "The conquering adventurer arrives," Becca teased softly, low enough that Glenn doubted Carl could hear her unless she was standing on the other side of the door. "How was your date with Celis?" "I haven't been to the chapel yet." Becca frowned. "Cold feet?" "Mayor Coleman," Glenn said with a heavy sigh. "May I come in?" Becca's eyes widened with understanding. "So that's why Father's cooking yet another pig." Glenn wasn't sure he understood. "A pig?" Becca clutched his hand in hers and pressed her lips together, drawing him inside her home. Only then, as she allowed the door to close with its own weight, did she thump back against the wall of her home's narrow hallway and draw him close. Glenn's eyes widened. "What about your father?" he whispered. "He's still in his smithy, cooking," Becca said. "He's also going to be occupied for some time yet." She offered the most devilish little smirk. "Whatever shall we do to occupy ourselves?" Glenn shoved Becca into the wall and kissed her hard, easily trapping her there. He was careful not to make too much noise. The soft and lurid moans Becca made through their joined lips threatened discovery at any moment. God, she was so naughty. Yet another reason he adored her. Eventually, Becca eased him off and giggled quietly. "My goodness, Redwood, what's gotten into you today? One could say you're growing." Glenn didn't know whether to laugh or groan at her horribly off-color joke. "Please tell me you're not going to repeat that one in front of your father tonight." "No promises," Becca whispered merrily. She reached a hand into the neckline of her tunic. Even as Glenn's eyes widened, Becca produced nothing more than a small pouch. She opened it and shook it, and 2 small brown roots fell into her upturned palm. Glenn stared at them. "What's that?" As she tucked the tiny pouch back inside her dress, Becca's smirk only grew. "Do you trust me?" "With my life," Glenn said honestly. "Then take one of these roots, crunch it up in your mouth until you've made it into juice, and then swallow. It's for tonight. Trust me when I say we'll both need it." He could have asked Becca what the root did, but he knew she was hoping he wouldn't. That was part of the fun. He took a root, popped it in his mouth, and chewed without protest. It tasted like grass. Not unpleasant, but certainly not something he'd choose to eat. Becca's soft lips pressed together. "Do you remember what we learned today? About loopholes? I could have just poisoned you." "At least I'd die happy," Glenn offered. Becca sighed dramatically. "My thirst grows, and yet I remain parched. Levos is so cruel." She popped the other root in her mouth and chewed. "At least we'll have mead." Once they'd both finished chewing their roots, Becca took his hand and led him into a small room off the hallway, one with a rectangular table and 2 attached benches. A large glass window parted the south wall, facing the town, and a small indoor sink sat in a narrow counter to the north. A much smaller wooden door sat to the west, likely leading into Carl Coldbreaker's tiny backyard. Various pots and pans hung from gleaming metal hooks secured to the ceiling so tightly Glenn suspected he could swing on them. 2 full butcher blocks of fine-looking carving knives sat on the counter. Carl owned more cooking implements than anyone Glenn knew. "Stand here and act like you're admiring the cookware," Becca instructed. "I'll go let Father know you've arrived. You can break the ice by complimenting the sturdy nature of his kitchen." "I was actually going to do that anyway," Glenn said. Becca rolled her eyes. "Gods, I believe you." She patted his arm and turned away with a swish of her dress's ankle-length hem. "We've also broken out the good cask of mead, so eat hearty." Once Becca stepped outside the kitchen's westward wooden door, Glenn took a moment to adjust his hair again and make sure none of his clothing was obviously out of place. Becca could get awfully handsy when they kissed like they just had, which was absolutely wonderful. It wouldn't do to look like he couldn't properly put on a shirt when Carl arrived. He just moved to investigate if the water from the faucet above the sink was cold when the westward door thumped open with a loud bang. A big booted foot slid through after, followed by the largest oval serving dish Glenn had ever seen. Carrying that dish was Carl Coldbreaker, dressed in a sweat-soaked shirt and pants, and on that dish was what looked to be an entire roast pig. The big animal's well-cooked carcass was steaming, red, and glistening. It looked to have been freshly barbecued. Glenn's mouth watered at the delectable smell of salt, pepper, and other spices. Yet despite how good that pig smelled, why had Carl cooked up the entire thing? A common pig was no grass boar, but it still made enough food to feed 20 people. Did Carl really expect the 3 of them to eat all this tonight? Glenn would rupture his stomach if he tried. "Glenn," Carl called over the barbecued animal. "Glad to see you, boy." He thumped the oval cooking dish and its lovely-smelling prey onto the wooden table with a bang that rattled the entire floor. "Hope you like barbecue. I broke out the Lakebrook spices for this one." Glenn resisted the urge to tell the big man he shouldn't have done that. It would be rude to deny Carl's hospitality, so instead he simply said, "Sir, that smells amazing." "As it should." Carl slapped his big hands together as if cleaning off dirt. "I've been roasting this monster over my hearth fire since this morning. It died for a grand purpose." Glenn realized what that meant. "You started preparing this before we returned?" "Always knew you'd be back. Wanted to be ready to celebrate your return." Glenn appreciated the big man's faith in him and Becca all the more. Or perhaps, though cooking this pig this morning was Carl's own offering to the gods. The gods might be unpredictable, but almost everyone agreed they rewarded confidence. Hence why Glenn had chosen a duelist skill at level 4, trusting the gods would see his action as more reason to make him an adventurer. Carl glanced at Becca and smiled. "After all the heat and smoking, I'm just a mess, girl. Could you get out the plates and Tupperware while I change?" From another person, Carl's common use of girl might have seemed dismissive or denigrating. The love in Carl's voice when he said the word assured Glenn it wasn't a word he'd use to describe just anyone. It was clear Carl adored and respected his daughter. Becca nodded. "Of course, father." Carl glanced at Glenn and grinned. "Hope you're hungry. And boy, make sure and save some room for the meat." He laughed at a joke only he seemed to understand and sauntered out of the kitchen. His large boots thumped heavily on the floor before he entered his bedroom on the other side of the hall. He closed the door with a heavy thud. As they listened to Carl's obvious footsteps thump back and forth on the other side of the door, Becca pointed at the whole cooked board dominating the kitchen table. She mouthed, "Good luck." Glenn stuck his tongue out at her, and she stuck her tongue out right back. He was sorely tempted to find out what their tongues could do together again as they had in the hallway, but Carl could open his bedroom door at any time. Glenn instead walked to the table and waited. Becca opened the few cabinets in the kitchen and produced plates and Tupperware with scarcely a look. She obviously knew this kitchen in her sleep, and that recalled a tale Glenn had long tried to forget. Standing in a house with only one parent, he couldn't help but remember. Carl had built this kitchen for Anna, his wife, but it had been Becca's kitchen since she was 8 years old. Becca's mother, Anna Coldbreaker, died almost 8 years ago after a rancid and virulent poison cloud swept down into Gracia from the Madlands. That was a high-level zone across the high cliffs barring passage across Gracia's northern border, reserved for those 36 to 40. Due to the failure of 2 full parties of high-level adventurers to complete an epic quest in the Madlands, a servant of Raylan unleashed a plague across the zone. The poison cloud then wafted right over the mountains into Gracia, just far enough to blanket Wolfpine. It was a horrible time. 12 townsfolk of Wolfpine met the forever death in 48 hours after the plague reached the town, a threat even Wolfpine's town guards couldn't hold at bay. Richard Deepscar had exhausted his considerable blood casting Clean's body as often as he could, yet eventually the town's only spiritualist had to triage. He only had so much blood. Carl and Anna Coldbreaker, like all other parents in the village, willingly offered to be passed over so Richard could repeatedly cast Clean's body on their child instead. Despite the Church of Celis assuring everyone any children who died would be returned, death by plague was painful. Given the choice between letting their children die coughing and writhing in blood-choked agony, possibly multiple times, or risking their own lives instead, the parents of Wolfpine had done what any parents would. They toughed it out, while Richard saved the children. Fortunately, it wasn't like the plague had been a death sentence. While rancid, the poison affected everyone differently. Those with high vitality were likely to survive. and a coldbreaker died, but Carl only suffered a week's fever. Malcolm Silverstone, Zach's father, died as well, but Glenn's parents, who also gave up their turn with Glenn's body in his favor, both survived. Glenn's father had always had high vitality, a trait he'd passed on to Glenn, but Tanya had been born with less. Glenn suspected only the vitality she'd gained leveling saved her. To this day, Glenn had no idea what epic quest those adventurers up in the Madlands had failed, but no one in Wolfpine blamed them for the town's tragedy. Whoever those 8 had been, they too had fallen into the forever death, fighting to the last to stop the servant of Raylan from spreading its horrible plague. The plague shouldn't even have come to Gracia, yet fate was often cruel, and the servants of Raylan were the cruelest of them all. Almost as soon as Becca finished setting the table, Carl opened his bedroom and walked back out. He still wore his fine boots from earlier, but had changed into dark pants and a loose brown tunic. This reassured Glenn he'd made the proper choice in dressing casual. He wasn't out of place. Carl entered the kitchen again. "Goodness, Glenn, don't just stand there. Take the seat with its back to the window." Glenn glanced at Becca. "I was actually waiting for Becca to sit first." Becca glanced at him. "Were you? Please." Carl beamed at them. Becca might have rolled her eyes under other circumstances, but under the gaze of her father, she appeared positively angelic. She smiled warmly and sat on one of the 2 benches attached to the table, then patted the space beside her. Carl snatched a big butcher knife from the block on the counter, and Glenn only then remembered his gift. "Sir." "Carl," Carl reminded him. "What's wrong? Not a fan of meat?" He wiggled his knife. "Oh, no, sir. Carl, I love meat, especially barbecue. I can't wait to eat. I just wanted to give you a gift first, to thank you for inviting me over tonight." One of Carl's thick eyebrows rose. "Who told you I wanted a gift?" "It just seemed like a nice gesture." Glenn hedged and reached into his pouch. He pulled out the muddy brown ingot, but immediately thought better about placing it on the dinner table. Carl's eyes widened. "Orichalcum?" "Yes," Glenn said. "It's a key material, right?" "One of which I am always in short supply," Carl said gravely. "Thank you, Glenn. Place it on the kitchen counter for now. I'll spirit it away after dinner." Relieved, Glenn placed the ingot on the counter. "Now," Carl said, "let's eat." As Glenn sat down beside Becca, Carl leaned over the barbecued pig and sawed off a massive hunk of flank. The meat practically spilled off the bones, a sight that made Glenn's mouth water all the more. Carl snatched his own fork and used it to balance the big slab of salted and barbecued meat on the top of the knife. He dropped it onto Glenn's plate with a heady thump. There looked to be no vegetables, just meat and bread. Glenn approved of meat and bread. Carl sliced off a smaller but still respectable slice of flank for Becca, dropped it on her plate, and then sliced off a large slice for himself. Once he'd done that, he produced a discolored cloth from his pants pocket and wiped the butcher knife clean just like Glenn would clean a blade. He walked over to the sink, dumped the knife into it, and then stomped over to sit on the bench with its back to the hallway door. "Dig in," he ordered, "before it gets cold." His eyes widened, and he thumped the table with one big hand. "Fox's tits, I forgot to bring up the meat." As Glenn's eyes widened, Carl immediately reddened. Becca's quiet giggle made it all too clear why she was so fond of that particular curse. Carl cleared his throat. I don't usually curse over supper," he said, abashed. "So, my apologies." "Is that true?" Becca asked. Carl mock scowled at her. "Not a word from you, young lady." He rose, sighed, and walked off to the hallway. "Just a moment, you two. I'll grab mugs and mead to share." Once Carl had once more disappeared, this time into the cellar, Glenn glanced at the delectable slice of barbecued pig he didn't yet dare eat, then smiled at Becca. "Your father seems an easygoing sort. I was worried he might interrogate me, but now, not so much." Becca snorted. "Easygoing is one word for it. I'd hoped to string you along a bit longer, but gods, the orichalcum wasn't remotely necessary. It should be obvious by now he's quite taken with you." Glenn cautiously dared believe. "Really? You've leveled at my side for 6 months, you came for me in the woods, and you helped me rescue Deborah White-Talon's little girl. He's already asked me what we've promised each other." "And what did you tell him?" You promised to remain in Gracia once you become an adventurer to help me level all the way to 6 to ensure I gain a proper offensive skill after I choose Harmcaster. Glenn smiled in relief. Of course. And I promised to let you bone me senseless every night after we're done leveling. Glenn gaped at her. For one delicious moment, Becca's face stayed calm. Soon her laughter went out as she nearly bent over the table. Gods! Your face, it's melting off! Glenn's blush faded. She was only toying with him. So what did you actually promise me? He asked, referring to what she'd told Carl. Oh, I haven't promised you anything other than a leveling partner, Becca said. You're simply so enamored of me, you immediately agreed to do whatever I need. Glenn honestly acknowledged his plight. That's certainly plausible. Carl returned with the mead soon enough. Upon tasting it, Glenn discovered a delicious variety of apple cider that tingled on his tongue. While the spices cooked into the big slab of barbecued pig were hot, they were not so hot as to be unpleasant. Combined with everything Carl had seasoned it with, the meat was absolutely legendary. It tasted like meat a mayor would eat. One mug of consumed mead led to another, and Glenn paced himself at first. Yet even after completely draining 2 mugs, he scarcely felt drunk. The mead seemed mild enough. Becca kept up with them both, drinking her mead with abandon. That reassured him he'd be all right. If the mead were strong, Becca's low vitality would have her on the floor by now. Carl grew more boisterous and red-faced with each emptied mug. Somehow Glenn finished the entire slab of meat, though it was a near thing. His stomach swelled, and thank the Pantheon Carl did not offer another slab. So what was Carl going to do with the rest of this barbecued pig? The meat might keep through the night, but it would sour soon after. Eventually Carl lifted the big plate with the pig and set it on the counter to clear the table. The drinking song started after they'd all cleared their plates, after Carl had chugged his 4th mug of tingly apple cider mead. The songs Carl chose were colorful. Glenn had sung songs with his family too on special occasions, but their songs hadn't been near this body. Yet with Carl and Becca clearly committed, he had no choice but to throw his best in with them. Mead poured and Glenn drank, and the Coldbreakers felt like family. Becca leaned heavily on his arm, laughing and smiling, and Carl merely beamed in pleasure. Carl offered a number of jokes that grew progressively dirty with each cup of mead, yet rather than laughing at those, Becca merely rolled her eyes. She'd no doubt heard them all before, and Glenn gained brand new insight on just where she'd picked up her body sense of humor. Then, of course, Becca's hand landed upon his thigh, below the table, and squeezed. Gods, she was merciless. He did his best to keep a straight face, but she kept squeezing his thigh at just the wrong time, throwing his singing off cue or making him completely forget a word. Carl laughed heartily and corrected Glenn every time he messed up, and Glenn simply grinned and played along. He prayed that if Carl got up and walked around, Becca would relent before her father saw. Soon after, seeing that Carl had no intention of rising off his bench, Glenn dared to grab Becca's knee, then went for her lovely thighs through the thin fabric of her dress. She scarcely reacted at all, and after that, the battle was on. Levos might prevent their hands from venturing anywhere they shouldn't, but with this much mead and the danger of detection so close, the battle was thrilling. Finally, after draining his 6th mug, Carl rose wobbly to his feet. "To Becca and Glenn," he managed, though the names were so slurred Glenn barely understood. "Heroes of Wolfheim." He sat down again, somehow landed his mug on the table, and fell asleep sitting in his chair. Glenn stared for a moment, then glanced doubtfully at his own half-empty mug. He was midway through his 6th mug, more mead than he usually drank in a single night, yet the apple cider obviously only had a hint of alcohol. He'd merely need to ask for use of the privy later when it was appropriate. Yet Carl was completely passed out. Could a man this massive be such a lightweight in regard to liquor? How was that even possible? Carl had the vitality of a grass boar. Becca rose and ruefully shook her head. "That took even longer than I expected. He really is a master of his cups." Glenn, confused, looked between Carl, who was completely passed out, and Becca, who looked, at best, mildly tipsy. The whole kitchen spun slightly around him, but Glenn still knew he could stand, walk in a straight line, and swing a sword if necessary. "It's the root," Becca said, and patted his thigh affectionately. Glenn thought back. The one we chewed? It counteracts the effects of the mead. Becca smiled at her sleeping father. Glenn gasped. You drugged your father? Becca laughed as if he'd made a fine joke. I drugged us. My father's simply enjoying his reward for a night of trying to drink his new best friend under the table. When he rolls out of bed tomorrow with a fuzzy headache, I imagine he'll respect you all the more. Glenn stared down at his half-empty mug. So, this is strong mead. Without that root, you'd have been drooling on the table after 4 mugs. I imagine I'd have dropped after 2. Lake Brook Orchard mead is the strongest stuff you can get out here in Wolf Pine. Glenn looked at a blissfully snoring Carl again, then at her. So, what's happening? We'll address that in a moment. First, I need you to lift up the big oval plate on the counter and carry it back into the smithy. Father labored a whole day over this pig, and it's slated to be served along with other delicacies at Mayor Coleman's feast tomorrow. Oh? Glenn said. How would that even work? Wouldn't the meat spoil? Still, this was obviously another of Becca's famed plans unfurling before his eyes. Her plot was already in motion. All he could do now was follow her and ensure he didn't get swept away. Glenn picked up the big oval serving dish, carefully, and grimaced at the weight of the dish and all the meat that remained. He was certain that it would take 2 adult men with normal strength to carry it, with one on each end. He balanced it carefully as Becca opened the door. Once in Carl's smithy, intense heat assaulted Glenn, yet there was barely a glow in the round opening leading into the big furnace. Becca walked to another odd structure instead, a long stone table with a round white cover like half of a giant spear haft. She grabbed a handle and cranked it open. Glenn gasped as he recognized the shimmer of strong magic inside. What is this? Slide the pig and plate onto the table carefully from the side, Becca instructed. Her pale cheeks and bare arms already glistened with sweat. And don't let your hands enter the field. I mean that. Treat that shimmer like a burning forge. Glenn balanced the big serving dish on both arms, knelt before the table, and rested the side he wasn't touching atop the table. Once it was balanced, he eased his arms back and slid the whole dish on the table into the shimmer. He didn't touch it once. Nicely done, Becca said. Now step back. Glenn did so. Becca cranked the big white round top closed, and soon the pig and serving plate were entirely covered. Glenn could contain his curiosity no longer. What is this? Triage pocket, Becca said proudly. Glenn frowned. What's a triage pocket? He'd never read about such a skill, so it must be a skill used by an evolved class. Wolfpine's chapel only included skill tomes for base classes. Richard can make them now, Becca said. It's a Tier 3 spiritualist skill, one Richard acquired when he reached level 36 a few weeks ago. Anything placed within the field designated by the etched inscriptions is placed in a bubble where time simply ceases to be. The effect lasts 1 full day and night. It's also permanent, like an enchantment, and simply needs to be renewed once a year. Glenn immediately understood. So if someone is bleeding out, it stops their bleeding until you can heal them. Does it stop the 12-hour release on ensouled corpses? Sadly, no, or there'd be dozens in every chapel in Luxtera. But it stops everything else, including cooldowns, and you can't remove anything placed inside until the timer expires. For that barbecued pig, time has stopped. Its meat will be as warm and tasty tomorrow night as it was a moment ago when you slipped it into the pocket. Glenn stared in awe at the now closed table and the round shield over it. That sounds like it cost an ungodly amount of crescents. Try moons, Becca said. Father has been saving everything for the past 2 years, ever since he learned Richard was going to select that skill this year. He's quite proud of our new luxury. What would have happened if I'd stuck my hands in it? Probably only an hour or 2 of frozen fingers. Losing the use of your hands would mean we'd need to be more creative tonight, but we'd manage. Glenn glanced at the kitchen, where Carl slumped entirely passed out in his chair, and then out the window, where it was dark but not absurdly dark. He still had hours before his parents expected him home, yet Carl was out like a light. He and Becca had this house entirely to themselves. Creative? He prompted hopefully. Becca clutched his hand and walked off. Let's get out of the smithy. I'm already roasting. Glenn followed. You'd be a lot more comfortable in something other than that dress. She laughed and brushed her hair back over her shoulder. If only Levos would pull the stick out of his rear end, I'd shrug it all off and prance around for you and nothing at all. 3 months. Glenn happily followed her out of the smithy. Once she closed the door, the heat abated immediately. Perhaps the door had some sort of skill cast on it as well. Glenn found himself incredibly curious, but now was not the time. Sit, Becca said, and pointed at the chairs they'd vacated. Glenn glanced at Carl. With your father in the room? He'll be sleeping until morning, Becca assured him. Trust me, I know. Glenn settled back into his seat. Becca pulled her chair over to sit beside him, but didn't invite him closer. Glenn waited, evaluating her now somewhat pensive face. What was this about? If the Blazers ask you to join them, Becca said, you say yes. Glenn frowned. I thought we'd agreed to make that decision together. We did, and I've just told you what decision we should make together. I think you may be confused about what together actually means. Becca poked him in the gut. Don't dance around, Stone. I might thirst after you for months after you depart on a life of adventure and glory, but if you have to leave me, I'll level and move on. I've prepared for that. You need to prepare as well. For a moment, it hurt Glenn that Becca had just admitted that she'd be just fine if he left her trapped here in Wolf Pine and joined the Blazers Guild. In another moment, it made him glad she just assured him he'd be okay, even if he did have to leave. Of course she'd be okay. He didn't want to leave her. Becca was exciting and practical and absolutely gorgeous, but she was also correct. They could not defy the will of the gods. Adventurers were always prepared for any bump in the road, including that the gods might not choose them as one at all. If the Blazers invite me to leave, Glenn asked, you're certain you won't let me stay and help? Glenn beamed at him. Just knowing you would stay for me is all I need. Just like you know I'd stay here and help you if our situations were reversed. As Glenn looked into her determined brown eyes, he knew he couldn't talk her out of this. He also knew she was making sense. I know you would. Becca took his hands. So we have an accord. If the gods bless us both as adventurers, we'll level together here in Gracia. If the Blazers choose only one of us to join them, we'll accept even if the other remains behind. And if one of us is chosen as townsfolk, the other leaves town with no regrets. And if both of us are chosen as townsfolk, then the gods are blind and deaf, Becca said. And stinky. Glenn chuckled. He didn't disagree with anything she'd said. She still needed him to say it aloud, to seal the bargain they were going to make. So? She asked. We have an accord, he confirmed. Excellent. Now, sit here a moment. I'm going upstairs. Give me a few minutes to get changed, then come up to the attic and join me. Glenn had been up to her attic before. He really liked her attic. Before you arrive, I'm going to slip that dress back on, the one I wore in the square, with the cut that had your eyes glued to my chest. Oh, Glenn said. And those sandals? You could barely walk in those shoes. I've already gotten quite a bit better, though I could use more practice. I'll need someone to watch me walk around my room and watch my progress closely, and after you work so hard to get me drunk, I'll definitely need a great deal of assistance in keeping my balance. I volunteer, Glenn immediately said. Such a gentleman. Becca sauntered over to the ladder leading up to her attic room and climbed, very slowly, up the ladder. Glenn enjoyed every rung. 17. A candlelit conversation. Just after midnight, far later than his parents would likely deem proper, Becca shoved him out the door after they finally managed to pry themselves off each other. Having a house all to themselves had been both an exciting blessing and a frustrating curse. They'd eagerly experimented with all sorts of intent, but ultimately, because Becca was still of common age, they could only journey so far. Levos maintained an iron grip so long as intent was involved, at least until 3 months from now. Once they were both of trial age, they could journey as far as they wished, and it wasn't like they were entirely limited with the whole house to themselves. Becca had always been quite clever. Glenn was too. Even common age lovers had their ways. Glenn whistled cheerfully as he walked back to his house in what would be utter dark save for the well-maintained lanterns glowing at each street corner. By the time he was halfway home, he suddenly remembered his conversation with Logain back in the town square. Logain or another town guard would be on duty now, guarding the gate until 1 in the morning, when Wolfpine's gates closed. What must it be like standing the night watch after the bustle of the day had died down? Glenn now knew that town guards got 2 days a week where they didn't work, providing Coleman didn't put them on extra duty. Yet even if one only stood the night watch a few times a week, it must get lonely. When the last guard captain, Jeffrey Graybreaker, retired 3 years ago, he left Wolfpine with 7 of 8 town guards. That meant a position would remain unfilled until the gods chose a worthy soul to replace the town guard who'd retired. Being chosen as a town guard was among the highest honor the gods could bestow on anyone, a rare feat that only happened every few years. Still, a town of Wolfpine's size could survive on as low as 6 guards. Card's Book of Town Growth listed that quite clearly, so it could be months or even years before the gods chose a replacement. Some in Wolfpine would even relish the chance to gain the ability to wear god armor and become an unstoppable protector of all, but not Glenn. He wanted to see the world instead. Yet Glenn was already going to be late getting home, and his mother did know Logain. Saying he'd stop by to visit with the old guard would be a great excuse for being out past when he should be, and he suspected Logain would support him. Something about the man just inspired trust. Glenn diverted to Wolfpine's single gate, which stood on the south side of town facing the safe road to Evelan. He arrived to find 2 people, a man and a woman in gleaming god armor, standing in close proximity in the middle of the town gates. Both glanced his way, and then, as if by unspoken agreement, stepped apart as he approached. Had the 2 of them been chatting? Glenn supposed they must get bored like anyone else, and at least Logain didn't have to stand watch alone. He quickened his pace and waved, but neither guard acknowledged him. They just stood there posts beside each other of the open town gate. Glenn stopped in the gate and glanced at the male guard. "Logain?" The man said nothing. This was strange. Were they intentionally ignoring him? "Captain Cliffbreeze?" Glenn tried. Nothing. "Guard?" he tried finally. Logain turned to him, and Glenn recognized the once friendly gray eyes behind the full-face helmet. Those eyes were now stern. "Can I help you with something, citizen?" That was far more formal than Glenn expected. Was there more protocol to being a town guard than simply standing at the gates and not leaving until one's shift had ended? And, of course, bravely dashing out to destroy any monster that dared attack someone within 50 paces of the town walls. "I'm sorry if I'm intruding," Glenn said. "I merely wanted to see how you are." Logain's gray eyes remained calm. "Can I help you with something, citizen?" It was obvious that Glenn had been mistaken about just what Kaya, goddess of duty, would allow town guards to do while standing their watch. Even if he couldn't converse with Logain or his partner, however, he could offer his genuine thanks. He suspected they didn't hear that enough. "I don't need anything," Glenn assured Logain. "I was just walking home, and I decided to stop by the gates and thank you both for all you do to protect us." He turned to the female guard, whose god armor obviously marked her as such. "You too, Miss Guard. Thank you." Glenn had never understood why the gods designed adventure armor to look different on women. Reshaping armor to add female curves offered no tactical benefit Glenn could imagine, but the gods gave little reason for their decrees. Adventure armor transformed itself in real time when swapped between the sexes, though it provided equal protection for both men and women, sort of. The female town guard merely nodded and returned her gaze to the fields. "Right," Glenn said, and bowed his head. "I'll be going then. Good night, both." He turned toward town, gave Logain one more glance, and found the man staring straight ahead. It must be incredibly lonely to be a town guard. Glenn hoped they could at least talk to each other when others weren't around. As he walked off, the female guard cleared her throat. "Citizen?" she said gravely. Glenn stopped and spun back around. "Yes?" He didn't even think of running. When a town guard addressed a person like that, they listened. Humans could never assault one another unless both consented, but town guards were one of the few exceptions to the law of consent. Within their town, and for 50 paces in all directions beyond its walls, they could assault anyone who gave cause, other than the town's mayor. If someone violated the rules of the town or gods, a town guard could arrest them or even knock them senseless without first obtaining consent. The guards could also run 4 times as fast as the fastest adventurer thanks to their fleet boots. There was rarely any escape. "You're out past curfew," the female guard said. Glenn turned pale. "I'm sorry, I just finished a visit with a friend. I'm walking home now." When had Mayor Coleman imposed a curfew? Logain turned now to face Glenn. "I'm afraid it's too late for that, son." Glenn didn't fully understand, but he didn't dare disobey. He was so confused and more than a bit worried. "All right, I'm sorry I'm out past curfew. What happens now?" "Now? You dance," the female guard said. Glenn stared. "You heard her," Logain added sternly. "Dance, Mr. Redwood. A jig would be nice, though we'll accept cavorting if you don't feel up to the task." Glenn had never heard anything about this. "You want me to dance?" The female guard strode forward with a clank of fitted and surprisingly curvy armor. "If you need a partner, I'll dance with you, though I do warn you, I tend to step on feet." Glenn couldn't believe this. "You're both messing with me." "Oh, we're quite serious." The female guard offered one armored hand. "Now, Mr. Redwood, you owe me a dance. It's this or the town jail." "I'd listen to Joanne if I were you," Logain said sternly. "She's not near so nice as me." Still struggling to decide if Joanne was serious, pulling an absurd prank, or simply insane, Glenn gingerly took her hand. Then, with her form-fitting armor clanking, they danced like 2 good friends in a tavern, clasping hands and spinning. Glenn somehow avoided armored boots on his shoes. Joanne spun him one last time, revealing she was far stronger than even he was now. She easily sent him twirling off toward town. Glenn spun and caught himself, but only barely. He threw his arms and breathed deep, struggling to stop the spinning world from throwing him down. "He is impressive," Joanna agreed warmly, and glanced at Logain. "A lesser man would be on his ass after that. And only level 5? "He's a redwood," Logain said proudly. "They're a special breed." Glenn focused on balance. He had more trouble maintaining it now that he'd had after 6 cups of Lakebrook Harbor mead, but they were, obviously, pulling a prank on him now. He didn't bother to hide his relief. "Am I still going to jail?" Joanne laughed inside her helmet. It was a merry, pleasant sound. "Thank you for coming all the way out here to check on us. You had no cause to visit, and we've been hopelessly cruel. But I simply couldn't resist a little fun." "She's covering for me," Logain said warmly. "This was absolutely my idea. As you could imagine, we do get pretty bored out here at night." "Messing with you about curfew was Logain's idea," Joanne assured Glenn as she walked back to stand at her post. "Not the dance. The dance was all me. And you're a sport, Glenn." Glenn smiled as the spinning world slowed. That was an experience. Joanne glanced his way, blue eyes merry behind her full-face helmet. "Perhaps we'll dance another sort of jig someday." As Logain thumped her arm, she laughed. "When he's much older." Glenn only belatedly realized what Joanne had just suggested, and he felt a flush. She had to be so much older than him, but also experienced. Gods, this last night with Becca had left his mind wild. Logain glanced at Glenn and offered a wave. "Have a good night, Glenn. Do tell your mother I said hello. I suppose you've been out here talking with us for some time, haven't you?" Glenn only then remembered why he'd come here. "Oh, yes, for quite some time." "He certainly wasn't spending all that time with his friend, in her house," Joanne agreed. "Right," Glenn said. "Off with you then," Logain said. "Get home. You've now talked our ears off." Glenn waved. "Good night to you both." Grinning anew, he turned and jogged back into town. It was a relief to learn that town guards were just normal people, at least when one let them be. Glenn was ashamed he'd never really thought about that until recently, but he'd been busy leveling every day out in Gracia or helping his mother around her shop or spending time with Becca. It wasn't like the town guards were anonymous. All of the adults in town had known them at one point or another, and Glenn knew they traveled the town and ate at the Beast and did the things other people did when not on duty, but that didn't mean Glenn knew them well, or at all. He'd been focused on his own friends and his own adventures more than anything else. Meeting Logain in the town square after turning in his rescue quest had opened his eyes to the fact that the towering pillars of strength he saw standing guard every day were good people, genuine and kind. Perhaps he'd bring the town guards a snack tomorrow, if they could eat on duty, or he'd find out when Logain or Joanne would be in the tavern, off duty, and buy them a round of mead. By the time he returned to his home, the moon had begun to descend. He'd been out until the town gates closed, which was later than he'd intended. He might get in trouble if his parents were still up, but he'd told them he might be out late, hadn't he? Glenn peeked in through the window looking into Tanya Redwood's enchanting shop, all dark inside, with a plethora of colored crystals on the back shelves softly glowing, and breathed a sigh of relief. His parents must have already retired for the night. He walked to the door, pulled the key from his trouser pocket, slipped it into the lock, and turned. The click was loud, like normal, but not a complete betrayal. Glenn eased the door open slowly to minimize the creak of the hinges. He slipped inside like a shadower, gently pushed the door closed behind him, and then, quietly, turned the lock once more. "How was supper?" Tanya Redwood asked calmly. Glenn spun so fast his back slammed into the door with a clatter. His mother sat on her enchanting counter now, lips quirked and legs crossed at the knee. She wore her modest gray nightdress, as if she'd just risen from bed. Glenn blinked hopelessly. Did your food get cold?" "I was talking with Logain." Tanya's smile grew. "He's always entertaining. When did you two become friends?" "Yesterday. Mayor Coleman called him to act as an escort during my quest turn-in. Logain congratulated me after. He said we did a good job." "You and Becca?" Tanya prompted. "Yes," Glenn agreed, wishing he could absolutely sink into the floor. Tanya hopped off the counter and clicked her tongue in amusement. "Hal's right. They do grow up so fast. It seemed like only a few weeks ago you were out wrestling pigs, and now I imagine you're learning a whole new kind of wrestling. Mom!" He did not need to hear this tonight. Tanya walked over to the table. "Didn't you hear your father? Glenn's trial age now, and that's straight from the gods. Should I worry once again about your sensitive ears?" Glenn groaned and looked between the table and the stairs to his room. "Can I go upstairs and bury my head in a pillow now, alone with my shame?" "In a moment." Tanya settled into the chair nearest the stairs. "Come sit with your doting mother. You may be 16 at last, but I deserve one last night to embarrass you before you escape my grasp forever. You robbed me of last night with your heroics, after all." Glenn grumbled a little to himself, but walked over and sat down in the other chair. His mother did, it seemed, intend to rib him mercilessly, but at least she didn't seem mad. She was up awful late, so she'd likely been waiting a while. He owed her a chat. He glanced past her toward the stairs. "Dad's sleeping upstairs," Tanya said. "I'm afraid I wore him out earlier tonight." Glenn gasped. "I don't need to know that." "It certainly will be nice having you out of the house." Glenn winced and raised both hands in surrender. "Please, if you must punish me, do it in a way that's both merciful and approved by the gods." Tanya laughed merrily and eased back in her seat. "I suppose you've suffered enough for now. For what it's worth, I think you and Becca will make a fine match. I quite like that girl. She reminds me of me in a number of ways, some of which you'd prefer I'd not venture into." "Please no," Glenn begged. Tanya tilted her head curiously. "So? Have you two talked about it?" Glenn gave it a moment, just to be extra cautious. "About what?" "If the gods choose you both to become adventurers," Tanya said, "or if they don't." "Oh," Glenn said, and understood at last. This really was a chat he might want to have with his mother, given she had close personal experience with this very topic. "Yes, we're both hopeful, We have a plan for every outcome, but if it doesn't all turn out the way we both hope, we've both prepared." He remembered his and Becca's agreement. "We have an accord." "Good," Tanya said approvingly. "If there's one thing I've learned in my 36 years in this world, it's that the gods are rarely sensible or even fair. The church might talk a good game, but if you ask me, too much of our fate is up to whimsy and blind chance." Glenn considered his mother carefully. Her words were almost blasphemous, yet it wasn't like anyone was around to hear or complain, other than the gods. Since he and Becca discovered the loophole regarding intent, he had found himself wondering about how the gods made decisions recently, such as why they'd allowed their safe stones to fail, or a little girl to be ensorcelled. Challenge. That's what it all came back to. Without the Challenger gods and the monsters they created, humanity could never grow stronger. Humanity would stagnate and die no matter how much the Nurturer gods did for them. That was the story anyway. It was what everyone believed. Yet his mother would have made a fine ranger, one of the best, and the gods had stuck her running in a chanting shop for the past 18 years. Glenn knew this life, pleasant as it might seem, was nothing like the life his mother had desperately wanted. She suffered without complaint. Or perhaps she'd simply hidden her complaints from her only son. Until today. As she leaned over the table, Tanya's face grew quite serious. "Listen closely, Glenn. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of how you decided what you wanted to do so early in life, how you worked yourself to the bone every day across Gracia to level as fast as any unclassed I've ever seen, and of everything you've done since. And most importantly, I'm proud of what you did for Azalea and Becca last night." Glenn had never been comfortable with praise. "Mom, please." His plea was more to keep his composure than out of discomfort. She meant every word. "Your father and I both worry about you, obviously. You remember your father never wished for any life other than townsfolk. If you get your wish, you could meet the forever death in a ditch in a zone far from Gracia. We might not know for weeks. That terrifies us both." Glenn leaned forward in concern. "That won't happen." "Regardless, both of us support your goals," Tanya said calmly. "We'd rather see you chase the life you dream about than trap you here with us. So if the gods give you the life you've always wanted tomorrow, go. Don't even give us another thought until you're rich and level 30 and you decide to pop back in on your aging parents to see if we're not dead." "I'd never wait that long," Glenn protested. "Also, you could shower us with treasure. I could certainly use some more treasure around the shop." Glenn sighed and smiled. "Mom, it's just—" He stopped. "Thank you. For all you and Dad have done for me. I don't know if I've said it enough, but all your help has been amazing. And if you aren't chosen," Tanya continued, "you need to understand that it has nothing to do with you. You've more than proven you deserve to be chosen as an adventurer." Glenn nodded. "Now go try and sleep," Tanya said. "Tomorrow is going to be a rather exciting day." 18. A Morning Hunt. The new day dawned as all others had before, yet this one felt special. As nervous as Glenn felt, his mother's encouraging words the prior night had given him comfort. He still had no doubt, well, almost no doubt, he would walk out of the Chapel of Celis tonight as an adventurer and a duelist. But if that somehow didn't happen, he'd still, as his mother said, absolutely earned his place. He'd trust the gods to grant him the life he'd both strived toward and deserved. If they chose another life for him, well, such were the whims of the Pantheon. Glenn woke up at the crack of dawn, which left a whole day of trying to occupy himself before night fell. Only then could he complete the ceremony of the path at the Chapel of Celis. The ceremony of the path was where one who just turned 16 entered a chapel, placed their hands on the pedestal beneath the shrine of Celis found inside, and prayed in silence until she revealed their role in life. Most completed the ceremony of the path among family and close friends. Glenn would be completing his ceremony in front of the whole town, thanks to the arrival of the representative of the Blazers Guild and the machinations of Mayor Coleman. That was a tremendous amount of pressure for anyone to face, yet complaining or refusing was not an option. The former would only make him look petty, and the latter would endanger the financial well-being of his parents. Mayor Coleman had made that all too clear. His parents had worked all their lives to ensure he had the best chance possible to succeed. Glenn would therefore work as hard as he could to satisfy the mayor and ensure his parents continued to live comfortably in Wolf Pine. His fate still might be an open question, but theirs had been sealed long ago. He would never chance making their fate less comfortable than it was already. Still, he had so much time today. He decided to walk the town one last time. If everything he wished for happened tonight, he was chosen as an adventurer and the Blazers Guild recruited him and Becca to train and level in their ranks, they could leave Wolf Pine as early as tomorrow morning. Once the Blazers Guild recruited someone, they did not move in half measures. As a result, there was a chance today would be the last day Glenn saw Wolf Pine for quite some time. He had many fond memories of his hometown. He wanted to see it all one last time before he, possibly, left it for many years. He walked the streets in the light of first dawn, glanced at the battered yet lovingly maintained signs hanging above the shops, and watched the gentle sway of the now extinguished night lamps. He paused for quite some time outside the Mead Beast, Wolf Pine's tavern, yet no sounds came from within. Most hours of the day the bustle inside the Beast was audible, but not this early. There were still only a few adventurers in town. Glenn would have loved to spend his day picking the brains of adventurers, especially being so close to that life itself, but with Gracia's monster population still on the mend from Dinah's hunt, he doubted any high-level adventurers would have business here. Any low-level adventurers still leveling in Gracia would likely still be asleep in the Mead Beast, if any were in town at all. Glenn pondered stopping by Becca's house to see if Becca was about, but immediately decided to leave her to her own goals today. She did love sleeping in. He and Becca had said and decided all they could last night. Bothering her again this morning, when they both see each other at nightfall, almost felt like inviting bad luck. They'd talk again after his ceremony of the path tonight. Glenn next strolled by the guard barracks, hoping to see a guard relaxing out of armor, but the barracks remained closed. He glanced at Mayor Coleman's large mansion, which dominated the center of Wolf Pine, but the gates remained locked and the grounds empty. He did notice a number of tables already placed in the town square, likely for the feast tonight. There would be so much food. Glenn also glanced wistfully at the church. What if he snuck in and completed the ceremony of the path right now, then simply pretended to do so for real tonight? But quickly discarded that thought. Richard Deepscar or another servant of Celes would demand to see his status sheet both before and after he completed the ceremony, and Richard wouldn't lie to Mayor Coleman. He glanced up at the old familiar clock tower. It was only just past 7, which meant Wolf Pine's gates had only just opened to the world. Gods, what was he to do with himself today? As he walked down Market Street, filled with merchant stalls but no merchants, he remembered his vow to Beth Silverstone to drag Zack to supper with her one night soon. Given how early it was, and what he knew about Zack's disposition and habits from when they leveled together, now might be a good time to tackle that challenge, especially since he might not get another chance to repay his debt to Beth if he left town tomorrow morning to become a blazer. Following his hunch, Glenn immediately diverted to the Silverstone household, a small but lovingly maintained home near Wolf Pine's west wall. Most merchants stayed open until the gates of Wolf Pine closed at 1 a.m, loath to lose the chance to purchase some valuable life crystals from adventurers returning late. Beth Silverstone was no exception. Wolf Pine's gates had only just opened. Most adventurers hunted in the morning and sold life crystals in the afternoon. That meant Beth might still be asleep, but would be up soon to tend her stall. That also made this the perfect time for Zack, knowing his tendency to leave things to the last possible moment, to slip out of his mother's home without a word, before she woke up, which was also the perfect time for Glenn to intercept him. He settled himself comfortably against Barry Ducrest's house, which stood across the street from Beth Silverstone's, and relaxed. This early Wolf Pine was relatively quiet, without the bustle of daily business or the sound of crafters at work, just the gentle whistling of the wind. Unlike Zack and Becca, both of whom would be perfectly happy sleeping until noon, Glenn often enjoyed being up at the crack of dawn. It felt so peaceful to walk the streets of Wolf Pine before everyone woke up. It felt like the whole town had shut down to let him explore. Glenn's peace was short-lived. He'd scarcely settled in before a window on the side of Beth Silverstone's modest single-story home opened. Zack slipped out, dressed in plain cloth armor, and Glenn was actually surprised his hunch had worked out so well. Seeing Zack was wearing his old cloth armor made Glenn nervous. He couldn't be Zack's shield any longer. If Zack intended to keep hunting solo, he really needed better gear. Zack also wasn't using Shadow Walk. This early in the morning, he likely believed he wouldn't need it. Even if he had been clever enough to activate his Shadower skill, Glenn would have seen the window open on its own and known a Shadower was using Shadow Walk. As Zack stepped into the street, Glenn crept closer. He pitched his voice down deep. "Hold it, Silverstone!" He sounded just like a town guard. Zack twitched and spun to face Glenn, eyes wide. As their eyes met, Glenn realized to his delight that he had, just this once, startled his friend instead of the other way around. The tableau held like that a moment before Zack's eyes narrowed. At his obvious annoyance, Glenn couldn't help but laugh. "That's not funny," Zack said, though he had the decency to look a bit amused. "And more importantly, what in the six hells are you doing outside my house?" "Keeping a promise," Glenn said and stepped forward. "Your mother hasn't seen you in days." "That's not true," Zack said. "We saw each other yesterday afternoon." The way Zack's right hand twitched assured Glenn he was lying. Zack didn't realize it, but he'd always had tells Glenn had long ago learned to detect. Becca had her tells too, but Glenn never mentioned them. Most of the time, he was content to let those close to him keep their secrets. As he considered Zack, Glenn felt new concern. "Is everything okay between you two?" "Of course it is," Zack said. "She's Mom." "So why do you keep avoiding her?" "My business," Zack said evenly. "Business I'd appreciate you staying out of." It was, sadly, a bit late for that, so Glenn pushed ahead. "That's fair, but I did promise your mother I'd make sure you joined her for supper. Do you intend to make me a liar?" Zack scowled. "Why would you even promise something like that?" "I needed a gift for Becca's father. Your mom offered me a great deal." Zack groaned and rubbed his forehead. "Oh, she's crafty, I'll give her that. Not many people can so easily turn my friends against me. Don't be dramatic, it's nothing like that. And since you're you, you're not going to let this go, are you?" Glenn smiled his widest smile. "What do you think?" Zack sighed. "If I agree to show up for supper with Mom tonight, will you stop bothering me?" "Absolutely." "Then consider your debt paid," Zack grumped. He walked off toward the gates. That was about the best outcome Glenn could expect. "Off to hunt?" "Off to do something," Zack agreed with a backward wave. "You should too, if you want the gods to bless you tonight." Glenn gasped. That was right. He could actually level now, again. After spending 3 months with his experience capped, he had all but fallen out of the habit of leaving town first thing in the morning to hunt monsters. He hadn't actually hunted and killed a monster that gave experience for over 3 months, other than the Gloam Wolf he defeated to gain level 5. He should gain experience today. There was absolutely no reason he couldn't gain experience now that his cap was gone, and the thought excited him more than he cared to admit. It was time to face the monsters of Gracia again, the real monsters. He wanted to hunt in his home zone one last time before he left. Glenn hurried toward Wolfpine's southern gate, reinvigorated by the thought of facing a real challenge. It wasn't like he'd level all the way to level 6 today. That could take months, even with Blazer support. But he could still demonstrate his determination to the gods. He could also get a little payback on Luxtera's monsters for all the trouble that moss beast had caused. Once more, Glenn pondered stopping by Becca's house to invite her to join his party, but after the experience she'd gained from turning in the quest yesterday, she was certainly capped. There would be no benefit for her other than his company, and he felt like tackling Gracia and its monsters alone today. Taking on monsters solo felt appropriate. He wouldn't do anything foolish. He wouldn't push himself or take any unnecessary risks, like hunting down and challenging the high-level moss beast that menaced him and Becca. But he had his sword, his prowess, and his determination to reach level 6 as fast as possible. Best to put those to good use on a day where he'd otherwise stress about tonight's ceremony. Glenn strode to the gates and saw 2 town guards standing as they always did, at attention, one on each side of the gates. When he reached the gates, he walked past until he was just a bit outside, turned, and tossed a salute to the guards. "Good day?" Neither guard reacted, but perhaps these were guards Glenn hadn't met. The bulky shape of their mail armor made it obvious neither one was Joanne, though Logain could be behind one of those helmets. The eye holes were mere shadows with bright sunlight overhead. "Thank you for watching over our town," Glenn said. "I'm off to hunt the wilds of Gracia, but I plan to be back by late afternoon. When I return, I'd like to ask you both a favor." One guard tilted his head. "How can I help you, citizen?" He wasn't Logain, but he sounded friendly enough. Glenn smiled at him. "If you're free after your shift at the gate today, I'd like to meet you both in the tavern and buy you two a drink." Neither guard said anything. Had he offended them, or worse, offended Kaya? Yet all he'd offered them was to buy a drink. If the gods took offense at that, they were fools. "A drink would be pleasant enough," the other guard said finally. "Though you're a little young to be buying drinks for us, aren't you, Mr. Redwood?" Glenn was relieved they'd agreed. "I'm trial age now, and I've earned more than enough crescents in my leveling to treat two people who keep us all safe to a round of mead. I don't know if you've heard, but there's going to be a bit of a ceremony tonight. Some drinks and stories might help relax me before I walk into the chapel in front of the whole town." "We may have heard something about that," the leftmost guard said, with what Glenn could only describe as a healthy amount of amused sarcasm. "And while we very much appreciate your offer, we can't accept. The big to-do tonight, and the very special guest we're all expecting, is why all the town guards are working a double shift." Glenn groaned. "No, really?" He stepped forward. "I'm so sorry. I tried to enter the chapel and get this all over last night, but the mayor has his own goals," the left guard interrupted, almost as if to caution Glenn from bad-mouthing Mayor Coleman. "We're very much aware of where our orders come from. They don't come from you." Glenn grimaced. "Still, that's wrong." The left guard took a step forward. "Don't you worry about us, Mr. Redwood. We're committed to our duty here. You get out there and cull those monsters. Can't have them growing too strong and threatening our travelers and townsfolk now, can we?" "I will," Glenn said eagerly. "You have my word. But may I ask your names first?" The left town guard inclined his head. "Martin Frosthide." The right simply waved. "Scott." "Scott Willowrose," Martin added. Scott tilted his head. "Well, there you go again. Now the boy will never respect me." "It's a fine surname," Martin said. "Sweet and fragrant." Scott shook his head and glanced Glenn's way. "See what I have to deal with all day?" Glenn laughed. "Well, Martin and Scott, I hope your day is at least mildly interesting. And if I can't buy you a drink in the tavern today, I'll do so tomorrow." "If you're still here," Martin reminded him. "Right." Glenn took a moment. "Well, here's hoping I'm not." Martin thumped his armored hand to his chest, as did Scott. "Here's hoping, lad." Glenn bowed his head once more, then turned away. Both men seemed nice enough, but they'd said all they needed to say. If he stayed, things might start to feel awkward. Still, between his introductions to Logain, Joanne, Martin, and now Scott, he felt more confident than ever Wolfpine was in good hands. It would take a horde of Volpors to challenge the brave men and women who protected Wolfpine's walls. Glenn only regretted he hadn't gotten to know the town guards earlier in his life. They really did seem like decent folks. Glenn walked the safe road south until he was out of sight of the town gates, then opened the map of Gracia he kept in his head. The low-level portion of the Deep Scorn woods lay to the west, but Glenn had his fill of those woods. There was also a high-level moss beast that would be incredibly eager to rip Glenn apart. He glanced east instead. The gently rolling and grass-covered dewdrop hills waited to that side of the safe road. Those were flat and dappled in sunlight, with high visibility in all directions. While the hills were ideal for level 3s and 4s, he could still gain experience there even at level 5. It would be simple enough to find some grass boars or even a grass hawk, though he'd have a devil of a time taking a flyer down without a bow. Fortunately, grass hawks weren't aggressive, and they did eat cliff spiders, so Glenn normally left the graceful birds alone. Finally, there were no cliff spiders in the Dewdrop Hills. That was reason enough to level there today. Decision made, Glenn stepped off the safe road and climbed the first gently rolling hill he found. With luck, he'd quickly spot a monster he could fight and defeat. Once he reached the top of the hill, however, with a good view of the hills in all directions for quite a ways, he saw nothing that could challenge him. It seemed Gracia still had a lot of monsters to respawn. A number of grass sprites were visible, an initial line along the borders of the safe road. They existed to help low levels gradually become stronger while offering safety if anyone got in trouble. He'd long ago leveled beyond grass sprites. Glenn tromped down the hill and walked due east. If he walked far enough, he was certain he'd run into a grass boar or wandering gloam wolf. The grass sprites grew sparse once one walked a distance from the safe road. He climbed and descended more grassy hills, enjoying the sight of all the colorful wildflowers swaying in the breeze. In that moment, Glenn wished he'd offered to hunt with Zack today. Today, after all, might be their last chance to level together for years. Now that Glenn was level 5 with his own skill, the two of them could easily handle the sentries outside Crackpaw Mine and even venture inside. Yet Zack had his own class to level and his own life to live. Zack was doing what Zack did, so Glenn was on his own. As Glenn topped the 4th hill, he spotted a distant rocky protuberance many hills over. It looked to be a grass boar cave. Finally, an enemy that could challenge him. He wouldn't blindly approach. Grass boars formed small packs with a single male. While male grass boars could often be found alone, lazing about most of the day, female grass boars often hunted with 1 or 2 others. A trio of grass boars could be very dangerous if encountered alone. Despite the fact that a male grass boar was larger, had a tougher hide, and had tusks as long as Glenn's arm, he would much rather fight a single male grass boar than multiple females. While the female grass boars were smaller and had significantly smaller tusks, they were faster, meaner, and attacked with bites and stomps when they weren't attempting to gore their enemies. Also, while males would generally leave you alone so long as you didn't approach, if a small group of females came across an enemy in their territory, it always came to a fight. Glenn stayed low and remained upwind until he was close enough to see into the shallow cave. He was in luck. Only a single male grass boar occupied the cave, which meant the females were currently out hunting. Given the boar was essentially minding its own business, Glenn felt somewhat guilty about attacking it. This was its home. He was an invader. Still, fighting and defeating monsters was what the gods demanded of mortals. Left alone, this grass boar could grow into a threat to a younger adventurer or townsfolk. With the Pantheon's judgment a half-day away, Glenn wouldn't dare run from a fight. He immediately decided he wouldn't engage the grass boar in its cave. The space was barely wide enough for him to swing his sword around, and he'd have nowhere to dodge if the boar tried to gore him. Fortunately, male grass boars were easy to anger. So long as he stayed nimble and avoided being gored or trampled, he should have little trouble. Glenn unsheathed his sword, gripped it in both hands, and then wrapped it on the side of the cave. A ringing sound echoed loud enough to startle the grass boar to its feet. Its previous languid-looking eyes narrowed. It snorted and bared its teeth. The grass boar sauntered into motion, almost leisurely at first, but the first moments of a grass boar's charge were always deceptive. Glenn held his ground, heart pounding as his body made ready to spring into motion. The grass boar burst into a sprint with little warning, yet Glenn was ready. He dived aside at the last second, sword clutched to his chest. Hooves thundered as the grass boar's tusks just missed him, but then the boar was out of the cave. Glenn rolled to his feet and charged as it came around, but the boar was quicker than he expected. It flailed its head and tusked about like a skirmisher drunk on mead. Glenn wisely sidestepped to keep it turning. Attempting to parry those powerful swings would only get him knocked over. The grass boar, finding no contact, lowered its head again and stomped a foot. As it adjusted once more to align another charge, Glenn charged instead. This time it was the grass boar who got caught flat-footed. Glenn thrust forward with all his strength and buried his blade directly between the boar's eyes. While its tusks ended up mere fingertips from his chest, they didn't penetrate. The boar dropped flat, stunned by a blade point through its skull. Its health bar appeared above it, already charred half-black by the precise and powerful blow. A critical hit. Better yet, a tiny red icon on the side of its health bar showed it was now bleeding. The boar wasn't dead. Boars were hardy creatures. But after such a strike, it would be badly impaired. Glenn stomped down hard on its nose, got his leverage, and wrenched his sword free. He stumbled back and watched for another attack. The boar attempted to rise, but it looked to be disoriented by the blow. In all the years Glenn hunted monsters, he'd learned that flailing about blindly was far more dangerous than waiting until the right moment to strike. One precise cut or stab, executed at precisely the right time, was often far more efficient than swinging wildly in hopes one connected hard enough to win. That was how a duelist fought monsters. Glenn sidestepped the boar's tusk strikes again as attempted to fight on, yet the ticks of char consuming its health bar from the bleed made it obvious the monster was fading fast. It was dying, and Glenn wouldn't prolong its pain. The moment he spotted another opening, he dashed in again and sliced its back leg clean off. With a pained squeal and a massive huff, the boar thundered onto its side. Glenn rushed in one last time, determined to end the fight before it suffered. He stabbed straight down with his uncommon adventure weapon, once, twice, thrice, until the boar's health bar charred full black. The boar burst into purple ash. While a common weapon might not have penetrated the boar's thick skull or ended up lodged in its hard ribs, an adventure weapon was different. When it came to monsters, blades of uncommon quality or above could split hides and bone with the ease of a hot knife through warm butter. So while it was possible to hunt Luxterra's monsters with common weapons, few dare attempt it. The Pantheon made it clear monster killing was a job for adventurers alone. Glenn gasped for a breath as a tingle of pleasure flooded his body. Experience for a solo kill. He'd missed this feeling of triumph, the pounding of his heart and the roaring of blood in his ears. It had been too long since he'd faced a real battle, or rather since he'd won one. He pulled a rag from his pocket, wiped the boar's blood off his blade, sheathed his sword across his back, and knelt by the ashes. Before he grabbed the boar's life crystal, a glowing purple crystal the size of a peach, he bowed his head and closed his eyes. "Good fight," Glenn murmured. The grass boar had fought valiantly. Was it with the gods now? If there was an afterlife for monsters, Glenn hoped it was a good one. 19. An escort quest. Glenn swept up the life crystal and tucked it into his pouch, then checked his status sheet. 24,014 of 29,000. 10 more experience from his solo kill. That felt amazing, and he still had a whole day to slay more monsters. He just set off to do just that when a woman's voice called out from behind him. "Excuse me," a woman shouted. "Can I ask you a question?" Glenn spun to find a woman who looked closer to his mother's age than his own, walking down the gentle hill behind the one on which he stood. She had brown hair and a ponytail, and her tan hands spread to brush her fingertips against soft blades of grass. She was tall, slender, and quite attractive in her gray dress and flowing top. More noble clothing, he supposed. "Yes," Glenn shouted back. "Can I help you, miss?" "Come down here, please," the woman shouted back. "I prefer to speak without yelling." Glenn hid his confusion at somehow completely missing this woman. Perhaps he'd missed her because she'd been sleeping in the tall grass? Yet why would anyone risk that? Glenn constantly eyed his surroundings as he explored, and no one could hide all the way out here. How in the six hells had this woman snuck up on him? Was she a shadower, like Zack? Despite his knowledge that the law of consent would ensure this woman could not harm him, the fact that she'd hailed him in the middle of the Dewdrop Hills felt strange. As he approached, Glenn wondered what a woman dressed this light was even doing out here among the monsters. She dressed like townsfolk, yet she was no one he knew. He knew most everyone in Wolfpine by their face, even if he didn't always remember their names. It wasn't like Wolfpine was a huge town. 50 people had to settle in the same spot before they could gain town status, and after deaths, the departure of adventurers, and the latest 2 babies delivered by the Church of Celis, Wolfpine currently supported just over 60 people. Glenn was absolutely certain he'd never seen or met this woman before, so she must be from out of town, and possibly from another zone entirely. While Gracia's crafting and harvesting resources were nothing compared to Eveland's, there were common crafting materials that could be more easily gathered here in Gracia. High-level townsfolk often ventured up from Eveland to gather resources in Gracia, and escorting them offered steady employment to low-level adventurers. The most likely reason for the woman's presence was that she'd come to harvest crafting resources. That made sense. Glenn strode down to meet her where the hills merged. If she was from another zone, talking to her about her travels would certainly be interesting. With a whole afternoon to kill, Glenn would absolutely not turn down interesting. Glenn and the brunette in the gray dress soon stood close enough to speak easily in the gentle curve between both rising hills. Now close enough to evaluate her age, he judged her to be younger than he'd thought, though likely still in her late 20s. He also spotted the hilt of a common's dagger sheathed in the leather belt around her slim waist. Not adventure gear. Glenn inclined his head. I'm sorry if it seemed I was ignoring you, miss. I've come out here to hunt grass boars. The woman waved a hand dismissively. That's quite all right, young man. She offered her hand. Jenny Amberson, level 12 alchemist. While it was customary to offer one's name and class when meeting another mortal for the first time, it wasn't required. The fact that Jenny had offered hers first said much for her good intentions. Glenn clasped her hand firmly. Glenn Redwood, level 5 unclassed. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Redwood. May I assume you were born here in Gracia? I'm hoping to learn the best places to harvest milkroot. That confirmed his suspicions. Alchemists used milkroot as a basic component in light healing potions. While it grew many places across Luxdera, Gracia was rich with it. Grass sprites gathered around clusters of milkroot, and clearing them was a service adventurers performed for townsfolk. While creating light healing potions would not give an alchemist above level 8 any experience, many still made them to sell. Young adventurers went through potions steadily, and alchemists had to make crescents like anyone else. Most everyone in Luxdera looked kindly on high-level alchemists continuing to make low-level potions, as it was considered a matter of public service. Now close enough to examine the woman in detail, Glenn suspected Jenny might be wealthy. Her complexion was flawless, with soft lips and brown hair that looked silky and vibrant. Her nose was cute, her brow well-shaped, and her eyes a vibrant blue. Only wealthy women had access to excellent soaps and shampoo, so this, along with the woman's fine clothes, suggested Jenny Amberson, level 12 alchemist, was doing quite well for herself. Wealthy townsfolk down from Evelan would have the crescents to ensure her skin and hair looked phenomenal. Also, the way Jenny held herself made her seem almost regal, so perhaps she moved in high society in Evelan. Lakebrook was known for its lavish parties, tales of indulgence, and plenty which made those few of high society in Wolfpine envious. Glenn had no doubt Mayor Coleman would do just about anything to be invited to one of those parties. Glenn had scoured the Dewdrop Hills from west to east in his years leveling there, so he could confidently answer her question. Milkroot can be found across the Dewdrop Hills, miss. Though it grows more thickly along the eastern cliffs, there's plenty of loose sprouts to collect all over the hills, though. You say the clumps are thicker along the eastern cliffs? Yes, miss, a good bit thicker, but the monsters there can be quite dense. Glenn had never collected a single milkroot. His mother's admonition to avoid crafting and resource gathering had stayed with him as he leveled, but the stalks were common enough, he knew it by sight. He felt no need to describe the root. Jenny certainly knew it well by sight. Thank you, Jenny said and smiled. What kind of monsters can I expect to run into? Don't let the grass sprites on the border lull you, Glenn cautioned. It's all grass boars, grass hawks, and the occasional wandering gloam wolf farther east, not to mention the cliff spiders in the cliffs. They may be low level, but they can be troublesome in groups. And creepy, he added silently. He covertly glanced past her, searching for her escort, but saw no one. Had Jenny hired a shadower as well? She seemed utterly alone out here. Jenny clapped her hands together in obvious gratitude. You've been supremely helpful. Thank you. Please, don't let me keep you from your hunt. She strode past him, alone. Glenn frowned and took another look around. No escort? But she was obviously townsfolk. Miss, he couldn't resist calling after her. Where's your escort? Jenny stopped, turned back, and frowned at him. Why would I need one? Glenn hid his grimace. Jenny might be confident in the fact that she was levels higher than the monsters in the zone, but she wasn't an adventurer. Townsfolk gained attributes far less quickly than adventurers, and those attributes weren't often conducive to battle. Townsfolk also gained no offensive skills or blessings, and the woman's fine clothing offered literally no protection against monsters. The vast majority of townsfolk classes relied on a single attribute, prowess, with additional growth in divinity and wisdom for those whose craft work was magically inclined. Few leveled vitality. Blacksmith was the only class that offered strength, and this woman didn't have the obvious muscles of a blacksmith. That also suggested her health points remained rather low. Jenny, as far as Glenn could see, carried only a commoner's dagger, a common weapon that might not even penetrate a grass boar's thick hide. More than one overconfident townsfolk from Evelan had been badly wounded or even killed while harvesting resources in Gracia. Many foolishly believed low-level monsters offered no threat, until it was too late. You shouldn't venture to the cliffs without an escort, miss, Glenn said cautiously. I've no doubt you could handle a single grass boar, but they often move in groups. It's not uncommon to run afoul of a number of them if you aren't careful. You really should hire an adventurer to guide you. Jenny's formerly pleasant manner departed. Do I look as if I have the coin to hire an adventurer? Hiring one would eat any profit I'd make from crafting my potions. Glenn blinked. This immaculately dressed woman absolutely looked like she had the crescents to hire anyone she wished by Wolfpine standards. Perhaps standards of dress and beauty were more stringent in Evelyn. Regardless, it was now obvious Jenny had no one to guide or protect her, and that meant she could get very hurt. Glenn couldn't allow that to happen. No true adventurer would. Then I'd be happy to guide you, miss. If you wish to gather milkweed on the cliffs, I'll act as your escort. He met her now somewhat surprised gaze. If you'll allow me, of course. The woman's blue eyes narrowed. Didn't you tell me you're unclassed? You're not even an adventurer yet. I assure you I'm more than capable, Glenn assured her confidently. I carry an uncommon blade and already have my first skill. I know these hills, our monsters, and every patch of milkweed on the cliffs, so I'm certain I can make your collection easier and safer. The woman's momentary bout of annoyance subsided to tired resignation. I told you I can't pay you. I don't have the crescents at the moment. I made an unfortunate deal, so now I need to gather some fresh capital before I can go back to crafting high-level potions. Finally, Glenn understood why Jenny was out here alone. Her poverty changed nothing, at least in regard to keeping her safe. I don't require payment, miss. I'm out here hunting monsters to cull the population and work my way to level 6, so I'd simply be doing what I'd do anyway. You expect me to believe you'll escort me with no offer of financial reward? That's exactly what I'm offering. I'd like to ask to keep the life crystals of any monsters I slay on your behalf, but I require no other compensation for escorting you today. Your safety is what's important. She cocked one elegant eyebrow. I can't offer you a quest. All I can offer is conversation. Then that's how you can compensate me, miss. Jenny frowned as if mistaking his meaning. What could you possibly mean by that? As Glenn thought once more of Zack, he realized how an unescorted and attractive woman might take his comment. Charming this woman into bed was the last thing on his mind, and he had to make sure she knew that. He didn't want her refusing his help out of worry. Tonight, after I complete the ceremony of the path, I pray the gods will reward my struggles by making me an adventurer. I plan to become a duelist, and I also plan to level as quickly as I can. If all goes well, I'll be visiting Evelyn in a few years, and I know very little about your zone or its monsters, so any information you might offer would give me a nice head start. Information, Jenny repeated doubtfully. That's an unusual trade. I only expect what you'd give freely. I don't expect you to share any tricks about alchemy, that's your business, but any notes about geography in Evelyn, good hunting spots, monsters that might prove troublesome, or their weaknesses would be very much appreciated. Jenny tilted her head. And what if I can offer none of that? I don't know much about adventuring. I doubt I can tell you anything useful. Then my offer stands, Glenn said. You seem both capable and intelligent, but we don't get to choose the roles bestowed on us by the gods. I'm truly worried you could get hurt, and, miss, that's a worry I don't want to walk home with. So, if you'll permit it, please allow me to be your escort. I wouldn't be worthy to call myself an adventurer if I didn't offer to help those in need. So I'm in need, the woman said evenly. Glenn smiled. Well, I mean, you need amusement, if nothing else. Amusement? I actually know a good number of jokes, and I can dance if backed into a corner. So if I was out here gathering milk root, having some amusement would certainly make it less boring. At that, Jenny actually laughed. Any remaining hesitance and resignation melted away. Are all young men in Gracia as charming, generous, and well-spoken as you? Glenn refused to blush at her compliment. He had no reason to be self-deprecating. They'd likely tell you they are, but, miss, I think they'd be giving themselves too much credit. She stepped forward. I accept your offer of escort, Mr. Redwood. Every point you've made is sensible, and as I plan to stay at Wolfpine tonight, I'll have plenty of time to mix up some light healing potions with the materials we gather today. They are yours in compensation for your service. That was incredibly kind of her. That's not necessary, Miss Amberson. Yet I insist, Jenny said. And call me Jenny. I'm no one's mother, At least not until someone tricks me into petitioning the church for a child. Glenn saw no reason not to accept this arrangement. He did need potions. Then call me Glenn, and those potions will be a great help as I hunt my way across Gracia. I'll add a special ingredient to make them extra sweet. Now, to the cliffs, if you would. I'm afraid you volunteered to collect quite the hoard of milkweed. Glenn walked around Jenny and gazed toward the east. He focused on the still distant cliffs. If we set a brisk walk, we can reach the first large patch before noon. He set off at once, without looking back. Projecting confidence would reassure Jenny she was in good hands. Quiet footfalls told him Jenny had fallen in behind him. Glenn gradually increased their pace to a brisk walk, and her soft footfalls assured him she was having no trouble keeping up. He kept his eyes open for threats. He soon spotted a rocky grass borer lair not far to the north, but he had no reason to divert there now. Picking unnecessary fights with monsters that didn't already threaten them would only put Jenny at risk. They should simply proceed to the cliffs as fast as they could. They chatted easily as they walked, with Jenny asking an occasional question about Gracia's monsters, Glenn answering without thinking. He liked that she judged him an expert on the local monsters, and he enjoyed sharing everything he knew. Further conversation would be difficult at this pace without growing winded, so he'd wait to quiz her about Evelyn until they reached the cliffs. As expected, they reached the first big patch of milkweed before noon. The tall brown grass grew in abundance in the shallow shadows offered by the impassable cliffs along Gracia's eastern border. Jenny gasped with delight. Glenn smiled as she hurried past him toward the patch. He did a quick visual sweep for monsters, but none remained. It seemed like the aftermath of Dinah's hunt extended even all the way out here. Perhaps he'd been wrong to worry about Jenny. Still, this was just the first of many milkweed patches along the cliffs. He couldn't have allowed Jenny to come out here alone without worrying about her. There could also be more monsters anywhere along these cliffs. Jenny started at the edge of the patch and worked inward to avoid crushing any stalks. She nodded and hummed quietly to herself as she worked, plucking milkweed with an expert hand. While the act of harvesting milkweed looked trivial, every thin brown stalk was rough, scratchy, and fragile. In reading books on resource gathering, reading, after all, wasn't doing, Glenn had learned one needed to perfect what alchemists called a twist and pull to extract milkweed without damaging its fragile roots. Those roots were a component central in the creation of light healing potions. Watching Jenny gather them so effortlessly assured him she told him the truth about her class. Glenn remained a respectable distance from the patch, regularly swapping his gaze from the cliffs to the hills to ensure nothing snuck up on them. In what felt like no time at all, Jenny made the patch of milkweed extinct. It would grow back in a week or so. All plants that supported crafting classes grew back extraordinarily fast, so long as they weren't planted in towns. But no more milkweed would be harvested from this patch today. Jenny walked back with a skip in her step. Glenn was pleased to see her enjoying herself. The potion she'd make tonight would help keep many young adventurers like him alive. "Is it possible we could find more further up the cliffs?" Jenny asked hopefully. Glenn shook his head. "Those cliffs only go into Cliff Spider Land, and there's no milkweed up there. The cliffs also quickly grow impassable." "So what's on the other side?" He'd thought, being from Evelyn, Jenny would have extensive knowledge of the zones bordering Gracia, but then again, why would she? As a townsfolk at level 12, she had no reason to venture beyond the borders of Evelyn other than to Gracia. "That's Stragglereach," Glenn said. "It's a 17 to 20 zone, and anyone would be foolish to venture into it without strong poison protection or items granting immunity. Every monster there inflicts poison. The frogs and lizards are as big as a large dog, and the gigaflies are huge." Glenn expected Jenny to make a disgusted face at that description, but her eyes and smile both widened. "You say all the monsters there inflict poison?" "Yes, but as I said, they're big as dogs." "With that much passive alchemy at work, it sounds like Stragglereach must be rich in plants and roots. What kind of alchemy materials grow there?" Now Glenn understood her excitement. "I honestly don't know. I've only read the brief zone descriptions available in Card's Book of Zones, but I have heard some of the best alchemy ingredients come from Stragglereach, so I imagine you're right." Jenny glanced in the direction of the rising cliffs. "And do those poison monsters ever stumble into Gracia?" Glenn smiled to reassure her. "They can't. The cliffs are utterly impassable both ways. Even gigaflies can't get over them. We can't get there, and they can't get here, thank the gods, unless you go all the way around the mountains by traveling through Evelyn and beyond." Jenny relaxed and looked back to him. "That's good to hear. You look like a capable lad, especially at level 5, but I don't think even the two of us could handle a monster of that level. Glenn grimly shook his head. We could not. Our only option would be to run away as fast as possible, then pray the monster gets bored and decides to hunt easier prey. So adventurers do run away from trouble. Jenny smirked, though not unkindly. The last I spoke to assured me that was not the case. Then, respectfully, that adventurer was an idiot. Jenny laughed. Not far from the truth. The only way to survive a life as an adventurer is to recognize both your own limits and the limits of those you challenge, Glenn assured her. Running every day is better than dying even once, so long as you can flee without leaving someone weaker to bear the brunt of the monster's wrath. Jenny's smile faded. A choice like that sounds dreadful. What would you do then? Keep the monster busy until everyone it might hurt has escaped? Glenn reminded himself that sometimes adventurers didn't have the option to run. And then, of course, when everyone the monster might hurt is safely away, that's when you run like the wind. Jenny nodded solemnly. That's good advice. It's also brave of you to say. Glenn felt a bit self-conscious, but he was only telling her what everyone knew. Any adventurer worth their salt would tell you the same. At least, anyone worthy of the title. Likely not all of them, but the good ones, certainly. Glenn tilted his head. How many adventurers have you known? Quite a few, actually, Jenny said, before her eyes widened as she stared past him in alarm. What in the six hells is that doing out here? Fresh worry snatched Glenn's spine. He spun to look in the direction Jenny looked and gripped the hilt of his bronze training sword. Goosebumps rose across his skin. A huge black gloam wolf sauntered along the cliff line, standing almost as tall as a horse. He had wild yellow eyes and glistening gray fangs. He was Volpor, the level 8 elite wolf of Gracia, the voracious beast who'd murdered Jack Whitetalon and devoured his daughter Azalea. The big wolf hadn't spotted them, yet, but if they didn't leave immediately, he just might. 20. An elite foe. Do not run, Glenn ordered sternly. Soft footfalls approached from behind, and then Jenny stood at his side. Didn't you just say we should run from anything we can't defeat? Not from Volpor, Glenn assured her quietly. He's big and mean, but he's also old and rather lazy. Despite his size, he's been killed countless times by high-level adventurers, and I believe he was defeated no less than 4 times during Dinah's hunt. That was only a few weeks ago. So he might not be looking for a fight? And if we run, we'll anger him like a pair of frightened tribbits, Glenn agreed. So we walk, slowly, confidently, smoothly, due west toward the safe road. Glenn started walking just as he'd described, and Jenny shadowed his steps. I'm sorry to cut your milkweed gathering short, but if Volpor is roaming the cliffs, it's far too dangerous to be anywhere near them. You'll get no argument from me. Jenny's gaze remained fixed on the distant and sauntering wolf. That elite looks terrifying. They both walked, smoothly and confidently, away from the cliffs. As they retreated, Volpor continued meandering along the eastern cliffs at an easy pace. His big pink tongue lolled out the side of his open snout to dangle across his massive teeth, each as long as a dagger. Then the wolf stopped. Volpor's runny yellow eyes focused directly on the two of them. His big nostrils snorted eagerly. Devil spit, Glenn whispered. Volpor casually licked his lips and teeth. The elite terror of Gracia sauntered, once more, in what was unmistakably their direction. He snorted a challenge. Now we run, Glenn said, and turned to Jenny. Go. To her credit, Jenny took off like a startled tribbit. Glenn sprinted after her without daring to look back at Volpor. He didn't need to. The eager, piercing howl that echoed across the dewdrop hills was evidence enough. The wolf was on the hunt. Gods, what rotten luck! While Jenny Amberson might be a level 12 alchemist, she ran like a ranger, holding her long dress hitched up with both hands. She proved swift on open ground. Glenn sprinted just behind her, each huffing breath loud in his own ears. Rhythmic snorting assured him Volpor was hot on their trail. For some reason, that 6 cursed wolf seemed intent on hunting them today. Perhaps Volpor was still angry about being killed so many times in the past few weeks. Elites like Volpor were immortal, but took several days to respawn after being taken down, and though he'd never done it, Glenn knew dying was never pleasant. As the gently rolling hills continued and no sign of the safe road arrived, Glenn knew they'd never outrun the elite Lone Wolf. Volpor should have lost interest by now, especially since they'd started running from so far away, but Gressia's monsters had been behaving strangely of late. First, the grass sprites inflicted that strange poison on Becca, one far more deadly than any poison from a monster that level should be. Then that angry moss beast cast Root Barrier, a level 10 skill from a monster in a level 8 zone. Now Volpor seemed intent on chasing them far beyond his hunting path, despite the fact that they'd done nothing to draw his anger. There was a reason the gods had made Volpor so big and old. He was supposed to give up the chase if his prospective victims spotted him early enough and fled. This ensured the mere sight of Volpor while out-leveling wasn't instant death for adventurers. Card's Manual of Monsters suggested wandering elites like Volpor had been placed by the Challenger gods to teach adventurers to always mind their surroundings. Today, it seemed the Challenger gods had put Volpor up to outright murder. How was that even fair? "Keep running!" Jenny shouted. Like he needed that encouragement. "You too!" Heavy paw falls pounded behind them. Grass rustled far too close. Volpor didn't even howl as he inevitably caught up with them. He just panted like a big happy dog. A dog that wanted to happily murder them. Just like with that moss beast that menaced Azalea, Glenn could not hope to defeat Volpor alone, nor could he outrun the huge monster. And just like Becca had done with Azalea, he could lead Volpor away from the person he intended to protect, in this case, Jenny Amberson. It seemed cruel that the gods would force him to make the same choice twice in 2 nights, but he'd literally just had this discussion with Jenny. The gods, it seemed, had decided he should back up his words with deeds. "Keep going," he shouted. "I'll lead him off and slow him down." Glenn slowed, drew his bronze training sword, and spun to face his implacable opponent. Volpor was scarcely 20 paces behind him now. Once Glenn turned, the big elite Lone Wolf slowed his pace. His tongue lolled dangerously as he padded forward. At least Volpor looked to be tired out by the chase. He really was big and old. Glenn had to distract him long enough for Jenny to get clear, and then his first death. Glenn saw no way around it now, yet it need not be the forever death. He might still lose a great deal of experience, but he couldn't lose his level. If Jenny reached the safe road, the first thing she would do was rush back to Wolfpine and report his death. The Blazers Guild representative was arriving today. They might already be in town. Such a skilled adventurer would have no trouble retrieving Glenn's ensouled body and returning it to Wolfpine before 12 hours elapsed. So far as Glenn knew, no one else had died today. Richard's resurrect should be off cooldown if the gods smiled on his bravery. Even if not, he simply couldn't let Jenny die. His parents could afford to have him resurrected. Paying for that would hurt them financially, but he knew they'd agree with his choice to suffer a death to save a townsfolk. Glenn knew his mother would have done the exact same thing in his place, if she'd been chosen as an adventurer. "Run, Glenn!" Jenny shouted. "You can't defeat that thing!" "I can keep it busy," Glenn shouted. "Run back to town and alert the guards and look for the Blazers Guild representative. Tell them my ensouled body is waiting out here in the Dewdrop Hills and they'll come and get me. Now go, go!" Volpor tucked his tongue into his mouth and crouched low. He growled deep as he slowly advanced. Glenn gripped his sword, pointed its tip toward Volpor's nose, and set his feet. "Come on, old boy." Glenn forced a cocksure grin. "Let's dance now. Just you and me." He had no chance to deter Volpor by bluffing, and there was no benefit to letting the wolf make the first move. Forgoing all hope at strategy, Glenn threw himself at Volpor with almost suicidal recklessness. He simply had to give the wolf pause. Volpor simply watched as Glenn swung and then snapped his jaws tight, directly on Glenn's sword. Glenn nearly lost his grip, then did lose his grip. The big elite wolf ripped the blade from his hands with a deceptively casual move of his big head. Volpor used Pounce, flattened Glenn, and pinned him to the earth with one big paw. He overpowered Glenn as casually as Glenn might pin down a frog. Glenn punched desperately at the wolf's snout with one fist, again and again. But Volpor just snorted. The wolf panted above him with unconcerned eyes. His big jaws opened, revealing gleaming teeth. The six-cursed wolf was smiling at him. Glenn refused to close his eyes or look away. He wouldn't give Volpor the satisfaction. He didn't hear Jenny yelling any longer, so she must have accepted his logic and run. She seemed like a practical woman, and he'd assured her this wouldn't lead to his forever death. Still, he imagined being ripped apart by Volpor was really going to hurt. A ball of flame, as big as a man's torso, blasted the wolf directly in the face. Volpor hopped off Glenn with a startled yelp. A full fourth of his lengthy health bar charred stark black as he snapped at the flame, scorching his snout and tongue. His fur burned. Glenn took the brief reprieve to roll sideways and toward his sword. He snatched it up and spun around just in time to see the wolf coming for him again. He braced his feet. Another ball of fire blasted into Volpor's side, singeing his fur clean off. The blast tore open skin to reveal bloodied ribs and sent the wolf lumbering sideways. Volpor howled in pain and fury and turned away from Glenn, loping off toward the west, and Jenny Amberson? Jenny hadn't run. She stood in the distance, with her feet placed evenly and her eyes narrowed, her brown hair and fine dress blue as if caught in a strong wind, despite the wind being almost still. She spun both wide-open hands in yet another perfect glyph circle. More flame appeared. Volpor was halfway to her when the third ball of flame arrived. It blasted the big wolf in the chest so hard he toppled over. Glenn recognized the skill Jenny had used from sketches and books. Inferno was a Tier 3 Harmcaster skill, which suggested Jenny was a Harmcaster of at least level 8. That was the minimum level where one could choose Inferno, because one needed to acquire both a Tier 1 and Tier 2 skill to unlock it. Also, apparently, Jenny Amberson had enough blood to cast Inferno 3 times in a row. Volpor rose, shook his head, and loped on. Burns covered his body, his bones were exposed, and one eye was a charred mess. His health bar was now far more char than red, and it seemed obvious another hit like that would finish him. Harmcasters might be fragile, and their skills might be easy to interrupt and take time to cast, but they were also absurdly powerful. As Jenny finished her next casting, the big wolf slowed. He almost looked resigned as the next ball of flame whooshed toward him. Volpor didn't even try to evade the blast. He took it directly to the face. The heat and impact charred the majority of his head clean off. As his health bar turned stark black and faded, the big, angry elite terror of Gracia thumped into the high grass of the Dewdrop Hills like a tired dog settling down for one last rest. This marked the 5th time Volpor had died in the past 3 weeks. Glenn imagined being melted by Inferno hurt as bad as being chewed. Despite the fact that Volpor had intended to devour him, Glenn felt real pity for the old wolf. Dying over and over wasn't an existence he'd ever want to endure. Still, at least Volpor would threaten no more adventurers or townsfolk today. A tickle of pleasure trickled through Glenn's body. He'd actually gained experience from Volpor's defeat. How was that even possible? He called up his status sheet. He now sat at 24,024 of 29,000. He'd gained a full 10 experience, the same he'd have gotten for soloing that grass boar earlier this afternoon. He had no doubt Volpor awarded plenty of bonus experience, given he was elite and 3 levels above Glenn, but Jenny had done all the work. Glenn had hit Volpor once with his sword, enough to bloody his snout. 10 experience was rather generous. And Jenny Amberson, if that was even her real name, strode toward him, her strides a bit uneven but not slow. Casting Inferno 4 times in quick succession could drain anyone's blood, even that of an Infernist, one of the 4 choices for an evolved Harmcaster. Could Jenny be that? Perhaps. But she was also someone else entirely. "You're the Blazers Guild representative," Glenn said. While her now obvious deception bothered him a little, he also felt like he'd also passed a significant test. "Glad you were here." As Glenn went back over everything since they first met, a lot of things Jenny had said and done took on a new context. The way she'd casually quizzed him on the strengths, weaknesses, and habits of Gracia's monsters, things any adventurer who'd roamed this zone should learn. The way she tested his knowledge of other zones by pretending not to know how they worked, like Stragglereach. And, most importantly, her need. Because there could be no doubt that had she actually been Jenny Amberson, level 12 alchemist, she would have needed an escort today, even if that escort was not compensated in crescents or even potions. Choosing to escort her had simply been the right thing to do. Jenny strode past Volpor's charred and still-burning corpse. When she reached him, she bowed deep. Glenn wasn't sure what to make of that. Why was she bowing to him? My deepest apologies, Jenny said, maintaining her respectful bow. Not for my casual deception, which is part of my job when evaluating recruits, but for not thinking to check up on Volpor's patrol route before we ventured out to the cliffs. I should have anticipated his path. I put you in danger. She was apologizing to him? Glenn ruefully shook his head. It's fine. Please stop bowing. Only once you accept my apology. A Blazer can make no excuse for being this sloppy in her duties. Only apologize and promise to do better in the future. So Jenny really was going to insist this was her fault, despite literally saving him from death by Volpor. Glenn supposed he could understand how she might feel guilty. She shouldn't, but he couldn't tell her how to feel, nor did he have that right. I accept your apology, Jenny, Glenn said solemnly. I mean, if that's your real name. As she straightened, a small trace of a smile crossed her face. It is, and I'd like you to continue to call me by it. Still, allow me to reintroduce myself. She offered her hand. Jenny Amberson, Blazer Guild Apprentice Rank 4. I'm a level 20 spiritualist, but I recently dual-classed into Harmcaster, so I am very glad Volpor was unable to chew anything off you. Glenn whistled softly. That's an excellent combination. How far are you into Harmcaster? The fact that Jenny was a level 20 spiritualist explained why she had enough blood to cast Inferno 4 times even without an Infernus blessing. A person working on their second class continued to gain attributes as they leveled, as well as picking up new skills and blessings. Even then, an adventurer could only slot 5 skills and 3 blessings at any time. The rest went unused. Jenny simply raised an eyebrow at him. Glenn winced. I'm sorry. I was so impressed with those fireballs I overstepped. Please forgive my rudeness. Jenny smiled again. You really are a perfect gentleman. We just saved each other's lives, so it's quite all right. When I class as Harmcaster, I'm currently level 8, so we're both lucky and Elite's resistance to fire remains lower than to other skills. As he'd guessed, Jenny's current level was just high enough to acquire Inferno. Harmcasters often didn't acquire Inferno this early when leveling their first class due to its high cost in blood. Thanks to the large blood pool Jenny had acquired by raising her wisdom as a lifecaster, the base class that preceded Spiritualist, she had more than enough blood to use Inferno as often as a normal Harmcaster would use Burn. You still saved my life, Glenn reminded her. Not on my own, Jenny said. If you'd not held Volpor's attention and allowed me to gain the distance I needed to cast Inferno 4 times without getting my face chewed off, I imagine I'd be coming back out here in a few hours to retrieve your ensouled body. She glanced at the charred wolf. Or people will be coming to retrieve us both. Why a few hours? Glenn asked. I assume Volpor would grow bored of you by that time. He looks to take pleasure in the killing more than the eating, so if I did escape, I'd want to give him a few hours to finish chewing on you and wander off before dragging you back to Wolfpine. Glenn forced a grin. Fair point. As a waft of barbecued wolf reached his nostrils on the wind, he coughed and waved his hand in front of his nostrils. Gods, that's foul. Why isn't he ash yet? He quickly moved so as not to be downwind, coughing a few times. Sometimes elites take longer, Jenny said simply. Some even spring back to life for one final attack when we least expect it. Would Volpor do that? Glenn braced himself. Volpor's corpse steamed and hissed, then tinted itself blood red. Finally, the wolf's charred body exploded in a shower of purple ash. That ash settled into the largest ash pile Glenn had ever seen and revealed a life crystal the size of a grapefruit. That thing was huge. Jenny motioned to the crystal. All yours? No, Glenn said. I have no need of it. I'm paid by the guild, and I've caused you trouble. You defeated the elite, Glenn said solemnly. You should take his crystal. It wouldn't be right for me to take a crystal I haven't earned, nor would it be respectful to Volpor. Jenny raised an eyebrow. To Volpor? He was sent to us by the Challenger gods, Glenn said calmly. It's not like he chose to roam Gracia and devour people. It's what he was made to do, and I can't hate a monster for doing what it's told. The big guy's had a rough month, and I won't disrespect him by stealing his life crystal from the person who actually defeated him in battle. Jenny watched him for a moment. You really believe that? Glenn nodded. Then I'll take you at your word. She walked over to the big ash pile, picked up the large life crystal in one hand, and opened the small pouch on her hip. Despite the pouch being half the size of the life crystal, the whole thing slipped right in it. Once Volpor's impressively large life crystal touched the top of the pouch, it was like watching water compressed as it flowed down a drain. Glenn stared with wide eyes. Is that an unfilled bag? She patted the small pouch on her waist belt and glanced at him. Neat, isn't it? That's incredible. I've only read about those. Unfilled bags were God-blessed containers that could hold far more than a traveler's backpack. Just how much can you fit in there? At least one body, Jenny said. Glenn laughed despite her morbid humor, which actually reminded him a bit of Becca's. Is this speaking from experience? I can only say hopping inside a bag is not something I'd ever want to try. She glanced toward the safe road, then at him. Now, as to my report to the Blazers Guild, I could keep you in suspense, but after nearly getting you devoured, that'd be rude. So you're not keeping me in suspense. When we first met, you knew me only as a random alchemist and one, I freely point out, who was being more than a bit difficult, yet you refused to allow my overconfidence to endanger me. Glenn remembered how hard Jenny had struggled not to be escorted. He now fully understood why. She'd been playing the role of a difficult and overconfident townsfolk. As we argued, you remained unflinchingly polite, yet also very clear about the danger. You were consistently respectful of my skills, yet firm in your resolve to aid me, even if that aid offered no benefit to you. And while this should never be a requirement to join the Blazers, you willingly threw yourself between me and Volpor. You don't just speak like an adventurer. You act like one. Glenn wanted to explain that anyone in Wolfpine would do the same, but Jenny was currently actively telling him why he might join the Blazers. He wasn't about to interrupt her. In summary, Glenn, you're Blazer material. I'll write your recommendation myself. You've done everything today I'd expect of a recruit of your level and more. You've more than proven you understand what it means to do what we do, as well as how to think like we must. Hearing that from her was a massive relief. Thank you. Gods, this was really happening. Then, of course, Glenn remembered. You must also interview Rebecca Coldbreaker. I appreciate all you've said, but trust me, she's twice the adventurer I am. She even gave up her first skill to, I'm aware, Jenny interrupted, though not unkindly. And on the subject of not keeping you in suspense, the Blazers Guild has already decided to offer Rebecca an invitation. Glenn breathed. Really? I was sent here to recruit her, Jenny said, and now he spotted a slight tease in her eyes. We had high hopes for you, of course, as her adventuring partner, but without first seeing you in action and judging your strength of character, I couldn't in good conscience invite you as well. Oh, Glenn said. He grinned wide. He and Becca had actually realized the dream they'd both had forever together, as long as the gods didn't choose one of them as townsfolk. And rest assured, Jenny continued calmly, no matter whether you are chosen as adventurer or townfolk, your invitation remains. Glenn had never heard of townsfolk leaving their town unless they'd leveled a townsfolk class to the minimum level of a neighboring zone. Is that even possible? Guilds as big as ours have purchased a permanent exception to Levos's law of travel, Jenny said. We can recruit anyone, and it's not like we aren't in need of scribes, blacksmiths, enchanters, and others to staff our training and forward outposts. What matters, Glenn, is your strength of will and your strength of character. So whether you are chosen as an adventurer, as I suspect you will be, or even chosen as townsfolk, you'll be welcome with us, no matter your class. And Becca, Glenn breathed. Jenny smiled knowingly. From what I'd heard, I imagine she'll welcome this news. 21. Another Awakening. Zack. The first rays of sun pulled Jack from a dream he couldn't quite remember. A dream where he was a child again. In that dream, his father, Malcolm Silverstone, was still alive. His father hadn't been in the dream, of course. Zack hadn't seen him there, but he'd felt his presence. Sometimes he still missed his father's comforting and reassuring presence. Yet Zack was trial age now, and an adventurer. He wasn't a child any longer, and he had no time to mourn the father he'd lost almost 8 years ago. Instead, he had a job to handle this morning. A very nice young lady had requested a personal tour of Gracia. Zack reflexively checked his hip pouch for the bulk of the strawberry-sized crystal hidden inside. Xiva's crystal. He found it waiting, and unless some hidden shadower was in his bedroom right now, a rather disconcerting thought, no one would care if he took it out and looked at it again. So, in the darkness of his bedroom, with his mother asleep in the next room, Zack did just that. The strange crystal didn't glow, but it felt like it glowed. Just staring at it made Zack's whole body tingle. Odder yet, when he held it up to the sunlight streaming in his window, the light didn't refract. It was almost like the crystal absorbed it. Magic crystal. Magic of the gods. Just because he hadn't seen a crystal like this before, it didn't make it any stranger or miraculous than anything else in Luxterra. The important thing was he hadn't lost the crystal, which he couldn't until he completed his job. His first job for the Shadowers Guild. Or so he hoped. Zack tucked the crystal back into his hip pouch and slipped out of bed. He'd slipped in early yesterday morning, once he was certain his mother was asleep, and entirely intended to slip out this morning before she woke up to tend her stall on Market Street. He felt a fresh pang of guilt as he once again took pains to avoid her, but she'd made her feelings on his current exploits quite clear. Beth Silverstone did not want him leveling alone in Crackpaw Mine. She did not want him leveling alone at all. She wanted him with a party or at least a partner, and while Zack had no objection to the latter, especially if she was cute, he was done with the former. After all the most infamous Shadowers worked alone. Once Zack was dressed for adventure, in his cloth armor with his iron daggers sheathed, he eased open his window with a minimum of noise and glanced outside. The sun had only just risen, and Wolfpine remained quiet. As much as Zack disliked mornings, he did like quiet. He'd slip out before his mother awoke, slip into the Mead Beast for a quick breakfast with a few coins from those Xiva paid him last night, and then reach the front gates of Wolfpine in time to get a look at the Blazers Guild representative. Zack had no fear of the Blazers, at least not yet, and Anna would certainly find it useful if Zack knew who they should avoid. As he dropped onto the small alley between his mother's house and the house next door, Zack reflected on his recent choices. Initially, he'd simply been interested in a night or two of fun with Anna, but now both she and her brother's plight genuinely intrigued him. How had they gotten crosswise with the Blazers Guild? What exactly were she and her brother running from? What had happened back in Lindo Village, in Aquarine, half a world away? "Hold it, Silverstone," a deep voice demanded. Zack all but jumped out of his skin, mentally, as he spun to face the threat. A Shadower displeased with his choice to look at the strange crystal again? A town guard who mistaken him for a man burgling his own house? Yet it was just Glenn. Devil spit. Glenn stood between Zack and the street, dressed for hunting in his ring mail armor and bronze training sword. He had the biggest, most pleased grin on his face. His short brown hair was still wet, which meant he must have left his house not long ago. Zack narrowed his eyes. He was the one who did the sneaking up on, not the one upon whom one snuck. As Glenn laughed, Zack barely kept a smile from his own face. "That's not funny," Zack insisted, even though it kind of was. "And more importantly, what in the six hells are you doing outside my house?" "Keeping a promise." Glenn stepped forward. "Your mother hasn't seen you in days." When had Beth talked to Glenn about that? "That's not true. We saw each other yesterday afternoon." Glenn's eyebrow rose as he considered, and then his brow furrowed with concern. Zack recognized that expression as soon as he saw it. Glenn was going to try and help now. "Is everything okay between you two?" Glenn asked. "Of course it is." Zack belatedly remembered his mother's fervent pleading that he no longer hunt alone in the Crackpaw Mine. "She's Mom." "So why do you keep avoiding her?" "My business," Zack said evenly. "Business I'd appreciate you staying out of." If Glenn knew Beth was worried about Zack leveling alone, he would almost certainly insist on helping Zach again, or at least finding someone to help him. Zach valued his independence and made his own choices, and Glenn had a new life with the Blazers ahead. Zach wouldn't even consider doing anything that might compromise that. Glenn grimaced, one booted foot tilting as it always did when he was conflicted by something, yet he spoke again soon enough. "That's fair, but I did promise your mother I'd make sure you joined her for supper. Do you intend to make me a liar?" Now Zach was truly baffled. "Why would you even promise something like that?" "I needed a gift for Becca's father. Your mom offered me a great deal." Zach groaned and rubbed his forehead. "Oh, she's crafty, I'll give her that." His mother must have enlisted Glenn to track him down when he'd come to her stall to sell life crystals. "Not many people can so easily turn my friends against me." Glenn rolled his eyes. "Don't be dramatic, it's nothing like that." Glenn certainly wouldn't see it that way. Zach knew what had to happen now. His mother, as she always did, had found a way to bring up the topic again. Ever since his father passed in the plague 8 years ago, Beth had put on a brave face when Zach informed her he wanted to become an adventurer. The gods had honored his choice when he turned 16. Zach knew he was his mother's only remaining family, and more importantly, her only child. He understood why Beth Silverstone might want him to take a safer road to the divine level cap. Yet playing safe wasn't who Zach was. He couldn't be safe if he wanted to catch the attention of the Shadowers Guild, and if he was correct about the reason Xiva had given him this job to deliver this strange crystal, he'd made all the right moves so far. It wouldn't do to stumble now. Even so, Glenn didn't look like he planned to move. While Zach could temporarily slip away with Shadow Walk, he'd then have to dodge Glenn the rest of the day and every time he returned to town. That sounded exhausting. He saw no real option but to temporarily accept his fate. "And since you're not going to let this go, are you?" Glenn smiled his widest smile. "What do you think?" "If I agree to show up for supper with Mom tonight, will you stop bothering me?" "Absolutely." "Then consider your debt paid," Zach grumped. He walked off toward the gates. He'd have supper with his mother tonight as promised. When she offered some new argument as to why he shouldn't risk his life in Crackpaw Mine, he'd promise her he wouldn't hunt there any longer. And then, of course, he'd just go hunt there anyway. "Off to hunt?" Glenn shouted after him. Zach offered a wave without turning around. "Off to do something. You should too if you want the gods to bless you tonight." Behind him, Glenn gasped. Zach smirked to himself as he quickened his pace for the southern gate. Since he'd been capped for 3 months, Glenn had likely forgotten that he could level again. A full day of doing that should ensure Glenn didn't stumble over today's date with Anna Ironstar. Yet, was this to be a date? Anna had made it sound like it might be a date, especially since she was paying him for his expertise with supper and mead. The way Alan had tossed around coins last night, the Ironstar siblings were obviously wealthy. But just how long do they plan to stay in Gracia? Plenty of time for those questions later. For now, Zach's first order of business would be to get a look at the Blazers Guild representative. Assuming they followed his advice, Anna and her brother would lie low until mid-morning, when they could slip out without being seen by anyone but the town guards. As he strolled into the Mead Beast and traded a few coins for a freshly made bread roll stuffed with delectable sausage, Sadie Wintershade made the best pigs in blankets he'd ever had. Zach hurried to the front gate. According to the clock tower overlooking Wolf Pine, Zach reached the town gates just before 8 in the morning. More than early enough. Mayor Coleman, that ass, was nowhere in sight, which assured Zach the Blazers Guild representative wasn't here yet. How early did the representative plan to arrive? It might be some time, so Zach settled with his back to the Dewcrest house overlooking the gate and enjoyed his meal. "And just who kicked you out of bed?" Becca asked mirthfully. Again, Zach barely kept himself from startling, and again he pushed back annoyance. That was twice he'd been snuck up on today, which suggested his worries about another awkward supper with his mother had left him truly distracted. He glanced at Becca to find her dressed in a button-down white shirt with a fine belt, wearing a dark ankle-length dress that glittered in the light. Sequins or something. Zach eyed her up and down. "Did Glenn send you?" Becca's brow furrowed. "Why would he send me anywhere?" She then smiled like a woman who'd suddenly come across a great deal of coin. "Aw, did you two have a little fight?" Zack ignored her teasing. My mother turned him into a mercenary. Becca mock-gasped, one hand to her lips. My Glenn worried about his friends? She sat down beside him with her back against the wall. What is the world coming to? Zack suppressed a sigh as he looked back to the town gates. Becca was right, he supposed. Glenn had simply been worried about Zack and his mother when he badgered Zack into supper with her, because that was what Glenn did. He worried about people. They'd known each other since they were boys and leveled together, both with and without Becca, for almost 2 years. In all that time, Glenn had never once failed to earnestly throw himself at any problem anyone brought to his attention. He always did whatever he could to help anyone in trouble, even if he barely knew them. Glenn really was obscenely good sometimes, and given Zack's plans to join the Shadowers Guild, that had once worried him. What if his best friend decided he couldn't accept Zack's choice? Zack knew he'd be willing to lose a friend to follow his dream, but it would still hurt. Yet Glenn had never once discouraged Jack from seeking out the Shadowers Guild. He'd said, quite firmly, that while the guild wasn't the path he'd take, he knew Zack had to follow his own path. Moreover, he claimed to trust that Zack would never cross a line he couldn't cross back from. Sometimes it was nice that someone had faith in him other than his mother. Sometimes it was nice that Becca felt that way too. What about you? Zack asked. Waiting on Glenn, you two hunting? I'm capped, Becca said. Zack whistled softly. Just how much experience did you get from rescuing Azalea Whitetalon? Enough. Besides, Glenn needs to be on his own today. If everything goes well, this will be his last day in Gracia. Let him hunt. Let him hunt, Zack agreed. So are you going to tell me why you're here? I can guess all day. I'm here to meet the Blazers Guild representative, Becca said. Zack barely kept a smile from his face. Hanging out with Becca just a little bit longer would be the perfect way to scout the Blazers Guild representative without drawing suspicion. Every Shadower prayed for an increase in luck every time they leveled, as it remained the hardest attribute to increase. His luck, at least, was working well today. When are they due? Zack asked casually. Just past 8. I'd hoped to be here earlier, but I needed to choose an outfit. I noticed you went with less boob today. Becca slugged him in the arm hard enough he noticed, but he didn't miss her wry grin. I hardly see how those would benefit me. Why wouldn't they? Everyone loves boobs. As Becca sighed patiently, Zack knew at once he'd earned a lecture. Worth it. If the representative is male, I hardly need them getting the mistaken impression I'm attempting to vamp my way into the Blazers, Becca said calmly. And if she's female, I want to show her I'm serious about my membership. That requires dressing like I mean business. Didn't you do that in the square yesterday? And not like I'm out for a night in the tavern. Right, fair. So again, my question, Becca added, why are you surveilling the gates? Zack considered being coy about it, but he had no reason to be. Kinda wanted to meet the Blazer representative. Becca would already suspect that by now anyway. So you'll know who to avoid while you're palming coins in the tavern? Zack grimaced and looked away, hoping to appear annoyed, but inwardly he was smiling. Most of the time, Becca was entirely too insightful for Zack's comfort. This time, at least, she'd missed her mark. Right idea, wrong target. It's not often a Blazer rolls through town, Zack said evenly. I simply want to see if they're all that. To be fair, I do as well, Becca said. Then she thumped his arm again. Oh, look, our vaunted mayor finally shows his face. Zack casually glanced in the direction at which Becca was now staring daggers. Mayor Coleman had indeed arrived in his finest waistcoat, and he had a poor town guard in tow. Judging from the shape of her god armor, she was a woman. There were 4 male town guards in Wolfpine and 3 women. While Zack didn't know all their names, he did know this woman from the other 2. She was easily the tallest of the 3. Even god armor wasn't immune from the way all adventure armor changed to fit its wearer. There were already 2 town guards on the gates, and Zack knew that Wolfpine's garrison continued running light. Since Captain Greybreaker retired, Wolfpine had only had 7 guards to stand shift on the gate, 7 doing the work of 8. Eventually the Pantheon would select an 8th town guard, but they were taking their sweet time. Given the current gender imbalance in the Wolfpine barracks, gossip around town suggested the next town guard would almost certainly be a woman. Inconsiderate was the kindest way to describe Mayor Coleman rousting some town guard out of bed after she'd done a shift last night. Still, town guards got paid a generous salary and got free room, board, and mead for their entire lives. Worse fates awaited many in Luxterra. "If Coleman's here," Becca said quietly, "the Blazers Guild rep will likely be here soon. Do be on your best behavior. If you manage to get yourself arrested, we've never met." The lightness of her tone assured him she was teasing. Still, Becca might be more right than she knew, especially if the Blazers Guild representative ever figured out he was helping out Anna and Alan Ironstar. Fortunately, Zack saw no way they could do that. Becca rose and walked to stand by the gates. The mayor glanced at her and actually waved, but Becca's eyes remained riveted on the empty safe road. Zack snickered quietly to himself as Mayor Coleman frowned and lowered his hand. Now that Becca had the interest of a member of the Blazers Guild, Coleman no doubt wanted to ingratiate himself with her anew. It was clear to Zack Becca was having none of it, and it was also clear that made Coleman uncomfortable. Gods, the mayor was such a bore. Coleman had just started walking toward Becca as if to hail her when he stopped and looked to the safe road, or rather the figure who just crested the hill down the way. She approached on foot leading a single horse, but just the fact that she had a horse suggested she was an adventurer of some import. Finally, the figure, a woman, got close enough for Zack to make out details. When he verified she wore glistening moonlight robes and a white, blue, and yellow tabard, the colors of the Blazers, Zack knew his short wait had ended. Moreover, his advice to Anna and Alan had been on point. Mayor Coleman eagerly walked forward to join his town guards at the gate, keeping the third town guard he'd rousted out of bed in tow. Zack rose and casually headed for the gate like he was simply off to go hunt monsters. He'd pass right by the Blazers Guild representative and get a good look at her on his way out of town, all without a soul the wiser. Given how well he'd handled today's business, even Xiva might be impressed. For now, he'd simply settle for impressing Anna Ironstar. 22. A Forest Tour. Zack was leaning against a tree just off the safe road, all but hidden by the shadow of its thick branches, when Anna finally strode out of the gates of Wolfpine. She'd emerged just past 11, exactly as he'd suggested, which left him pleased. That suggested she actually trusted him to know his business. After his conversation with Becca and his look at the Blazers Guild representative, one Jenny Amberson, he'd spent a few hours this morning hunting glowmolves. He'd killed 3 of the monsters for his trouble, resulting in a fresh 30 experience and a few more life crystals. Had Anna arrived earlier than he suggested, he'd have found herself waiting, so her arrival now worked well for everyone. As Anna had promised, her annoying brother was nowhere in sight. As he'd promised, not a soul witnessed her departure save for the 2 silent town guards. Anna's curly blonde hair bounced in the mid-morning light, in a way Zack found quite fascinating. Anna once again wore her cotton robe. A small patch beneath her left breast showed she'd spent a few coins to repair the hole that crackpaw arrow had left as it penetrated. Though she carried no healing staff today, it likely remained out of charges. Zack had a few light healing potions, and hopefully Anna did too, but it would still be ideal if neither of them got injured during today's tour. Anna walked south at a determined pace without a look back. If she feared anyone following her, she knew better than to give them a reason to suspect her of fearing she'd be followed. Zack let her walk until she was out of hearing distance of the town guards, then detached himself from the tree's shadow. He strolled out onto the safe road. Her eyes snapped to his. The tension he'd seen in her shoulders fled as their eyes met, and she actually smiled at him. She kept walking. Zack casually fell into step beside her. Neither of them said anything until they were well out of sight of the town gates and the town guards who stood watch. With the deep scorn woods to the west and the dewdrop hills to the east, Zack whistled softly to catch Anna's attention. He motioned with his head toward a dense copse of trees, then slipped off the safe road. Anna followed, and more importantly, she asked no unnecessary questions. He really could get to like hunting with this woman, though getting truly attached, he knew, wasn't an option. Anna wasn't ever going to become his adventuring partner, not with Alan to take care of. Zack also had no plans to remain in Gracia longer than it took to reach level 8. For now, they could enjoy each other's company and perhaps a bit more. Zack could take comfort in the fact that he'd in some small way helped her stay ahead of whatever unfortunate fate drove her all the way to Gracia. Only once they were well into the tree line and hidden from anyone who might use the safe road did Zack slow. He looked around, spotted a stretch of open ground wide enough for both of them to kneel comfortably, and turned to face Anna. She stood right behind him. Zack settled into a relaxed crouch with his back to the bigger of the two trees. "Should be safe enough to talk here. So tell me, Anna, what kind of tour did you have in mind?" Zack didn't call Anna gorgeous or beautiful. He used her name. She'd specifically asked him to use her name, and he didn't want to seem rude. Anna settled herself into a low sit across from him and watched him with calm blue and newly cautious eyes. "Could you tell me about the blazer first, if you don't mind?" Zack liked that she'd asked him to fill her in, instead of demanding he do it. "Arrived at 8, just like I thought she might. Went off to tour the city with Mayor Coleman." Zack described Jenny Amberson in as much detail as he felt necessary, and when he finished, Anna looked relieved. "Not so worried now?" Zack asked. "Not about this blazer." "So you're telling me there's one you are worried about?" Anna leaned close. "Just how much can I trust you, Zack Silverstone?" That was a reasonable question. "What if I answer your brother's question first? Would that make you trust me just a bit more?" "About if you're with the Shadowers Guild?" Zack nodded. "It might," Anna agreed. "But you're not." Zack couldn't help but frown. "Ouch. That quick?" Anna chuckled quietly. "My knowledge of Gracia's current affairs is nowhere near your fault. It just so happens I've met the ringleader who handles Shadower business in Gracia, and they've already informed me they have no agents in Wolfpine. Not right now." Zack almost let his calm face slip. He couldn't be sure Anna wasn't lying about knowing the Shadowers Guild ringleader in charge of Gracia, and he also couldn't be sure the ringleader had told her the truth. He did, however, feel more than a bit jealous. Every zone in Luxterra had a ringleader, supposedly, the person who had ultimate approval over who took what jobs in the Shadowers Guild. The ringleader also settled disputes between members and ensured no one muscled in on anyone else's jobs. Only the most experienced assumed the position, and only for a few years. That ensured no ringleader ever became entrenched. It had seemed odd to Zack at first that a group as apparently lawless as the Shadowers Guild would appoint someone to lay down law, but the alternative was anarchy. Anarchy was bad for business, and if the Shadowers Guild stood for nothing else, it stood for good business. There was no money to be made when everyone willing to bend the law was constantly stepping all over each other and their jobs, hence the need for a ringleader, who Anna had met, supposedly. Now Zack wasn't entirely sure how much he could trust her. "That's how we arrived in Gracia," Anna said quietly. "We were smuggled across the sea and then through Evelan by members of the Shadowers Guild." Zack whistled quietly. That couldn't have been cheap. He pondered what all this revelation must mean. "And your name really isn't Anna, is it?" "It's Anna," she assured him. "But not Ironstar." "Fair," Zack agreed. He knew it was easier to keep one's first name when traveling anonymously, if that first name was common enough, since one instinctively responded to their real name. "It gets worse," Anna added. "The person who hunts us is determined, and, I fear, has both the funds and the connections to ensure we will eventually be tracked down if we remain anywhere too long. Even with the aid of the vaunted Shadowers Guild, I fear I've only brought us a few months of safety." "Just what in the six hells did you two do?" Zack asked quietly. Then he added a far more important question. "And why would you possibly trust me with any of this?" As Anna smiled again, her smile looked a bit frayed. "Simply put, I'm extremely pressed for time, and I don't have a lot of options, or any options, really. It's trusting you to help me, or wandering Gracia blind, and I don't have time to wander. Alan and I tried that yesterday." Zack pondered being offended that Anna had decided to trust him out of desperation rather than anything more noble, but he wasn't. Were he in her shoes, he'd likely make much the same choice. So the question now was if any of this was true, or if she was playing him with a sob story. This simply didn't feel like a con. First, Anna had nothing to gain. Zack wasn't rich, he wasn't high level, he wasn't that important in the grand scheme of Luxtera, as much as he'd never admit that aloud. He could see no reward for Anna should she successfully con him, and he saw no reason she'd spin such a fantastical story if she intended to gain his trust. Still, he couldn't entirely dismiss his caution. Caution was fine. Caution kept an adventurer alive. So he'd hold on to his caution, listen to Anna's words, and keep the option open to back out at any time if he felt like he was no longer safe. "All right," Zack said. "You've enlisted my services, and I've agreed to accept your story at face value until I see something implying I shouldn't. So, just tell me what you need." Anna's lips pressed tight before she spoke again. "I'd like you to help me find Gracia's Shrine of Raylan." Zack took a moment to wrap his head around that. "Can I ask why?" "You may, but I can't offer any explanation that would satisfy you." Zack watched her with newly wary eyes, his previously quiescent sense of caution now on high alert. Unlike a shrine of Celis, which was found in the chapel of Celis in every town in Luxtera, shrines of Raylan were found only in the wilderness and always in remote locations far from prying eyes, because Raylan, god of undeath, was the patron of deathcasters, Luxtera's forbidden class. Everyone knew about deathcasters, or at least everyone Zack knew. The gods had introduced deathcasters 50 years ago as a new class available to adventurers of Luxtera. Almost 50 years later, being a deathcaster remained against the law, because everyone quickly learned deathcasters could wield desouled corpses as weapons. Desouled, even when wielded by a deathcaster, ignored the law of consent. That meant a desouled body could attack anyone at any time without their consent and even kill that person if powerful enough. No one in Luxtera was brave enough to say the gods had made a mistake by creating deathcasters, so they'd settled on calling the class a challenge instead. A challenge to be arrested and imprisoned on sight. Unlike lifecasters, who served and drew their power from Celis, goddess of resurrection, deathcasters drew their power from Raylan, god of endings, Celis's husband. The creation myths taught by the Church taught two immutable facts. First, the Church taught that Celis and Raylan created the world and its gods. The nurturer gods, Vox, Isden, Levos, and Kaya, and the challenger gods, Isdros, Anson, Xiva, and Dinah, were the children of Celis and Raylan. It was those children who watched over Luxtera's mortals and monsters. Celis stood apart, as did Raylan, or so the Church claimed. Moreover, the Church did not claim Raylan was evil. To claim a divine god was evil would blaspheme against the entire pantheon. Instead, they simply claimed Raylan's purpose was incompatible with mortals and their goals. Celis made life. Raylan ended it. No mortal was immortal, so there would always be a need for the god of endings, but that didn't mean mortals should invite his attention or worship in his name. Ultimately, to Zack, none of the myths of creation or religious zealotry meant much. For other than his role as the patron god of deathcasters, Raylan had one more direct and practical purpose. His shrines offered one the ability to reslot, just like shrines of Celis. At a shrine of Raylan, one could reslot without members of the Church of Celis looking over their shoulders and demanding to see their status sheet before they left. Such was their right in a chapel. Yet shrines of Raylan were remote and hard to reach, while shrines of Celis were everywhere. Therefore, the only people who regularly sought out shrines of Raylan in order to reslot were— "I'm not a deathcaster," Anna said calmly. "I swear that on Celis herself." Zack gave the world a moment, just to see if any of the gods turned Anna to salt. They didn't. Swearing upon Celis was a seriously reckless thing to do if one intended to lie. Yet Zack couldn't simply take Anna's word that she hadn't chosen a forbidden class. He needed more. "Can I see your status sheet?" That was a bold question to ask someone he'd only known a few days, but circumstances demanded proof. Anna simply shook her head. "I'm afraid not. But not for the reasons you think." "That reason being that you're actually a secret deathcaster?" If a desouled strolled out of the woods, Zack would pop Shadow Walk and run for his life. His heart now hammered in his chest so loudly he feared even Anna might hear it. "I'm not a deathcaster," Anna repeated. "Can I prove that to you another way?" Zack pondered all the ways she could get the drop on him. Then he nodded. Anna rose, turned away, and pressed her hands together. Her fingers moved in complex motions as fire burst to life in her hands. That fire formed into a ball just like that he'd seen her cast back in the Crackpaw mine. "Burn," she said. The ball of fire rocketed off into the trees, smashing into one not far away. It exploded and left a charred mark on the ancient deep-scorn wood. Though traces of flame licked up and down the tree for a few moments, they soon went out. Deep-scorn trees were far too hardy for a simple fireball. Anna looked his way for confirmation he'd seen her skill, the same she'd used in Crackpaw Mine, then turned to the tree again. Once more her fingers moved, and once more the power of the gods manifested. This time it wasn't flames that appeared inside her palms. It was ice. "Freeze," Anna said. A sparking, jagged crystal of ice, a little larger than her fist, rocketed outward on a trail of snow and sparks. It slammed into the charred portion of the tree where her burn skill had impacted and covered the tree in crackling frost. When Anna settled down to face him again, visible sweat glistened on her brow. She'd likely just consumed a great deal of blood. Yet while her breathing was mildly faster, it wasn't labored. It was obvious she could cast both spells a few more times before stopping. "So you can use Harmcaster skills," Zack agreed. "That's your proof?" "Do you know any Deathcasters that can use both burn and freeze?" "You could be dual-classing," Zack said. Now Anna actually smiled again. "Just how old do you think I am?" Zack raised one hand. "This is obviously a trap." Anna laughed lightly and shook her head. "I'm 17, Zack. Trial age, just like you. I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to gain 15 levels plus 6 in more than a year, but I don't know anyone who's ever done it. I don't know anyone who's ever come close." "You do look 17, Zack agreed. "And do you find me attractive?" Zack knew there might be a trap here too, yet he was willing to risk it. "I thought I'd already made that abundantly clear." "It is nice to hear, and being on the run gets rather lonely. I wouldn't be opposed." Zack's blood heated anew. "That's good news. But before we even think of growing any closer, I need you to understand just how complicated my life is right now. Alan and I hope to level in Gracia for years if possible, but we'll be lucky to go undetected for a month. So any fun we had would be fleeting," Zack agreed. "To be clear, I'm in the same situation. You paid an exorbitant fee to a group of law-breaking specialists to flee your zone of birth and travel across the sea to a foreign starter zone, where you're hiding with your brother hoping to not be arrested by the Blazers." "I'm not looking for anything long-term," Zack corrected easily. "So, you're still interested in me, despite the fact that being with me might get you noticed by those who hunt me. That's not just a remote possibility. It's a real one." Zack smiled wide. "If I'm being honest, getting crosswise with the Blazers would make it more likely someone from the Shadowers Guild would recruit me, which is just a bonus." Anna ruefully shook her head. "So none of this truly bothers you?" "It's wild, I'll give you that, but I don't think you deserve what happened to you." Anna's eyes suddenly grew unsure. "What does that mean?" "It means that whoever's hunting you, I think they're the ass in this situation. Call it a gut feeling. But you don't strike me as someone who deserves to be driven from her home. You don't strike me as someone who'd do anything to warrant that. So if someone's after you, they're an ass." "They are that," Anna agreed, so quietly he barely heard her. "So why didn't you bring Alan?" Zack asked. "Not that I miss him." "He had other plans. Also, he didn't think we could trust you with any of this." "Did you tell him you planned to tell me anyway?" "I might have smudged my intentions a bit." Zack rose. "Well, here's the bad news. I've never been to our Shrine of Raylan." As Anna rose as well, the disappointment on her face was obvious. "I see. I'd simply hoped, but I can find it for you," Zack added. Her face lit up. "You can?" "I've heard rumors, and I have ideas," Zack said. "I've even seen glimpses of an old map. Shrines of Raylan aren't just useful for Deathcasters, you know. They're useful for Shadowers as well." "Are they?" Anna said dryly. I had no idea. No way to prove you pulled a job if some nosy lifecaster doesn't have a record of you slotting scale wall, unlock, and purloin the day before a jewel disappears from a second-story vault, and unslotting those skills before you return to town. If you can find it, Zack gripped her hand. I can find it, he said confidently. She didn't pull her hand away. She held his hand instead, and hers felt very warm. If you find that shrine, I'll owe you several nights of supper, and more than a few rounds of mead. That's a deal, Zack said. And maybe a night after as well. Now Zack's smile faded. I'd love that, he agreed as he released her hand. But not for this, Anna agreed quickly. It wouldn't be payment. It would be, well, for me. That I can get behind. You just might, she agreed. Caught utterly off guard, Zack then laughed far harder than he expected. He was surprised by how much he already liked this woman. Both of them were taking a big risk and trusting the other, but life without risks was boring. Life wasn't meant to be boring. And it would be nice to wander the deep Scorn woods in such pleasant company. 23. A shimmering threat. Though it took the entire morning of back and forth through the deep Scorn woods, the defeat of 6 gloam wolves, and a good portion of their afternoon, Zack found himself staring at what must be Gracia's Shrine of Raylan before the sun was even halfway down. He'd done it. He'd found it. As Anna snatched his hand and squeezed, he found reason to be proud. Most of the rumors he collected over the past year had been true. The shrine was in fact located in the cliffs west of the Deep Scorn woods. The towering rocky spires on each side of the path leading up to the shrine did indeed look like spears. Finally, one footnote in Gracia's history had stated the shadow of the Shrine of Raylan hung over Wolfpine like a dagger as the sun set. That suggested the shrine must be high in the cliffs due west of the city, and that direction hadn't been far off. There was still the chance this could be another old ruin randomly built into the cliffs at the western zone border, but Zack didn't think so. Something inside him felt drawn to this place. Anna dropped his hand and hurried into the shrine. Gods, it's just as grand as I imagined. Was it? Zack wasn't all that impressed, but he supposed this shrine had been out here for decades without anyone to tend to it or keep it clean. He knew that shrines of Raylan had been treated just like shrines of Celis, with reverence, before the gods introduced deathcasters to the world, but had been abandoned shortly thereafter, yet not destroyed. Whether acknowledged by the Church of Celis or not, a shrine to the gods was a shrine to the gods. No mortal would dare defile one, especially not a shrine devoted to Raylan, god of endings. So this shrine had remained unmolested and undefiled for all this time. It was simply abandoned. Even so, the shrine had never been anything truly impressive. It was a wide-open plaza of neatly set stones with multiple shoots of grass now poking through the cracks. The stones were only marginally darker than the rock of the cliffs of Gracia, suggesting they'd been quarried from this very cliff. Cracks showed clearly all around the edges of the plaza. The shrine itself was also nothing like a shrine of Celis. The shrines in the chapels of Celis had a large pedestal on which a statue of Celis herself stood with hands raised. There was no pedestal here, and no statue of Raylan staring down balefully at those whose lives he was slated to end. There was simply a slightly raised stone at the center of the plaza. That was where Anna knelt, staring down in wide-eyed wonder. After one last cautious glance to ensure they weren't being observed, at least not by anyone he could see, Zack sauntered over to Anna and glanced at the shrine. Anna looked up, features warm. "Thank you." He merely smiled. "I need to reslot," Anna said. "I may be away for some time, so can I ask you one more favor?" "I'll keep watch," Zack promised. "Do what you need to do in there." "I'll be back as soon as I can," Anna assured him. She turned once more to the shrine, then spread her hands and placed them, one on the sun, one on the moon. She went still. Her breathing slowed. Having used a shrine of Celis himself, Zack suspected a shrine of Raylan was largely the same. Anna now stood on the Plaza of Selection, A group of diamonds in an otherworldly realm where pedestals containing divine skills rose. This was, he realized, another danger involved in using a Shrine of Raylan. Using this shrine left one completely vulnerable to attack, while inside a chapel of Celis inside the walls of a town, one was protected both by town guards and the lifecasters of the chapel. No monster could attack. Out here, in the wilderness, anything could happen, and one could easily be badly wounded or even killed by a powerful monster before one pulled oneself from the divine sight induced by using a shrine. Something to keep in mind should Zack ever come out here to use this shrine himself. Given he'd been walking all day today, Zack saw no reason to stand guard on his feet. He settled into a comfortable sit on the stone ground next to Anna and swept his gaze across the deep-scorn woods to the east. He had no fear of threats to the west. The cliffs of Gracia towered over this shrine from that direction, and nothing, mortal or monster, could cross those mountains. Behind him, Anna's breathing remained even and unperturbed. It occurred to Zack that he'd never actually watched someone else re-slot at a shrine. Richard Deepscar in his pages actually only allowed one adventurer inside its small chapel at any time, with a line to use the shrine forming outside. Given the chapel was barely bigger than a large room in Sadie's tavern, that made sense. Zack glanced back at Anna a few times, curious to see if anything had changed. She remained utterly still, hands flat against the sun and moon on the incrementally raised portion of the floor, while the gentle wind routinely ruffled the blonde curls on each side of her head. She remained unmoved. A twig snapping to the east yanked Zack's gaze back to the woods. Nothing moved, visibly, but something that could move about had snapped that twig, and that something was close enough that he'd heard it. A monster was most likely, but a mortal was possible as well. A monster Zack could handle. He could defeat any monster out here with Anna's help, and even a monster that survived wouldn't run back to Wolfpine to tell on him. Mortals were a different problem. Mortals could tell the town guards Zack Silverstone was seen at a Shrine of Raylan. While the Pantheon's law of consent protected both him and Anna from attack, it wouldn't if the person who'd snapped that twig was a blazer intent on arresting Anna, or a minion of the church. Zack reached behind himself to grip Anna's upper arm. "Heads up." She offered absolutely no reaction. Moreover, she didn't move. Zack tugged on her arm and found her locked absolutely statue-stiff, likely not of her own accord. The gods had Anna now, with all of her perceptions lost in the plaza of selection. Zack likely couldn't move her even if he had Glenn's strength, and while he could use Shadow Walk to hide himself, she couldn't. Still, hiding himself would be the first step in protecting her. Shadow Walk. The bright midday world faded almost immediately to a world of grays. Zack had no trouble seeing in this world, it was still day, but all color was now gone from his vision. This was both a visual reminder that he was invisible to monsters and mortals, and a minor inconvenience as a trade-off for being so. An adventurer of his level with high divinity or an adventurer of significantly higher level could still spot him in Shadow Walk if he got close enough, but Zack had no intention of doing that. He crept away from Anna's still form on silent feet, just enough that he'd have room to get behind any monster or mortal who stepped onto the shrine with a minimum of noise. Nothing emerged from the woods, and no further twigs snapped. Had it simply been a passing gloamwolf? Monsters moved about in the deep-scorn woods all the time, hunting or going about their business. There really was no good reason to assume whoever or whatever had snapped that twig was out here looking for him or Anna. It could even be another shadower, one who'd come out here to use the shrine themselves. They might simply be waiting their turn. Zack measured his breathing and kept still as a statue as he waited for any sign of movement. He was still waiting when feet shuffled on rock behind him. "Zack," Anna asked quietly. He shuffled silently closer. "We might have company," he all but whispered. "Might?" she whispered back. Zack noticed she didn't look in the direction of his voice. She looked out to the woods instead, and anyone observing her could simply conclude she was talking to herself. Even fresh out of communing with the gods, she'd remembered not to give away his position. "Heard a twig snap to the east," he whispered. "Nothing since." "Might be nothing," Anna said. "Might be," Zack agreed. He checked the current status of Shadow Walk. Shadow Walk, Shadower, Xiva, 1 minute 22 seconds. I'm going to set off for Wolfpine now, Anna said quietly. I suppose we'll see then, won't we? Zack said nothing. He simply set off quietly behind her as she strode for the edge of the shrine without looking back. Anyone watching her would likely assume she was alone, assuming that someone hadn't been watching the two of them since they'd arrived. Just when Zack was certain he'd been worried for nothing, a form of pure shadow shimmered into view directly behind Anna's back. No monster. A demon. A demon in a zone where none should be. Fortunately, Zack had never let himself be shocked into indecision by that which shouldn't be. He shoved Anna aside just before one of the demon's halfway insubstantial claws raked through the space she'd occupied. She gasped and stumbled forward at the same time Zack shoved his iron dagger directly into the demon's back, or tried. The demon flowed like mist around both his iron dagger and his hand, and then, of course, it punched him. Zack had never flown before. He didn't realize he had until he came to a rest against a hard tree a moment later with his back aching and the world spinning. While his limbs tingled, nothing felt broken. He simply couldn't move. Some monsters could paralyze mortals, so it stood to reason demons could do that too. He was paralyzed, but for how long? And what was a six-cursed demon doing in Gracia? Demons didn't challenge mortals until far later up the leveling ladder, past level 10 and well into Evolan. Only monsters roamed starter zones like Gracia, or so all the books said. Even by the Pantheon's relaxed standards, demons were far too dangerous to adventurers just starting Luxterra's climb. Zack was vaguely aware of Anna calling up Burn and unleashing it on the dark form behind her. The demon breathed the flames in like inhaling a cool mist, then lunged for her. Anna ducked under its attempt and sprinted away. She was fast, Zack gave her that. If she kept moving at that pace and ran straight back to Wolfpine, she might even escape. Zack's eyes widened as Anna diverted from safety and headed toward him instead. The demon faded to nothing behind her, implying it had once again become invisible and undetectable. It was what adventurers referred to as a shimmer. Only adventurers with the high divinity attribute could see demons when they went into shimmer, and only magic weapons were truly effective against them. Zack, sadly, was fresh out of those. Anna reached him and shoved both hands below his shoulders. Grunting with effort, she nevertheless managed to wrench him to his feet. She was stronger than he'd expected. The tingling in Zack's limbs suggested he might be able to move again soon, but not yet. He stared behind her. "Look out," he rasped. The demon had just come back out of shimmer paces away, and it wasn't alone. 3 more appeared along with it, surrounding them on all sides. While their silhouettes looked almost human, they were obviously not. Their bodies were shadow, and their eyes were pits of smoky red. They could also apparently paralyze mortals with a single attack. Glenn, with all the book knowledge he'd stored away, might know what the demons were. He might even know a way to defeat them. Zack, sadly, knew none of that. Only that Anna had come to save him instead of running off into the Deepscorn woods. He'd been right about her, and that was a comfort, even if it meant they were likely going to meet the forever death. At Zack's waist, in his hip pouch, something burned. "I'm so sorry," Anna said quietly. She put her back to the tree and supported Zack with both arms as the demons blocked them in on all sides. "I feared he'd find me, but not so quickly. I'll make sure he spares you. I'll find a way to save you no matter what it costs." The burn at Zack's hip grew hotter. Yet it wasn't a burn that seared his skin. It was like the heat of a sun blazing down on a warm day. As his limbs tingled and his legs once again decided to work, Zack slipped a hand inside his hip pouch and confirmed the source of the impossible warmth. It was coming from the strawberry-sized crystal Xiva had given him in the mead beast. "Hey," Zack pulled the crystal from his pouch. "Want to see something neat?" The moment Zack pulled the crystal from his pouch, light flared. Zack opened his palm to find no less than a miniature sun blazing inside his fingers. The impact on the demons was immediate. All 4 hissed and shrieked as they stumbled backward, away from the light. Better yet, their once seemingly insubstantial forms grew visible and firm. That suggested he could hurt them. "Light him up," Zack said calmly. Anna gasped, released him, and immediately pressed her hands together, fingers and palms moving in a complex pattern. "Burn," she said vengefully. She expertly cast her Harmcaster skill once more, A ball of flame burst from her joined fingers and slammed into the demon directly ahead. This time, the flames took root. The whole demon burst into flames. It shrieked angrily, batting at itself as flame-seared flesh, as its health bar appeared and charred visibly. Not a lot, but enough that it noticed. The other 3 demons stumbled off in all directions, waving their hands like a mortal trying to swat away stinging insects. They entered Shimmer as well, leaving no sign they'd manifested save for the charring on the ground ahead. Better yet, Zack could move again. The crystal in his palm continued glowing like a miniature sun. Anna stared wide-eyed at the crystal in his hand. "Where did you get that?" "Funny story," Zack said. "Let's talk when we're back in town." "Right," Anna agreed hurriedly. "Let's go." Zack set off at an easy jog for Wolf Pine with Anna right on his heels. The brilliantly glowing crystal faded as they moved. Soon, once they were well in the woods, the light inside it went out entirely. Zack couldn't know exactly what that meant, but given the crystal hadn't started glowing before the demons showed up, he'd hope it not glowing meant the demons were gone. Still jogging, he risked a few words. "Any idea what those were?" "Shaitan," Anna said. "Bad, I assume?" "Low-level demons, but only by Everland standards. They're level 12 minimum, impossible to damage without magical weapons, and capable of absorbing more than a few skills before they start taking magical damage. They can also use a paralyzing strike." "I noticed." Zack scanned the shadows ahead for more demons. "So why are they after you?" He knew better than to trip over a treacherous upturned route. He'd spent enough time running from monsters in the deep Scorn woods that he could do it without thinking. "We were simply the closest mortal target," Anna said grimly. "Whoever's after me must have released those demons by the shrine." "Released?" Anna kept up her brisk jog beside him, breathing evenly. "Unlike monsters, which require physical restraints, demons can be captured in enchanted crystals. If one of those crystals is shattered, they break free." "So someone released those demons intentionally to let them do their demon thing, which was to try and eat us." Given the Pantheon's law of consent prevented anyone from attacking them directly, that was a surprisingly efficient way to murder someone. "Are you always this popular?" Anna huffed at his side. "I did warn you." "Does this mean you're leaving Gracia tonight?" "We don't have anywhere to go," Anna said mournfully. "Keep moving. We'll be safe within the town walls. We'll figure out something once we get there." Once again, Zack's palm began to burn. He threw out one arm as he came to a stop. Anna bumped forcefully against his arm before she came to a stop as well. Zack raised Xiva's crystal, which was once more glowing in his hand. 2 shadows with baleful red eyes hissed as they appeared paces ahead, then scattered into the tree line. He grinned with satisfaction. Those cursed demons had better run. Zack didn't fail to notice something quite disturbing. The glow from Xiva's crystal was fainter this time, not nearly as bright as it had been back at the Shrine of Raylan. That suggested that this magical item, like all magical items, had a limited number of charges. With at least 2 Shaitans still pursuing them, limited charges weren't ideal. "Guess they didn't like being set on fire," Zack said. "How fast can you run?" "Until my legs fall off," Anna said. "You?" Zack forced a brave smile he didn't quite feel. "Let's find out." Zack set off again at the fastest pace he could reasonably manage. Anna easily kept up with him. Zack's heart pounded and his legs burned. He was dangerously close to exhausting his vitality. Glenn could likely jog for hours if necessary, but Zack was faster over short distances. Still, they were being chased by demons at the moment. The motivation that offered was strong. Zack focused only on not tripping and maintaining his pace as Anna's labored breathing just behind him assured him she was keeping pace. His own breaths weren't much quieter. He also knew they didn't have to run forever. Due to their position in Gracia, almost due west of Wolfpine, it would actually be quicker to reach the town gates than the safe road. The safe road stretched out from the southern side of Wolfpine, but they were approaching Wolfpine from the west. There was another good reason to head straight for the gates of Wolfpine. 2 alert town guards awaited at Wolfpine's gates. They could handle even demons. All Zack had to do was get Anna there without getting paralyzed and eaten by a Shaitan, and so long as his shiny little crystal held its charge, he could easily do just that. Though he would have a few new questions for Xiva the next time he saw her. like why she'd given him a crystal that could stop demons, a day before he ran into them for the first time. 24. A bold rescue. Glenn. As the gates of Wolf Pine came into sight once more, due south along a safe road lit by late afternoon, Glenn was struck by an unexpected hint of melancholy. This was the last day he'd returned home through these gates. This was likely the last day he'd returned to Wolf Pine after a day of hunting. Tonight he'd complete his ceremony of the path. Tomorrow morning, whether the gods chose him as adventurer or townsfolk, he'd leave Gracia with Jenny Amberson to join the Blazers. That meant he might not see Wolf Pine or anyone who lived there for 3 years, which was the time allotted to a junior Blazer to earn their way to rank 8 and become a full member of the guild. All he'd earned today felt good. Somehow he and Becca had reached up and snatched their long-held dream, and the life that now stretched ahead of them was bright and full of wonder. Not only would he and Becca be together, but they'd be Blazers. They'd also have all the resources they would need to reach the divine level cap and, one day, even become legends of Luxtera. Glenn also knew the Blazers kept hundreds of books on monsters, adventuring, classes, and skills in Lakebrook. He simply could not wait to dive into all the knowledge they'd stowed away. He'd exhausted every book on those topics in Wolf Pine's library years ago. With all the knowledge of Lakebrook at his disposal, he might even gain another point of wisdom when he leveled. Most importantly, he'd finally be able to learn all he could about the tree for evolved classes and plan his climb beyond level 20. Thanks to the information on the duelist skill tree, which was well documented, Glenn had long ago planned out what skills and blessings he'd choose as he leveled up. Even so, he still had no such plan for the 2 evolved classes available to level 20 duelists, Blade Master or Cleaver. Only one book on evolved classes existed in Wolf Pine, and it provided names, descriptions, and little else. No charts of skills and blessings, no accounts of famous adventurers who'd chosen that evolved class in the past, just tantalizing hints of power and promise that remained years away. Beside him, Jenny smiled. "For a man who almost got himself eaten by Volpor, you seem in a remarkably good mood." Glenn grinned her way. "Whatever gave you that idea?" "You're skipping." Glenn nearly stumbled before he caught himself. Was he skipping? He was not skipping. His walk had just been a bit jauntier than normal, maybe. Who could blame him after today? "It's nice to see," Jenny added. "I always find enthusiasm refreshing." "You've actually recruited people who weren't excited to join the Blazers? Every so often?" Glenn struggled to wrap his head around that. What was wrong with them? "Not everyone is eager to leave their old life behind." As Glenn sensed her unspoken question, he glanced at her. "Did I give you the impression I didn't want to leave Wolf Pine?" She watched him without expression. "Do you?" Was this another test, or was she simply making conversation? Either way, Glenn saw no reason not to answer honestly. "I love Wolf Pine," Glenn said. "My parents are here, my friends, and there's almost no one here I won't miss when I leave it behind, but leaving has always been my plan." "To become an adventurer," Jenny said. "Exactly that," Glenn agreed. "From the moment I first picked up a sword and defeated my first grass sprite, I knew I'd leave Wolf Pine behind one day. I made myself mentally ready for that long ago. Your invitation has only moved up my departure a bit." "It's not forever," Jenny reminded him. "Once you earn your way into the Blazers, you'll have some say in the zones to which you travel and the jobs you choose to take. You'll also have personal time that you can use however you choose, including visiting your parents and home." "I'd like that," Glenn agreed. "And I will visit home, no question. But my focus right now is on the immediate challenges ahead. So if there's anything I should be doing differently on the path to becoming a full Blazer, just let me know. I'm ready to learn." They were almost in shouting distance of the town guards. Both stood at attention as they always did, though Glenn recognized that there had been a shift change since this morning. While Martin and Seth had been on duty when he left Wolf Pine, one of the 2 town guards now standing guard was female. Joanne? The woman looked to be about her height and build. Glenn was still reflecting on just how good today had gone, when the sound of a man shouting, drew his gaze from the town. The shouting sounded desperate and raw. After one moment of frozen disbelief, Glenn recognized the shout from all the times he'd heard it before. That was Zack shouting. Zack had gotten himself in trouble again. As Glenn turned to stare due west at the thick trees of the deep-scorn woods not far from Wolf-Pine's western wall, Zack Silverstone stumbled out of the woods at a wild stagger. He carried someone in both arms, a woman with curly blonde hair and pale skin. She must be a fellow adventurer. The woman wasn't moving, and there was blood on her face and cotton robe. Moreover, Zack was obviously on his last legs. It seemed a miracle he could even maintain a jog. From behind Zack and the adventurer in his arms, two shadowy figures with glowing red eyes zipped from the tree line. Those figures were followed by two more red-eyed shadows. The second two sped around and exhausted Zack to cut him off from the safety of Wolf-Pine's gates. They weren't monsters, and Glenn's blood ran cold as a description from one of Wolf-Pine's books jumped foremost into his mind. These were demons, and specifically Shaitan, with a minimum level of 12. Like all demons, their ability to shimmer made them largely invulnerable to non-magical attacks. Worse, Shaitan also had a skill that let them paralyze opponents with a touch. How the demons hadn't already eaten Zack alive was a mystery for the ages. Zack at least retained his good instincts. He'd come back to Wolf-Pine to seek help. Yet until he got within 50 paces of the town gates, Kaya, goddess of duty, prevented Wolf-Pine's town guards from coming to Zack's aid. Far more than 50 paces remained between Zack and the town gates, and it was obvious from his stumbling gait that he'd never make it while carrying that unconscious woman. "Heroics," Glenn whispered, and drew his sword. "Glenn, hold on," Jenny ordered cautiously. "Those are demons." Glenn sprinted toward the threat he now knew he had to stop. "Might need a few of those infernos." While Glenn didn't hear Jenny coming after him, he trusted her to follow him and support him with offensive skills. Jenny likely had blood potions stashed away in her unfilled bag, and even if she didn't, he couldn't just watch his best friend get torn apart by demons. While he didn't have a magical weapon, he did have a magical skill, he hoped. Zack's eyes widened as he spotted Glenn charging toward him. He stumbled and went to his knees, then reached into his hip pouch. As Glenn watched, Zack pulled out a small crystal about the size of a strawberry. Light flared briefly, driving the Shaitan back. The flash left one of the Shaitans stumbling toward him, no longer as shadowy as before. Glenn knew an opportunity when he saw it. He focused on the Shaitan ahead and the two just past it, then swung with all his might as he reached the stumbling demon. Phantom Slice! His blade struck demon flesh and flashed straight through, sending icky black fluid spurting on the grass. The Shaitan he just slashed howled and flinched away as the two behind it simultaneously did the same. 3 red health bars appeared simultaneously, yet the fact that Glenn's strike had charred barely a sliver of full red was more than discouraging. Still, the strike startled the demons. That was all Glenn expected. All 3 reflexively dropped into shimmer, freeing Glenn's path to Zack and the woman in his arms. Glenn sheathed his sword without slowing down. "Give her to me!" Zack's eyes widened as he caught on. He pushed up with a feverish grunt, obviously using the last of his strength, so Glenn could snatch the unconscious woman in the cotton robe from his arms. Glenn slung the woman over his shoulder. Carrying her would be no trouble for his 14 strength. "You can't fight them," Zack rasped. "They're demons, which is why we should run right now." Glenn spun the jog toward the gates. "Go!" The demons, unfortunately, chose that moment to reappear. All 3 he'd wounded with Phantom Slice on his way to Zack came out of shimmer between them and Wolf-Pine. Another remained behind them to stop them from fleeing back to the woods. Glenn had no doubt the Shaitan would paralyze them the moment they tried to get past. The demons would tear them apart soon after, and once they fell, not even Jenny Amerson could save them. Unless she reslotted as a spiritualist, she remained a level 8 harmcaster, and that was far from powerful enough to solo 4 level 12 demons. Worse, if he, Zack, and the blonde woman all died outside Wolf-Pine's gates, Richard Deepscar could only use Resurrect on one of them. That meant, thanks to the skill's 24-hour cooldown, 2 of them would meet the forever death. Glenn unsheathed his bronze training sword cautiously, careful not to cut the woman slumped across his other shoulder, and advanced. "What was that crystal?" he asked Zack. "Magical item I picked up for a steal. I think that was its last charge." "Glenn!" Jenny shouted from the gates. "Get ready to charge!" Glenn immediately grasped Jenny's desperate plan. "Can you run?" he asked Zack. Sure, Zack rasped, but he barely kept to his feet at a slow walk. All day long. Then stay directly behind me and stay close. Jenny Amberson was even now casting another Inferno spell. A Shaitan might be able to absorb burn without trouble, but Inferno was far more powerful. Glenn lowered his weight. Time to go. You're nuts. Zack's face paled. This'll never work. Sure it will, Glenn said, and charged. Watch me. Even with the unconscious woman's weight, Glenn barely slowed. Behind him, Zack's breathing sounded ragged, but at least Zack kept up. He was also, as Glenn had asked, directly behind him. The three Shaitan ahead whispered fervently and closed ranks as Glenn charged with Zack directly behind. Their words somehow slipped into the cracks of his mind and twisted there insidiously. Glenn blocked out the worst of it as Jenny shouted from afar. Inferno! Jenny bellowed. Her shouting her skill aloud wasn't for his benefit. It was a warning for the Shaitan. There was a big fireball coming, and nothing, even demons, liked being burned. The sound of flames rocketing through air sounded from ahead. Defying every instinct in his body, Glenn ran straight toward the ball of flames. Ahead, the lead Shaitan spun and hissed. As Jenny Inferno's spell reached them, all three Shaitans scattered into shimmer. Glenn took the Inferno bolt straight to the chest. Nothing burned on him, not even a whisker. Thanks to the Pantheon's law of consent, even the searing fire of Jenny's Inferno couldn't touch him. The flames that burst out in all directions from their harmless impact with Glenn's chest were far more deadly to the Shaitan, who enjoyed no divine protection. Both of the demons who'd attempted to paralyze him hissed as flames sent them zipping away. All at once, Glenn was through their blockade and, huffing with effort, he redoubled his pace toward the gates. 70 paces. 60. Behind him, he heard the Shaitan whispering angrily as they closed in on him from behind. Even though he saw Jenny casting again, he doubted she'd get off another Inferno in time to save him. The skill was powerful, but it took time to cast. Watch out! Zack shouted, and then huffed. Glenn spun in place to find Zack stumbling forward, his limbs giving out. He'd been struck from behind by a Shaitan. Glenn caught Zack's collar in his free arm and backpedaled as the demons continued to close, dragging his friend along with one hand while he balanced the still unconscious woman on his shoulder. 55 paces. 50. A Shaitan leapt forward and slashed Glenn's chest, a paralytic blow that sent him stumbling backward. As he collapsed within 50 paces of the town gates, Zack landed beside him and the unconscious bleeding woman tumbled off his shoulder. Were they doomed? No. He'd fallen within 50 paces of the town gates. Still, Glenn was shocked at how leaden his limbs felt as the Shaitan swept in to finish him off. That was when the first of the town guards arrived. The female town guard leapt over Glenn with the speed of a charging grass boar, her fleet boots glowing with blue light. Her monstrous guardian mace, a weapon big enough to be a two-hander that she wielded with one, glowed bright white as its divine enchantment registered the presence of a demon. She swung with force that physically punched the air. The lead Shaitan attempted to shimmer. The woman's glowing guardian mace ignored that skill entirely, and a loud crunch sounded as its impact literally made the Shaitan's spectral chest concave. The whole demon became solid for a moment before it shattered from the inside out. It burst into a shower of purple powder and dropped a life crystal the size of Glenn's fist. The other three Shaitan hesitated, but the demons never had the opportunity to fall back. The other town guard, a tall man, arrived then from the other side, catching the demons in a pincer. The demons raised their spectral hands in a defensive effort as futile as it was satisfying. The male town guard's single glowing swing went straight through one Shaitan and cracked into the head of the other. The first demon utterly disintegrated as the second stumbled away with a badly deformed head, then fell to both knees. It, too, burst into purple ash. The last Shaitan spun and zipped away at a pace Glenn couldn't match at a sprint, but the town guards wore fleet boots. Those boots allowed each of their steps to cover 4 extra paces, and the female town guard easily chased down the last Shaitan. Once a monster or a demon attacked an adventure, town guards were free to chase it until it died, even if it ran beyond 50 paces of the town gates. The demon spun and shrieked just before the town guard brought her guardian mace up with the force of a rushing carriage. When she struck it, the Shaitan simply exploded. The impact sent its fist-sized life crystal hurtling into the trees. Beside Glenn, the purple life crystal that had fallen from the first defeated Shaitan crackled then cracked. It burst into ash just like its owner, and Glenn stared as the ash faded away. He'd never seen a life crystal shatter before. He hadn't even known they could. What felt like a cool breeze flooded his body. Glenn gasped in relief as he recognized healing magic. That would be a town guard's healing skill, though he did not know its name. He did know it was similar to the base heal used by lifecasters, Flash Heal. Town guards couldn't just dispatch monsters, demons, and desold with ease. They could heal wounded adventurers as well, but only if those adventurers first got within 50 paces of Wolf Pine's town gates. If a town guard moved out to save an adventurer before that adventurer moved within 50 paces of the town gates, Kaya would smite the town guard for defying the Pantheon. All adventuring came with risk, and there would be no risk to anyone if town guards could go anywhere they wished. Without a divine leash, they could lay waste to whole zones of monsters, and demons, apparently. Beside him, Glenn heard a woman gasp. The woman Zack had carried out of the Deep Scorn Woods was awake now, likely healed by the town guards. With the demons all dead and everyone healed, the female town guard walked back toward them. She didn't help Glenn up. She simply offered a nod as she strode right past them and headed back to the gates. The man who'd come out to destroy the demons with her did the same. Glenn wasn't offended by the fact that the two town guards just walked past him, Zack and the woman. He knew exactly why they offered no additional help. Town guards were charged with coming to the aid of anyone who came within 50 paces of the town gates, healing those injured, and destroying anything that tried to hurt them again. They were not to help adventurers to their feet or carry them home after. Even the woman's faint nod risked crossing a line, which was why Glenn appreciated the courtesy all the more. The town guard had risked annoying Kaya simply to let Glenn know she respected his initiative in charging the demons. Jenny dropped to her knees beside him, visibly checking him for remaining wounds. Glenn's limbs still felt leaden, but a fresh tingle suggested the paralysis was wearing off. The town guards had healed any injuries from the Shaitan's claws. Jenny's firm hands helped him sit up. As Glenn did so, he smiled at her in relief. "Nice save. Nice teamwork," she said ruefully. "I wasn't sure you'd glean what I planned to do, and I was afraid yelling the plan would alert the Shaitan." "Your plan made perfect sense to me." Glenn experimentally moved one arm in more of a flop than anything directed. He tried to wiggle his fingers, but they didn't feel like his. "Nothing in Gracia paralyzes people, does it?" Jenny asked. "This is new," Glenn agreed. Beside him, Zack spoke softly. "You okay?" Glenn glanced over to find Zack helping the blonde-haired woman in the blood-stained cotton robe into a sit. Her face looked pale and she was trembling a little, but it looked to be from shock, not pain. The town guards had healed her as well. Glenn extended one shaking, tingling hand. "Glenn Redwood, level 5 unclassed." "Anna Ironstar," the woman managed, though she didn't extend her still trembling hand. "Level 6 Harmcaster. I trust we have you to thank for our rescue." "Zack rescued you," Glenn said. "We just assisted." He gave Zack a knowing glance. Zack managed a tired and grateful grin as he helped Anna to her feet. She stood, shaky, but did stand. Glenn didn't miss the way she leaned heavily on Zack. So this was his new girlfriend. Glenn was glad to see Zack hunting with someone again. Perhaps Zack had finally found a partner he'd be happy to level alongside, which would make both him and Zack's mother worry less. As Jenny moved to help Glenn up as well, he waved her off and stood on unsteady legs. He could stand. Being paralyzed was disorienting but temporary. One thing was certain. He wanted more levels and some divinity on his status sheet before he battled demons again. Those things were terrifying in battle, and one phantom slice had barely scratched them. With her face now all business, Jenny faced Zack and Anna. "Where did you run into those demons? Shaitan shouldn't even be present in Gracia." "I don't know," Anna said shakily. "We were simply hunting gloam wolves when they came out of nowhere, somewhere deep in the woods." "It was out by the mold trees," Zack said. "You know where those are?" Glenn did. He turned to Jenny. "Those are large trees that are among the oldest in the Deep Scorn. Roughly a 20-minute walk from here if you go southwest. You'll recognize them by their unusual size and the mold growing all up and down their trunks." He looked again to Zack and Anna, newly impressed by what they'd just managed. "You two ran a long way." "Had to," Zack said. "Demons." Glenn shuddered at the thought. Demons, here in Gracia. Though watching those two town guards absolutely wreck 4 level 12 Shaitan had been something to see. Gracia's town guards ranged from level 8 to as high as level 20, and their guardian maces, fleet boots, and god armor made them nigh indestructible. Even 4 level 12 demons had stood no chance against them. What must it be like to wield such power? Glenn would simply have to ask one, tonight, after he completed his ceremony of the path. "Well, I'm very glad you both made it back to town safely," Jenny said. She looked at Glenn. "Can you show me how to reach these mold trees?" "Right now?" Glenn asked. "After we escort your friends back to the town gates." Zack raised one hand. "Actually, that's not necessary. I've got it from here." "He does," Anna said, glancing at Zack as she leaned heavily on his arm. Belatedly, she glanced at Jenny. "I mean, thank you for everything. But there might be more Shaitan out there, or more adventurers. We aren't going out hunting again today." "And others might still be in danger in the woods," Jenny agreed. "That's wise. You two go back into town. The Blazers will handle things from here." Glenn didn't miss what Jenny just said, or the way she'd said it. She'd said, "The Blazers will handle things from here," and asking him to lead her to the mold trees. She just officially referred to him as a Blazer. That was so cool. "Way ahead of you, ma'am," Zack said. He offered a loose salute before smirking Glenn's way. "Oh, and Glenn?" Glenn raised an eyebrow. "Thanks," Zack said. "For real this time." Glenn laughed off what felt like a rare and very genuine statement from his usually sarcastic friend. "Sure thing. Get going." Zack walked off with Anna leaning heavily against him. Neither glanced back, but they obviously appeared close. Glenn was glad he'd had the opportunity to meet Anna before he left Wolfpine. He'd very much missed Zack after he left with Jenny, but his friend was obviously in good hands. He glanced at Jenny. "Shall we?" "Not yet," she said. "Stay with the town guards. I need to reslot before we leave." Glenn immediately understood. Time to become a spiritualist again? "A level 20 spiritualist," Jenny reminded him. "One who can wreck Shaitan like your town guards just did, should we encounter more of the demons at the mold trees." She looked down and idly tapped her lips, as if thinking, before her eyes rose to meet his again. "Tell me truthfully, Glenn, have demons been seen in Gracia before?" "Not to my knowledge," Glenn said. "But things have been changing of late. The moss beast that charmed little Azalea Whitetalon, it was at least level 10, and when Beck and I rescued her, the grass sprites inflicted some poison I'd never seen before. Did she tell you about that?" "She did," Ginny agreed. "And you believe the moss beast was level 10 because of its use of root barrier?" Glenn nodded. Jenny must have learned about the moss beast's actions and behavior from Becca when Jenny interviewed her earlier today. "Monsters don't follow all the same rules we do," Jenny said. "But in this case, I believe you're correct. Everything that occurred the night you and Becca saved Azalea is unusual, to say the least." "What about the demons?" Glenn asked. "Do you know of any cases where they've left the zones in which they spawn? Could these Shaitan have wandered here from Evelan?" "So far as I know, the gods stop monsters and demons at their zone's border. Regardless, if demons have now begun to appear in Gracia, particularly demons significantly higher than this zone's level cap, I need to inform the Blazers as soon as we reach Lakebrook. We may have to send some high levels out to sweep the woods, at least until we know it's safe for rookie adventurers." "Go reslot," Glenn told her. "I'll be here when you get back." Jen smiled warmly. "Did I mention you did well today?" "You might have implied something like that." "I think you're going to make an excellent Blazer." She waved before she walked away. Glenn nodded with satisfaction. Given how much he'd always wanted to join the Blazers Guild, he appreciated Jenny's confidence. And tomorrow, he would set off on a whole new adventure. 25. A Lodger's Deal. Zack. There were many reasons Zack Silverstone would have loved for Anna to invite him to join her in her small rented room at the Mead Beast. Watching her argue with her freaked out and now visibly panicking brother was not one of them. Still, here he was, watching. "That's it then," Alan said. "We're leaving tonight." "To where?" Anna asked quietly. "There's nowhere else to go. We'll go camp out in the woods, out of sight. It's a big zone, and they'll never find us." "If they found us all the way out of the shrine, they'll find us in the woods, and what defenses will we have on our own? At least in Wolfpine, we have the walls and the town guards." Zack still couldn't believe they'd made it back to town alive. Just when he'd been certain they'd evaded the Shaitan, they'd stumbled across a group of gloam wolves. That would have been a challenging fight even if they weren't both exhausted from the sprint and being chased by demons. 3 dead gloam wolves later, Anna was badly wounded, and the Shaitan were back again. Only another burst of light from Xiva's crystal had kept the demons at bay. Zack had all but killed himself by completing the run to Wolfpine with Anna in his arms. If not for the arrival of Glenn and that blazer woman, Jenny Amberson, Zack would have met the forever death this afternoon. He didn't like the idea that he'd come so close. Even by his own considerably lax standards of risk, taking on 4 level 12 demons at level 5 was too much of a risk. Also, Xiva's crystal. What in the name of all the gods was this crystal? An enchanter could apply demon slaying to a weapon, of course, but that merely allowed the weapon to strike demons in shimmer. It didn't blast them from afar. Zack knew that artifacts, rare, one-of-a-kind items with wondrous powers created by the gods, existed in Luxterra, and high-level adventurers would occasionally recover them from high-level zones. Artifacts were also rare and exorbitantly expensive, which made the idea of anyone trusting a level 5 shadower to act as a courier for one about as likely as meeting Box for supper. Even if Xiva had done that, Zack had broken his oath to her in his efforts to protect Anna. He'd shown Anna the crystal, and she wasn't the only one. Both Glenn and that blazer, Jenny Amberson, had seen it as well. Revealing this secret crystal to so many, one of whom was a blazer, seemed rather far from what Xiva had asked of him. Finally, there was the matter of coincidences. Coincidences happened, certainly, but rarely were those coincidences good. How was it that a day before he encountered his first demon, he just happened to also encounter a mysterious woman who'd given him the crystal he used to survive their attack? Xiva had obviously known someone would unleash demons on them, or at least suspected. So the question was, why would she care? Zack had absolutely no doubt Xiva was tied to these matters in some way, and that Xiva opposed whoever had sent those demons, Anna's hunter. She'd have no reason to intervene otherwise. Yet if Xiva had known a demon attack on Anna was coming, why not give the crystal directly to Anna? Giving it to Zack and simply anticipating Zack would defend Anna seemed unnecessarily complex, even if Xiva had eavesdropped on Zack's agreement to give Anna a tour and assumed Zack would then use the crystal to protect her. So perhaps Xiva was hiding her identity from Anna? Perhaps Anna had refused her help somewhere in the past, and now Xiva was using Zack as a go-between? Zack only then realized Anna and Alan had stopped arguing. He only then realized both were looking at him, Anna with hopeful eyes and Alan with clear annoyance. He only then realized, belatedly, that he should have been paying more attention. "Well?" Alan asked. "Right," Zack said. "Just so I don't rush into anything, could you run that by me again?" Alan sighed audibly. "That crystal, what is it?" "Dunno." "Where did you get it?" "Can't say." "Can't or won't?" "Whichever makes you feel like you successfully completed this conversation." Alan huffed and turned to Anna. "You see? We're better off on our own." "We'd be dead on our own," Anna said grimly, then turned her gaze back to Zack. "Zack, please. I know you value your secrets, but this is important. How did you come by that crystal?" Zack considered her for a moment. "Do you know what it is?" "I've never seen anything like it. That's why I'm asking you where you got it. Is it an artifact?" Had it been just him and Anna in the room, Zack might have considered telling her. Considered. Yet even now, he knew he couldn't reveal how he'd come by it. He'd already violated his oath to Xiva by revealing the crystal, but he could excuse that by arguing he'd have lost the crystal entirely if he died. Even now, in this safe place, violating his oath to Xiva would absolutely be a betrayal. Despite all his confusion and doubts, Zack knew Xiva, whoever she was not someone of whom he wanted to make an enemy. Now that he was aiding these two fugitives, he apparently had enemies enough. Here's the truth, Zack said. I can't answer any questions about the object you saw in the woods because I swore not to. You shouldn't even know I have it, but I couldn't just let you die. Us, Anna reminded him. You couldn't just let us die. Zack shrugged. He'd said what he said. The way her features softened showed she understood what he'd said as well. Alan's features were visibly conflicted. He looked like he was stuck somewhere between thanking Zack for saving Anna in the woods and yelling at Zack for risking his life to protect her. For her part, Anna eventually found whatever she needed and looked back to her brother. You heard him. No shadower can share the details of a client's request, which obviously has something to do with that crystal. Which is all the more reason we should go off into the woods and hide, Alan said grimly, before the ringleader decides the bribe you pay them to freeze contracts on us isn't enough. Zack took a moment to make sure his voice sounded as respectful as he could under the circumstances and spoke. Running off to live in the woods won't work. Alan frowned Zack's way. Just what do you know of it? I know the Deepscorn woods. I know there's very little to eat out there, and you can't live on nuts and berries. Half of the plants that offer those are moss beasts in disguise. There's water, sure, but good luck sleeping without getting eaten by gloam wolves in the night. We'll find a clearing, Alan said stubbornly. There are no clearings. Those woods aren't for living, they're for hunting. I don't know how it is in Aquarine, but in Landers, the only truly safe place to sleep is inside Wolfpine's walls or on a safe road. Given your goal is to avoid attention, sleeping on a safe road won't work. Remember, anyone who comes looking has to do so quietly, Anna told Alan firmly. They can't move in the open, so as far as we know, the few blazers working for them don't have allies this far into Landers. We're still safer inside the walls of Wolfpine than we are anywhere else in all of Luxterra. And we're staying in the room of an inn owned by the wife of a town guard, Alan said. Do you really think she'll cover for us if a blazer comes asking about us? Right, and here's something else, Zack said. Who's the they you mentioned? The person who's after you? Alan raised one hand in protest. Out of the question. My brother, Anna said firmly. It was certainly one of his hunters who unleashed those demons on us, though not to kill me. Once the Shaitan had paralyzed me, whoever unleashed these demons likely would also have rescued me from them, which means imprisonment back home. Zack immediately understood. Other than a blazer with a legitimate claim that someone had broken the law, a hired adventurer couldn't just seize Anna and drag her home. She wouldn't consent to be taken. Yet if that adventurer rescued Anna while she was paralyzed from an attack by demons, that might be just enough justification to get around the Pantheon's law of consent. Another interesting loophole. He was learning so much these days. Zack took a beat, then glanced meaningfully at Alan. You're not actually her brother. Alan threw up his hands. You're going to get us both thrown in prison. Alan is my cousin, Anna said calmly, and he's a better person than my brother by far. Who is? Zack prompted. A high-level politician in Aquarine, Anna finished. We have a disagreement. He wants me in a gilded cell. I don't want to live in a cell, so I arranged to have myself smuggled where I could live freely. And you? Zack asked Alan. Apparently just the hired help, Alan said sardonically. Anna gripped Alan's shoulders. I'm not trying to make big decisions without you, but we need allies. Zack saved my life today, and risked the forever death by doing so. Alan appeared unconvinced. He also helped me find the Shrine of Raylan, something we'd never have accomplished alone. Finally, he's already on the far side of Luxterra's laws. Working around the guards and blazers is what he'd be doing anyway. She looked at Zack. Right? I'm still having fun, Zack agreed. Then you're absolutely mad, Alan said. Who seeks a life like this out? As she released Alan and turned to Zack, a trace of a smile crossed Anna's face. Someone looking for a more challenging adventure. Zack smiled back. As to your current situation, I have an alternative suggestion. Which is? Alan asked. You two can sleep at my place. Alan's eyes widened. Anna's did too, though likely for a different reason. She even blushed, which told him where her mind had likely gone. Nice. Still, Zack focused on their shared predicament. "And just what would your parents think about this?" Alan asked. "Dad's dead," Zack said. Anna's face fell. "I'm so sorry." Even Alan looked abashed. "It was 8 years ago now," Zack said calmly. "I'm over it. As for Mom, she's great, but she's a merchant, so she's at her stall every day from 8 in the morning until a late supper. She's always out by 8 in the morning and never home before 6. "We can't ask this of you," Anna said quietly. "It's too much." "I didn't say you'd be staying for free," Zack said calmly. "You'll be lodgers, just like any out-of-towner who decided to level in Gracia long-term. Selling Mom on bringing in lodgers will be easy, since we're barely using half the house anyway. It'll be even easier if you two agree to a lopsided deal. She gets experience for those. I even know a scribe who can draw us up a private contract." Glenn's father, Hal, would create the lodger contract without fuss and, more importantly, could be trusted to keep the matter private. When it came to his clients, Hal Redwood was as secretive as a shadower. No scribe who spoke freely about his documents would be trusted to make more. Alan's brow furrowed. Up until this moment, he'd looked absolutely opposed, but now his expression was considerably more neutral. As for Anna's features, Zack caught a faint hint of a smile. She might have picked up on how he planned to sell this to Alan. She might approve. "How many Crescents have you two got tucked away anyway?" Zack asked. "Seems like you plan to rent a room here for a while. You definitely came out here rich if you could afford to pay off the ringleader to freeze contracts on you for a bit. Does the reason your brother was able to hire blazers to come after you have anything to do with you stealing from his coffers?" "He wasn't using it," Anna said defensively. "And it's my money. He stole it first." "The church certainly didn't see it that way," Alan grumbled. "The church can sit on a stick." "So you've got money," Zack said. "And I've got somewhere you can live where no one's going to rat you out. My mom's good people, and if I tell her our new lodgers want their identities kept private, she'll oblige. Townsfolk offering private lodging have no obligation to show those contracts to anyone. All you have to do is pay us some of what you plan to pay Sadie." Alan frowned. "So we're to hide in your home for the rest of our time here." Anna was already convinced. Zack could see that. Alan was the one he had to sell on this plan, and he wasn't, for a moment, entirely sure why he was trying to sell them on it. Anna needed a place to stay. Alan came with her, and his mother would be happy to have more Crescents coming in. "You can still go kill monsters," Zack said. "That's why you're here, isn't it? To level?" "We'll be seen by people as we move through town," Alan said. "Like literally every other low-level adventurer?" Zack asked dryly. "Anna, you came here because you knew there would be plenty of lobies coming in and out of Wolfpine all the time, right? New faces coming and staying and going as they level in craft?" "I did," Anna said. "That's exactly why we came here." 2 more adventurers coming in and out of town won't draw anyone's attention," Zack assured Alan. "Even if a blazer comes through looking for you, they'll inquire at the Mead Beast and maybe the Scarlet Rose for anyone renting a room there matching your descriptions. No one will have any information to offer. You'll be out leveling or hidden in my house." Alan's brow furrowed. "People actually rent rooms at your town's brothel?" He was referring, of course, to Zack's suggestion they might stay at the Scarlet Rose. "Knights of Passion aren't all they sell," Zack said, though he was speaking only of what he'd heard. "The rooms there aren't cheap, but they're real nice." Anna snickered. "Also saves a trip." Zack smirked her way. "So long as you aren't registered at a room here in Wolfpine, all anyone looking for you can do is ask, 'Hey, have you seen a blonde harmcaster and a dour-faced brutalist walking around town?' To which most anyone who lives here will answer, 'Is this your first time in Wolfpine?'" "I'm not dour-faced," Alan said. "You sometimes are," Anna told him. Yet before he could protest, she gripped his hand. "And you gave up so much to help me escape, to protect me. I know what you sacrificed to come here, and I can never repay you. But I also need you to trust my instincts. This is a good plan. Zack's a good man." "I wouldn't go that far," Zack said. "I'm altruistically opportunistic." "How much?" Alan asked. 15 Crescents a night," Zack said. Plus, you pay for all your own food. You could even pay in life crystals if you like, since my mom can buy those off you after you pull them off your kills. That's almost as much as we pay here, Alan protested. Zack allowed himself a small grin. Do you want Mom to rent a room to you or not? Anna's features clouded for the first time since Zack had suggested this. What was wrong now? What if my brother does find out where we're staying? Anna asked quietly. In that case, our presence could put your mother in danger. The fact that Anna's first worry was for his mother made him want to help her all the more. Mom's no one to worry over, Zack said confidently. She's as tough as anyone in this town, and no monster, demon, or desold can set foot inside Wolfpine. Even if one of your brother's minions shattered one of their little demon crystals inside the walls, the demon would burn up the moment it popped out. The gods don't allow those inside our walls. Zack didn't know that with absolute certainty, of course. It was simply what the Church of Celis taught. Even so, the fact that he'd never heard of anyone successfully setting a bunch of demons loose inside a town's walls argued strongly in his favor. He could also ask Glenn to be certain, over drinks, because this was exactly the sort of thing Glenn would know. After he convinced Glenn the crystal he'd seen outside the walls was just a random item he picked up from a traveling merchant, of course. Fortunately, Zack doubted convincing Glenn of that would be hard. Glenn was remarkably gullible when it came to his friends, and since he'd be leaving town tomorrow anyway to become a blazer, he'd not be around to question Zack further. Better yet, Glenn and Becca leaving would also conveniently get Jenny Amberson out of Zack's hair as well. Even if Jenny had questions about the crystal, she had no jurisdiction in Wolfpine. Justice inside the walls fell to town guards. As odd as this crystal might be, there was nothing illegal about using it. Even if Jenny did find herself curious, she had no grounds to question him or investigate further. Yet Anna was looking increasingly defeated again. Even if we agree to stay with you, if we get caught, your mother might be accused of harboring fugitives. We can't get her in that sort of trouble. Zack had considered that as well. I'm not going to tell her you're fugitives, and you certainly aren't. So in regard to the law, she'll have no idea the Blazers are looking for you. They could charge me, sure, but I'm perfectly willing to take that risk. You don't even know if your mother will take the deal, Alan said. Do you? I think she will, Zack said, especially if I tell her you two are my friends. Anna strode over and threw her arms around him. Zack, surprised, nonetheless took a moment to appreciate both her softness and warmth. He wrapped his arms around her as well. I'm glad we found you, Anna said quietly. Zack's heart pounded a bit faster than he expected. Glad to be found. Just as they discussed in the woods, this was just a fling. He wasn't looking for anything long-term. When will you ask this? Alan asked. The resignation in his tone was obvious. Zack had sold him on renting a room at his mother's house. They'd take the spare room his mother had kept for lodgers, since she and Zack's father first had the house built. That room had gone empty for too long. It was also, coincidentally, right next to Zack's bedroom. Given the way Anna was now hugging him, that offered all sorts of interesting possibilities. I'll ask my mom tonight after the big celebration, Zack said. She'll be in a good mood then, especially if she sells as many sweet cones tonight as she thinks she will. Anna released him and stepped back. Celebration? Glenn's completing his ceremony of the path tonight, Zack said proudly. The guy who helped us take down the shaitan today. He's then leaving town to join the Blazers. He seemed nice, Anna agreed. But, for obvious reasons, we likely won't attend. Probably a good idea, Zack agreed. The whole town will be there. Everything should wrap up a few hours after dark. I'll talk to Mom right after the ceremony. If she goes for it, we can get a contract signed by tomorrow. In that case, this will be your last night at the Beast. Allow me one question, then, Alan said, face calm. Why are you doing all this? And I'd prefer a real answer. Why would you do all this to help two people you barely know? Zack grinned at Alan. You're paying me? Isn't that reason enough? Not if you want me to trust you with Anna. Anna sighed. You hush. No, that's fair, Zack agreed. It's a fair question. Truth of it, Anna's told me why you're here, and I don't like it. I don't like that you had to run from your home zone. I don't like Anna's brother one bit, and I absolutely despise politicians of all stripes. I also don't like that someone dropped a bunch of demons on me today. For that reason alone, ruining their plans by helping you gives me joy." Alan frowned doubtfully. "I suppose that's as good a reason as any. Plus, Anna's hot," Zack added. As Alan's expression clouded, Anna laughed merrily. "See? We finally found ourselves an honest ally." "Sorry about that," Zack said. "I'm working on it." 26. A Path Bestowed. Glenn. Glenn, with his mother, his father, Carl Coldbreaker, and Becca, stood impatiently in the lobby of the mayor's residence to the north of the town square. Over 30 minutes ago, they'd concluded their private dinner with Coleman and his severe-looking wife, Greta. Then, of course, they'd been told the mayor would say a few words, and were asked to wait in the lobby until the band started to play. It was now over 30 minutes later. The band still hadn't played. As Glenn contemplated again exactly how fast a town guard could move when startled, he worked his way through the latest of his farcical plans. He would slip past the 2 town guards at the doors to the mayor's residence, kick the doors open, sprint across the square to the chapel, and get this whole ceremony over by himself. Someone just needed to end this already. Mayor Coleman had now been speaking for half an hour. What sort of town-ending atrocity could possibly justify that many words? The man was a monster. "They're all dead," Hal said glumly. "The whole town. They must all be dead now after listening to this much of that man's dribble. They've literally died from boredom." "Quiet," Tanya cautioned gently. "The guards might overhear." One of the guards waved. "No, it's fine. You can talk about whatever you want in here." Glenn recognized the voice of Scott Willowrose. "You're the mayor's guests. Just pretend we're not here." Martin slapped his arm. "We're on duty." "And it's terrible," Scott agreed. Glenn forced himself to relax. He liked Martin and Scott, he really did, and they had no more control over the situation than anyone else who'd agreed to this private dinner with the mayor tonight. The mayor had been absolutely thrilled to announce that Wolf Pine was sending not 1 but 2 young people to join the Blazers Guild. Such events were rare in Lakebrook. This was Coleman's moment, or so he'd apparently decided. Everyone else was just furniture for him to show off and move around. Glenn glanced at Becca, who offered a small, hopeful smile. He had her. She had him. They had their new life in the Blazers Guild. No matter if the gods chose Glenn as adventurer or townsfolk, they could stomach 30 minutes of Mayor Coleman's blabber if the end was them off to see the world together. And then, at last, the band began to play. "Finally," Carl growled. "I believe I am going to strangle that man. I will do it in front of the whole town, defying both the will of the gods and the law of consent. It will be a spectacle, but the people will cheer." As they all approached the doors, Scott spoke again. "I'm going to be honest, Mr. Coldbreaker. If you managed that at this point, I'm not entirely certain we'd stop you." Scott and Martin opened both doors in perfect synchronization. Outside, the night lamps glowed bright red. The whole town had gathered. All stared toward the mansion with expectation. Becca started down the stairs with Carl beside her, as Mayor Coleman had explained she would. Glenn followed with his parents walking behind him, as Coleman had explained they would. If not for Coleman's threat to make his parents' lives miserable, Glenn would have told the man to sit on a stick. In principle, the dinner had been fine. The mayor had fed them a large salad of the finest leaves, carrots, and tomatoes, alongside roasted trivet and pickled something sauce. And with every bite Glenn politely choked down, all he could think about was the magnificent barbecue he was missing. He wanted another slice of the barbecued pig that spent the night in the triage bubble. He craved tender, salted, delicious meat. He wanted at least one shot at the huge buffet of food on the wooden tables the town had put together to feed people as they listened to the mayor blather. Yet as Glenn followed Becca and Carl down the steps of the mayor's mansion toward the square with his father and mother behind him, He spotted a large and familiar serving plate big enough to hold an entire roast pig, at the sight of nothing but bones and sticky sauce across the plate. It was all he could do not to weep. Carl's barbecue was gone. Yet the crowd in the square was cheering. The whole town was cheering for him and Becca now, and when Glenn saw Becca waving, he remembered to wave as well, and smile, to be polite. A town guard in female armor, likely Joanne, waited at the stage they approached from the back. She motioned subtly to wooden stairs leading up. Jenny Amerson stood on the platform beside the mayor, looking relaxed and quite magnificent in her white, blue, and yellow blessed silk robes. Those were the colors of the Blazers Guild, colors that would also be Glenn and Becca's guild very soon. So there was that. He could be excited about that. Mayor Coleman shouted over the cheers of the crowd and the halfway decent band of auracasters, using one of his politician skills, Be Heard, to dramatically magnify the sound of his own voice. "And now, my people, our own heroes of the hour, Rebecca Coldbreaker and Glenn Redwood." Coleman had initially planned to have Glenn walk out first, in the lead. Glenn had told the mayor both politely and repeatedly that Rebecca must come first when the mayor announced them to the town. Becca had been first to take the quest to save Azalea. Glenn had only assisted. Only Jenny's timely intervention and agreement with Glenn's case had settled the matter. At least Mayor Coleman listened to Jenny. He was practically obsequious when listening to her. Glenn followed Becca to the front of the stage as their parents joined the mayor and Jenny. Becca waved. Glenn waved. It all felt ridiculous, but at least the town was enjoying it. Wolfpine didn't have a lot of public events this big, being a small town with 60 people in a starter zone. Coleman's voice boomed anew. "Now, my people, it is time for our very own Glenn Redwood to complete his ceremony of the path. While I think the result is as obvious to everyone here as it is to our esteemed representative from the Blazers Guild, we must still honor Celis." "Praise Celis!" the entirety of the town shouted eagerly. Coleman's voice boomed again. "Please make way for our newest trial-age citizen. Glenn, no matter the result, we in Wolfpine are all extremely proud of you, and I am most especially. Now go find your path." Now Mayor Coleman was claiming to be proud of him? Glenn might strangle the man himself. There had to be a way to trick Coleman into consenting. Could he strangle a man accidentally? The people who'd filled the square all politely parted to make a path for Glenn. People moved toward the tavern or the guard barracks based on who they'd come to the square with and which side of the square they happened to be the closest to. A clear path to the Chapel of Celis waited ahead. "Heroics," Becca whispered in his ear and gave him a little push. Glenn didn't move. He was still 3 times as strong as she was. Still, her whispered encouragement helped reassure him. He nodded to the town, walked down the stairs without tripping, and walked along the open path on the worn yellow cobblestones. He dreamt of this moment since he'd been old enough to read about the ceremony of the path. A newly trial-age citizen undergoing the ceremony of the path was always a cause for celebration. Some of the more popular people to do this before Glenn had gathered several families to cheer them. So far as Glenn knew, he was the only one to gather the entire town. Still, at least his misfortune had resulted in some good food for Wolfpine's people. He hoped they had enjoyed their feast. He hoped they understood. He'd never asked for any of this. He recognized almost all the faces in the crowd. Many smiled, and Glenn smiled back half-heartedly. He kept his gaze focused on the 2 closed doors to the chapel. He focused on the ancient stone walls, the towering stone steeple, and let his eyes travel to the tip of its spire, to the gleaming crescent moon, the symbol of Celis, the arbiter of his fate. The doors opened as if of their own accord once Glenn reached the shallow chapel steps. 2 of Richard Deepscar's young pages had opened them. Richard himself waited within. The old man was approaching 50 now, 10 years past the age when adventurers and townsfolk could retire. Richard's skin, while weathered by his decades adventuring in the wilds of Luxtera before he retired to become Wolfpine's spiritualist, remained hale and hearty-looking. Richard's short hair, while stark white, also all but glowed with life. He still had a decently muscular frame beneath his gleaming white robes of Celis. Richard was a spiritualist, after all, an evolved life-caster. He could cast healing skills on himself whenever he got a muscle cramp or had difficulty in the privy. Perks of the class. Adventurers were allowed to be adventurers for as long as they wished. While Richard was retired from actually fighting monsters, he seemed content to keep leveling in the safety of Wolfpine's Chapel of Celis by casting Resurrect until he keeled over and died. Becca had revealed last night that Richard was now level 36, so why stop now? Richard gained a large amount of experience every time he used Resurrect. There was always a roaming adventurer or foolish common-age adventurer dying somewhere in Gracia. Simply by using his Resurrect skill once every day, Richard would reach level 37 sooner or later without ever leaving this chapel or stepping outside the town walls. That was safe even for an old man. With a heavy thump, the doors closed behind Glenn. The whoops and cheers from the square became a memory. The chapel was utterly quiet, sealed like a tomb, even though there were no bodies below. Anyone who met the forever death was burned on a pyre before the day was out. No one wanted their desouled body raised and used by a deathcaster. Glenn bowed deep at the waist once the chapel fell into silence. He clasped his palms together and extended them toward the tall statue of Celis that stood at the front of the chapel. He wasn't looking at the statue, his eyes were closed, but he could picture it perfectly. The interior of the Chapel of Celis in Wolfpine was hexagonal, with the statue of Celis near one wall and a gorgeous glass window behind that. Candles burned throughout the space, lighting the chapel with soft and comforting light. The walls were light-colored marble, and the ceiling high and arched. Celis was a gorgeous goddess, with a full figure and long sculpted hair coursing down her back. She wore a dress with a plunging neckline that fell to her navel, with a long slit up the side. Glenn wasn't sure where the builder who'd created Wolfpine's statue had gotten his idea of what Celis looked like, but this statue was certainly an interesting representation of the goddess of resurrection. To be fair, what did he truly know about the gods? "Welcome, Glenn," Richard said softly, in a quiet but strong voice Glenn had known since he was a toddling child playing tag outside the chapel. "Are you ready to receive your path from the gods?" Glenn rose and nodded. "I am." "Walk to the pedestal supporting the casting of Celis, and kneel," Richard instructed. "Then, when your soul is at rest, flatten your palms on the panel, left on the sun, right on the moon." Glenn knew how to interact with the statue of Celis, of course. He'd done it when he obtained Phantom Slice. Still, he'd never before had the statue interact back. Today, he wouldn't be passively selecting his first skill. Today, the gods of Luxterra would speak to him, and he had no idea what that might be like. Glenn had dreamed about this moment as well. Without the roars of the crowd and the presence of Mayor Coleman, the ceremony of the path felt dreamlike and otherworldly. He reminded himself that whether the gods chose him as adventurer or townsfolk, he'd still be a blazer. He wouldn't make those gathered wait outside as Coleman had made them wait. He walked down the short path leading to the small worn pillows where adventurers or townsfolk could place their knees when slotting skills or blessings at the chapel. It was also where those in need of Celis's comfort could kneel peacefully in sight of her grace. Celis stood atop a marble pedestal on which the shapes of both a sun and moon waited, the former to the left and the latter to the right. "Whenever you are ready," Richard said quietly. "Do not be afraid." Glenn wasn't afraid. Nervous and excited, certainly, but definitely not afraid. He settled his knees on the pillows, breathed, extended his palms, and placed them, one on sun, one on moon. The front of the pedestal was oddly warm, warmer than he'd expected, but nothing happened. What were the gods waiting for? When he touched the statue to choose Phantom Slice as his first skill a few days ago, a vision had taken him the moment he touched the sun and moon. Just as he was ready to glance back at Richard and ask what he'd done wrong, the world popped. Once again, Glenn saw the glory of the brazier of life, the source of all life in Luxterra. As always, the sight took his breath away, or would have, had he a body. When re-slotting in a shrine of Celis, one had no body, no head, nor hands, nor eyes. One simply was. The brazier of life had a wide base supporting a narrow column, supporting a shallow open top that burned with a fire that looked impossibly bright and strong. It stood in a shrine set atop a set of worn steps that looked ancient as the world itself, framed by tall, proud columns on each side. While Glenn could make out what felt like a mountaintop around him, all else was stars and dark. There, Between him and the brazier of life, the words of the Pantheon manifested, the words of the gods. Welcome, Glen Redwood. We will now put you on your path. Behold the man you used to be. Name, Glen Redwood. Age 16. Level 5. Class unassigned. HP 120 of 120. Blood 60 of 60. Experience 24,024 of 29,000. Strength 14, Divinity 8, Vitality 12, Wisdom 6, Prowess 9, Luck 7. Slotted skills: Common, Phantom Slice, Duelist Vox. Slotted blessings unassigned, known skills none, known blessings none. Based on your temperament, accomplishments, and the needs of your people, the gods have decided to grant you a rare honor only bestowed upon a blessed few. An adventurer, he was going to be an adventurer. The gods call upon you to protect not just townsfolk and not just adventurers. You will protect everyone. We, the gods of Luxterra, now imbue you with our power. You will become a town guard. Glen's breath would have caught in his throat if he had one, yet he had no breath or throat now. His mind reeled. Those couldn't be the words spoken in his head. That couldn't be his path, because if the gods chose him as a town guard, he wouldn't be allowed to leave Wolfpine with Becca. As a flow of unprecedented pleasure flooded his insubstantial being, it was all he could do to keep his sanity. Before him, on his floating status sheet, both his experience and current level ticked up at a rapid pace. He'd never seen numbers move so fast. He reached level 6. He reached level 7. Onward, his experience numbers went, ticking up faster and faster, until finally the tick slowed and everything settled. He was now level 8, 3 levels higher than should be possible for a person a mere 16 years of age, yet even that was not as terrifying as the sickening realization that he'd never had an opportunity to choose his class. He'd wanted to become a duelist. He'd wanted to join the Blazers with Becca. He could choose none of those paths now, because the gods had simply shoved him onto this path with no more ceremony than their words. He was to be a town guard. He no longer had any choice in the matter. More divine words flashed before him as Glen struggled to make his mind work again. Each revelation shocked him more than the last. Each revelation seemed increasingly impossible. As a reward for the selfless actions you performed while common age, the Pantheon has granted you 3 full levels. You are now level 8. As a reward for the selfless actions you performed while common age, the Pantheon has granted additional attribute gains. We have awarded you +5 strength, +5 vitality, and +5 wisdom. As a reward for your faith in the gods and devotion to Luxterra's climb, we have also granted you an additional skill point. You may now select 1 additional skill. Honor your duty and protect your town, Glen Redwood. Here is the man you have become. Name, Glen Redwood. Age 16. Level 8. Class, Town Guard. HP 170 of 170. Blood 110 of 110. Experience 44,004 of 52,000. Strength 19. Divinity 8. Vitality 17. Wisdom 11. Prowess 10. Luck 7. Slotted skills none. Slotted blessings none. Known skills: Uncommon, Phantom Slice, Duelist Vox. Known blessings none. Congratulations, Glen Redwood. Your bravery and service to your zone has brought you to our attention. We now call upon you to protect your town of birth. You have 3 skill points remaining. You have 1 blessing point remaining. Choose wisely. The words of the gods faded, as did the brazier of life. Glen's vision went gray as fog as he flailed about without a body, and when his world solidified again, he had a body, but not the same body he had on Luxterra. He stood now in a world beyond worlds that he recognized from yesterday. This otherworldly realm was called the Plaza of Selection. When a mortal first chose their class, the gods placed them here so they could select their first blessing and first skill. Glenn had been here before, of course, yesterday, but he had been unable to select a duelist blessing then. Under other circumstances, the plaza of selection would have been quite pleasant. His spectral body now stood on a diamond-shaped platform of marble, around which a river of bright blue water trickled merrily. The sky above was clear, blue, and spattered with wispy white clouds. Around him more marble diamonds stretched out to the horizon in all directions. Glenn instinctively knew those diamonds to be those on which the skills of other classes resided, with all diamonds separated by the flowing water. Yet the only pedestals visible were the 4 on the diamond platform with him, the blessings available to his class, Town Guard. A class he had neither chosen nor agreed to accept. Each of the 4 pedestals on the diamond on which he now stood rose at the cardinal points of the diamond. Atop each pedestal was a rise, and atop each rise was a gorgeous and weathered parchment. Glenn knew from his experience selecting Phantom Slice yesterday the parchment would list a divine skill or blessing. One first selected blessings, if possible, and then moved on to... Glenn wished he could be excited. He wished he could shout for joy. He looked all around for a way out, but the gods had locked him inside this plaza as firmly as they'd lock him inside a cell. He'd read every book on classes, skills, and blessings in Wolfpine's library in preparation for the day he chose his class, but there were no books of skills and blessings for town guards. It seemed he'd simply have to muddle through his ceremony of the path on his own. 27. A selection of skills. Glenn collapsed atop the marble platform in the plaza of selection and rolled onto his back. He stared at the sky, clear and bright and blue. Was time passing outside? Did it matter if it was? When he returned to the world of mortals, to Luxtera, he'd have to tell Becca what the gods had just done to both of them. He'd have to tell her to leave him behind. And Glenn would tell her just that. He'd never consider asking Becca to stay with him in Wolfpine and turn down Jenny's invitation, and his only fear in that regard was that Becca might do so anyway. She'd assured him she'd be fine if he left without her, hadn't she? Their new situation was the same, only reversed. He'd never risk her happiness for his. He also had no time to curse the gods. Lamenting his fate would change nothing now. He had to be strong, so Becca, who still had a future beyond Wolfpine's walls, would feel comfortable seizing her life with the Blazers. He had to keep the town the gods had chosen for him to protect safe. There was small comfort to be found in the knowledge that he would save the lives of others. He'd focus on that. He had to focus on that. The choice of the gods to place him on this path remained a shock, but that shock couldn't entirely suppress a sense of grudging duty. He'd never asked to become a town guard, but he was to be a town guard now. Therefore, he would simply become the best town guard possible. He could not imagine doing anything less. Glenn needed to choose his skills and blessings wisely. Under normal circumstances, a mortal gained 1 skill every 2 levels, starting at level 4, and 1 blessing every 5 levels, starting at level 5. Glenn had previously spent the skill point he gained at level 4 on Phantom Slice, a duelist-specific skill he could no longer use as a town guard. The gods had then granted him a bonus skill point. 8 levels, 3 skills, 1 blessing. It was time to choose. Glenn stood, took a moment to steady his mind and spectral body, and walked to the first of the 4 pedestals at each cardinal point of the diamond. He had 4 blessings to choose from for his first tier. That was standard practice for most every class he'd read about, so perhaps the choice of skills and blessings for a town guard would not be so different from that of a duelist. Glenn reached the northern pedestal. He stared down at the parchment. As he read the divine words upon the parchment, his eyes widened once more in shock. Unyielding. Shield, Annie, Vox, Goddess of Adventurers. Rare, gain +10 strength and +10 vitality when carrying a shield. Glenn read the blessing several times before accepting it as truth. That was a real blessing. That was a blessing he could choose. It was the most overpowered blessing he'd ever seen. Mortals who stressed particular attributes would be lucky to gain 1 point in that attribute when they leveled. A duelist who pushed themselves hard every day and worked out on a regular basis might, if the gods were generous, receive 1 strength point per level. This offered more. This offered 10. If he chose this blessing, Glenn would literally jump 10 levels in strength and vitality, making his points in those attributes more comparable to a level 18 than a level 8. The fact that he must carry a shield to activate the blessing was a slight drawback, but he'd never seen a town guard without one. Possessing the strength and vitality of a level 18 adventurer would make crushing the monsters in the wilds of Gracia's child's play, except Glenn could no longer wander the wilds of Gracia. Another wave of sadness hit him as he recalled another reason he'd never wanted to become a town guard. It wasn't just his honor that now bound him to Wolf Pine. It was the will of the gods. Townsfolk might be required to be inside the walls of a town by nightfall, but they could still travel freely during the day. Town guards lacked even that luxury. Other than sprinting 50 paces from Wolf Pine's gates to save an adventure, the gods would not allow Glenn to leave the walls of Wolf Pine without an explicit quest to do so from Wolf Pine's mayor. Even if he attempted to leave Wolf Pine of his own volition, the gods would turn him to salt. This was why the gods allowed a town guard to slot unyielding. This was why a blessing like this didn't break all the rungs of Luxterra's climb. The skills and blessings of a town guard could absolutely crush enemies within the borders of the town that they guarded, but never beyond. His fate was his fate. He was getting distracted again. As much as the path he'd been placed upon still grieved him, a small ember of excitement ignited inside his chest. All his life, Glenn had been fascinated with the divine skills and blessings the gods bestowed upon mortals. Even the skills given to townsfolk were impressive in their own right. Glenn had hungrily pored through books of class skills as he absorbed all the miracles the gods could provide. He'd never known a blessing like unyielding existed. He'd never imagined it could. So what other wonders had the god left for those they chose to guard the gates of their mortal towns? One thing Glenn had learned after agonizing over the path he'd planned for Duelist was that if one skill or blessing was good, the others in its same tier were equally good. The gods did not make such choices easy. If they did, everyone who chose a particular class would slot the same skills and blessings. So what blessings could possibly compare to unyielding? All he had to do to find out was walk to the next pedestal. Walking almost as if in a trance, Glenn strode to the eastern pedestal. He read the blessing, and then ruefully shook his head. Incredible. Regrowth. None. Any. Kaya, Goddess of Duty. Rare. While outside of combat, your health points and blood passively regenerate at a vastly improved rate. If he understood this blessing correctly, this meant that the moment he slotted Regrowth, he would begin regenerating both health points and blood the moment he ended combat. No need to quaff a potion after a rough fight. No need to call for healing skills. Just this. How powerful was Regrowth? Obviously, his wounds would rapidly heal themselves after he defeated whatever foe he'd chosen to fight. But could he regrow an entire finger? What about a hand? If he was decapitated, would he simply regrow his head? No, that didn't make any sense. Instantly fatal injuries such as decapitation or disintegration would instantly reduce a mortal's health points to 0 and make them an insult corpse, even if they were under the influence of a passive healing skill like glowing light. It was a lifecaster skill that healed health points over time. Regrowth wouldn't make him immortal. But if he survived a fight, well, he'd be ready to tackle the next fight in moments. He could literally tear apart monsters for days. 2 more blessings remained. Blessings comparable to unyielding and regrowth. What other wonders would the gods offer? Glenn walked to the southern pedestal to find out. Faithful. Shield. Any. Celis, Goddess of Resurrection. Rare. Gain +10 divinity and +10 wisdom while carrying a shield. This blessing didn't shock Glenn as those before had done, but only because it seemed the mirror image of unyielding. For one who was not a caster, gaining points in divinity and wisdom was even more difficult than strength and vitality. Yet here were 10 points in both, ripe for the taking. Divinity and wisdom were among his lowest attributes, Given most of the combat he'd seen town guards engage in was physical, they might remain so. This blessing, therefore, actually seemed more appealing than unyielding, if only because it would better balance his attributes. Yet, was he overthinking this? Divinity was primarily useful in granting resistance to curses and seeing through the shimmer demons use to hide themselves before attack. If Glenn planned to fight demons on a regular basis, selecting Faithful was almost certainly the best choice. Yet no demons spawned in Gracia, and thanks to the path the gods had put him on, he would not be leaving Gracia. Not for some time, if at all. So while choosing Faithful as his first blessing might make sense were he chosen as a town guard in a high-level zone like Evelan, where demons could attack at any moment, it was rather unnecessary here. Glenn moved on. Ageless. None, any, Isden, god of commerce. Rare. You are immune to all poisons and curses, and your body ages at a dramatically slower rate. There it was. Not immortality, but close enough. Immunity to curses and poisons as well. Entertainers, a townsfolk class focused on providing companionship and joy to those around them, had a similar skill to Ageless. Wolfpine's library didn't officially have a catalog of entertainer skills and blessings, yet Becca had acquired one even so. They'd read it together, and the wonders within had heated their blood. The exciting uses for such entertainer skills as, again, prolong and glamour were self-explanatory, but their blessings were interesting as well. Not immortality, but a long and exciting life. Becca had often teased him by suggesting they should both become entertainers if the gods chose them as townsfolk, so they could live for many decades while still young and vigorous and amorous. Glenn hadn't been fully opposed to the idea. They could even gain experience off each other. The entertainer blessing Immortal Body was much the same as Ageless, dramatically slowing the rate at which a mortal entertainer physically aged. Based on the book he read, entertainers who slotted Immortal Body aged 1 year of life for every 3 so long as the blessing was slotted. So what was the ratio of years to life for Ageless? While curious, this was one blessing Glenn knew he was absolutely not going to take. The thought of living much longer than normal might have tempted others, but not him. He'd have to marry an entertainer simply not to outlive his love. He didn't want to live on while those he cared for died. That thought conjured thoughts of Becca again, of the future they would not have now, and Glenn angrily forced such thoughts away. This wasn't the end of their relationship. Becca wouldn't be off training with the Blazers forever, and Glenn knew town guards could retire once they reached level 20. It was possible he and Becca could still be together in a decade or 2. That was a long time to wait. But Becca was worth any wait, even this one. Would she feel the same about him? Enough moping. Glenn returned to the center of the Diamond Plaza and considered his options. He couldn't exit the Plaza of Selection until he made his choices, and he needed to leave. Ageless was right out, so that left Unyielding, Faithful, and Regrowth. Thanks to the bonus in both strength and vitality bestowed by the gods today, Glenn was already remarkably strong and durable. He could already crush any monster in all of Gracia, so what need had he of more strength and vitality? Such a blessing would be nice, but thoroughly unnecessary. Faithful also offered little he desired or required. He'd already concluded he wouldn't be facing demons, at least not on a regular basis, and he'd witnessed 2 town guards wreck 4 Shaitan with only the armor they wore and the god weapons they wielded. That left one blessing of true use, a blessing that not only made the most sense, but would do the most good. Regrowth. With that blessing, Glenn could jump into a new battle as soon as an old one was over. He could save more lives. Even grievous injuries wouldn't keep him down for long, and above all, he wanted to save as many people as possible. That was what town guards did. Glenn walked to the pedestal with Regrowth and placed his hand upon it. Divine words appeared in the air ahead, words he remembered from choosing Phantom Slice. You have selected the blessing Regrowth. Is this the blessing you choose? Yes, Glenn said aloud. The parchment on the pedestal caught fire and burned. A brief wisp of pleasure flooded Glenn as the gods literally sent their power into his soul, forever binding him to the blessing he'd just chosen. There were no take-backs on the Plaza of Selection. A skill or blessing, once chosen, was bound to one's soul as long as that soul inhabited Luxterra. Almost immediately, the plaza of selection faded once more, but that did not surprise Glenn. He would not get to choose another blessing until he reached level 10, so there was no point in remaining with the other blessing pedestals. The plaza faded back in, another diamond, but not the same as the diamond on which he stood with the 4 blessings. This diamond had steps, or rather hollow diamond-shaped borders of increasing height. Its appearance matched the skill diamond Glenn had seen when he set foot on the duelist skill diamond and perused the skills there. It seemed Town Guard skills, like all other class skills, were tiered. All classes offered multiple skills which a mortal could take, but not all skills could immediately be taken. More powerful skills required a mortal first acquire skills of lower ranks, ensuring that a mortal's class grew steadily in power. If a mortal Harmcaster could immediately select Inferno after all, they would never select Burn. The 3 levels of this diamond meant Town Guard skills had 3 tiers of skills, just like a duelist. Yet the number of skill pedestals here was only half that he'd seen on the duelist diamond. A Town Guard seemingly had less skills to choose from than a duelist, likely due to their limited role. 3 tiers also suggested Town Guard capped at level 20, just like duelist. So did Town Guard have an evolved version? For duelist, the evolved classes available at 20 were Blade Master and Cleaver, and Glenn couldn't imagine what an evolved Town Guard would be. The ember of curiosity in his chest continued to burn. He couldn't help but be intrigued. He walked forward and perused all 4 pedestals on the lowest tier of the diamond, Tier 1. Public Address. None. Town Guard, Isdan, God of Commerce. Rare. Project your voice across a wide interval at full volume for all who must hear it. 1 minute duration, 5-second cooldown. Prerequisites, none. Guardian's Smash. Blunt, Town Guard. Anson, God of Beasts, Rare. Stun any target you strike for 10 seconds. 2-minute cooldown. Prerequisites, none. Guardian's Heal, none. Town Guard. Celis, Goddess of Resurrection, Rare. Heal 25 health points on your target modified by Divinity. 10 blood. Prerequisites, none. Reflect Magic, Shield, Town Guard, Xiva, Goddess of the Unseen. Rare. Plant your feet and reflect all offensive skills at the caster for 30 seconds. 2-minute cooldown. Prerequisites, none. Again, the skills provided to a Town Guard impressed. Reflect Magic was patently ridiculous for a Tier 1 skill, and also almost completely useless to Glenn in his new role. About the only monster that cast offensive skills in Gracia was a Moss Beast, and even then it was a simple root barrier. Still, any demon or tribal caster that launched a powerful spell at a Town Guard slotting Reflect Magic would rue the day they did so. It was an impressive skill, yet the others, in Glenn's mind, actually offered more utility, at least for his purposes. Guardian's Heal was a 1-to-1 copy of Flash Heal, a Tier 1 Lifecaster skill. It was identical down to its cost in blood, but it was also extremely useful to a mortal like Glenn, one focused on saving lives. Even if he couldn't kill a monster attacking an adventurer before they were struck, he could still heal that wounded adventurer. Guardian's Heal immediately moved to his top choice. Guardian's Smash was very similar to another skill from another class, Mighty Smash, a skill available to a Brutalist. Yet while Mighty Smash only stunned a target for 5 seconds, Guardian's Smash stunned it for 10. Unsurprising, given the strength of these other skills. The skill that most puzzled Glenn, of course, was Public Address. What use was such a skill to a Town Guard? It wasn't like he could shout at a monster to go away. The skill was quite similar to Be Heard, the politician skill Mayor Coleman had used to project his voice across Wolfpine's town square. An inkling of a suspicion formed in Glenn's mind as he looked again at the 4 skills available on Tier 1. If Town Guard skills were like other classes, each of the skills on the 2nd tier would be a more powerful version of the skill on the 1st. He could almost see a theme already, so why not confirm it? He browsed the parchment on all 4 pedestals on the 2nd tier of the diamond. Arrest, none. Town Guard, Levos, God of the Hearth, Rare. Root any mortal target within town walls in place with the power of your commanding voice. 20-second duration, 20-second cooldown. Prerequisites, Public Address. Guardian Stomp, none. Town Guard, Dinah, Goddess of the Hunt, Rare. Stomp your foot to stun all enemies within 20 paces for 10 seconds. 2-minute cooldown. Prerequisites, Guardian Smash. Fight Me, none. Town Guard, Kaya, Goddess of Duty, Rare. All enemies in 50 paces will abandon their targets and attack you alone until defeated. 30-second cooldown. Prerequisites, flash heal. Skill lock. None, Town Guard, Isdan, God of Commerce, rare. Remove the ability of any target within 50 paces to activate skills for 1 minute. 2-minute cooldown. Prerequisites, reflect magic. Glenn nodded with satisfaction. The theme of these skills was obvious. There were 4 paths available to a Town Guard, depending on the responsibility at which they wished to excel. Town Guards didn't just fight monsters, demons, and desold. They also dealt with unruly adventurers who attempted to cause trouble in towns, and public address would be vital in cutting through the tumult of Wolfpine's tavern to stop a duel. It would also unlock arrest, which would allow a Town Guard to immobilize a target simply with the sound of their voice. Town Guards would never kill anyone, of course. Even though Town Guards could ignore the law of consent when making an arrest, actual murder was still off limits. Arrest allowed a Town Guard who needed to do so a way to safely and humanely immobilize an unruly individual. As Glenn thought back, he realized he'd actually seen arrest used recently, though he hadn't realized it at the time. During Dinah's hunt, an adventurer had sprinted past him drunk and laughing out of her mind. She carried a stolen cask of ale on both shoulders, one in the process of spilling applemead. She'd obviously been a high-level adventurer, given she had the strength to carry a cask of ale. A Town Guard had shouted after her, and she'd stopped, just like that. Even though she'd had a clear path to easy escape, Glenn had simply thought the adventurer miraculously sobered up and decided she didn't want to go to jail for the night, but the Town Guard had likely used arrest. Each of the additional Tier 2 skills followed a theme. Guardian Smash unlocked Guardian Stomp, both of which would be tremendously useful for monster crowd control. Reflect Magic unlocked Skill Lock, which would absolutely shut down any enemy caster. And Guardian's Heal, of course, unlocked Fight Me. Glenn read the skill again and shook his head in wonder. The only other class that could draw the anger of a monster away from another person was Brutalist, using Taunt. Yet they could only anger one monster and only for 20 seconds. Fight Me would anger every monster in 50 paces until they died. So, was using Fight Me suicide? It might be, for a normal adventurer. Yet Glenn couldn't help but think that when one had the strength and vitality of an adventurer 10 levels above this zone, and one wore god armor that was impenetrable to all attacks and wielded a guardian's mace that could smash a carriage, even every monster in 50 paces likely stood no chance. So he had 2 choices. He could snatch up 3 Tier 1 skills, widening his utility and providing multiple options to increase it further when he reached level 10. That was tempting. He would know far more about being a Town Guard years from now at level 10 than he did now. Yet such a path also felt inefficient. Glenn already knew exactly what he wanted to do as a Town Guard, which was destroy monsters and save people. His path seemed relatively clear. Even so, he had not yet produced the last 2 skills, Tier 3. Only 2 pedestals stood there. Glenn read each. Be Gone, None, Town Guard, Xiva, Goddess of the Unseen. Epic. Immediately banish any demon from the plane of Luxterra. 10-minute cooldown. Prerequisites, Faithful, Public Address, Arrest, level 18. Be Still. None, Town Guard, Raylan, God of Endings. Epic. Disintegrate all desold within 50 paces. 10-minute cooldown. Prerequisites, Unyielding, Flash Heal, Fight Me, level 18. Again, the power granted to a Town Guard absolutely floored him. The prerequisites for each of the Tier 3 skills were steep. Given a Town Guard's inability to wander a zone and attack monsters, it could be decades before they reached level 18 by killing only the monsters that wandered near enough to town to be a threat. But once a Town Guard did reach level 18, one skill could banish even a level 40 demon back to the 6 hells. One skill could evaporate an entire horde of desold. The only other epic skill Glenn had ever even heard of was Storm Call, a skill that called down a thunderstorm that struck and paralyzed every enemy in a 1,000-pace radius. Even that skill was only a legend. In a story, Vox, goddess of adventurers, was said to have granted the skill to Argent Valor Call, and thanks for his rescue of her mortal form from a Raylan cult over 500 years ago. Glenn had never truly believed Storm Call was real, but with Be Gone and Be Still now sitting before him, it just might be. Those Tier 3 skills were decades beyond his current level. He had no business with them, The Tier 2 skills had no level prerequisites preventing their selection, and that more than anything assured Glenn that selecting at least one Tier 2 skill was the best choice for him starting out. He had no idea how fast a town guard leveled. It could be years before he reached level 10 and gained another skill point, so he needed to ensure the skills he chose today allowed him to handle every possible situation. One last review of the skills available, and his choice was clear. Guardian's Heal to ensure he stayed alive, and more importantly to save the lives of others. Fight Me to ensure that no monsters could ever attack and savage a wounded adventurer while Glenn was around. And finally, Guardian's Smash. On the surface, such a skill seemed redundant when paired with Fight Me. Why stun an opponent when one can simply draw their anger? Yet Glenn needed to account for situations beyond smacking down monsters at the town gates. Guardian's Heal and Fight Me would handle monsters, but not mortals. He did not want to force a mortal to fight him until they died. He could not even think of killing a mortal like that. So while Arrest was the better of the two skills available to deal with mortal troublemakers, he would need to take Public Address to unlock it. That would prevent him from taking Fight Me. Guardian's Smash was the second best choice to stun a mortal lawbreaker without killing them. His mind was made up. Guardian's Heal, Fight Me, and Guardian's Smash burned off their pedestals as Glenn selected each in turn. His status sheet appeared. He slotted his skills and blessings calmly, his excitement fading with the end of selection. The thrill of discovering and choosing skills and blessings few in Luxterra had seen had momentarily staunched the grief he felt at losing his chance to become an adventurer and join the Blazers with Becca. Now, with the one pleasant part of his new path over, the grief he'd felt when the gods first dropped this class on him was flooding back. The tourniquet he'd tied was coming loose. His resolve never wavered. His mind remained unchanged. He hadn't asked for this duty, but would fulfill it, and not only because he had no choice. Embracing his role would make Wolf Pine safer. He would save lives. That was why he'd wanted to become an adventurer, after all. As the plaza of selection faded, the quiet gasp of his real body told Glenn he was back in Luxterra. He shuddered and rose. He turned to Richard Deepscar, who stood peering at him with clear curiosity. Glenn blinked back a tiny bit of wet, dried his eyes, and nodded. "Take heart," Richard said softly. "Even as townsfolk, you will still be of use to the Blazers." "I'm not townsfolk," Glenn said softly. Richard's brow furrowed in confusion. "Did you accidentally select the wrong class?" "I'm a town guard," Glenn said. "The gods made me a town guard." Richard's eyes widened, but only for a moment. He then bowed his head. Glenn blinked. He'd never expected Richard Deepscar to bow to him. The man was a level 36 spiritualist, and the moral and religious authority of all Wolfpine. He bowed to no one. Richard looked up again, a sad smile now creasing his face. "I know this hurts. I know this feels like punishment." Glenn simply swallowed. "It is not," Richard assured him. "It means the gods chose you above countless others because they believe you are among the few they can trust to protect everyone in Luxterra. It all makes sense now. The way you saved Azalea, the way you charged those demons outside the gate, the way you placed yourself between Volpor and a woman you thought was only townsfolk." "Anyone would do that," Glenn insisted quietly. "Not anyone," Richard said. "But you? With you, I don't even need to see your status sheet. I know without question you speak the absolute truth about your new class." Glenn forced a smile. "But I still need to see it," Richard added with a wink. "I swore an oath, after all." Glenn revealed his status sheet for all to see. It was just as it had been in the Plaza of Selection. Name, Glenn Redwood, age 16, level 8, class Town Guard, HP 170 of 170, blood 110 of 110, experience 44,004 of 52,000. Strength 19, Divinity 8, Vitality 17, Wisdom 11, Prowess 10, Luck 7. Slotted skills. Rare, Fight Me, Town Guard Kaya. Rare, Guardian's Smash, Town Guard Anson. Rare, Guardian's Heal, Town Guard Celis. Slotted Blessings. Rare, Regrowth, Town Guard Kaya. Known skills, Uncommon, Phantom Slice, Duelist Fox. Known blessings, none. A gentle hand settled on his shoulder. Richard's hand. The old man spoke calmly and quietly. You need to understand how rare it is for the gods to choose a town guard, Richard said, probably hoping to comfort him. The last time the gods honored a person like you was 4 years ago, and the gods choose only those whom they judge valiant and kind. You will want for nothing. Coin, food, mead, a home. Wolfpine will provide it all, and gratefully, to thank you for your protection. But it might be decades before I adventure beyond the walls, Glenn whispered. Mayor Coleman often assigns quests to his town guards, and those quests will take you across the zone. I expect you'll level to 20 faster than you expect. Perhaps it won't feel so long. Glenn thought of Becca and the life they'd never have. It's more than long enough. Richard sighed. The changes ahead will become easier with time. It did for Scott. It did for Joanne. Trust in the Pantheon. Trust in your fellow town guards. Glenn certainly wasn't about to waste any more of Richard Deepscar's time. I will. Now come, Richard said and stepped back. It's time to tell everyone the good news. Right, Glenn said dully. Good news. He would honor this decision by the gods. He would protect his town and people. He would take comfort in the fact that he was now powerful enough to save anyone who sought his help. So long as they first step within 50 paces of the town gates. 28. A Secret Boon. Glenn. The pages of Richard Deepscar opened the doors to the Chapel of Celis. Glenn followed Richard back out into the square in silence. While he'd been shocked and a bit dazed when the gods first chose this path for him, he'd had enough time between the Plaza of Selection and his conversation with Richard Deepscar to process his grief, to set that grief aside, for the moment, for the sake of Becca and his parents. He had to complete the ceremony as they'd all planned. The square remained filled with everyone who lived in Wolfpine. It had also gone silent as the church, as everyone waited expectantly for the news that the gods had chosen Glenn Redwood, Blazer candidate, to become an adventurer. Mayor Coleman stood on the stage from which he'd made his speech, and Jenny Amberson at his side. Glenn's mother, father, Carl, and Becca all stood anxiously as well. Yet Glenn did not dare meet their eyes. They'd see his disappointment and think he'd been chosen as townsfolk. Despite his mother's fervent assurance she would be proud of him no matter what path the gods chose for him, he couldn't bear to see the sympathy in their eyes, and not Becca's, especially not hers. Glenn kept his feet. Somehow he followed Richard, and somehow he climbed back onto the stage. He took his place as he had before, beside Becca, as her hand found and gripped his. She squeezed, yet the tenderness was a pain rather than a blessing. She leaned close and whispered, We're both still going with the Blazers, even if the gods are stupid. Whether you chose entertainer or not, I'll be sure to give you all the experience you need. Even her often raunchy humor couldn't cheer him up, though he appreciated that she'd tried. She'd seen his body language as he exited the chapel and concluded the gods had chosen him as townsfolk. She was trying to comfort him, to assure him they'd still be together thanks to the fact that the Blazers had approval to take even townsfolk into their guild. Becca didn't know what had truly happened. She couldn't know, at least not until Richard Deepscar walked to the mayor's podium. Should Glenn tell her before Richard did? Richard cleared his throat. In the same deep, booming voice he used at worship services, he announced the event that had forever brought a halt to Glenn's dreams. The people of Wolfpine have been blessed before by the gods, but today is truly a day among days. Richard boomed proudly, with fervor that almost made Glenn believe. As rare as it is for two of our youth to be offered a position in the Blazers Guild, I have even more wonderful news." He paused for effect. The crowd waited in breathless anticipation. What could be more wonderful than having two young people of Wolfpine chosen to join the Blazers Guild? "Thanks to his brave deeds and steadfast desire to protect our town and its people, the gods have chosen Glen Redwood for an honor bestowed upon only an elite few. The gods have chosen Glen to become our newest town guard." Beside him, Tanya grimaced. Hal gasped. Carl Coldbreaker ruefully shook his head. Becca's eyes went wide as her whole body stiffened. Her hand squeezed his desperately, like she'd feared he'd be torn from her grip at any moment. All he could do was squeeze back. Richard continued proudly. "In but 16 years, Glen has proven himself a champion of both Wolfpine and its people. The Pantheon themselves have decreed that they trust Glen to keep everyone, townsfolk and adventurer alike, safe from harm, and have imbued him with their divine power. Now join me, people in Wolfpine, in honoring our newest protector of all." Richard turned to look at Glen and clapped his hands high, where everyone could see. The crowd in the square stood in stunned silence. Then they all began cheering, whooping and clapping at once. Glen forced a smile for their benefit and stood strong under this torrent of undeserved praise. Becca clutched his hand so tight it hurt, yet that pain was love. The crowd hadn't even cheered for Becca like this, and she was the reason Azalea Whitetalon was alive. All Glen had done was be stricken by a divine job offer. Mayor Coleman strode over, wearing what might be a genuine smile, and gripped Glen's shoulder. "Congratulations, Redwood." He sounded like he meant it. "I'd feared it would be years before we got a full roster again. You truly are a gift from the gods." Such platitudes sounded fake coming from a man like Coleman, and Glen instantly concluded that a politician must get some sort of experience bonus from having a full roster of town guards. Larger towns had dozens of guards, but the maximum number of town guards a town of Wolfpine's modest size, about 60 people give or take, could have was limited. Coleman wouldn't be this pleased simply for Glen's benefit. He was pleased for himself. And while Becca still gripped his hand, he felt the tremble in her grip. She, like him, was adjusting to the fact that the one event they both assured themselves would never happen had happened. Becca would be leaving Wolfpine with Jenny, alone to start her new life as a blazer. Glen would be staying behind. The love in life they'd both wanted might never be now because of the gods. In that moment, despite his earlier decision to honor their choice, Glen almost dared hate them. He did not. He couldn't hate the gods for giving him the opportunity to save so many lives. "Now, people of Wolfpine, drink and be merry," Mayor Coleman shouted, once again using "Be Heard" to cast his voice across the square. "More mead and food will arrive shortly. Please join me in congratulating our newest town guard, Glen Redwood, on his remarkable accomplishments. This truly is a day to remember." Glen's mother arrived then, yet before she could hug him, Hal hugged him first. Glen didn't protest, yet he barely summoned the resolve to hug Hal back. He loved his father, he truly did, yet he couldn't help but resent the fact that Hal was likely thrilled by the choice of the gods. Glen knew his father had secretly been worried Glen would go off to adventure and meet the forever death. Now, there was literally nothing in all of Gracia that could kill him. "I'm so impossibly proud of you," Hal said quietly, and thumped Glen's back. "We both are. I know this isn't what you wanted, but I hope you'll see, one day, it isn't as bad as you think." Hal's eyes glistened in the light. "You'll have a home with us for as long as you wish it." His father did love him. Glen couldn't resent that. Despite his fears for Glen's safety, Hal had done everything he could to ensure Glen became an adventurer, from ensuring he could wear adventurer gear while he leveled, to buying him extra potions. Glen couldn't hold the fact that the gods had chosen this life for him against his father, nor would he want to. Hal had simply wanted him safe. And now he was. His father's strong hug and kind smile helped take the sting off his regrets. His mother arrived next, and instead of hugging him, she simply set one hand on his shoulder and held his gaze. As her eyes stared into his, Glenn saw the mixture of pride and sadness in her gaze. He knew Tanya Redwood, at least, understood. She'd suffered the same disappointment 18 years ago, yet she hadn't even been chosen as a town guard. His mother gained nothing when the gods denied her wish to become an adventurer, nothing except a career enchanting weapons for others. Glenn had gained a bottomless salary, a pension, free food and mead, and room and board. And power. Gods, he was so impossibly strong now, yet the gods had given him this power. He hadn't earned this power. It felt undeserved. Carl came next. He gripped Glenn's shoulders. "Any time you need a drink, my house is open," Carl said softly. "You're a strong man with a kind heart, and one I'll always be proud to call my friend." Glenn could only nod silently. Carl must also understand how much this boon hurt him, knowing how Glenn cared for Becca. Having the genuine respect of such a good man reminded him that many in Wolfpine felt the same. Perhaps it did not matter to Carl that Glenn would not be adventuring with his daughter. Perhaps it only mattered that Glenn had offered to do so. "Come, Redwood," Mayor Coleman shouted from below. "Enjoy the festivities. The night is young, and you'll have much work to do soon, but not tonight. Tonight, we celebrate your blessing." Yet Jenny Amberson, Blazer Rank 4, moved between Mayor Coleman and Glenn. Once again, she inclined her head before her gaze rose. She, too, seemed to understand the mixture of emotions Glenn was feeling at being simultaneously granted such a blessing and such a disappointment. To be chosen to wield the power of a town guard is among the rarest roles bestowed by the gods, Jenny said softly. That they would trust you with their divine gear and blessings speaks volumes for your character and worth. We would have welcomed you as a Blazer, but the gods need you here. Protect Wolfpine, like you protected me. The Blazers will handle the rest." Again, Glenn could only nod. He hadn't actually done much protecting after Volpor knocked him over, though. He had bought Jenny the distance and time she needed to cast Inferno. He had also helped save Zack from those shaitan outside town. And with his new strength, vitality, and god armor, Glenn suspected he might be able to beat Volpor in a fight. The fact that he could now solo Gracia's elite wolf was difficult to believe. He truly was one of the most powerful mortals in all of Gracia. Finally, at least, it was just he and Becca, standing on the stage. She stared up at him, eyes glistening. She took both his hands, then pulled him close. "Kiss me like you mean it," she whispered. Here? In front of the whole town? On stage? In front of their parents? Yet why shouldn't he? And gods, how could he not? This might be the last time he ever had this opportunity. Glenn pulled her close and kissed her with all the emotion flowing out of him. She kissed him back desperately. The crowd cheered wildly. Some shouted bawdy or congratulatory comments, having seemingly forgotten that this kiss would be among the last Glenn ever shared with the woman he undoubtedly knew now he loved. A woman to whom he would soon bid goodbye. Becca broke their kiss, hugged him, then rose on tiptoes to whisper in his ear. "Meet me in the park tonight, as soon as you get free. I'll wait for you until morning. Find me." She squeezed his hands, stepped aside, and motioned to the stairs. "Now let's celebrate!" Becca shouted proudly for the crowd's benefit, with fervor that would have convinced him had he not known her so well. "My man's been chosen by the gods. Make sure he remembers that, Wolfpine." She gripped Glenn's hand and pulled. Numbly, Glenn allowed Becca to lead him down into a cheering crowd. People began congratulating him on his great accomplishment almost at once, slapping him on the shoulder or on the back. At some point, Becca vanished. Yet while Glenn might have known all these people by face and name another night, this night they all became a blur. Someone pressed a filled cup of mead into his hands. Glenn chugged it all without thinking. Where was Zack? He hadn't seen Zack tonight or his new girlfriend. Wouldn't they want to congratulate him on becoming a town guard? Another mug of mead quickly arrived. Despite his dazed state, Glenn knew better than to lose himself in his cups. This was the last night he'd have with Becca, and he was going to find her in the park as soon as he found some way to extricate himself from the impossibly awkward inconvenience of being congratulated by the entire town. More food arrived. While Glenn had no appetite remaining, he did eat some. He was almost to the point of feigning illness when the cloud gasped and parted. Glenn turned and stared. 4 town guards in full armor arrived, led by Captain Logain Cliffbreeze. Glenn also recognized Joanne from the shape of her female armor. There was another man and another woman with them, though he didn't know who these two were. The crowd stood in awed silence at the rare sight of 4 town guards in the middle of the square. Under normal circumstances, even seeing 1 town guard meant a crime had occurred. 4 town guards was almost unheard of. Had they really come all this way just for him? Still wearing his full face helm, Logain beckoned. "Glenn Redwood, come with us." Glenn did not even think about protesting. He walked to Logain and stared in dazed bemusement as the other guards fell in around him. They formed a diamond with him at its center. Even Mayor Coleman had never been escorted like this, and this was an escort. Logain's voice boomed over even the raucous crowd. "People of Wolfpine, return to your merriment, and do not fear the monsters of the night." He was using public address. "The guard has the walls, and your newest town guard, Glenn Redwood, has the favor of Celis herself." "Praise Celis!" the crowd roared back. Glenn barely heard them. He was just grateful that the backslapping and congratulations were over. He was about done with those. Had Logain guessed how much this charge hurt him? They didn't need to walk far. The town guard barracks were just off the main square, perpendicular to the chapel of Celis. And Glenn had never been inside. No one could go inside, actually, save the town guards, the mayor, or some of the guards arrested. The armored woman he didn't recognize quickened her step and opened the door. Logain walked inside with Glenn right behind him. The other guards all filed in, and then the door closed. Like the church, the barracks was quiet. Glenn had forgotten how much he appreciated quiet. Why had they brought him in here? Was this some sort of initiation ritual? As Glenn stared, all 4 town guards simultaneously removed their helmets. Logain looked to be about his father's age, just as Glenn had suspected. The man had a square jaw, piercing gray eyes, short brown hair, and crow's feet just brushing the edge of his eyes. Yet Glenn was shocked at how young 2 of the other guards looked. They didn't look much older than him. Joanne, who Glenn knew to be much older than him, looked perhaps 18, with her blonde hair cut boyishly short and streaked with red. The other man, Glenn concluded by matching his slim build and height to a guard he'd met outside the gate this morning, must be Scott Willowrose. Scott was a pale fellow with a mirthful grin and wild dark hair who looked only a year or so older than Glenn, despite being at least 20. Joanne and Scott had chosen the blessing ageless. Glenn had no question about that now. He knew Scott, at least, had been the last town guard chosen 4 years ago, and Scott had been 16 at the time. Even 4 years later, he barely looked older than Glenn. The last town guard, the other woman, looked to be in her mid-20s, about Jenny's age. She had brown skin, a pretty face, and her dark hair in a high ponytail. Had she chosen regrowth as well? Glenn found himself curious. "What skills did you choose?" Logain asked calmly. "And there will be no judgment, Glenn. We all experienced the same ceremony of the path. We all made choices based only on what we knew at the time. You need not show your status sheet to us. Merely speak your skills aloud." Glenn nodded. He already trusted every last one of these people, but revealing one's status sheet remained something done only with those of close confidence. He appreciated both that Logain moved straight to the point, and did so with such respect. "I chose regrowth as my first blessing," Glenn said calmly, "and the skills Guardians Smash, Guardians Heal, and Fight Me." As Scott groaned quietly, Joanne grinned wide and thumped him in the arm. "Told you." "Maybe he's lying," Scott said mournfully. "Of course he's not lying." Joanne tossed a wink at Glenn. "I called it all, you wilting flower. Pay up." Grumbling to himself all the while, Scott produced a small coin pouch and counted out a significant number of crescents. Joanne snatched them up and grinned his way. You just won me 40 crescents, Redwood, so I like you already. Glenn found himself surprised. You bet on what skills I'd choose? It's nothing mean-spirited, the dark-skinned woman assured him warmly. Wagers are just the way we keep things interesting. I'm Linda, by the way. Linda Leafhaven, level 12 town guard. Glenn Redwood, Glenn said numbly. Level 8 town guard. It felt strange to introduce himself with his new class and level, but he certainly needed to get used to that. I lost a bet on Joanne, you know, Linda continued. I knew she'd pick ageless. You did not, Joanne interrupted gamely. But I had no idea she'd also pick Guardian's heel and fight me, Linda continued. I was certain she couldn't pass up the chance to stomp her foot and send people tumbling on their rears. Being all stompy is fun, Joanne agreed. But honestly, Glenn, just look at me. How could I pass up the chance to stay this young and boneable? Actually growing old would be a crime against— Hush, Logain said, with one raised hand. The other 3 guards immediately went silent. The respect they accorded Logain was obvious. Glenn wasn't surprised. Logain just oozed authority, and not simply because of his age. Glenn deserves a full accounting of his new life now, Logain continued. Later, you can tease him. For now, he should know all that comes with his new duties, the good as well as the difficult. I'm sure every one of you remembers how difficult this was for you. Joanne nodded solemnly. Naturally. He's all yours, Captain. Logain held Glenn's gaze. The Pantheon asks much of us, but also offers much in return. You may already be aware of this, but in case you are not, this watch we stand is not eternal. You will level, and you will eventually reach level 20. At that point, you can dual class just like an adventurer. Once you do so, you may leave Wolfpine's walls. I understand, Glenn said quietly. You may also level your new class with all the blessings you've thus far obtained, Logain continued, though obviously you may still only slot up to 3. Glenn gasped. Could that be true? He opened his status sheet as the statement flooded his mind with new possibilities. He saw the truth he'd missed in the Plaza of Selection, and to be sure, the first thing he did was view Phantom Slice and compare it to Regrowth. Phantom Slice, Blade, Duelist, Vox, Goddess of the Bold. Uncommon, inflict any wound you inflict upon 2 additional targets within 15 paces, 2-minute cooldown. Regrowth, none, any, Kayak, Goddess of Duty. Rare, while outside of combat, your health bar and blood passively regenerate at a vastly improved rate. There it was. Regrowth, unlike Phantom Slice, had no class or weapon associated with it. Therefore, any class could slot it, but only a town guard could acquire it. Logain was telling the truth. While it might take decades for Glenn to gain level 20 and choose a second class, when he did so, Regrowth, and possibly all the other town guard blessings, which could also be slotted by any class once acquired, would make him incredibly powerful. You are familiar with Mammoth Cloud Crusher? Logain asked. Of course Glenn was familiar with Mammoth Cloud Crusher. Everyone was familiar with Mammoth Cloud Crusher, the legendary dervish who's one of the few adventurers who'd reached the divine level cap of 40. The man might as well be a demigod, regularly traveling beyond Luxterra into the 6 hells to do battle with demons Glenn dared not imagine. Mammoth was once a town guard, Logain said calmly. Glenn felt like he might pass out, yet he refused to do so in front of the town guards. Could that really be possible? And, more importantly, why had no one ever told him? That's a closely guarded secret, of course, Logain said calmly. Glory Heartseeker was once a town guard as well. Not all who reach the divine level cap can do so with the age and virility of Mammoth and Glory, but some who do so can do so because of the blessings they gained in service to the gods. Mammoth and Glory are both in their 80s, yet physically they're barely past 45. They slot ageless, regrowth, and unyielding, swapping it out for faithful from time to time. No way, Glenn whispered. I know you wish to leave these walls, Logain said. I know the idea of being trapped here until you reach level 20 is a burden. Yet now that you are one of us, you should know that if you do choose to adventure once you dual class, the path ahead of you will be more rewarding than you can imagine. Also, you are now bound by liege law not to breathe a word of this to others." Glenn swallowed. With blessings like those the Pantheon offered its town guards, he could reach the divine level cap with plenty of time to spare. In fact, he'd have to work hard not to. So while this was a temporary setback, it meant Glenn would, one day, be among the most powerful adventurers in Luxterra, an adventurer spoken of across the world, a living legend. Glenn took a moment to wrap his head around what he'd just learned. Mammoth Cloud Crusher, town guard, once upon a time. That meant that the gods had chosen Glenn to walk the same path as his childhood hero. If he took the long view of his new life, the gods had given him a priceless gift. This was better than joining the Blazers Guild, at least as far as adventuring was concerned. This was a better deal by far. Despite the fact that this boon required decades of service on the way to level 20, an adventuring life unlike any other waited at the end of Glenn's service to Wolfpine. Given his generous salary and free room and board, Glenn could likely amass a fortune by the time he reached level 20. He'd then wander Luxterra bolstered by town guard blessings, fighting monsters non-stop with regrowth and crushing them beneath unyielding and faithful. And ageless. He had no intent, at least at the moment, to slot that blessing. But if he did need more time to reach the divine level cap, he would have more than one mortal lifetime to do so. It was simply an option he now had. Glenn had always assumed Mammoth Cloud Crusher's incredible vitality was due to grit and determination, but town guard blessings